Roland knelt beside his brother as Robert leaned against the broken stationary suit. The older Arden's face was drenched in sweat, his skin pale from the exertion and the rush of adrenaline that had yet to fully fade. The power armor he had used had suffered some damage, but it was still operational, a testament to the genius of the craftsman that took part in its assembly. "Jay, just give me a moment, I'm fine," Robert panted, refusing to take Roland's hand when it was offered. The two remained silent for a moment, both still trying to process what had just happened. Neither had expected their father to appear, and now they were each trying to make sense of it. Robert's thoughts leaned in a more positive direction, but Roland felt far more suspicious. Roland's mind swirled with questions about his father. They hadn't seen each other in over 10 years, and Roland had hoped never to see him again. The glance his father gave him sent shivers down his spine, reminding him of the deep mistrust he harbored. While this body belonged to Roland Arden, the soul inhabiting it was someone else's. His recent dealings with the spiritualist had revealed that there were ways to expose his true identity, which could provoke any number of reactions from Wentworth Arden. Though Roland had made adjustments to his runic equipment to help mask his soul from being examined again, he wasn't confident it would hold up against powerful Tier 4 class holders like that spiritualist witch. Even if his true identity remained hidden, he still didn't know what his standing in the Arden estate would be. His father might have the power to pull him back and disrupt the life he had grown accustomed to. His secret wasn't exposed yet, but Roland wasn't sure how long he could keep it that way. He did glance in my direction for a moment, does he know? Or was it about something else? Roland's mind raced as he tried to decipher both his father's motives and the extent of his power. The spear his father had thrown was his only clue. It pierced through the magical barrier as easily as an arrow through paper, and suggested he was at least on par with the Grand Knight Commander. However, his martial status hinted that he could be even stronger, possibly a Tier 4 class holder. Roland considered trying to read his father's status, but with so many people around, he feared it might draw unwanted attention. The numerous mages in the vicinity could easily detect his attempt, and given that his father had already managed to conceal his troops from his golem sensors, it was likely Roland wouldn't be able to read his status anyway. They might use it as an excuse to detain me and go through my status. I shouldn't assume that he knows who I am just yet. Lucien had written letters to her parents and revealed his involvement in the Viola case. To the Ardens, he was still known as Professor Wayland from Xandar's Institute of Wizardry, and he wanted to keep it like that. Francine knew nothing of his true identity, and his siblings would not reveal anything either. Now that the duel was over, his job had been done and he could just retreat back to the Institute and also go home. His work here was done and returning to Albrook should be his only concern now. Thus, it was best to take care of the surface-level problems now and help his brother to get back to his mother. "You shouldn't let your mother and sister worry, sir. Robert, take my hand and drink this potion. It will restore your stamina." Roland helped his brother up, despite Robert's initial refusal. His mother Francine was shouting in the background while being unable to climb down into the arena. Roland handed his brother a small vial, a stamina-restoring potion, glowing faintly with a light orange hue. Robert hesitated for a moment, his pride wrestling with his exhaustion, but in the end, he took the vial and drank it in one gulp. His breath began to steady, and color returned to his face as the potion's effects took hold. Robert muttered, finally accepting Roland's outstretched hand as he stood. "You'll need your strength," Roland said quietly, keeping his gaze steady as his brother dusted himself off. "Your mother's waiting." Robert's gaze shifted to where Francine was now arguing heatedly with one of Count Graham's knights, her face red with frustration. The knights from their father's contingent loomed nearby, clearly uneasy, but unwilling to escalate things without direct orders. Meanwhile, Lucien stood a few meters away from their mother, her expression unreadable as she observed the tense situation. She's not going to stop until she sees that her son is alive and well. Go to her. As Robert finally steadied himself, he gave Roland a faint smile, one that carried both gratitude and exhaustion. He looked toward his mother and sister, knowing that this ordeal was far from over. He was not truly safe yet, and the woman he loved was still out of his reach. With a nod, he began to make his way across the arena, his steps still somewhat unsteady, but his resolve firm. Roland watched him go, feeling some relief. He had done what he came here to do, protected his brother, and ensured the duel's outcome was in their favor. Yet the undercurrents swirling around him were impossible to ignore. Wentworth's unexpected arrival had thrown everything into uncertainty. As Robert approached his mother, Francine's anger melted away, replaced by clear concern. She rushed toward the edge of the arena in an attempt to see him, but had to wait for Robert to jump up. Now that he had recovered and his legs weren't all wobbly from the tension, he easily made his way there. His clothes surprised the onlookers as he was wearing a skin-tight suit made out of silver-grace metal, just like Roland did under his own armor. "Robert, are you really fine? We need to get a priest." "Mother, I'm fine, just tired." Roland remained in the shadows, observing the family reunion from a distance. he knew that stepping closer would only raise unnecessary questions, especially from his stepmother, who had no idea of his true identity. The last thing he needed was to be drawn into their family drama when there were far larger issues at hand. He could see them finally hug and embrace, Francine crying along with his sister Lucien. The girls from the institute teared up behind them and all seemed well. However, for him not everything was over and his gaze shifted towards the power armor. Now that the duel was over, all eyes were on it. The rich merchants, nobles, and even the soldiers that arrived here were staring at the Runic machine that produced a miracle. It went better than expected, but the operation time needs expanding. Could fix that with a more modular battery pack or a recharge station of some kind, perhaps even a golem, but first, I should probably pack it up. His mind was buzzing with possible improvements, but this was not the time to deliberate future endeavors. This suit of armor had become a symbol of power, innovation, and most importantly, a potential target. Roland understood that the moment the duel ended, the nobles and merchants would begin to consider the military applications of such a device. Eyes filled with both curiosity and greed fixated on the armor. If he didn't move quickly, questions would be asked, and offers would be made that could lead to unwanted entanglements. They are really watching. Every step he took, every move he made, and even every breath he took, people from the audience were watching him. Count Graham and his father were discussing the issue and probably trying to resolve it without a fight breaking out. Graham's soldiers outnumbered the military unit his father brought along, but they were all elites. Many Tier 3 class holders were in the audience, and many of them were wearing similarly styled silver mithril armor. If I try to leave now, I will be detained, but at least I should be able to take this away. They have no right to take it. As Roland approached the armor, he pulled out his suitcase and placed it down on the ground to unfold itself. Quickly, the mages around him realized that he was using some type of spatial item, as the mana signature was quite obvious. While it was unfolding, some people started shouting, demanding to know what he was up to. The shouts from the audience grew louder, but Roland ignored them. In his mind, this would be something that an eccentric mage would be doing, silently hiding his creation from prying eyes. "Hey, what are you doing? Stand down, mage. The Count did not give you permission. I don't need his permission." His voice, amplified by magic, responded to one of the knight commanders shouting in his direction. His suit of armor was now being lifted by his magic and carefully placed into the spatial suitcase. Soon, it began to descend slowly and disappeared from view. Without pausing, he let the case fold itself back into place before picking it up again. While he was playing with fire, without the leaders out here, the soldiers couldn't do much. They were probably ordered to just stand and watch, but if I try to leave, they will attempt to stop me. For a moment, he considered using his hidden glider to flee the scene, but decided against it. It was better to wait for a peaceful resolution to the situation. He was confident that his father would somehow arrange things in Robert's favor, and they would be allowed to leave. It wasn't worth pushing his luck with so many mages and soldiers around. If he had some fast-acting teleportation technology, escape might have been an option, but for now, that wasn't an option. Thus, even as the soldiers shouted, he remained silent and waited. He had taken the power armor off the arena, but still remained lingering in the shadows. Eyes were on him, but he decided to just lean up against one of the arena's walls and wait. Count Graham's soldiers had their hands on their weapons, but none made a move, clearly awaiting further orders. Wentworth's soldiers, elite and well-trained, stood as a silent threat but didn't move either. His brother was focused on his sister and mother, who was in the process of giving him a scolding. Eventually, everyone's whispers ceased as they all were reminded of the situation they were in. At any moment, a battle could break out, and they were waiting for the nobles to come back and give the verdict. Roland wished he could eavesdrop, but this situation showcased him that he wasn't quite as strong as he thought he was. Ever since he achieved Tier 3, he had been winning all his confrontations, but since returning to the main continent, his true position revealed itself. Even if he prepared for months and had the best weapons, he still couldn't compete with the true elites of this land. This was a harsh reminder of the power dynamics at play in the world of nobility and class holders. His inventions and quick thinking had given him an edge, but in the grander scheme of things, there were forces beyond his control. I need to get back into the dungeon and get more levels. He had spent years refining his skills in the relative isolation of Dragny's Island and Albrook. In the quiet town, he was rarely disturbed, though the challenges he faced were still great. If he had more time and strength, even the Count and his father's elite troops wouldn't be able to stop him. However, reaching that level of power likely wouldn't happen until he attained the pinnacle of what a Tier 3 could achieve or crossed into Tier 4 territory. The wait continued, people murmured, but no one dared to protest. Suddenly, all voices died down and signaled the return of the nobles from their private deliberation. Roland's gaze shifted toward the side chamber as Count Graham, Wentworth Arden, and Count Lawrence emerged. Their faces were unreadable, but the air around them crackled with unresolved tension. There was a change in his father's appearance as the helmet he had previously been wearing had come off. This was the first time he had seen the man in over 10 years, but his face didn't change much. He still had the same scar trailing from his left eyebrow to his upper lip. His hair seemed more white than silver and was much longer. His face was covered by an untrimmed white beard, which just made him look more imposing than ever. Wentworth stepped forward first, his voice booming across the arena with a calm authority that instantly silenced any remaining whispers. The matter between Count Graham and myself has been resolved. There will be no further hostilities today. Robert Arden will return with me to the Arden estate. The terms of his duel have been honored, and there will be no further punishments. Count Graham, though clearly still simmering with frustration, nodded in reluctant agreement. Yes, Robert has proven himself in combat, and I shall honor the outcome of the duel as agreed. This matter is settled. There was an audible release of tension from the crowd, though some spectators remained visibly disappointed that the conflict hadn't escalated into a full-blown confrontation. Roland, however, felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least for now, the situation has been diffused. His attention remained on his father as this was not quite over yet. Robert, now standing beside their mother and sister, looked visibly relieved, though exhaustion still clung to his features. However, I would have to remain here, at least for the time being. Before people had time to relax, Graham spoiled their mood. Roland could feel that something wasn't right with his tone, and so did the others. One of the lesser nobles that were there with him posed a question, his voice trembling slightly. Your lordship, what do you mean? Don't be alarmed, nothing bad will happen. The Baron and Count Lawrence have agreed to take some action about today's event. I wish for you all to sign a contract, one that will assure that word of what has happened today doesn't escape beyond these walls. A ripple of unease spread through the gathered crowd. The nobles, merchants, and other onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions ranging from confusion to outright alarm. Forcing silence through magical contracts was no trivial matter, especially among the nobility, where information was often currency more valuable than gold. I understand this may come as a surprise, but I believe we can all agree that the events today were delicate. As a precaution, we have agreed that everyone present will swear to a binding contract of secrecy. Don't worry, you will also be compensated. Wentworth Arden stood still, his towering presence a silent reinforcement of the necessity of this decision. His piercing gaze scanned the whole area, daring anyone to object. Roland, who remained leaning against the arena wall, was somewhat confused about what the nobles had decided on. Wait, isn't this good for me? If they all are forced to sign a contract, then no info about the power armor will leak out, at least not immediately. A murmur spread as a few voices from the crowd expressed their displeasure. However, they did not raise their hands or ask for the nobles to reconsider. If it was just a simple contract that kept them from mentioning what had transpired during this short duel, then it was still reasonable. Some were even happy that they would be compensated for their silence, but one question still needed to be answered. Would they force me to sign it too? Roland was not someone who liked signing binding contracts. The deal sounded even worse when it involved his father or Count Graham. The problem wasn't so much about him having trouble keeping his word, but rather the risk of leaving his mana pattern or signature on paper. Certain people with special abilities could potentially use such a contract to track his location, something he wanted to avoid. Now that he had put himself in the crosshairs of the Count, the man might seek revenge. Even if Robert was safe, it didn't mean assassins couldn't be sent his way. However, after the speech was given and the contracts were being finalized, instead of being approached by the Count's men, one of the knights from his father's unit moved toward him. The knight was clad in a full suit of mithril armor, gleaming and glistening under the sunlight light. He approached slowly to relay an order from his commanding officer. The marshal wishes to see you. Please come with me. You want me to come with you? Roland's heart sank as the armored knight approached. His father, Wentworth Arden, wanted to see him. After years of distance and the hidden identity he held, this was the one situation Roland had been hoping to avoid. Nevertheless, refusing wasn't an option, especially not in a public arena surrounded by soldiers, nobles, and mages, all under his father's watchful eye. The knight commander was cordial, but there was an implied threat in his mannerisms. He had approached alone, yet many other soldiers and knights were watching intently. A mage dressed strangely stood in a hidden position with a staff pointed in his direction. It was clear this wasn't a mere suggestion, it was an order. Does he know who I am, or is he just trying to figure out who the man is that's been getting involved with his children? Roland's involvement with Lucille, Wentworth's third daughter, was well known. Francine had likely informed others that he had helped Lucille during the Viola incident and continued to protect her at the Institute. Now with him aiding Robert as well, it could easily be seen as suspicious. No ordinary person would go out of their way to help members of the same family without some ulterior motive. His reason, however, was simple. They were all related by blood, and he felt sympathy for his brother. Yet he wasn't ready to part with his Wayland persona just yet, and refusing this invitation wasn't an option. Very well, lead the way. With a deep breath, Roland pushed off from the wall and gave the knight a small nod. he made sure to conceal his voice behind layers of mana. Though his father had not been there to witness him grow up, Roland's voice was similar to Robert's. The connection could be made, so it had to remain hidden. The knight, surprisingly, gestured toward one of the side exits of the arena rather than the stairs leading up into the stands. The merchants and lesser nobles were being made to wait here, as they all needed to sign the contract. However, for some reason, Roland wasn't being given the same treatment. Graham and Lawrence had already left, leaving behind their knights and those loyal to Wentworth. The two groups were working together to manage the crowd, but it seemed they had different plans for him, something that could potentially be bad. The exit he was guided to was the same one Gerhardt had used earlier. It first led to the room where he had been preparing, much larger and more lavish than the one Robert had been given. He wondered how the knight knew his way around, but perhaps they had planned for this confrontation and gotten detailed plans of the whole estate. Other members of their group were stationed here as well, scattered throughout the tunnel leading out of the arena. Once outside, Roland could finally grasp the full scale of Wentworth's entourage. The number of personnel he had brought along was striking. They were stationed all around the estate and had even surrounded it. His mapping device was now back to detecting everyone, though he was curious about how they had managed to evade it earlier. It seemed the military had methods to fool even his advanced sensors, something that not even other Tier 3 class holders or most magic could do. As he observed them, a growing sense of unease crept over him. The knight led him to a courtyard behind the estate. It was vast, with towering hedges and ornate statues scattered about. In the center stood Wentworth Arden, still clad in his silvery armor, though his face was now fully revealed. It appeared that Graham had ceded this area to Wentworth for the time being, though the Count was nowhere to be seen. Both parties seemed to be watching each other, though tensions had eased. Roland suspected that some kind of unbreakable agreement had been made. They probably signed a temporary non-aggression contract. I've read that the army carries a few for situations like this. It wouldn't be surprising if this had been Wentworth's plan all along. It would have been nice if he contacted Robert or his wife of his intent. Roland was somewhat irritated by how the entire situation had been handled. Had he known his father was on the way with the army, he would never have pushed for the duel. Instead, he would have fought the matter in court. He probably could have postponed the trial without needing to build any power armor. Now, he had exposed his hand to anyone who had witnessed the duel and brought trouble to his doorstep. All of this could have been avoided if his father had shown even a modicum of interest in Robert. Please wait here. When Roland arrived, he noticed that his father wasn't alone. Robert, Lucien, and even Francine were there. It was quite the family reunion, yet something felt off. Mages had cast a silencing spell around the group, but Roland could see and hear through such trivial tricks. Even without using outer spells, his suit could read their lips, and it was clear that Robert was furious. The veins on his neck bulged, and he was shouting loudly, but Wentworth didn't seem particularly alarmed. Father, please reconsider. Don't make me repeat myself, boy. You shall not meet with that Devere girl now or ever. Wentworth shook his head, maintaining his stern tone, but Robert didn't back down, which was surprising. He had just survived a life-and-death battle, and his nerves were frayed. Normally, his brother would have retreated in the face of their overbearing patriarch, but not this time. He stood firm, holding on to his beliefs as he continued to plead. How can you say such a thing? You must reconsider. She does not want this. I do not want this. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was happening. Graham had struck a deal with Wentworth to keep Robert away from his daughter. He likely agreed to let bygones be bygones, but only under that one condition. Though Robert had won the duel and was now free to pursue his lover, Lucille, this was something Graham deeply disapproved of. Allowing it to continue would only spark a war between the two noble houses, something neither side wanted. To avoid that, a deal had been made, one that ensured Robert would never pursue her again. That's enough, take him away. Father, you can't just. Before Robert could finish, Wentworth's patience had run out. He signaled to his knights, who promptly moved to restrain Robert and escort him away. Dear, please, he is your son. He might still be injured. Francine jumped in to protect her son as two men held his arms and dragged him away. Robert was thrashing around in protest, but the two men were above his level of strength. Nevertheless, he was still not letting up and thrashing around in an attempt to free himself. The knights that were handling him were starting to have trouble, and eventually, he even started to slip away. However, even after freeing one of his arms, he quickly found his father standing before him, with his fist embedded in his gut. Take him away and keep watch. Don't let him out of your sight until we return. Robert slumped forward after a devastating blow to his stomach. His eyes quickly rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious into Wentworth's arms. Without a word, Wentworth handed his son's limp body over to the knights, his face devoid of emotion. Francine gasped in horror, reaching out as Robert was dragged away, but a stern look from Wentworth stopped her in her tracks. How could you? He's your son. She started to sob, her voice trembling, but Wentworth replied in a cold tone. Francine, enough. This is for his own good. He'll understand in time. Lucien stood nearby, frozen, watching helplessly as her brother was taken away. Her wide eyes were filled with disbelief, but fear kept her silent. She knew better than to challenge their father, especially at a time like this. Roland, on the other hand, remained still, simply waiting as Robert was hauled out, with Francine following closely behind. Robert would likely be locked away, tossed into a carriage, and sent back to the Arden estate. They might even keep him there until she gets married. The situation was spiraling out of control. It was clear Robert had made up his mind, and perhaps Roland was partially to blame. He was the one who had placed the golem in Lucille's tower, reigniting the flames of their love. Now that Robert had survived the duel and was a free man, he could genuinely ask for her hand in marriage. Perhaps they were even planning to renounce their noble titles and vanish together, something neither of their families would tolerate. The two noble houses would likely do everything in their power to keep Robert away from Lucille, perhaps even going so far as to threaten her to ensure Lucille proceeded with her arranged marriage. The world of nobility truly didn't see marriage as nothing more than a way to further their power. They would probably be fine if both saw each other on the side, as long as Lucille didn't take him on as an official husband. This has truly turned into a shit show. Robert deserves better than this, Roland thought, gripping his suitcase tighter. His mind was racing with the ramifications of everything that had just happened. Count Graham's deal with Wentworth ensured that Robert would be cut off from Lucille, but Roland had no illusions. His brother wasn't the type to give up easily, especially not now. This wasn't the end of the story, it was merely another chapter in a growing tragedy. However, before any of that could be addressed, he needed to figure out his own standing first. Wentworth, still in the courtyard, turned his gaze toward Roland. For a brief moment, their eyes met. His were covered by his metal helmet in an attempt to shield himself, but his father's were exposed. Wentworth's eyes were cold and calculating, the kind of look that pierced through anyone daring to stand against him. Part of Roland wondered if his father truly didn't know who he was or if it was just being tested. Perhaps this was it, and there was no use running away anymore. Deputy Professor Wayland, was it? Yes, please sit. It was an uncomfortable situation, to say the least, as one of the knights offered him a chair. They were seated in a temporary area of Count Graham's estate, near where tea was being served. Wentworth was either being surprisingly cordial or preparing to annihilate him the moment he stepped out of line. Surrounded from every angle, Roland knew that even with all his inventions, there would be no way to escape. He wanted to gauge his opponents, to read their intentions, but in this setting it was impossible. The only thing he could do was nod and quietly take his seat. Just as he did, Wentworth instantly started talking and set off quite a bomb inside of his mind. I will make this short. I know of your true identity. Roland's heartbeat instantly increased as those words left his father's lips. Wentworth's piercing gaze bore into him, and for a brief moment, Roland felt his carefully constructed world begin to unravel. His first instinct was to deny it, to dismiss his father's words as a mere bluff, but deep down, he knew. Wentworth wasn't the kind of man to speak idly or make hollow accusations. Still, Roland forced himself to remain outwardly calm, leaning back slightly in his chair to mask the tension rising within him. His mind raced through a dozen potential responses, but none felt sufficient. His silence hung heavily in the air as Wentworth continued to speak, each word deliberate and carefully measured. I have harbored my suspicions for some time now. First, you approach my daughter, then my son. There can be but one explanation, one reason behind it all, and your silence only confirms that I am right. Roland's pulse increased as his heart continued pounding. His identity, carefully hidden for years, was now laid bare before the one man he least wanted to know it. Wentworth Arden was no fool, and it seemed Roland had underestimated just how keen his father's instincts were. There was little point in pretending any longer, yet the thought of revealing the truth he had concealed for so long paralyzed him. Instead, he remained silent and allowed his father to continue. I'll be brief then. Tell her to stay out of this. I do not require nor desire her assistance. Excuse me. The sentence that left Wentworth's mouth was not something he expected, but his father seemed to think that he was just trying to deny it. There is no need to conceal it any longer. She commanded you to do this, did she not? Who else would take such an interest in my daughter or my son? It is all her doing, is it not? Yes. Roland was genuinely confused by the turn of the conversation. His secret was on the verge of being exposed, but instead the discussion veered in an unexpected direction. He needed a few seconds to reset his mind and realize what Wentworth was misunderstanding. By her, he meant the Institute leader, Yavana Arvendis. She was the Institute leader and his direct superior, so mistaking his intentions as an order wasn't that strange. It also seemed that Wentworth was acquainted with her through some means, which made this misunderstanding possible. Roland felt a wave of relief wash over him for now. His true identity seemed to remain intact. Still, he needed to tread carefully, as Wentworth was no fool and his suspicions were dangerously close to the truth. Roland cleared his throat, choosing his next words with precision. I see there's been a misunderstanding. The Institute has its interests, of course, but my involvement with Sir Robert and Lucian Arden was my decision. I felt it was my duty as a teacher to help. Although Yavana Arvendis made for a convenient scapegoat, Roland didn't know her well. She was a powerful Tier 4 mage who could easily become enraged if she heard her name being misused. Wentworth knew her to some extent, and there was a chance he might mention Roland's involvement in the future, so it was best to distance himself from the situation. You truly expect me to believe this is mere coincidence, that you've woven yourself into my children's lives and it has naught to do with her influence. Do you take me for a fool? It didn't seem that his father didn't believe him. Luckily, he didn't seem that offended by his claims and instead sent words of commendation. It is commendable that you would go to such lengths. I imagine it cannot be easy serving that woman. Let us leave this matter unspoken then. You have my gratitude for saving both my reckless son and my daughter, Professor Wayland. Roland didn't reply and remained silent, as it didn't seem that Wentworth was buying any of it. The words that were spoken carried a strange undercurrent of respect and understanding. It was as if the Archmage had done something similar to him, and he now saw himself in Roland's shoes. The misunderstanding was deep, and perhaps it was better to not say anything if he wouldn't be believed. If he was asked about it later, he could just claim that Wentworth assumed something without letting him speak, which was the truth. There is no need to thank me, Lord Marshal. I merely did what the situation required. You have done far more than what was required. While I do not condone Robert's reckless actions, you saved him when others failed. And as for Lucian, I have heard of your dealings with the House of Castellane and their knights. You have risked much for my family, and for that I shall remain ever in your debt. Roland was utterly baffled by the situation. He had been bracing himself for exposure in front of his overbearing father, but instead he was being thanked. Wentworth continued to praise his role in the Viola incident, and even seemed aware of the 3 Cerberus knights he had slain. Now, unexpectedly, he found himself a benefactor of House Arden, with the approval of its patriarch, something he had neither anticipated nor intended. I just want to go home. All he wanted was to cry and leave, but for some reason, his father wouldn't stop talking. The once stoic figure was starting to unravel as he rambled on about their home and family, leaving Roland even more bewildered. The family estate shall always be open to you, should you ever find the need for respite. Perhaps during your stay, you might entertain the notion of sparring with my sons. Your sons, indeed, they are in need of further training, and a seasoned mage such as yourself could impart invaluable lessons upon them. I shall give it thought, Lord Marshal, but I'm not much of a combat teacher. The conversation between Roland and his father continued for a few more minutes. The man seemed quite different than he remembered him. Back when he was between the ages of 5 and 10, Wentworth was quite distant, and the family dinners with him around steadily decreased in time. Is he the type that opens up to people only if they are of a certain rank or strength? His father was aware that he had helped Lucian, and that the 3 Baskerville knights had probably died due to his involvement. This was perhaps enough to earn him some level of respect in his father's eyes. Wentworth Arden seemed to be the kind of man who valued strength and loyalty above all else, and Roland's recent actions had apparently earned him favor, albeit through a tangled web of misunderstandings. However, as the conversation drifted through more pleasantries, Roland couldn't shake the unease growing in the pit of his stomach. His father's sudden warmth felt temporary, and if he discovered the truth about Roland's real identity, things would quickly turn sour. Roland had already seen Robert hauled away by the knights, and if he wasn't careful, he would be the next to feel his father's wrath. So he subtly tried steering the conversation in a different direction. Speaking of your sons, what are your intentions with the young Robert? The question shifted the tone of the conversation immediately. Wentworth's posture straightened, his previously calm demeanor going cold. He remained silent for a moment, eyes narrowing as if he were weighing the importance of Roland's inquiry. My intentions. Wentworth paused for a moment to gather his thoughts and soon after responded in a rather cold tone. Robert is my son, but he is also a noble of the Arden family. His actions, reckless as they are, reflect upon our name, and I will not allow him to tarnish it further. Once we return, he will have to reflect on his actions. Roland halted his response, realizing he had just touched on a deeply personal matter. The tension between Robert and Wentworth was clear, but he knew better than to press too hard. Instead, he took a more neutral approach. I understand your concerns, Lord Marshal, but Robert's spirit is strong. He was somewhat naive, but his heart was in the right place. Wentworth raised an eyebrow, and the shift in his demeanor was noticeable. Roland didn't want his brother to be locked away at the Arden estate, but things seemed to be heading in that direction. The entire arrangement between the 2 nobles appeared to be leading to Robert being held captive until Lucille eloped with another noble. It was even plausible they would pressure her into it, using Robert as a bargaining chip. If she refused to marry, he could be imprisoned for quite some time. You believe you know what's best for my son, Professor Wayland. Roland wanted to press the issue, but knew his words would fall on deaf ears. His father was a notoriously stubborn man, and though Roland had earned some of his recognition, it was best not to push his luck. Robert's situation was unfortunate, but trying to sway this immovable man would likely only make things worse for both of them. Of course not, Lord Marshal. I would never presume to know what's best for your son. I merely wish to express my concern for him. His spirit is resilient, but he is still young. His intentions, while rash, stem from a place of affection. I'm sure that with some of your guidance, he will channel that energy in a way that honors your family name. Wentworth remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he weighed Roland's words. For a moment, Roland thought his father would dismiss him entirely, but then the older man leaned back slightly, his expression softening. Your words speak with a certain understanding of the issue, but these are matters of my house and will be handled by my house. Roland nodded and took this as a chance to end this conversation. While he wanted to prod about what his father was up to and what his intentions were, he was still nothing more than an outsider. Wentworth was aware that he interacted with both his children and probably knew some of their issues, but it didn't seem that he was willing to hear him list them out. I understand, Lord Marshal. I won't bring it up again. For a moment, it seemed like Wentworth wanted to say something but held himself back. It was as if he wanted to ask about something but decided that it was improper to do so. Let's put my son's affairs aside. There are more pressing matters at hand, Wentworth said, breaking the brief silence, and went into the next topic. My son, though gifted in his own right, could never hope to best a trained knight of such strength. Professor, how did you come to accomplish such a feat, and what is the true nature of this imposing armor? Roland steadied himself. This was one of the issues he was worried about, his power armor. While Wentworth was not there from the start, he had seen the large armor his son crawled out from. He knew there was no way that Robert would be able to defeat a knight commander in a fair fight. The rules in the duel were strict, but allowed the use of magical equipment on both sides. Lord Marshal, I know what you wish to ask of me, but I can't relinquish the secrets of the Institute. I see one of Wentworth's misunderstandings was that Roland was merely acting on orders from the archmagus of the Institute. Although his father held a high position, he wasn't above her authority. His father seemed cautious whenever her name was mentioned, making it convenient for Roland to use her as a shield to deflect any troubling questions that might reveal his true identity. Since his father didn't seem eager to speak with her directly, it was only natural that he refrained from pressing the issue further. The Institute's secrets are closely guarded, I understand that. I only asked because it is rare to see such effective magic used in the form of armor, capable of dispatching a Tier 3 knight. I'm sure even the royal family would be interested in such technology if it were to become widely available. Wentworth's voice carried a hint of curiosity, but Roland sensed the weight behind his words. His father was a soldier at heart, having fought in the border skirmishes in the north, and he could clearly see the potential of the power armor in securing future victories. However, Roland had no desire to entangle himself in his father's affairs or become a supplier of these suits, at least not yet. I'm afraid that my invention is nothing more than an expensive toy. While it's capable to some degree, the costs outweigh the benefits for widespread use. The materials alone are rare, and the lock-in's fluid required to power it, well, the cost would be astronomical. It's a prototype more than anything else, Lord Marshal. It wouldn't last through a prolonged battle. It's far from practical in most combat scenarios. Roland made sure to sprinkle some truths among his lies. While the current operational time was around 10 to 15 minutes, he knew this issue could be fixed. It was also possible to create a lesser version using inferior alloys, allowing the suits to perform at the level of a higher-tiered Tier 2 class holder. There were many possibilities, but Roland couldn't reveal any of them. He could envision the crown forcing him into a laboratory, churning out Runic inventions, until he died of old age if they discovered he had the capability to propel their military into a new age of Runic machinery and weapons. An expensive toy, you say? How much? It seemed that his father was unconvinced and reluctant to back down, but upon hearing the price, which far exceeded the cost of equipping a knight commander, he was taken aback. That much. Yes, while the costs to construct one prototype are staggering already, it burns through magic fuel quickly. Regretfully, it's just not something that can be used out on a battlefield. Roland nodded, sensing that his father had finally given up on the issue. If he truly understood the full potential of the power armor, things would be different. Its strength didn't lie in making combatants equal to Tier 3 elites, but in enabling those without combat classes to wield its power. Roland was confident that someone like Bernier could operate it and gain the abilities of a Tier 2 class holder without having a combat class. With enough time and effort, they could transform the non-combatants who vastly outnumbered the class holders into a large army. I understand that is truly a disappointment. Professor, if you ever finish your work, please find me or one of my men. Of course, Lord Marshal, if I make a breakthrough, I'll make sure that my work benefits the kingdom. Just as he finished his sentence, one of the knights approached Wentworth and whispered something in his ear. The marshal nodded and quickly relayed the information. It seemed that Wentworth's visit was finally coming to an end. The contracts have been signed. As per my agreement with the Count, my men and I shall now take our leave. I have instructed my men to escort you and your students to the next city. I trust you will not mind if I reclaim my daughter from your care. The entire place was now abuzz as people were allowed to leave the estate. While he wasn't sure what would become of Robert and Lucian, his involvement ended here. A bitter aftertaste lingered in his mouth, reminding him that he was nothing more than an outsider. What he needed to do now was return to the nearest teleportation gate, get back to the Institute, and then go home so his life could continue. Although everything seemed to have worked out in the end, he couldn't shake off the lingering bitterness of how it all ended. Of course, Lord Marshal, I will leave her in your hands. Roland stood there as Wentworth made his way toward some of his soldiers. Lucian, accompanied by her 3 friends, soon arrived, guarded by his men. Arian, who had slipped into the arena during the duel, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Roland's scanners indicated he had made it outside the estate. Even if Arian were captured, Wentworth would likely allow him to leave without signing a contract, just as he had done for Roland. It was clear Wentworth had no desire to provoke any issues with Yavana and saw both Roland and anyone from the Institute as allies. His sister didn't seem cheerful even though her brother was now free. She and the other girls probably saw this whole situation as unfair, but were too afraid to voice their opinions in front of the overbearing marshal. Her face was somber, eyes downcast, burdened by the weight of familial duty and the fate awaiting her brother. Roland couldn't help but feel pity for her. Lucian, like Robert, was caught in the merciless grip of noble expectations, and there seemed to be no escape for either of them. Wentworth, though calm and collected, was like a force of nature, unyielding, pragmatic, and driven by his own rigid sense of duty. During their conversation, he had shown a different side, but now his mask was firmly back in place. There had been a fleeting warmth during their discussions, but which was his true face, and what was his true goal? Was he acting to protect his family from harm, or was he simply trying to preserve his house's honor? The answer remained elusive, and he wasn't sure if he would ever unearth it. Lucian, standing quietly with her friends, remained silent as Wentworth approached. Her downcast expression betrayed an inner turmoil that Roland could only guess at. He had always seen her as the bright, headstrong girl, but in front of her father she seemed more like a subdued, obedient puppy. Thankfully, her mother wasn't far off. After a brief conversation with Wentworth, Lucian was allowed to separate from the group without much protest from Margaret. "Professor, what will happen to Lucy? Can't we go with her?" Margaret, Atasuna, and Marlene looked up at him with pleading eyes after they were allowed to pass. Roland was relieved that Margaret, usually the ringleader, hadn't caused a large scene, or at least wasn't causing one now. He'd heard her complaining while being led out of the arena, but even she seemed to understand there was little to be done when her friends' parents were involved. It was better to let them leave peacefully. She'll be fine, she is with her parents, but what will happen with her? "Will she get punished?" asked Atasuna, her wolven ears flattening in concern as her tail twitched nervously behind her. The other 2 girls nodded in agreement, their expressions mirroring her worry. Hadley the maid remained standing without any change to her expression, as they all looked from afar as Lucian and her parents went away while being escorted by many armored men. "She will be fine, her parents won't harm her. You should start worrying about yourself. Now let us depart, we have to return to the Institute." Roland sighed softly, still having to contend with this small group of children. The knights assigned to escort them approached, ready to lead them away. The journey back would take some time, but afterward, he would finally be free of his duties as a babysitter. His sister, Lucian, would likely be fine, but whether she would be allowed to attend the Institute again was another matter. The Viola incident, coupled with this debacle involving Robert, might just push Wentworth to consider homeschooling as a more controlled alternative. "I guess this is it, but what's with this feeling?" Roland watched as Lucian, her shoulders slumped and her steps slow, was led away by her parents and the armored knights. The sight left him feeling conflicted. It wasn't his place to intervene further, and yet he couldn't shake the sense that this was far from a happy ending. Neither his brother or sister could distance themselves from their overbearing father, but at least they were now safe. "Professor, what if we never see her again?" Margaret's voice brought him back to the present. She stood with her arms crossed, her voice defiant as always. "I'm sure you'll see her again, but she might take a small break from future classes. Now come, we must go." Roland assured, keeping his tone steady, though he wasn't entirely sure himself. The girls exchanged worried glances, clearly unconvinced. However, they didn't have much leeway to complain as their escorts urged them to move forward. Count Graham's soldiers were also quite unwelcoming and started pushing everyone outside the gates. The pleasantries were now done and everyone was forced to leave. Once outside the gates, Roland took a final glance at his display. His deactivated golems remained buried in several locations, hidden beneath the surface. Most of his flying devices had already returned to the temporary workshop where Bernier would retrieve them, but he chose to let a few remain in place. Though it posed a safety risk and could lead to trouble later, Roland had a lingering feeling they might prove useful in the future. It wasn't the most cautious decision, but his instincts told him to leave them for now, just in case. Eventually, the group arrived at the workshop, where they were greeted by the workers and Arian. Everyone was already busy packing up and preparing for their return. The dwarves skillfully dismantled the temporary setup, their thick hands quickly unhooking components and placing them into crates. The air buzzed with the familiar scent of metal and oil, a reminder of the countless hours Roland had spent tinkering with the power armor here. It was finally time to leave and put this journey behind him, but he hesitated. Strange thoughts crept into his mind as he contemplated a crazy idea, one that had some merits but would put him and the people around him in danger. The sound of wheels spinning was only interrupted by the horses trotting. Inside the carriage, 5 people sat, with Roland contemplating the future as he glanced out the window. He was on his way back to the teleportation gate, accompanied by students from the institute. This wasn't the entire group. Bernier, the craftsman, and even Arian followed behind in 2 other carriages. Surrounding them was a group of 10 knights sent by Wentworth Arden, who had ordered them to escort the party back. Armand and Lobelia, on the other hand, weren't with them. They had been considered too problematic to bring along on the trip, and Roland eventually relented. The two weren't too upset about taking the long way back, as they had been cooped up on the island for far too long. As newly minted Tier 3 class holders, they were eager to tour the kingdom, experiencing it as true elites and enjoying some adventure. With countless dungeons and cities to explore, they likely wouldn't return to Albrook for several weeks. Faster if Roland decided that they needed to return, and with the use of teleportation gates, this was not an issue anymore. The tension of the last few days had taken its toll on all of them, and the reality of returning to the Institute loomed over his head. Roland's thoughts drifted between concern for his siblings and the nagging feeling of unfinished business. The power armor Wentworth's strong-handed approach, and the politics surrounding the Arden family left him with more questions than answers. I might not get to see either of them, but what am I supposed to do? Roland's mind raced as the carriage swayed gently beneath him. The rhythmic clatter of hooves provided a steady backdrop to his swirling thoughts. The Arden family's affairs weighed heavily on him, particularly the fate of his brother. Even though the two hadn't interacted much, young Robert had grown on him. As someone from a more modern world, Roland disagreed with the fate that had befallen Robert and his lover. However, this was the safest route back, and rocking the boat now could potentially destroy everything he had hoped to protect. I should just go home. His thoughts shifted to Albrook, the place he called home. His wife, Elodia, was waiting for him there. Although they had managed to stay in touch through magical tools, he still longed for her presence. His work wasn't over yet. The city he was building needed his attention. This was supposed to be nothing more than a side mission. Robert was saved, Lucian was back home, and everything had worked out in the end. There was no reason for him to do anything more, so he tried to suppress those bitter feelings as the journey home continued. The carriage hit a small bump, jolting him from his thoughts. Margaret and the others glanced over, still lost in their own reflections. Despite their concern for Lucian, they seemed to trust his words from earlier. The long, peaceful road stretched ahead and hours continued to pass. With the knights protecting them, no bandits decided to impede their journey, and they arrived at their destination before sundown. The city of Antolun was before them, and once inside they just needed to use the teleportation gate to return to the Institute. The group's arrival at Antolun was met with the usual bustle of city life. Market stalls lined the streets, the chatter of merchants and travelers filling the air. Getting through the gate was rather easy, and they were welcomed by the guards with a lot of decorum. Did Wentworth arrange this? I suppose this will make things a lot faster. It quickly became clear that he wouldn't need to wait in line. Another group of soldiers awaited them inside the city, ready to escort them to the Mage Tower, where the teleportation gate was located. Perhaps this was the old man's way of thanking him, or simply a means of keeping a close watch on the mage who had involved himself with his family. Roland followed the knights through the bustling streets of Antolun, drawing glances from both citizens and guards. He was certain that the Count's influence remained strong in the city and that his movements were being closely monitored. However, it wasn't until they arrived at the Lorien Mage Tower that he noticed a change. Although the tower maintained a partnership with Count Graham, the mages had a tendency to stick together. Once inside, the guards and knights who had accompanied them were not permitted to enter. The knight commander who came with him nodded. Finally, he took his leave and took his troops with him. Roland finally exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The towering stone walls of the Lorien Mage Tower offered a strange sense of sanctuary and allowed him to clear his mind. Here, magic reigned supreme, and the familiar environment even brought a certain level of comfort to the 3 young girls that were with him. My parents are probably worried. I'm sure Lucille will be fine with theirs. You're probably right, Marlene. There is no use for us to worry. Margaret seemed the most distant, as if her mind was occupied by numerous thoughts. She remained silent for most of the trip, a stark contrast to how she had been when Roland's sister was with them. To Roland, it appeared that Margaret didn't hold these two girls in the same regard as she did Lucian, though he wondered if he was overanalyzing the situation. After all, their friend had been taken away and was possibly facing punishment, so it was natural for them all to be feeling down. Everyone, let's go. Once you're back at the Institute, please resume your classes. Your classmate Lucian will likely return later. Inside, the vast atrium of the Mage Tower was bustling with robed figures, scholars, and arcane researchers, all engrossed in their various pursuits. They were part of the Mage Guild and took on various quests for money, something that some of the graduates from the Institute would end up doing in the future. The teleportation gate sat in a separate chamber on an elevated floor. Once they arrived there, the portal shimmered into life as their arrival had been pre-arranged. I didn't get much time to look around last time, but I definitely prefer our workshop to this Mage Tower. Roland and the students from the Institute weren't the only ones there. Bernier, Arian, and the craftsmen had come along as well. They too were from the Institute and would be returning with the group. Just don't touch anything and keep your voice down. Some mages might take offense, Roland cautioned. Ah, sure, boss, Bernier replied with a grin and moved to the side. Roland led the students and everyone else toward the platform, the familiar hum of magical energy reverberating through the room. The same gray hair mage as before was there to greet them. He just nodded at Roland when he saw them, not really taking any time to make sure he wasn't using the gate for anything nefarious. His mana signature was the same and he had the Institute's emblem with him, and this was enough to be trusted by the mages working here. The gate is ready for you, safe travels. The man gave them a few words before they approached the gate, and this time, Roland insisted that the four go through first. He needed to ensure they went through and didn't try anything reckless, like staying behind to contact Lucian. For a moment, he thought Margaret might try to argue, but to his surprise, she was the first to step through, followed by her maid. The two other girls followed shortly after, and soon the rest of the group began filing through as well. Well, I'll be heading ahead. This trip was fascinating, but I need some shut-eye, Arian said, yawning, and one of the dwarves nodded. Arian was the next to pass through, followed by the dwarven craftsmen. They had worked tirelessly for days on the power armor and were in dire need of rest. The journey here had been rough. While some had managed to sleep a bit, others looked exhausted and pale. Is something wrong, boss? Wrong. No, everything is fine. Are you sure? You've been spacing out a lot more than usual, and that could mean only one thing. Bernier was quick to realize that Roland wasn't feeling great. His perceptiveness never failed to surprise Roland, but he couldn't let his worries slip through the cracks. I'm just tired, Bernier. Like you said, this trip has been long and complicated. Bernier tilted his head, clearly not satisfied with the vague answer, but he nodded anyway. Well, if you say so, boss. Just remember, I'm with you. Heck, we all are. Whatever you decide, no one's going to fault you for it. I'm not sure what you're getting at. Don't worry about it. But it might be best if you give the missus a call before you do anything else. Bernier teased with a wink before stepping through the teleportation gate. His words lingered in his mind, and the hesitation to step through the teleporter grew stronger. The gray-haired mage glanced at him with concern as the magical energies continued to drain, longer than necessary. Aren't you going? If not, you'll have to wait until morning to travel again. My apologies. I think I'll take the one in the morning. The mage looked confused but nodded. The teleportation gate shimmered for a moment before losing its form and shutting down. Roland stood there, staring at the now deactivated teleportation gate, feeling the weight of his decision. His companions had already passed through, returning to the safety of the Institute, but something inside him had made him hesitate. He knew the reason why he had stopped, but the rational part in his brain was still trying to make him reconsider. If I wait too long, I might not get the chance. Once Robert gets to the estate, it will be much harder. I can still catch up to him and also to her, but we have a waiting room nearby, friend, if you'd like to think things over. The gray-haired mage suggested, giving him a long, curious look before pointing toward a guest room. It wasn't unusual for mages to pause and contemplate deep matters. The tower encouraged such reflection, even providing special rooms for uninterrupted thought. Roland nodded at the suggestion and quietly left the teleportation chamber, heading to one of these rooms, which featured a balcony. There he paused to ponder his situation more deeply. Bernier's words echoed in his mind, and he decided to follow the advice if he was about to do something dangerous. His wife deserved to know. He moved over to the balcony and activated the long-range communication feature inside of his helmet and waited patiently for his wife to respond to his call. As Roland waited for the connection to stabilize, his eyes scanned the surroundings. He was in the middle of the tower, and from this balcony could see some of the soldiers that had followed him from Count Graham's estate. Most of them were in the process of retreating, but some still were hiding out and keeping a lookout on the tower. He was sure that Graham had ordered them to remain there for longer and make sure that he didn't just wander out into the city to cause more trouble in his lands. Roland, is that you? Elodia's voice crackled through the device, and the moment Roland heard her, his worries seemed to melt away. On the small panel inside his helmet, her face appeared concern in her eyes, but with that familiar, comforting smile. "Yes, it's me. Sorry for calling so late. Are you doing all right?" he asked, trying to buy himself some time as he gathered his thoughts, unsure of how to ask for permission for what he was about to do. "I'm fine. I've closed down the shop and we had a small explosion in that alchemy lab, but everyone is fine," she replied, and her brow furrowed slightly. "But you sound different. What's going on? Did something happen? I guess you can read me like a book. I would like to hear your opinion on this." Roland took a deep breath, leaning against the stone railing of the balcony. The day had ended and the sun had already set. While it wasn't quite dark yet, the air was quite cool and the stars were starting to show themselves. He stared out over the city of Antolon. The distant glow of the lanterns being turned on made him somewhat relax as he started explaining to Elodia. "First, you probably know about my brother and how all of this started. Yes, go on." Elodia nodded and sat down in front of her own communication device, listening intently as Roland explained how Robert had successfully won his duel and earned his freedom. But not everything had gone as hoped. Robert had been quickly apprehended by his father, and his lover remained imprisoned in a tower, locked away, doomed never to meet him again in this life. "I see. So what's holding you back?" she asked, her voice strangely calm, which took Roland by surprise. "Huh, what do you mean? You're not against it? I probably should, shouldn't I? I suppose I got used to my husband's antics." Elodia replied again. Her voice was laced with some worry, but she seemed to have some confidence. "Roland, I wouldn't have married someone who turns their back on family. Robert is your brother, isn't he? You're capable of saving him, aren't you? I know you've thought this through in that big head of yours, and are worried about bringing more trouble into our lives if you do this, right? So don't worry. If something happens, we'll tackle that problem together as a family. Now stop moping around and go help your brother." Yes, ma'am." Elodia smiled brightly at him, and in the background he could hear a certain wolf barking from a distance. He was surprised by her reaction. He knew she was still worried, but now that they had discussed it, he was determined to give it his all. Agni's barks only made him want to return home faster, but first he needed to finish what he had started. "Just don't take long. I'll make your favorite stew. I suppose I'll have to make more than usual." "Yeah, we'll be having 2 more guests." "Great, don't take too long and be careful." "I will. See you soon and I love you." "I love you, Twack." Agni stopped trying to squeeze through the window. "Bad wolf." Just as they were about to have a moment, he heard a commotion from Elodia's side. The connection momentarily wavered, and Roland chuckled as he imagined Agni's antics disrupting their conversation. He felt like a weight dropped from his shoulder, and now he knew what he had to do. "I'll hurry back, I promise." With the conversation drawing to a close, he took a deep breath and focused on the task ahead. After ending the call, he stepped away from the balcony to make some space and avoid detection from the soldiers down on the ground. Once out of sight, he took out one of his new creations, the Runic glider. "I can finally use this. No one saw it before, so they won't be able to pin it on me." Robert's location is there. Can I get them both before the teleportation gate is free again? He pondered the question while making some adjustments to his appearance. Although he was wearing full body armor, showing up in the Institute robe would be a foolish idea. Even if someone recognized him, they would need proof. So he pulled out a previously prepared attachment for his helmet that fit perfectly, giving him the appearance of a very common monster. He removed his robe and replaced it with one tinted dark green, and his glider shifted to match the new color. Once everything was in place, he set the glider down near the balcony and glanced outside. There didn't seem to be anyone nearby, but the soldiers remained vigilant. He took a moment to steady his breath, feeling the rush of adrenaline coursing through him. The stakes were high, but he had made up his mind. He could not leave Robert to his fate, especially when there was still a chance to make things right. With one last look over the edge of the balcony, he activated the glider, and it sprang to life. The runic symbols glowed softly on the metallic surface of his flying creation. Once active, he took his first step forward, his feet magnetizing to the surface, allowing him to stand on the glider as it hovered gently in the air. A dense fog erupted from beneath the glider, surrounding his form, and he slowly propelled himself into the night sky, heading toward the convoy that held his brother hostage. A long carriage moved through the early night, surrounded by nearly 30 soldiers. All of them were on high alert, their eyes scanning the dark forest edges as they moved steadily through the quiet roads. The moonlight cast long shadows over the trees, creating an eerie atmosphere. The soldiers guarding the convoy were hardened men, veterans who had seen countless battles, and they would complete the mission their leader had tasked them with. "Hey, stop this, let me out. Please calm down, don't make this difficult on us. We are just following the Lord Marshal's orders." From inside the heavily reinforced carriage, Robert Arden's voice carried outside. It was accompanied by the ringing of shackles as he struggled against his restraints. His frustration echoed within the confined space, though his captors remained unmoved. The soldiers were loyal to Wentworth Arden, their expressions impassive as they rode horses alongside the carriage. determined to carry out their duty without question. "Let me out, I'll never forget this. I'll remember all of your faces and names. Please calm down, you'll just make things worse for yourself, young lord." The forest loomed around them, the only sounds being the steady clop of horse hooves and the occasional rustling of leaves. Despite Robert's pleas and threats, none of the guards besides their commander dared to respond. They had their orders, and nothing would break their discipline, not even the protests of their lord's son. The carriage was built like a fortress on wheels, reinforced with iron plating to withstand attacks, but the soldiers remained cautious. After the deal with the Count was made, they were not expecting any direct assault, but in times of political unrest, they needed to stay vigilant. "Shit," Robert pulled at the chains, his wrists raw and bruised from hours of futile effort. No matter how hard he tried, the chains wouldn't budge. His hopes of reuniting with Lucille, his love, were slipping away, becoming nothing more than a distant dream. Deep down, he knew it was pointless to struggle. Even though he had won the duel and his father had intervened, the deal was made. He longed to see her again, but doubt gnawed at him. Was he doing the right thing? Could he even offer Lucille a better life? Even if he managed to break free and escape the guards, what then? How could he possibly get to Lucille, let alone get her out of the mansion? The Grand Knight Commander would hunt him down, and that would be the end. His father's deal wouldn't protect him from the Count's soldiers and their blades. They would likely kill him on sight, and his father would be powerless to stop it. "Is this it? Should I just give up?" Robert mumbled to himself as he gazed through one of the tiny slits in the carriage. The slits, barely large enough to see through, were designed only to let air in. The interior was barren, purposefully built to contain Tier 3 class holders. For him, a Tier 2 this was more than enough. There was no escape. The metal restraining him felt familiar, similar to the alloy used in the power armor he recently wore, and he wished he had it now. Thinking of the armor brought his brother, Roland, to mind. Their father had knocked Robert out before the two of them began their conversation, leaving him in the dark about what had happened afterward. Asking the soldiers for information was out of the question, as he couldn't afford to blow Roland's cover. His brother had always been secretive, a person who preferred to keep to himself. Yet whenever it mattered, he had been there for Robert. Memories of their childhood resurfaced, times when Robert used to pick on his younger brother, who only wanted to be left alone. A deep sense of shame settled over him as he recalled how he had treated Roland. He wondered if he was part of the reason his brother had fled the noble life. Robert couldn't blame him. Now he too found himself caught in the web of a noble's deal, possibly facing a long imprisonment. Whatever deal his father had made with the Count, it likely ensured that Robert would never see Lucille again. That thought weighed heavily on him, and it was something he might have to accept. "I should have just asked for help sooner, but now I have no room to complain." Slumping his shoulders, he began to wonder how different things might have been if he had turned to Roland for help from the start. His brother's magic and runes had proven far more powerful than he ever expected. Roland had created something that allowed Robert to win against a Knight Commander, one who had even been enhanced by illicit substances. With that kind of magical power, smuggling Lucille out of the mansion might have been easy, but instead, Robert had ruined it all. His recklessness had gotten them caught, and now he had to live with his choice. As the carriage trundled on, Robert sat in grim silence, his mind awash with regrets and self-pity. The rhythmic clattering of hooves became almost hypnotic, soothing him into a restless, half-conscious state. He had been so closer than he ever imagined to living a life with Lucille, but now it all seemed distant, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. At first, his only goal had been to impress his father, to rise above his brothers, and to prove his worth. He tossed himself into many battles against enemy soldiers and monsters alike. But now, as he sat in chains, he realized how meaningless that ambition seemed compared to what he had lost. What would becoming a Knight Commander even matter if he was never to see Lucille again? However, just when Robert felt he had hit rock bottom, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the horses faltered. He sensed the change immediately as the carriage began to slow down. Sitting up straighter, his instincts screamed that something was afoot. Peering through the familiar slit, he noticed a thick, smoky fog creeping in and enveloping the entire carriage. "Hold, hold." The commander's voice rang out sharply, and the carriage came to a grinding halt. Robert tried to peer through the narrow slits in the walls, but he couldn't make out what was happening. The chains holding him to the center of the prison carriage clinked as he shifted, and he could sense something was wrong. "Ambush," one of the soldiers outside shouted before abruptly falling silent, leaving the outside world eerily muffled. A monster attack, or did that bastard Graham decide to tie up loose ends? He muttered under his breath as the carriage shook violently. Something struck it hard, but he had no way of seeing what was happening. Robert knew Count Graham despised him, but he wasn't sure if the man had the nerve to break the deal he'd made with Robert's father. There were always ways to twist a written contract, though, and it was possible the Count had arranged this an assassination disguised as an ambush. But the soldiers guarding him were some of his father's elite troops. They wouldn't go down easily. A silencing spell. Are they really here to kill me? It was a common trick used by skilled killers, removing all sound from the vicinity. Most fighters relied on their ears just as much as their eyes, and sudden silence left them disoriented. Robert, however, could still sense the vibrations through the tight chains binding him. He felt the tremors from outside. It seemed that one by one, the soldiers and their horses were collapsing to the ground. Even the heavy carriage quivered from time to time. Then suddenly everything stopped. Silence engulfed him, and it seemed the battle was over. Is it over? His voice, previously muted by some kind of spell or ability, returned. But now he could hear something else, a strange, faint humming sound growing closer. The carriage he was trapped in was no ordinary vehicle. It had been specially designed, with a mechanism that prevented it from being opened until it reached its destination. The soldiers outside didn't have any keys, and the door could only be unlocked under very specific conditions. It was built to ensure that no one could escape, and more importantly, no one could get inside. Even if someone managed to steal the carriage, freeing its prisoner would be a tedious and difficult task. A magical pulse had likely already been triggered, alerting nearby troops to the disturbance. Reinforcements were probably on their way, but whether they'd arrived in time was uncertain. Out of nowhere, a red dot appeared above him, quickly growing in size. Suddenly, a searing ray of heat erupted at his side. Something had melted through the thick outer shell of the carriage's ceiling and was now moving in a slow, deliberate circle. It continued its motion, steadily burning through the reinforced plating while Robert was forced to sit and wait, helpless. At first, he assumed it was the work of a powerful mage, using advanced fire or heat magic to breach the armored carriage. But as he watched, he realized this wasn't raw, chaotic magic. There was a precision to it, as if someone were carving a perfect circle with a tool rather than using a wild spell meant to kill. This wasn't the work of an assassin intent on destruction. Whoever was behind this wasn't trying to harm the prisoner inside, they were being careful not to. Soon, the metal overhead groaned as a circular section of the roof came loose. But instead of crashing down into the carriage, it floated upward, then was tossed aside by whoever had cut it. Robert looked up to see a strange hooded figure, their face hidden behind a mask that resembled a goblin. The figure said nothing but reached out with a metallic hand. The moment they did, glowing magical symbols appeared on the shackles binding Robert's wrists and ankles. The symbols shifted, glowing brighter until a loud click echoed through the carriage, and suddenly he was free. If you could do this, why didn't you just open the door? Robert rubbed his now free wrists, fully aware of who the person above him was, though he couldn't understand why he had come back for him. His savior appeared a bit annoyed by his question, and as they answered, a ladder made of black rope and metallic steps was lowered. I had my reasons, just grab the ladder. He didn't hesitate and grabbed onto the lowered ladder. The person outside leaned back for a moment, allowing a strange contraption to come into view. It was dark outside, making it hard to see, but it resembled a winged bird made of metal. The rope ladder he clung to was connected to its underside, and once he had a firm grip, the contraption began to lift them into the air. The man with the goblin mask stood atop this strange floating device, which somehow pulled them both upward. As Robert passed through the circular opening, he could see all the soldiers who had been guarding him sprawled on the ground. Some were lightly injured, and there were holes in the earth indicating that explosions had occurred. Remarkably, no one appeared to be dead. Instead, they seemed to be in a deep slumber, covered by a strange, mist-like substance, most likely a type of sleeping gas. Robert felt a chill wash over his body as he was hit by the cool night breeze. His armor and thicker clothing were taken away from him, replaced by simple pants and a linen shirt that didn't protect him too well against the elements. Even so, the night air felt invigorating against his skin, a stark contrast to the oppressive confines of the carriage. He knew that the masked man was his brother. He wished to ask him about why he was here, but before he could, he called out to him instead. Hold on tight, this isn't over yet. It's not over. No, we still have one more person to rescue, don't we? As the metallic contraption soared above the treetops, Robert's heart raced. He had wanted to rescue his lover for the longest time but had given up all hope. Now his brother appeared to reignite that burning desire. Wait, you mean Lucille? Who else? Now shut up or you might bite your tongue or eat some bugs. His savior offered little explanation before the flying contraption began to glow. Suddenly, bright orange magic erupted from one side, propelling it into the night sky. The ladder he was gripping jolted back as they shot through the air faster than Robert had ever experienced before. The wind howled in Robert's ears as the glider sped through the night, slicing through the air with incredible speed. He clung tightly to the ladder, the cold metal steps biting into his palms, but the rush of adrenaline kept him focused. The forest blurred beneath them, and soon, the dense tree line gave way to a clear road, one leading to the city and estate that Lucille was in. I got him out. It should take them at least an hour to get to that carriage, but that doesn't mean that I won't have more time. Roland zoomed through the air on his glider, while his brother held onto the ladder below it for his dear life. While he wasn't as fast as a modern jet plane, he could infuse enough mana to get close to the speed of an older model plane with a speed up to 500 kilometers per hour. Robert's inclusion slowed him down slightly, but it was still fine. He had a reason for taking his time to open the wagon from the top and leaving most of the people inside unharmed. If he had tried to enter through the reinforced door, it would have triggered a signal, alerting those outside that something was wrong. The same would have happened if he had simply killed the soldiers, who were equipped with special devices that monitored their vital signs and in some cases even their souls. When it came to airborne creations, the world was still in its early stages of development. Small aircraft like this glider were unheard of, and only large airships were considered viable for air travel. Roland's main concern wasn't a rival aircraft, but flying beasts like wyverns, which people had tamed and used for airborne combat. Although their top speed was slower than what his glider could achieve, he wasn't eager to test his creation while carrying 2 passengers. As Roland and Robert raced through the night, Roland's mind was already calculating his next move. The rescue mission wasn't over yet. Getting Robert out had been the easy part, now came the real challenge, freeing Lucille from the heavily fortified estate of Count Graham. The city glowed with lantern light in the distance, but Roland took a detour, steering around it as he made his way toward Count Graham's estate. He wasn't sure what to expect, but for now their approach remained undetected. Some of his golems, previously deactivated, sprang back to life as he re-established his map. Dots representing key figures like the Count, his daughter, and the Grand Knight Commander appeared on the display, and for the moment, Roland had the upper hand. His pace began to slow as he approached the magical barrier surrounding the estate. Though his enemies seemed unaware of his presence, that didn't mean their defenses were weak. The mages who had arrived for the duel were still on site, and some of them weren't sleeping. If he didn't play his cards right, even a single spell could reveal their positions. He would need to approach the situation with precision and strategy. "Robert, can you hear me?" Why, yeah, his brother wasn't too used to the fast and turbulent flight, but he managed to gather himself and respond. "This is the point of no return, so before we go in I need to ask you, do you want me to take Lucille with us? I'm sure you know what this will mean for the both of you, right?" Roland had talked to both of them before and somewhat knew the answer to this question, but he still needed to make sure. If they entered the estate grounds and rescued Lucille, they would be crossing a line, something that they wouldn't be able to come back from. Robert took a deep breath, his grip tightening on the ladder as Roland's words sank in. This was at the point of no return. If they went through with this plan, if they rescued Lucille, it would mean defying his father, Count Graham, and possibly the entire noble class. The consequences would be severe, and there would be no turning back. His life would be forever changed. "Yes, I know, and still, I see. That's all I needed to hear, but before we go in I think you might need a change of clothes." "This is fucking crazy. Did I get infected by some virus?" Getting Robert out of that carriage was one thing, but this is just... Roland had freed his brother from house arrest, and it had been surprisingly easy. The guards in Wentworth hadn't anticipated any complications, and they didn't have the manpower to spare. His father had taken the official royal troops on a detour to rescue his son, but couldn't do the same when returning to his estate. Instead, he had left behind one of his elite units, which Roland neutralized with a few well-placed sleeping bombs. It wasn't overly difficult, and he made sure not to trigger any hidden beacons that might alert others to his presence. Most people wouldn't believe someone could take down 30 knights without killing a single one, so he had at least some time before they woke up. Once they did, they would likely inform Wentworth, and possibly the Count. His father might eventually question the Count about Robert's escape, or perhaps he had a mole somewhere who would relay the information. Either way, Roland knew he didn't have much time to complete this reckless mission. It was now or never. Maybe I should grab Robert and return in a month or two instead, he thought, starting to get cold feet. This estate had far more variables, making the situation tricky but possible. He had run countless calculations in his head, and while his victory seemed plausible, it wasn't within a range that allowed him to feel safe. He wondered why his approach to these situations had begun to change. He was still largely cold and calculating, but emotions were creeping in more than before. He wasn't alone anymore, and perhaps deep down, he no longer wanted to be. Am I just turning into an old geezer? I would probably be 47 by now. His true age was much greater than people assumed, and he wondered if he was simply becoming more emotional as he grew older. At times, he felt more like an older sibling or even an uncle to those around him. Logically, it might be better to let Lucille return to the tower. Even if she married someone in the coming months, they could likely sneak in and rescue her later. However, his brother would probably object to such a plan, and Roland himself had doubts about Graham's mental stability. While Graham didn't seem to be involved with any cults Roland knew of, he was uncomfortably at ease with using blood crystals. Graham would undoubtedly know that Robert was still out there, likely plotting to take his daughter away. This could push him to do something vile to keep her under control, a very real possibility. Striking now seemed like the best course of action, as no one would expect someone like him to be reckless enough to try. Is this really necessary? Won't they know it's us? Roland sighed at the question but quickly replied, they might suspect, but they won't have proof. That's what matters. Okay, but what are you doing? What does it look like? You're making a small hole with magic. But why? Robert returned from behind a bush, wearing an odd outfit, chainmail armor concealed beneath a heavy, dark orange robe. His head was still uncovered, but Roland handed him a helmet that would cover his entire face. Unlike the goblin mask Roland used, this one resembled the evolved goblin form and once worn would even disguise his brother's voice. Even if they were discovered, no one could prove it was them. Yes, it's a hole. Did you know some magical barriers extend underground? Sure, but did you know they're much weaker if you go deep enough? Roland added, focusing on the ground. Runes glowed on his metallic glove as he created a small circular hole, no wider than a gold coin. He fed a cable through the hole, extending it from his spatial rune, slowly snaking it downward and then upward until it surfaced a few meters away. Robert, watching this unfold, was puzzled by the long wire emerging on the other side. He knew there was some kind of invisible magical barrier in front of the bush where they were hiding, but he wasn't sure what the point of all this was. Then he noticed a small mechanical creature resembling a spider crawling toward the cable. It connected to a tiny port at the creature's rear. There we go, we're connected. Roland nodded, finally standing up, but his brother only had more questions. Connected to what? I suppose you could call it the Runic web. We don't have time for me to explain this, but this connection is essential to reach Lucille without being detected. We need to let her know about the plan, or she'll think we're some villains trying to abduct her in the middle of the night. I see, that does make sense. Robert had already spoken to Lucille through holograms before, so this wasn't entirely unfamiliar to him. Roland, however, was doing this for a more important reason, to confirm whether Lucille was truly willing to go through with this. He assumed she wanted to leave, but he needed to make sure she fully understood the gravity of the situation and what it would mean for both her and his brother's future. The path they would take would make them live like commoners, and he wasn't sure if she would be fine with abandoning it all. There we go, as before. Lucille used the golem that had snuck into her tower to communicate. Time was running out, so Roland decided against activating the holographic projector and instead stuck to just using their voices. He used his own armor and the back of his wrists as a microphone. Lucille, can you hear me? Yes, Sir Roland, is that you? Are you all right? My father won't tell me anything and there's been some kind of commotion. I'm fine. More importantly, I have Robert with me and we've come to take you away from here. Robert is with you. You want to take me away. Lucille's voice grew louder when Roland mentioned Robert and their plan to take her. Before he could explain further, his brother couldn't resist jumping in. Yes, Lucille, I'm here, I'm fine, and don't worry, we'll get you out of there. Get me out, W, what do you mean? What about my father? What's happening? Roland quickly placed his hand over Robert's face, shoving him aside from the communication rune. He knew that if these two started talking too much, they'd never get anywhere. While Lucille and Robert had spoken before about possibly running away together, they hadn't made any firm commitment to follow through. Lucille was clearly confused, and she might be afraid that Robert would just end up getting captured again after being freed. She might refuse them in an attempt to protect them both, something they would have to accept, no matter how difficult. Listen closely. I can tell that you're still in the same tower. We'll make our way to you and get you out through the window if that's what you want. If she wants, Robert reacted, confused at first, but he quickly understood what Roland was getting at. I want you to fully understand the situation. If you come with us now, your life as a noble may be over, at least for a while. I know you and Robert want to be together, and I can help you both settle on Dragny's Island in Valyrian territory. I can get you new identities, new work, but you likely won't be able to return home for some time, maybe not ever. Are you prepared for that? Roland paused, giving her a moment to absorb the gravity of the decision. All he could offer was a fresh start in Albrook, working with Arthur's people. Robert could become a knight there, and Lucille, who had attained the class of Rune Mage, could either work at Roland's shop or take on a role similar to Arian's, working with the dwarven craftsmen from the Union. It was a new life, but it would come at the cost of their old ones. They would need to abandon all the previous relationships, their old friends and family members included. Count Graham would undoubtedly leave no stone unturned in his search for his daughter. The only place that could shield them from his influence was Valyrian territory, which belonged to a rival faction, the powerful aristocrats. Even if Graham discovered where they were, his authority wouldn't extend there, and he wouldn't be able to send official forces to retrieve her. However, there was a possibility that the Duke could make a deal with him, so giving them new identities was a must. Never return home, she whispered, her voice barely audible. But what about my family, my father? Robert shifted uncomfortably, gripping the helmet he had been given. He wanted to comfort her, but he knew Roland was right to make her understand the full gravity of the situation. This wasn't just about escaping the estate, it was about leaving everything behind. No, it's difficult. Roland said gently, but look on the bright side. You'll get to be with my blockhead of a brother and won't be used as a bargaining chip to form new alliances. That's true, Lucille chuckled softly while Robert protested from the side. Hey, I'm not a blockhead and you should show some respect to your older brother. Maybe after you start acting like one. Roland retorted and then quickly returned to speaking with Lucille. You'll be leaving all the good things behind, sure, but also the bad. Sometimes that's worth it if you want freedom. You can trust me on that, I know it. Roland knew a thing or two about taking life into his own hands. After more than 10 years, he had finally managed to grasp it. He understood that many nobles despised their shallow lives, filled with fake parties and forced smiles. While Lucille needed to be fully aware of the consequences of leaving, it was also important to remind her of what she stood to gain: freedom. If they wanted, they could eventually leave Albrook altogether, embarking on an even greater journey. And who knew, Count Graham might eventually reconsider his stance. Some fathers were stubborn, but they often came around when their children were involved. All right, I've made up my mind. After a little pause, Lucille finally made a decision. What will it be then? Roland asked, fully prepared to turn the ship around. If she refused, then getting Robert back to his father wouldn't be much of a problem, and he could resume his life as if he was never rescued in the first place. He was also willing to bring him back to Albrook if he decided to leave the noble life behind, but first, they needed to hear what Lucille had to say. I want to go with you, Lucille said, her voice now firm. I don't care about the titles, or the estate, or any of it anymore. I just want to be free, and be with Robert. There was a long silence as Roland let her words settle. He knew the weight of her decision. For her, this wasn't just an impulsive escape, it was a final severing of ties with the life she had been born into. Understood, Roland finally said, his voice steady. We'll get you out, be ready by the window. We'll be there soon, and don't be surprised by what we are wearing and the monster masks. He cut off the communication, turning to Robert, who was now staring at the glowing horizon where Graham's estate loomed. His hands moved the strange helmet over his head, and he placed the hood over it to conceal his face. She's in, so are you ready to take her back? I'm more than ready, just tell me what to do. Roland nodded, turning his gaze toward the estate. The barrier ahead was a slight obstacle, but he had already prepared countermeasures to slip through it. Soon, a dark mist enveloped him as he stepped back onto the glider. Hovering upward, he extended the ladder down. Get on the ladder. You'll be the one keeping Lucille from falling. The glider wasn't designed to carry many people, and the ladder had been hastily rigged together. Robert would have to hold on tightly, both to the ladder and to Lucille, as they made their escape. He could use some mana to form a protective barrier around them, but that would only drain his energy faster. Flying took a lot out of him, and the runic batteries powering the aircraft would eventually run dry. Slowly, the two ascended into the air, their forms cloaked by several layers of concealment spells. They moved cautiously, avoiding any noise. As the glider rose toward Lucille's tower, Roland remained hyper-aware of his surroundings. They had slipped through the barrier undetected, but the estate was still crawling with knights and guards. Any wrong move could spell disaster. Luckily, most people were distracted by the recent duel and not fully paying attention to Roland's foolhardy plan. Roland hovered close to the tower where Lucille waited, ensuring the glider maintained altitude and stability despite the added weight of Robert on the ladder. It was quite late at night, but some people were still shuffling around. The estate below was quiet, but tension crackled in the air as if the whole place could wake up at any moment. Roland maintained focus on the glider, making sure it flew in the exact motion he wanted. There were several hotspots close to mages that he needed to avoid. He made sure to do it slowly, and eventually, they arrived at the tower window. Sir Robert, Sir Roland, is that really you? Yet not take a step back, I'll make the opening larger. The tower had been built to contain mages like Lucille. It featured several layers of magical defenses, and while blasting a hole in it was possible, a silent approach was far more prudent. For now, Robert hung from the ladder below, while Roland faced the small window. From within his robe, he pulled out a large rod. It had a grip at the back, but was otherwise a plain black shaft etched with runes. When Roland channeled magic into the grip, a bright light flared from its tip, melting the stone of the tower as he worked to enlarge the opening. Robert recognized the intense flame as it was the same one that had sliced through the thick ceiling of the carriage. They were enveloped in a thick mist that concealed the glow, and Roland wielded the device with trained precision. It had been designed specifically to avoid triggering any mana signatures. Using it, he could widen the window without setting off the tower's defenses, just as he had when rescuing his brother. The rock proved easier to cut through, and soon, Lucille stepped back as a large chunk broke free and fell away. As always, the surrounding mist muffled all sounds, creating the perfect conditions for a silent escape. Roland gave her a nod before gliding upwards, giving her and Robert a moment alone. Even without words, Lucille somehow always knew which brother was which. The instant Robert came into view, her eyes filled with tears, and she sprinted forward without hesitation. Lucille rushed forward. Her movements were filled with urgency, driven by emotions she'd been suppressing for far too long. Robert extended his arms, gripping the ladder tightly with one hand while he reached out for her with the other. She leaped into his embrace without hesitation, clinging tightly to him, her tears now streaming down her face. There was no need for words in that moment. Their reunion, after everything that had transpired, was enough. Everything was going smoothly as Roland nodded, signaling that it was time to move away from the tower. Yet, in all his careful calculations, he had overlooked one detail: the sheer volume of tears his future sister-in-law could produce. Her face was drenched, tears spilling down her chin and, to his horror, right towards a patrolling knight below. Roland tried to use his mana to halt the tears' descent, but by the time he noticed, it was already too late. A drop of salty liquid splashed onto the man's helmet as he took a moment to relieve himself in the bushes. This wasn't just any knight, but a Tier 3 class holder, entrusted with the important task of watching over the young lady. The subtle vibration of the droplet striking his armor caught his attention instantly. He glanced up, focusing on the source of the disturbance. His eyes narrowed as he spotted something strange. A dark fog hung in the air, obscuring his view of whatever lay beyond. The longer he stared, the more he realized something was amiss. The fog didn't belong there, and his instincts told him that something wasn't right. Eventually, his gaze caught a hint of movement within and prompted him to shout out, "In intruders. Why can't it be Plan A for once?" Roland sighed as the man started shouting, his multiple minds already working on switching to Plan B and getting them out of there alive. The knight's shout rang out, echoing through the estate, and the tension in the air snapped as the peaceful night turned into chaos. Roland's mind immediately raced into action, recalculating escape routes and strategies. The quiet, stealthy getaway was over, and now it was time for a mad dash. "Robert, hang on tightly, this might get rough," Roland shouted out, still managing to mask the surrounding sounds. He wasn't quick enough to stop the man below from yelling and casting large-scale spells. To stop the sound from escaping would just alert the mages. His original plan had been to slip away quietly, sticking to the shadows and leaving without a trace. But with the situation escalating, that option was off the table. It was time to shift tactics and make a lot of noise. Robert nodded, his grip tightening on Lucille. Their tearful reunion would have to wait. Securing her on the ladder below him, he wrapped one arm around her while using the other to brace himself. Though still emotionally overwhelmed, Lucille clung to Robert but managed to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, Roland was already activating the dormant golems he had placed in strategic locations throughout the area. More knights responded to the alarm, pouring out from nearby barracks and guard posts. Mages began to gather, and Roland could feel the telltale sound of defensive spells being woven around the estate. In seconds, the place would be on lockdown, but before anyone could react, Roland triggered his backup plan, activating self-destruct protocols. The text flashed across his private display. Moments later, the entire estate was engulfed in a series of explosions. A series of small but calculated explosions rippled through the estate, targeting strategic points that Roland had mapped out days in advance. He had no intention of causing unnecessary harm, but these controlled detonations served a dual purpose, disorienting the guards and mages while creating a chaotic escape route. The blasts weren't powerful enough to destroy structures, but were loud and bright enough to divert attention away from the glider. Roland gritted his teeth as the explosions roared beneath them. The quiet night had turned into a chaotic mess of fire and panic. The estate's once peaceful atmosphere was now filled with shouts, clanging metal, and the faint shimmer of magical shields forming around the guards. His original stealth plan was officially over. Here he comes, he is the biggest variable here. It was difficult to set off the bombs while ensuring the estate's regular staff remained unharmed. Roland understood that the people here, maids, butlers, stable hands, and other workers, were simply doing their jobs, powerless against the Count's unreasonable actions. Explosions echoed through the grounds, forcing many of them to drop to the floor, covering their ears. Some were even underage, and Roland had to make sure not to overdo it during their escape. Yet amidst all the chaos, only one person truly concerned him: Grand Knight Commander Liupold Goldfield. Even Roland's father had held a measure of respect for the man. In a direct confrontation, Roland feared he wouldn't stand a chance, especially while navigating on the glider and trying to get Robert and Lucille to safety. That's why he had to lure Liupold away, and to pull it off, he would use the man's own Tier 3 class against him. Release the young lady. Liupold had arrived at the scene, fully armored and radiating authority, his magical sword glowing ominously, ready to cut down anyone in his path. Roland knew that staying incognito was crucial, and for that he needed to craft a new persona. Wayland, the rune mage, had always been stoic and reserved. This time, however, Roland decided to take a different approach. He adjusted the voice modulator, lowering his usual tone and adopting a higher-pitched, more chaotic voice. Isn't it the Grand Commander himself? Are you sure you shouldn't be somewhere else?" Roland knew that Liupold possessed a unique class, Champion of Lords. While the specifics were unclear to him, Roland had a general idea of how it functioned. Knights could swear oaths that enhanced their abilities, and Liupold's class seemed to amplify this further. By pledging himself to a specific lord, Liupold likely received significant boosts to his stats and perhaps even unique skills. But what would happen if that lord was no longer around? Would Liupold prioritize protecting the lord's child, or would he be driven to defend the one person whose existence empowered him? That explosion. It came from the direction of the Lord Count. Liupold was moments away from launching an attack when a deafening explosion reverberated from deeper within the estate. Roland had discreetly positioned several of his golems throughout the grounds, and one had been strategically placed in Graham's study exactly where the Count was now. Roland had waited for Liupold to confront him before setting off that particular explosion, knowing it would force the Grand Commander to reassess his priorities. Without Graham, Liupold's power could be severely diminished and perhaps even permanently crippled by a persisting debuff. Why, you fiend? Ha ha ha, maybe this will help you decide. He did his best villain impersonation while throwing tens of bombs in all directions. They looked like simple spheres, but were more like devastating grenades with various effects. The spheres hurtling toward the ground triggered an explosion of colors, sounds, and magic. Some erupted in flashes of blinding light, others released clouds of thick smoke, and a few let out high-pitched screeches designed to overwhelm the senses. The knights and mages below were thrown into disarray, some scrambling for cover, others frantically casting defensive spells to shield themselves from the unknown threat. Liupold, the Grand Knight Commander, was caught off guard by the sheer audacity of Roland's tactics. His focus wavered between the possible threat to the Count and the intruders escaping with Lucille. It was a situation that demanded an immediate decision, and for a man of his rank and responsibility, leaving his lord unprotected was unthinkable. Gritting his teeth, he turned toward the direction of the explosion in the estate and took off to save the man he swore an oath to. You won't get away with this. He snarled before sprinting toward the Count's quarters. However, while running back towards the estate, he imbued his blade in a red aura and started slicing at the air. Crimson blades of energy formed and shot out toward Roland's glider. The blades of energy cut through the air with deadly precision, each one aimed at crippling the glider, or worse, severing the ladder where Robert and Lucille clung. Roland's instincts screamed at him to act fast. Brace yourselves down there, Roland shouted, motioning the glider in a sharp dive to avoid the first barrage. The crimson blades whizzed past, dangerously close, slicing through the misty air and tearing through the space where the glider had been just moments before. This guy is insane. What if any of these aura blades hit Lucille? Robert gritted his teeth, holding Lucille tightly as the glider made a sharp, stomach-churning dip. Lucille stifled a gasp, burying her face into Robert's chest, her fingers clutching onto his armor as if her life depended on it. This attack was somewhat unexpected, but within his calculations. Liupold did pull his punches as all the blades had been aimed directly at the glider or Roland standing on it. Nevertheless, it seemed he wasn't overly concerned about Lucille's safety in this situation, or at least, he trusted his skill enough to avoid hitting her. The mages and archers were withholding their fire as they weren't as convinced. Roland cursed under his breath, realizing he couldn't afford to keep dodging much longer. The glider's movements were sharp and evasive, but it wasn't built for prolonged aerial maneuvers under fire. While dodging, one of the aura blades nicked his hood, revealing the goblin mask underneath. Some people glanced up, the moonlight catching the sight of the gliding figure dressed as a goblin. His laughter echoed through the estate as another wave of bombs rained down, throwing the entire place into chaos. As Liupold paused his barrage and rushed into the estate to rescue his lord, the glider zipped upward, gaining altitude. A few bombs were hurled at the magical barrier, which had been strengthened by the mages. A hole quickly formed, just large enough for the trio to slip through, as the glider sped away from the turmoil below. Roland piloted with precision, quickly dodging any remaining spells or arrows fired in their direction. A few well-placed bombs collided with the projectiles to give them a smoke screen during their escape. Behind them, the estate was now a scene of utter panic and confusion, knights scrambling, mages frantically casting emergency wards to contain the damage. But for now, the trio had made their escape. They were now out, the moonlight hanging over them as they sped through the horizon. Roland adjusted the glider's trajectory, keeping it steady as they put more distance between themselves and the estate. His heart still raced, but he allowed himself a moment to exhale. The most dangerous part was over, at least for now. He glanced down at Robert and Lucille, still clinging to each other on the ladder below. Robert's grip was tight, his arm wrapped protectively around Lucille, who had finally stopped crying. Her face was streaked with tears, but her expression was now one of quiet determination. We're clear for now, but we need to keep moving. We'll head straight to the Mage Tower. We'll need their teleportation gate to truly get to safety. He was relieved that he no longer had to maintain the villainous facade. Cackling maniacally while tossing bombs everywhere wasn't exactly his style. He needed to minimize his mana usage by relying on external projectiles, and he also wanted to display a different fighting style in front of Liupold and Graham. If he used any of his old devices, they would quickly identify him. Even if they suspected who he was, it would be difficult for them to bring him to justice, especially after he triggered a few special explosions within the estate. All of his golems had been destroyed during the escape, and he couldn't afford to leave any trace of his old technology behind. As a result, he had no way of knowing whether they were being pursued and could only hope his plan would work. He had made some arrangements to slow down any potential chasers. Robert I. Og, oh, sorry, it would be better if you don't open your mouth while we are flying. There are a lot of bugs out here. Lucille was about to have a heartfelt conversation with Robert, but just as she opened her mouth, a fly flew in, interrupting her. As they sped through the air, they couldn't quite reach the full 500 kilometers per hour due to the weight of 3 passengers, but they were still flying at nearly half that speed. Robert had to hold on tightly to her while standing on the ladder being pulled behind the glider. That's disgusting ye. Luckily, Lucille was also a mage. After chanting a spell, she managed to create a mana shield around herself and Robert, protecting them from the cold winds and any small insects. Once the shield was in place, she was finally able to speak and voice her concerns. But what about my father? He'll definitely try to chase us. His men are probably already on their way, and Liupold will certainly come. Don't worry, they won't be able to follow us that easily. I've left a few presents behind, he replied with confidence before pulling out a large scroll from his side. The runes on it were quite small and hard to make out, but it was clearly one of his works. After channeling mana into it, Roland's entire form began to glow a deeper green. From his body, multiple copies of himself, the glider, and even Robert and Lucille appeared. The illusions scattered in different directions, while the real trio continued toward the Mage Tower. It'll take them some time to figure out where we flew away, and the night will provide us some shelter. Now hold tight, I'll be going all out. While Roland assured his brother and his lover about the situation, he could only hope that his plan was working. Back at the estate, he had set off multiple bombs, but not only them. He knew that the estate had not only horses, but even a few other creatures that could even keep up with his glider, which was running at half speed. He could only continue to hope while flying through the air and erasing their tracks. Liupold, what are you doing here? What about my daughter? Lord, you are safe. Of course I am safe. Now tell me, what about my daughter? A few moments earlier, Grand Commander Liupold had rushed into Count Graham's study. There, he found his lord surrounded by other knights mostly unharmed, though slightly rattled by the sudden explosion. The Count was covered in some dirt, but otherwise fine, and to Liupold's surprise, the same could be said for most of the other people in the estate. The bombs had been loud and stirred up a lot of dust, but they weren't nearly as deadly as expected. The level of destruction didn't match the intensity of the noise. As Liupold surveyed the area, he realized that few people were seriously injured. Most were simply dazed by the bright lights and loud sounds. Only the soldiers who had directly confronted the mysterious figure on the glider had sustained any injuries. Liupold, what are you doing? Report now. Liupold straightened up, still catching his breath from the mad dash through the estate. Lord Graham, there was an intrusion. A small group infiltrated the estate, and they've taken Lady Lucille. The Count's face darkened as he clenched his fists, his voice trembling with a mixture of rage and desperation. Taken, my daughter is gone. Yes, my lord. The intruders were well prepared. It seems they anticipated our defenses. I could only get a glimpse of the leader. He wore a goblin mask and used strange magical explosives. Graham's eyes flared with rage, but beneath the fury, Liupold saw something else: fear. For all of Graham's posturing and arrogance, he had never anticipated losing control of his own daughter. What are you standing here for? Get her back. Liupold winced at the Count's tone, but quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. He was afraid to mention that he chose to come here when he was in striking range of the abductor. However, it wasn't over yet. They still had methods of pursuing the goblin mask, and he quickly barked out orders to his troops. Prepare the griffin. I will personally lead the chase. Liupold's voice was steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. The knights around him scrambled to follow his command, rushing to prepare the griffin, a powerful, fast creature probably capable of tracking down the glider through the sky. While a lot of nobles preferred to use wyverns, Graham had established a platoon of griffin riders. However, once they arrived at the stables, the extent of the enemy plan finally became noticeable. What's wrong with the griffins? Liupold asked one of the stable hands, who was leaning up against the walls in a dazed state. My lord, before he could finish the sentence, he collapsed into a slumber, and it became clear that the beasts along with the stable workers had been drugged. As Liupold stepped closer, he noticed the subtle, lingering scent of a potent sleeping agent that had been released into the stables. The once mighty griffins, now slumbering peacefully, were utterly useless for any immediate pursuit. The stable hands, barely conscious, were in no condition to explain exactly what had happened, but it was clear to Liupold that this was part of the intruders' meticulous planning. "Yes, Sir Grand Commander. What is it? Just say it. The air is filled with some kind of anti-magic reagents. We are unable to determine where that man escaped to, and it will take us some time to regain our magic." One of the mages gathered there reported. Liupold couldn't see it clearly, but a strange silvery mist hung over the estate. The mages they had assembled were acting oddly, and this seemed to be the reason. Liupold's frustration mounted as he surveyed the scene of chaos. The intruders had covered every angle, and it was clear that pursuing them wouldn't be easy. "Time is not on our side. Prepare the horses." "Sir, the horses are also affected, of course. They are contact the soldiers outside the estate then. I will pursue on foot." He could hear the Count's angry voice echoing from within the estate. Things didn't look well, and he would probably be blamed for it if the young lady didn't return to the estate. High above the forest, Roland, Robert, and Lucille continued their flight, the gliders sailing smoothly through the cool night air. With the wind now at their backs, Roland began to relax slightly, though his mind never stopped calculating. He glanced over his shoulder at Robert and Lucille, who were being pulled along by the ladder attached to the glider. The two seemed to be more at ease now that they had gained distance from the estate, but he couldn't truly fathom what they were feeling. "How are you two holding up?" "We aren't far from the city. If we get to the Mage Tower, we should be safe," Roland called out, his voice still intentionally more menacing than usual. He had finally had some time to process what he had done, but he still wasn't sure if it was truly the right thing, even if it felt like it. Perhaps he could have waited a few months before launching the rescue mission, but maybe this was for the best. He couldn't be certain how Lucille and Robert would have fared if he had withheld his help. Letting them end up like Romeo and Juliet was a real possibility if they were separated for too long. But as things stood now, they wouldn't be able to continue living as they had before, constantly in hiding, with the looming threat that their parents might find them and drag them back, a fate Roland had endured for many years. "We're fine, but are we going to make it? The sun is about to rise. Are you sure about the gate?" "It should be fine," Robert asked, but Roland wasn't sure how to reply. He had flown out of the Mage Tower in the middle of the night. The old mage in the tower was nice enough to lend him a room to cool down, but he wasn't sure if he would just let them use the gate that easily. The mages must have been aware of his departure, and word of Lucille's abduction had probably reached them. While this world didn't have cell phones, it did have crystal balls that could forward information fast. Roland had to assume that Graham's forces had reached out here to ask for help. While he used a diversion tactic, each city had probably been alerted to what had transpired a few hours ago. "What do you mean it should be fine?" "Well, the teleportation gate should have cooled down by now, so we can use it to get out of here." "That sounds promising," Robert replied in a relieved tone, but was instantly shot down by Roland's next words. Yes, I was afraid there would be a but." Robert chuckled awkwardly. Lucille, meanwhile, remained quiet. The stress of the situation weighed heavily on her, and the exhaustion from sleepless nights was starting to show. "Yeah, I wish this was over too, but we still need to keep up the facade and take control of the tower for a bit." Roland wished he could simply walk over to the kind old mage and ask him to activate the gate, but that would risk revealing his true identity. He'd managed to mask his mana pattern and had even prepared special runic bombs that spread anti-magical powder, which would help neutralize any nearby mages. The powder had an added effect: it dispersed surrounding mana, creating a temporary, dead mana zone. This would not only block mages from casting spells, but also prevent detection spells from working, keeping his secret safe even if specialist mages tried to uncover the truth later. "I see. But can you really take over an entire mage tower by yourself?" "Well, I don't need to take over the whole tower," Roland replied to Robert's question. "We just need to get into the teleportation gate chamber. From there, it should be fine. We'll be there soon, so get ready and try not to talk." Roland knew that if he tried to arrange a meeting or showed his non-goblin helmet, Graham could easily ask the mages to reveal his true identity, handing it to him on a silver platter. While the Count could be certain it was Roland behind all of this, without concrete evidence, Roland could still deny it. The glider sped toward the Mage Tower, its silhouette cutting through the first light of dawn. The sky was beginning to shift, hues of purple and orange creeping across the horizon, reminding Roland of how little time they had left. His mind raced, calculating every detail of their next move. Robert and Lucille clung to the ladder below, both still shielded by the mana barrier Lucille had conjured, but it was beginning to waver. "Hold on tight, we are almost safe." They arrived at the city gates just as dawn broke. The magic Roland had been using to conceal himself wouldn't work as well in the daylight, but it didn't matter anymore. It was time to end this journey into the kingdom and return home. From his spatial storage, he summoned replacement batteries, letting them float into the glider's compartment to swap out the old ones. He also drank a high mana potion, restoring some of his energy for the final stretch. What's that?" one of the guards atop the city gates muttered, squinting at the sky. Eventually, the soldiers on and below the gates spotted their glider, glinting in the early light. Some of the sun's reflection flashed across their faces, but it was already too late. Roland pushed the glider to near top speed, despite carrying 2 extra passengers. They zoomed past the guards, who scrambled to react. As they disappeared from sight, a loud bell rang out behind them, echoing across the city, an alarm signaling that someone had infiltrated its airspace. People who had awoken to start their work all looked up as something sped through the sky, a dark silhouette streaking toward the Mage Tower. The citizens of the city murmured in confusion, wondering what was happening, but Roland had no time to worry about being seen. With the sun rising, they had to move fast before more defenses were activated. "We're almost there," Roland shouted back to Robert and Lucille, his voice still carrying a hint of tension. The glider hurtled toward the tall, imposing structure of the Mage Tower, its shape looming over the city like a silent lighthouse. Despite the chaotic escape, Roland's calculations were precise. He had mapped the city from previous visits, and his glider's trajectory was exact. As they neared the tower, he focused on locating one of the other balconies on the same level he started this gliding adventure. The Mage Tower was surrounded by an array of magical wards and defensive enchantments designed to prevent unauthorized access. However, Roland had been inside before and left behind a device to help him gain entry. Hidden in the room with the balcony he had previously occupied, the device resembled an ordinary cube. Now that he was back, its surface began to glow, revealing multiple runes. Once activated, the device connected to his suit and opened a wide gap in the tower's defenses, allowing them to glide through to another nearby balcony. After completing its task, the device melted into a puddle of metal, erasing all evidence of its existence. The whole tower was instantly in an uproar, but they were too slow to react. As the glider approached the balcony, Roland leaned forward, steering with precision. With a final burst of speed, they shot through the gap in the defenses and landed on the stone ledge with a jolt. The glider skidded to a halt, and Roland jumped off, quickly checking his surroundings. Robert flew forward with the momentum and landed on his 2 feet, with Lucille still in his arms. He wobbled for a moment, but managed to steady himself in spite of his exhausted state. The balcony was deserted just as the previous one. Roland exhaled in relief, but knew the hard part was far from over. He waved Robert and Lucille forward. "We don't have much time. We need to get inside the tower and reach the gate chamber before they lock everything down." Both Robert and Lucille nodded at Roland's instructions and remained silent. Meanwhile, Roland dropped a circular device on the floor, activating a timer that began to beep softly. His glider merged seamlessly into his suit as he expanded the entrance to one of his spatial spaces. With everything securely stowed away, he hurled a runic bomb toward the door for a dramatic entrance. The door shattered instantly, a cloud of smoke billowing up as they proceeded straight into the chamber with the gate. Roland appeared on the other side and swiftly tossed more runic spheres. While they exploded, they caused minimal damage to the surroundings, serving instead to temporarily blind and disable any potential attackers. They also scattered anti-magic powder into the air, neutralizing any spells that might be cast in his direction. As long as the powder didn't drift his way, Roland could continue casting without issue, as runic spells required only his pre-made runes and nothing more. The trio rushed through the smoke-filled corridor, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls of the Mage Tower. Roland's calculated strikes had bought them precious time, but they all knew that it wouldn't last. Robert carried the exhausted Lucille, who was still clutching his arm, her face pale but resolute. The exhaustion from her sleepless nights and the mental strain from her abduction had taken its toll, but she steeled herself. Roland led the way, tossing his pre-made bombs around, startling the mages he encountered. Although he felt guilty for causing the disruption, he knew it had to look convincing. Fortunately, the gate room wasn't far, and soon the trio slid under it before it fully closed itself. The Mage Tower had an artificial spirit similar to Sebastian, and it was reacting as a defensive measure, sealing every door in the vicinity, trying to trap him while also protecting the mages going about their business. What is the meaning of this? To Roland's dismay, the same friendly mage who had helped him earlier was in the chamber, mid-breakfast, though that meal would have to wait. When he was past the door, he made sure to throw a special concoction he got from Rasrix. After it collided with the closed door, it turned into a sticky substance that soon crystallized and hardened. "Don't try anything funny, old man, and you won't get hurt," Roland warned him, though he didn't want to resort to it. He tossed one of his remaining disabling bombs in the man's direction. The mage was around tier 2 and had a few enchanted items capable of producing a mana shield. Though he managed to endure the fake flashing explosion, he soon found himself unable to channel mana. "Anti-magic powder," the man muttered, bewildered. Before he could react further, a gust of wind flew his way, bringing along the smell of sleeping mist. Roland had cast the spell, ensuring the old mage didn't suffer too much, and just went to bed. The gate stood before him, inactive but within reach. Now he just needed to activate it and they would be back home. "Why, you fool," the mage gasped while trying to remain conscious. "That gate won't activate with the tower in this state. You've just trapped yourself here." Eventually, the old mage slumped unconscious. Roland, however, was unfazed. He had anticipated this complication. His extensive research on teleportation gates had prepared him for this moment. For a runesmith of his caliber, cracking the protective measures wouldn't be an issue, it would just take a few moments. Give me some time. Robert and Lucille huddled together while he worked on the gate. He could tell that the tower had been sealed now, but also that they were getting visitors from the outside. The local guards and soldiers belonging to the DeVere estate were starting to swarm this place. He probably didn't have more than 5 minutes before they arrived here, and then maybe a minute before they broke through the crystallized wall he made. Time was against them, but he continued to work. His hand resided on the gate, and the runes on it started to slowly hum into life. Their glow indicated that he was taking over their software and rigging it in such a way that he could fully control it. Roland worked furiously on the teleportation gate, his fingers moving over the ancient runes as he attempted to recalibrate their position. Without the tower spirit on his side, he needed to calculate everything by hand and connect with his tower back home. He would not be retreating into the Institute, but going directly back to Albrook. Once the connection was established, he would let Sebastian keep the connection going from the other side, but at the moment, he needed to do everything with his own head. I hear footsteps, they are coming, how much longer? Robert whispered, his voice barely audible over the clicking and clacking of the gate that had almost fully lit up with runes. Not long, just keep an eye on the door. Roland responded while trying to keep it together. While the others couldn't see it, his face was looking pale. He was really struggling with wrestling control from the tower spirit, but he was close to achieving his goal. Suddenly, just as some slams were heard from the door side, the gate finally sprung to life, and soon the familiar blue light appeared in the middle. You did it. Suddenly, the first cracks appeared in the crystallized wall he had created. The soldiers were trying to break through, and the vibrations from their repeated strikes sent small tremors through the room. Go, now. Roland shouted, his eyes fixed on the gate as it pulsed with energy, stabilizing for the teleportation. Robert didn't hesitate, he rushed forward, pulling Lucille along. Once they were in front of the gate, both of them stopped to look at the man responsible for all of this and then promptly jumped through it. We are in. Who is that? What's with that mask? Stop this instant, you fiend. He ignored the shouts of soldiers and mages rushing toward him, his mind fully preoccupied with holding the gate steady. His mana reserves had already dropped below 10%, leaving him with a splitting headache. Everything here had to be done through his own power, but somehow he managed. Just as the crowd surged in, he decided to use the last of his bombs before quickly diving through the gate himself. Those left behind cried out, shielding their faces and eyes. The one they had been trying to apprehend was gone, but this wasn't their only problem. The once vibrant, deep blue hue of the gate began turning an ominous red. The runes that lined its circular structure started sizzling and melting away. With a resounding tremor, the gate collapsed, sealing off any chance of pursuing the trio. Chaos erupted within the mage tower as soldiers and mages scrambled to assess the damage. All that remained were the shattered remnants of the gate. Their target had vanished, and now they faced a crippled teleportation system, with no way to track where the hoodlums had fled. On the other side of the teleportation gate, Roland tumbled forward, landing hard on the stone floor of his workshop in Albrook. His limbs ached from exhaustion, and his head throbbed with the strain of maintaining the connection. As he rolled over onto his back, panting heavily, he heard Robert and Lucille's voices nearby. We made it. Roland slowly sat up, wiping sweat from his brow. His body screamed for rest, but he couldn't afford to collapse just yet, not before introducing his brother and sister-in-law to the others. He sensed someone rushing to greet him, accompanied by another figure too large to fit into the elevator that could bring them here. A smile crept across his face as he finally removed the mask and helmet he had been wearing. 3 words escaped his lips, signaling the end of this long journey. I am home. However, while resting, something began to bother him. He grabbed his helmet once more and placed it over his head. Bringing up his mapping device to check, he noticed something was off. The dot descending in the elevator clearly belonged to his wife, Elodia, and everyone he expected to be there was accounted for. But for some reason, someone who was supposed to have arrived before him was missing. Something was wrong. Master, how can I assist you? Contact the Institute. I need to speak with Arian. Please wait, executing task. A small glowing orb of light floated in front of Roland's face. It was Sebastian, the artificial spirit of his workshop, who had recently begun learning new words. Sebastian functioned much like an AI. While he carried out the task, Roland focused on trying to understand why he couldn't locate one particular person at home. He even connected to the city's monitoring system, but still couldn't track down his missing friend. Is everything all right? Are there more enemies nearby? Before Roland could resume his search, he heard a voice call out from the side. After turning his head, he saw his brother Robert and Robert's companion, Lucille, standing together, holding hands. Robert had removed his hobgoblin mask and parts of his armor. Roland quickly realized why they seemed concerned, as he must have looked strange, pacing around and shouting orders to a glowing orb as if there was an imminent threat. No, you can both relax. This place is safe. We're back in Albrook at my home. We're just underground. Count Graham won't be able to find you here, nor will Wentworth Arden. These are Valyrian lands. Even if they wanted to track you, it would be extremely difficult for them to get here. Relief washed over Robert and Lucille as they clung to each other, taking in the dim surroundings of Roland's underground workshop. Despite the cold, impersonal walls of stone and metal, it was a haven far away from the turmoil that had haunted them for so long. Robert said, his voice somewhat weak. He looked quite tired from the whole ordeal, and it was probably better to give these two a room to rest in as they looked exhausted. Lucille managed a weak smile, her eyes quivering as she tried to keep herself from dozing off. The space around them didn't feel particularly welcoming. It was mostly an empty laboratory. Roland had only managed to set up a teleportation gate here, while Sebastian's core was housed in another room. Aside from a few workbenches and chairs, there was little else. It would probably be best to guide Robert and Lucille to the elevator and let them get some fresh air. He had a guest room in his home where they could stay while he figured out what to do next. Now that Robert and Lucille were here, Roland knew he would need to create new identities for them. He considered crafting a new suit of armor for Robert, one that would conceal his identity and alter his voice. Robert could pose as one of Arthur's knights, working under Morian or Gareth, both of whom were now Tier 3 knights. Robert's level was high for Tier 2, and with some runic scrolls, Roland believed he could help his brother reach Knight Commander status soon. Hiding Robert's identity wasn't only necessary because of Count Graham. Robert had also served in the royal army and held an official rank. While he had completed several skirmishes and been granted leave, it wasn't indefinite. Although no one could object when Lord Marshal Arden took him, Robert could be considered a deserter if he didn't return. Roland and Robert had discussed this before, but it was clear Robert preferred being labeled a deserter over letting the love of his life, Lucille, become a bargaining chip through noble marriage. As for Lucille, the laws didn't bind her in the same way. She could renounce her de Vere title, but her father could still use his influence to drag her back. The laws in this world heavily favored the nobility, and her feelings would matter little. Roland thought about designing a robe for her, something lighter than runic armor, but with some of its functionalities. As a rune mage, Lucille could make good use of his work, as she had the required passive skills. Altering her voice and concealing her identity with a mask wouldn't be difficult, and she could easily work at his workshop or with the Dwarven Union. You also have my gratitude, Sir Roland, if it wasn't for why. Careful, Roland could tell they were both utterly exhausted, and to make matters worse, Arian wasn't picking up. With Sebastian around, he could always take the call through his helmet once the connection went through. But for now, it was more important to take care of his sibling. Let's get you two somewhere to rest. You need sleep. We can talk more once you've recovered. He gestured toward the elevator that would take them up and out of the underground workshop. It wasn't far, and it would lead them directly outside. However, to no surprise, the elevator was already occupied. At first, Roland thought only one person was inside, but he quickly realized his mistake when the door slid open with a soft ding. Awwaf, Agni, your tail is in my face. Please stop moving. I told you to wait outside. Whoa, it was quite a sight. Agni, Roland's large companion, had curled up tightly to fit inside the elevator. His fur covered a woman, his wife, who looked both amused and mildly annoyed. In his sunlight form, Agni appeared fluffier than in his secondary ruby appearance, and while the flames were off, the ride must have been uncomfortable for her. She managed to squeeze her way out of the cramped elevator, but Agni was having a harder time. As he tried to shift after she exited, the elevator groaned, shaking as if the metal would buckle under the strain. Agni, stop moving, you're going to damage the elevator, Roland said in an annoyed tone. His words were met with a soft whimper from Agni, clearly not enjoying the tight quarters or that he was being reprimanded by his master. Roland, are you all right? Take off that helmet and let me see your face. Before he could continue to be angry at Agni, he looked down to his wife, Elodia. Although he had informed her of his entire plan and everything that had transpired at the de Vere estate, that didn't mean she wasn't worried. He couldn't dismiss her feelings, so he decided to remove his helmet, revealing a face that looked quite sleep-deprived. You're so pale, Elodia's eyes widened as she took in the sight of him, her concern evident. She stepped closer, brushing her fingers gently over his cheek. They shared a tender moment, but then her hand shifted, fingers pinching his cheek and tugging at it. You haven't been sleeping for days again, have you? I'm sorry. Roland could tell that his wife was unhappy with his state. In their previous conversations, he had omitted the extent of their workload, knowing she would disapprove of his tendency to pull multiple all-nighters in a row. Despite being a Tier 3 class holder and having access to elixirs, his body still needed proper rest. What will I ever do with you? She had been frowning for a moment, but after sighing and shaking her head, Elodia's expression softened. Her concern for him clearly outweighed any frustration. Gently, she took his hand in hers while turning towards Robert and Lucille. Are these two? Yes, that's Robert and Lucille. They will be staying with us for a while. Elodia glanced at both of them and could tell they were barely holding on and needed rest. However, one problem remained. Agni was still stuck in the elevator and needed help getting out. Roland hurried over, grabbed his paws and started pulling. Eventually, the large wolf managed to squeeze his way out. Hey, stop! Agni showed no mercy, licking Roland's face enthusiastically while wagging his tail like a propeller. Luckily, the ceiling in this underground part of the workshop was high enough, so fitting the horse-sized sunlight wolf wasn't much of an issue. Once he was out, Roland took a moment to ask his wife about the missing person, someone that should be here. Is Bernier somewhere? He should have arrived before me. Did he contact you? After a resounding push, Roland managed to get Agni off. The wolf snorted with his nose but still let his tongue flop out before barking like a dog a few times. Bernier? No, but isn't he at the Institute? Maybe he is just having a good time with those other blacksmiths. You mentioned that they did accept him. Perhaps this was the crux of the current problem. Lucille and his brother were now safe, but his assistant was missing. He didn't want to use the teleportation gate in Graham's territory and directly link it here, as that would reveal the coordinates of this one. The Institute had these coordinates, but no one else did, at least for now. If his enemies linked his previous green disguise to this teleportation gate, they could uncover his true identity. That's why he had told Bernier to go to the Institute first, then return home with Arian's help. There had been enough time for Bernier to return by now, but he was still missing. Perhaps he was worrying for nothing and Bernier had simply stayed behind to chat with his newfound friends. But for some reason, his instincts were telling him something was wrong. There were a few reasons Bernier might not have returned, and one of them involved a certain powerful mage, a possibility that deeply concerned him. Master Professor Arian is waiting on line 1. Would you like me to bring him up? Before Roland could ask for clarification, a ball of light floated closer. It seemed Arian had finally picked up the call, and Roland would be able to ask directly about Bernier's whereabouts. Roland hesitated for a moment, but Elodia shook her head, already knowing what he was about to say. I'll take these two upstairs. Just finish up here and come eat something. We'll talk later. Though his wife was a bit pouty, Roland could only smile slightly. He turned to Robert and Lucille, who had yet to meet Elodia in person. When they visited 5 years ago, Elodia had still been working as a receptionist at the local adventure guild. They might have seen her during their time in the city, but never with him around. While Roland had kept in touch with Lucille after their departure, their conversations rarely touched on his love life. Instead, they had focused on what his brother had been up to. I suppose I should introduce you. Robert, Lucille, this is my wife, Elodia. Robert blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard by this news. He knew that Roland had been married through Lucille's letters, but he had never seen his wife. Lucille, on the other hand, gave a weak smile, her tired eyes flickering as she tried to keep herself awake. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lucille managed to speak, but her voice was barely above a whisper. Elodia smiled warmly, her earlier concern giving way to more welcoming demeanor. The pleasure is mine. We'll talk more after you've rested. You both look like you could use a long nap. Please go with Elodia, she'll show you to your room. Get some rest, you two. Oh, our room? You mean we'll be sharing the same one? Robert held Lucille close but looked bashful for some reason. Yes, is that a problem? A problem? No, not a problem at all. Elodia caught on quickly and chuckled. Roland had asked her to prepare the guest room, which had only one large bed, suited for a couple. It seemed, though, that his brother and Lucille had been in more of a long-distance relationship. Sharing a room and one bed might feel awkward for them, but after what they had just been through, it shouldn't matter much now. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Just don't take too long and come up soon. I will, Roland replied, watching as the three entered the elevator and ascended. He was left alone with a calmer Agni and the low hum of the runes. There was no time to waste. He needed to get to the bottom of this mystery. His assistant Bernier was indeed missing, and he wasn't anywhere near Albrook. The only explanation was that he was at the Institute, and Roland feared he already knew the reason why. Sebastian, pull up Arian on the main monitor. Yes, master. The main monitor flickered to life, casting a cold, pale light across the dim room. As the image sharpened, it revealed Arian, the distinguished professor from the Institute. His face was much too close to the Runic camera he was using. It made his feline face look much larger than it should and enhanced his feline eyes to look especially large. Professor Wayland, it's good to see you. Oh dear, I think we have a small problem, Arian said while adjusting himself slightly to bring his face into a more proportionate view. Despite the professor's usual calm demeanor, there was a hint of concern in his feline eyes that immediately put Roland on edge. What kind of problem? Roland wanted to know, but first, he needed to find out what had happened to Bernier. Before that, do you know where my assistant is? Is he still at the Institute with you? Arian's whiskers twitched slightly and his eyes narrowed. Ah, yes, Bernier, about that. Well, it seems that he's being detained. Roland's voice hardened and his fatigue vanishing in an instant. He had assumed something like this would be the case, but he still had some hope that he was wrong. By whom? For what reason? The screen flickered for a moment as Arian adjusted the device he was using. His feline face shifted into a more neutral expression before he responded. I'm afraid the headmistress herself has ordered it. She didn't explain much to me, but she's prevented him from using the teleportation gate to return to you. To make things worse, she also forbade me from using it. Headmistress Arvandus did. Did she state a reason for it? Roland contained his frustration while talking. He had been planning to leave the Institute life behind as there wasn't really anything left for him to gain there. Arian was there to provide him with any future research papers, and he had managed to create upgrades to his spatial technology, teleportation technology, and he even made a tower spirit in Sebastian. She did not, but it seems my house arrest and your assistant's return depend on you. On me, I see. Ah, were you expecting it, my friend? In a sense, I suppose she wants me to come to her office to explain what happened at the DeVere estate. I'm not sure. She rarely gives clear explanations, especially to the rest of the faculty. It was quite a surprise when she gave the order. But don't worry too much, your assistant isn't being held captive in the dungeon. He's with the other dwarves from the Runic department, exchanging smithing techniques. That's good to hear. Roland replied, though he remained confused. It seemed he couldn't leave without confronting that woman. She was a Tier 4 class holder, and he had indirectly used her status during the DeVere estate incident. It wouldn't be strange if she were angry with him, but there might be another explanation. Wentworth seemed to know her, and there was a possibility it was related to the Arden estate. The timeline doesn't quite add up, though. I rescued Robert several hours after Bernier arrived at the Institute. This might be about something else, but I won't know until I go there. He wondered about the true reason she had detained Bernier. If he wanted to see him back, he'd need to return to the Institute, something he'd hoped to avoid in the near future. That would be for the best, Professor Wayland, but tread carefully, my friend. This situation is highly unusual. Roland sighed, glancing at the monitor where Arian's concerned face hovered. He had just received word that the Xandar Institute leader wanted to chat with him. She hadn't given a deadline, but it was implied that if he didn't show up at her office, Bernier wouldn't be returning to Albrook. He hadn't anticipated this development when he formulated his plan, as the woman had always remained passive regarding his decisions. It seemed he had pushed his luck too far with his last adventure, but it also raised the question, why hadn't she contacted him directly earlier? Could there be a limit to her abilities? He recalled the one time she had intervened in his affairs. Yavana had protected him from the other Tier 4 class holder in the nearby dungeon. Considering that, the DeVere estate might have been simply too far away for her plant-based magic to reach. Perhaps she could only influence a limited area around where she resided, likely connected to her mage tower, which resembled a giant tree. He had examined it before and concluded that the roots extended in all directions, spreading far beyond the Institute's premises. Perhaps this was her territory, and it had boundaries. It was similar to his situation in Albrook, where he had been spreading runic cabling. In theory, just like modern technology, there would be no limit to how far these cables could extend, and as long as they existed, they would be under his direct control. However, this could not happen in the near future, as it would require a colossal investment of both time and resources, neither of which he currently possessed. If his theory was correct, then he was safe here in Albrook from the woman's influence. Even a Tier 4 class holder had their limits. I see I need to take care of a few things here first. Could you keep an eye on Bernier for me until then? Of course, my friend. Don't worry, I'll arrange a temporary badge for him and some lodgings. He'll be safe here. No problem. You've already opened my eyes to the possibilities of runes, my friend. This is nothing compared to what you've done for me. Roland exhaled deeply as he ended the conversation with Arian. Despite the reassurances, the weight of the unknown still pressed heavily on him. His assistant, Bernier, being detained at the Institute by Headmistress Arvandus was not something he could dismiss lightly. He had expected some consequences after the incident at the DeVere estate, but this was an unforeseen complication. After everything that had transpired, Roland had hoped for some time to regroup, focus on his projects, and help his brother and Lucille adjust to their new lives. But now the headmistress had other plans. If she wanted an explanation, she would get one, but Roland knew he had to tread carefully. She was connected to his father, and returning to the Institute might result in him being captured or even held hostage. Despite his recent advancements in his inventions, there was no way he could take on a Tier 4 class holder in combat. There's no way I'll be able to escape that tower once I'm inside. Should I just take Bernier and flee? He started weighing his options. One plan involved going to the Institute, retrieving Bernier, and making a quick escape. While Roland considered himself a competent fighter, the Institute housed far more mages than the small tower he had previously broken into. Taking control of the teleportation gate this time would be far more difficult. Fleeing with his glider was another possibility, but even if he managed to slip past the barrier, Yavana's influence likely stretched far, perhaps reaching towns days away. The other mages were capable of flight as well. It was only a matter of time before he'd be chased down and caught. The whole situation seemed impossible. But then again, the headmistress had been lenient with him before perhaps he was simply overthinking it. Roland's mind raced through possibilities, each more dangerous than the last. He couldn't afford to wait too long. Bernier's life could be in jeopardy. He had undoubtedly offended some mages within the Institute, and once they discovered who Bernier was, they might seek revenge through him. And of course the headmistress wouldn't wait forever for a response. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the warm nudge of a nose at the back of his head. "Worf, I'm fine, don't worry about me." It was Agni, his wolf companion, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Agni rested his muzzle on Roland's shoulder, whimpering softly. Roland couldn't help but reach up to pet him on the head, realizing his loyal wolf was simply trying to cheer him up. Despite the bind he was in, there was no use worrying about it now. All he could do was plan carefully and hope for the best, as he always did. Before turning to leave, Roland called out to Sebastian, his AI. His creation had been steadily evolving, becoming something more sophisticated. Its speech patterns had been upgraded to accept more complex commands, but Roland still needed time to fully analyze this latest iteration. The artificial spirit had developed a degree of autonomy, and Roland needed to ensure he could properly control it before releasing it into the Runic network. Coming from a world that feared rogue AIs running amok, he wanted to proceed cautiously. Letter 1D4 to be Letter 1D00, new Letter 1ED5 Ve Grave, Sebastian, notify me if Arian tries to contact me, and keep watch over the city. Follow the procedures I've outlined for you and notify me immediately if you detect any anomalies. Yes, Master. Sebastian replied using a cold text-to-speech-like voice that he intended to fix later. The glowing orb of light hovered close for a moment before drifting off to another part of the workshop. Despite the appearance, Sebastian's true form was the deeper within the workshop, and this was nothing more than a form that was easier to converse with. He fashioned him in such a way so that people like Bernier and Elodia would be able to converse with the Runic computer whenever they wished. Agni padded beside Roland, but it proved a problem to get him into the elevator again. His size had already become a problem, and perhaps he could use some of his spatial runes to alleviate the problem. Within the Institute, there were many rooms affected by dimensional magic. Even the main Institute was under such a spell, creating a vast larger interior than the exterior of the building. He could probably do the same with the elevator here, which would save up a lot of money as he wouldn't need to renovate. First, I'll have to get Bernier back. Now get in there, Agni. We need to go up. Woof. Roland pushed his overgrown wolf into the elevator and opted to take the emergency stairs instead. It was a hassle, especially since he was already tired, but he was larger than his wife and would have trouble fitting in the elevator with Agni. While going up, his mind raced with probabilities for the future. When he reached the top floor, he exited through the secondary workshop, which belonged to his assistant. Diana must be home, he muttered, noticing the absence of Bernier's wife. He had intended to mention why Bernier wasn't around, but neither she nor their child was there. The couple often brought their son to the workshop, and Roland recalled Bernier asking him to craft a special sound-blocking device. It was designed to block out the noise from the outside, but allow sounds from inside to escape. They used it for the crib that Roland now looked at. The child could sleep peacefully, undisturbed by the clanging and hammering of the workshop. However, if the baby started crying, the device would ensure the parents were instantly alerted. Roland had even designed a small bracelet to fit around the child's wrist, crafted from a special elastic metallic polymer alloy. It utilized a faint amount of mana to monitor the child's vital signs. If anything were to happen, the parents would be alerted, even if the sounds of the child's cries didn't reach them. The bracelet could also notify them if the child woke up, even if he didn't start calling out or crying. This technology was designed by him to monitor prisoners, but it worked fine with children as well. After looking around, he decided to leave and fetch Agni, who had gotten stuck again. After a few tugs, he managed to wrestle him free from the confines of the elevator. It had been bent in a few places, but was still in working order. The sight of his windmills and home brought him some joy. He had been away for so long, and now, seeing the familiar windmills turning gently in the breeze above his house, the tension eased slightly. It reminded him of the good old days when it was just him, his wolf pup, and his starry-eyed assistant. Those were simpler times, which he occasionally longed for, though he wouldn't trade them for everything he had since accomplished. One of the biggest reasons he no longer dwelled on his past was the woman who opened the door to his home. There she was, his wife, waving him over in an awkward manner. She seemed troubled and in need of his help. He often found himself thinking about her while out on his adventures, something he wished to limit in the future, though he knew it would be difficult to follow through. One realization from his latest escapade was that he was still lacking. Tier 3 wasn't as powerful as he had once believed, and there was still another mountain to climb. Even then, he could never allow himself to relax, always striving for more. After safely bringing Bernier back from the Institute, he needed to shift his focus. Though Arthur's power base was growing quickly, it still wasn't enough. Is something wrong? Yes, I think you'll have to carry them to their room. They're a lot more tired than I expected, Elodia replied, motioning toward Robert and Lucille, who were slumped on the couch fast asleep. Lucille rested her head on Robert's shoulder, while Robert had his arm draped protectively around her. Their exhaustion was evident, and Roland couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight. I guess they really couldn't hold out any longer, he said quietly as he gently picked Lucille up. She shook slightly but didn't wake as he tried to move her. Robert remained sound asleep, but his body resisted when Roland tried to take his lover away. After some gentle effort to loosen his brother's grip, Roland managed to carry Lucille into the guest room. He laid her on the large bed, leaving it to Elodia to decide whether she needed to be changed into something more comfortable for sleep. Agni peeked through one of the windows to watch, but stayed quiet, sensing that the two needed rest. Fortunately, Robert had already removed most of the armor he'd been wearing, so only the chainmail needed to come off. Should I just leave him on the couch? What for? If these two have done half as much for each other as you've told me, they're practically husband and wife. They should get used to it, and when one of them wakes up, it'll probably be better to see a familiar face next to them, don't you think? Elodia replied while adjusting things in the guest room. After a brief pause, she told Roland it was fine to enter. He returned with Robert slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The way he carried his brother was a lot rougher, but he kept him steady while placing him down next to the already covered-up Lucille. Roland gently placed Robert next to Lucille on the bed, trying to ensure they would both be comfortable. Once they were settled, he stepped back and placed his hand over the two. He was still wearing his armor, which started gently glowing around the palm area. Soon an aura of gentle light surrounded the two sleeping people as a spell was cast. That spell is truly handy, that's much better. Elodia nodded in response as she could tell that the smell that was coming from Robert had been removed. He had been forced to hold on for a while and had worked up a considerable amount of grime during their journey. The spell had not only cleaned him up but also seemed to soothe both Robert and Lucille into deeper sleep, making them look much more peaceful. That should keep them comfortable for a while. They probably won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Let's just leave them be. Elodia smiled softly and nodded. This was his home, so setting up a small barrier around the bed to block out outside noise was simple for him. Once everything was in place, he left the guest room and moved over to the same couch his brother had previously occupied. Now he had some quiet time alone with his wife and Agni's antics in the background. Before they started talking, Roland tried to organize his thoughts. Armand and Lobelia were still out roaming the kingdom. He had instructed them to leave the De Vere lands as quickly as possible, so they should be safe. There was a chance the Count might identify him as a suspect soon and target those connected to him. However, both Armand and Lobelia were powerful Tier 3 class holders, and there wasn't much known about them. If things became complicated, he could use the teleportation gate to assist them, something that didn't require the Institute's direct involvement, as he could simply port them to his own workshop. He had already acquired a list of towers throughout the kingdom from the Institute. Establishing a connection and contacting them through crystal balls was possible, it just came with a hefty fee. Albrook was becoming noticeably more peaceful. The increased presence of the church had begun attracting more people from outside the city. Some had even started venturing into the dungeon to join expeditions. Healers and paladins were rare in this world, and having them nearby significantly raised the survival chances of adventurers in the area. Even if someone got injured, as long as they retreated in time, there would likely be a priest somewhere in the dungeon to heal and save them. Arthur was steadily building his influence, with Roland leading. With Mary, Morian, and Gareth around, he was no longer needed as a bodyguard, freeing him to focus on expanding the runic cabling throughout the city. He was even extending it to the outskirts, installing rune lanterns beyond the city limits. The money was flowing in steadily, but he still needed more. His ultimate goal now was to introduce power armor technology to the city, a potential trump card for the future. Roland was also aware that his personal growth had stagnated. His level hadn't increased much recently, as he had been preoccupied with crafting Bernier's prosthesis and worrying about his brother and sister. What he really needed was to return to the dungeon and explore how deep it truly went. The underground remained largely uncharted, with seemingly endless crypts filled with undead. There was so much left to accomplish, but first he needed to get his assistant back. A golden coin for your thoughts, HM. Ah, sorry, I've done it again. His thoughts were interrupted by Elodia calling out to him. She had 2 cups of tea in her hands, one of which she handed to Roland. He took it gratefully, letting the warm cup rest in his hands for a moment before taking a sip. The familiar, calming taste of chamomile mixed with a hint of honey helped ease the tension from his shoulders. You've been overthinking again, Elodia said with a knowing smile, sitting down beside him. You always get this distant look when your mind is racing ahead of itself. Roland sighed and nodded. I suppose I have been, but the situation with Bernier requires my attention. Elodia placed her hand gently on his arm, her gaze soft but carrying a hint of annoyance. I know, but you can't handle everything alone. You've done more than enough already. Bernier will be fine for a little while longer, Roland smirked, amused by her calm certainty. Resting doesn't seem to come easy these days. I'm not sure if I should him. While talking, he suddenly felt a bout of drowsiness wash over him, something that he didn't expect to happen. He looked at the empty cup of tea in his hand and then back to Elodia. That's why I took matters into my own hands, Elodia replied with a slight grin. Roland raised an eyebrow at her response, but before he could ask what she meant, he felt a sudden wave of exhaustion hit him like a tidal force. Elodia, what did you, just a little sleeping potion I got from Rastix. It was able to knock out Agni for a wild day, so it should at least make you rest for a few hours. Now don't resist it and just lie down on the couch. Roland's protest was short-lived as his body surrendered to the potion's effects. While there was a small window of opportunity to attempt to use a detoxifying spell with the help of his armor, he allowed himself to rest. He felt his muscles relax, his mind quieting as he slipped into a deep, much-needed sleep. You always try to carry the world on your shoulders, Roland, but even you need to take a break now and then, she whispered, brushing a few strands of hair away from his forehead and letting him gently drift into well-deserved slumber. Where am I? I'm sure that I was. Roland clutched his head, struggling to piece together his scattered thoughts. His mind was a foggy mess, memories slipping through his fingers. The last thing he remembered was drinking tea that his wife had given him. Then he'd woken up here, lying on a wooden floor in a strange, unfamiliar place. The room felt oddly surreal, like something from the Magical Institute where bookshelves floated mid-air. As Roland took in his surroundings, a disorienting sense of familiarity washed over him. The architecture around him looked bizarre, a warped imitation of a place he knew well. The walls bent at unnatural angles and furniture floated lazily around the room as if gravity had taken a vacation. He took a tentative step, only to realize he was standing on the ceiling, and yet he didn't fall. Is this the Arden estate? He murmured with a confused tone filling his voice. It looked like his family's estate, but everything felt distorted, as though the estate were trying to remember itself and failing. The tapestries were worn but still beautiful, their scenes shifting and changing subtly whenever he looked away. Roland tried to ground himself, tracing his way down a corridor, which stretched and wobbled like a reflection on water. A faint, elusive memory stirred at the back of his mind, the mostly abandoned wing of the estate, his childhood sanctuary, and the library there that he used to attend. He moved as the world distorted around him, but with each step, the scenery became more grounded. The memories started coming back, and with them the mansion started to solidify more. Finally, he stood before a door he hadn't seen in years, the one that he arrived into this world, the original Roland's room. After taking a deep breath, he reached out and turned the handle. The door swung open with an almost silent creak, revealing his childhood room just as he remembered it, or close enough. The bed was small, covered in a faded quilt he recognized as his maid's handiwork. Most of the rest was empty space, no toys or paintings, just a bed with an addition that he did not expect to see. There was a figure on the bed, a child whose face he couldn't truly see. The child was probably around the same age Roland had been when he first arrived in this world, about 5. The boy didn't look at him, instead was staring out the window at a view hidden from Roland's sight. Eventually, though, the child sensed someone else in the room and glanced over his shoulder. His features were coming into focus, though a haze still blurred Roland's vision. You shouldn't be here, the boy said, his voice small yet steady. Roland's heart skipped a beat. He recognized that voice as it belonged to him when he was a child in this world. He tried to speak, to ask the child who he was, but his lips refused to part. Instead, he felt drawn forward, each step slow and heavy, like walking through mud. With every step, it became harder to move, but the boy continued speaking. You shouldn't be here. If you stay, it will notice you. Roland froze mid-step, or perhaps he simply couldn't move any farther. At the boy's words, a deep rumble began to shake the entire estate. The window, once obscured by mist, started to clear, revealing something lurking beyond. Through the haze, he could finally make it out. An enormous, monstrous eyeball, eerily familiar, like something from a forgotten nightmare. It seemingly floated in some kind of empty void, massive tentacles protruding from it with many smaller eyeballs everywhere. Each tentacle wove through the air like it was breathing, its smaller eyes blinking in erratic patterns as they were looking for something. Roland couldn't place where he'd seen this creature before, nor why it filled him with such dread. The boy on the bed remained still, his gaze locked on Roland. You have to leave, the child said in a low, urgent whisper. If it sees you, suddenly, the boy's words turned into loud, distorted static, drowning out whatever he was trying to warn him about. The gigantic eyeball outside wasn't looking directly at them, but its massive, writhing tentacles were creeping toward the estate, slowly coiling around it. The walls started to constrict around them, bending and warping as if responding to the approach of the creature outside. Roland's pulse quickened as a claustrophobic feeling crept over him. It was as if the room itself was afraid, trying to protect itself. The child sat still on the bed, staring at him through a haze, his face unclear. For a brief moment, it seemed as if he was smiling, a soft, soothing expression that puzzled Roland greatly. Then suddenly, a radiant light erupted from the boy, flooding the entire estate in white. The monstrous entity outside let out a deafening roar, its tentacles recoiling as they were engulfed in the warm, pulsating glow. Roland could feel the light's strange warmth wash over him, both fierce and comforting, as if it was warding off the darkness inching closer. The searing light grew brighter, pulling Roland further from the strange room and the monstrous figure outside, until everything around him melted into a surreal blur. He felt himself slipping back, a gentle tug as if something was guiding him away. Then the light receded, and when Roland opened his eyes, he found himself lying on his own couch, staring up at the familiar ceiling of his home. The lingering warmth from the dream filled him with confusion. His heart pounded as the memory of that enormous eye. A sinister presence filled his memories, but soon the thoughts faded and he found his mind at peace. What was that? I'm sure I've seen that eyeball before. Everything felt so real. He mumbled to himself as he tried to recall the strange dream he'd just had. The enormous eyeball and the child's words echoed faintly in his mind, leaving him unsettled. He sat up slowly, rubbing his temples as if to chase away the last wisps of the dream. The feeling of the boy's presence and that protective light lingered, blending with the quiet of his home. He glanced around, half expecting the walls to waver or the couch to sink into some other dimension, but everything remained solid. I'm not in an illusion, at least. After activating his debugging skill and scanning his surroundings, he was certain he wasn't trapped in any abyssal cult illusion. The dream felt too vivid, and he wondered if there was more to it than met the eye. It was simply too surreal to dismiss as an ordinary dream. This world was built on powerful magic, inhabited by strange entities and forces. His instincts told him it might be unwise to ignore the dream, but at the moment, he had other concerns demanding his attention. Name: Roland Arden L. 198. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L23, Primary, T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Tertiary, T2 Runic Engineer L50, Secondary, T1 Mage L25X, T1 Runic Monoscribe L25X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X. My level hasn't gone up in a while, has it? Roland sighed as he looked at his status screen. His progress had stagnated, and seeing it laid out in such detail only reminded him of the mountain of work ahead. The eerie dream he'd just experienced left a faint echo in his mind, but practical matters pulled him back to reality. The fleeting memory of the child's warning and the monstrous eyeball wouldn't fade, though. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he felt he'd encountered that entity before. It was somewhat similar to the monster that was responsible for Bernier losing his arm, so perhaps it was just a nightmare from feeling guilty over it. He shook his head and focused instead on his surroundings, the quiet home or Agni's muffled snores just outside his home's main door through which he could not fit in anymore. A note on the counter caught his eye. He recognized Elodia's handwriting immediately. There's some food in the Runic refrigerator. Don't let Agni eat it. He has already been fed and has been getting fatter since you've been so busy. I'll be with the other children and return after nightfall. Roland chuckled, imagining his overgrown wolf poking his head through the kitchen window, sniffing hopefully at the fridge, and getting some treats from a disgruntled Elodia. Agni, unfortunately, had outgrown the house a while back. He usually stayed in his stable-sized doghouse, but it seemed that he preferred to stay closer to his master, even if that meant blocking the way in. He decided he'd let Agni continue his self-appointed role of guard dog for now, as he needed a moment to gather his thoughts. A clock directly in front of him indicated it was close to 7 in the evening. Judging by the note, his wife would probably return in an hour or two. The dormitory he had built for all the orphans wasn't far, so he wasn't too concerned about her safety. Robert and Lucille were still fast asleep, as they hadn't gotten a sleep-resistant skill as he had. Even though he'd been drugged by a potent sleeping agent, it had only lasted for about 10 hours. He'd have to talk to his wife about it once she returned, but he understood her reasoning. He'd been stuck at the Institute for a long time, and when he finally returned, he was either leaving again or absorbed in crafting Bernier's runic prosthesis. It was clear she was worried about him overextending himself. Still, he knew that true rest wasn't an option yet. His recent adventures had shown him that he was far from strong or independent enough to feel secure. Will I have to reach Tier 4 before I can ever relax? After sighing, he headed to the Runic fridge, where he found some treats from his wife, a well-prepared meal with meat, roasted vegetables, and even garlic bread, one of his favorites. To no surprise, his armor was still mostly on him, as he had only managed to remove his helmet. Somehow, Elodia had managed to get him onto the couch, though, probably with the help of a levitation spell, which was possible through some of the inventions in his home to which his wife had access to. Should I remove her runic privileges for that? He chuckled to himself as he stood, waving a hand to cast a spell of silence. His steps needed to be quiet so as not to disturb Agni and his brother, who were still slumbering. Soon he was seated at the dining table, savoring his meal while contemplating his plans. His first priority was rescuing Bernir, but there was much more work ahead. For one, his level had been stagnant for some time, so he was planning a return to the dungeon. With the help of his various runic creations, he hoped to make quick progress through the undead temples. Roland was counting on encountering higher-level undead monsters there, which would let him grind for experience once more. His old method of using runic schematics had reached its limit, and he wasn't expecting to discover any Tier 4 runes anytime soon. To achieve that, he'd likely need to infiltrate the Dwarven Union's main facility, where the greatest craftsmen guarded their secrets. Next on his agenda was modernizing Albrook, perhaps by constructing a few larger facilities for assembly. Coming from a more advanced world, the idea of building factories for part production was natural to him. However, in this world, everything revolved around the class system. A seasoned, high-level blacksmith could do the work of 10 or 20 lesser blacksmiths alone. There was no real demand for factories, as levels and skills were what mattered most, but Roland's mindset and abilities differed. While factories in his old world required skilled workers, his vision here was different. He imagined a mechanized facility powered by runic technology, independent of class-based skills. Machines and runic cabling could operate tirelessly, assembling parts or even entire structures, bypassing the limitations of individual skill and enabling true mass production. This approach could create a steady supply of advanced items, potentially leveling the playing field for those without high-tier classes. One issue with the factory concept, however, lay in his incomplete understanding of rune crafting, the method of creating runes. For some reason, even if he meticulously carved out perfect rune paths manually, they wouldn't activate unless his skill was in use. He couldn't transfer his skill to automatons, and even his runic vision didn't provide any answers. Still, he had been working on a few theories and alternatives to make a runic factory viable. In theory, he should eventually be able to produce parts, but it would take time to make this vision a reality. Then all-around strengthening of Albrook was also in order, which included his brother. He was a well-trained knight with proper training and had served during battles in the north of the kingdom. He would be a fine addition to Arthur's troops. The other Valyrian sons were still out there, and with Albrook's lord gaining power, things would start to move. Roland could see him being invited to noble parties and perhaps them clashing with opposing troops. There were ways of taking over territory, and that town he rescued a few street urchins from seemed dissatisfied with their leadership. Fallout also awaited him from the head mistress, and potentially from his own father. Previously, he had thought Wentworth cared little for family, seeing them as nothing more than expendable pawns. However, Wentworth had struck deals with Count Graham de Vere and the Castlane house when Lucian was involved. It was possible he would eventually come searching for Robert as well. Then there's also the church. This really blows. Agni was treated by them as a kind of holy beast, making it difficult to take him anywhere. Once Roland sorted his things out, he planned to bring Agni into the dungeon for some adventures, but with Solarian fanatics everywhere, that would likely be a challenge. With a sigh, Roland finished his meal, wiped his hands on a cloth, and glanced out the window. The night outside was quiet, but his ears picked up something familiar: footsteps and breathing. My guess Elodia came back early. It was his wife, trekking through the compound that had automatic lights to show the way and turrets to defend her from harm. Roland felt a sense of calm wash over him as he heard Elodia's footsteps approaching. It was reassuring to know that despite all the chaotic things demanding his attention, here within his own home, there was peace, however temporary it might be. She did drug me with that potion. A grin appeared on his lips as he moved closer to the entrance. He made sure that no light would shine in the corner that he was standing in and then waited. Elodia approached from the front, but he knew that she wouldn't use that door as it had been blocked by a large wolf. Instead, she needed to circle around and use the back door instead, where he was already waiting. Finally, the door creaked open, and Elodia slipped inside, her eyes adjusting to the dim light. "Welcome back," Roland shouted while jamming both his index fingers into Elodia's waist from the back. She was quite ticklish near her sides, and would always flinch in a comedic fashion if he inserted both his fingers there at the same time. ACK. Elodia leapt forward, nearly dropping the bundle of books and papers she was holding as she spun around to face Roland. Her wide eyes softened the moment she saw him grinning mischievously in the shadows, and her glare turned into a bemused smile. "Roland," she gasped, clutching her chest with one hand. "You scared the life out of me." He laughed, rubbing the back of his neck as he took a step back. "I couldn't resist. That's for giving me that special tea." Elodia rolled her eyes, shaking her head in annoyance, but under her pouty gaze a smile started to form. "It was for your own good. You needed rest more than anyone I know, and I'd do it again if it means you actually get some sleep." He raised a hand in mock surrender and then closed the door behind her. There were some things they needed to discuss, but perhaps that could wait. "Ah, I know, but next time, perhaps just ask." As I that would ever work, they both knew how thick-headed Roland could be, and after a little pause, the couple found themselves in each other's embrace. While time here was fleeting and there was much more work to do, Roland savored this moment, as tomorrow he needed to finalize his plans and decide how to tackle the Burnir issue. The High Commander is approaching. Greeting the High Knight Commander. A large group of armored men performed the customary military salute of the kingdom, directed at a single individual wearing an intricate suit of runic armor. Though the armor was different from what they remembered, they recognized the Knight Commander, Commander Wayland. Forming a line on either side of him, they ensured he had an unobstructed path to the Valyrian villa, where their lord, Arthur Valyrian, resided. So much for a quiet morning. He was not alone, however, and the other soldiers quickly noticed that his entourage wore similarly styled clothing. First, they saw a man dressed in a full set of armor, similar to their leaders, though somewhat plainer. Beside him was a figure in a robe, their face hidden behind a mask. While the armored man was around the same size as the Knight Commander, the robed figure was smaller and thinner, leading many to assume they were likely female. The trio soon disappeared through the main door, and only then did the knights begin to murmur among themselves. Those two looked important. Who do you think that was? Maybe some new hires. One of them looked like a proper knight. Maybe they are here to swear their loyalty to the Lord. Ha, this place is really growing. The men all began nodding, eager to cheer. Among them were failed adventurers, soldiers who hadn't quite made the cut in other cities, and others simply drawn by the high pay. Initially, they didn't know what to think of the late Valyrian's son. They assumed he would be incompetent, yet the city continued to prosper, along with their wages and equipment. They were now proud soldiers of the Valyrian household, and some even aspired to one day join the Duke's personal knights, a dream they now felt was within reach. Back in the estate, Roland sighed inwardly, walking through the estate clad in his rune-mark II armor, a cape flowing behind him. His older, bulkier armor had been melted down, making this his only remaining set. Fortunately, he had hidden it well under his robe during his adventures across the kingdom, and was fairly certain that no one would connect this armored figure to Wayland, the deputy professor, at least not yet. Even if they did, as long as his identity as the man in the green goblin mask remained a mystery, he would be safe. To his right was Robert, wearing one of the armor suits from his store. His whole body was covered, and the helmet was equipped with a voice changer. To his left was Lucille, soon to be Robert's wife. She was wearing a magical robe with runic capabilities, specially woven from super light metallic threads, a technology he had started using after his visit to the Institute. She also had a mask with eye cutouts and a small mouth opening covered by a darkened mesh. It would not allow any of her facial features to shine through in an attempt to keep her identity hidden from everyone. Let them in. Roland arrived at the entrance to Arthur's office. In the past, the ones to welcome him would be both Gareth and Morian. Neither of them was here to greet him that day, as the two had advanced to Tier 3 classes and were busy training. Mary was constantly with Arthur, along with a hidden entourage of assassins all wearing maid uniforms. Perhaps if he was an enemy, the two new knight commanders would have shown themselves, but Roland had already proven that he was a trustworthy ally. Arthur Valyrian's office was richly furnished yet restrained, with polished wood and fine tapestries lining the walls, lending the room a warm elegance. Once filled solely with bookshelves, the office had been steadily upgraded, and there were even plans to add a new wing to the estate. Money was flowing in steadily, and their progress showed no signs of slowing. It was finally time to invest their well-earned funds. Commander Wayland, your reports are usually less eventful, is what I want to say, but I'd be telling lies. Arthur remarked, his mouth twitching with amusement, though his gaze remained sharp. Tell me, did it not occur to you to perhaps ask them before bringing them here under cover of night? Roland sighed, removing his helmet and holding it at his hip. To be fair, Arthur, I did ask them, and they agreed at least one. He replied, shrugging slightly and glancing back at the two figures behind him. When the pair had awoken that morning, he'd briefed them on the situation in Albrook, assuring them that Arthur could be trusted to keep their secret. Now he removed his helmet as a signal that it was safe for them to do the same, and they soon followed suit. Oh, you two really do look alike, though there are a few differences, wouldn't you say, Mary? Yes, my lord, the resemblance is quite uncanny. Roland glanced at Robert, understanding immediately what they meant. Though they shared similar features, his older brother was more stout, with a pronounced square jaw, while Roland's own features were more balanced, with a scholarly quality. Strength was the first word that came to mind when looking at Robert, while Roland had a more even, balanced appearance with fewer flaws. Now then, if I understand correctly, this is Robert Arden, your older brother, and this is Lady Lucille de Vere, quite the entourage. Arthur seemed slightly troubled, and Roland didn't expect him not to be. These weren't simple refugees that he brought along, and they were both children of nobles. They weren't really inferior to Arthur in status, as even though he was the son of a duke, he was still a bastard. Robert, on the other hand, was from a proper wife, and Lucille's father was a count. Arthur chuckled softly, shaking his head as he took in the unusual scene before him. Roland's brother, Robert, stood tall, his bearing marked by the disciplined rigidity of a seasoned knight. Lucille, on the other hand, moved gracefully, but her nervous glances around the office hinted at her discomfort in such unfamiliar surroundings. However, there was a lot of curiosity as well, and she kept looking at the many runic devices inside of his office. My apologies for imposing on you, Lord Valerian. Robert eventually responded while also bowing forward, his armor producing a slight clinking sound. I'm no Lord Valerian, at least no yet. There is no reason for titles if we are just among us, as you might have noticed. Your younger brother just calls me by my name. I would appreciate it if you did the same, my friend. Surprise covered Robert's face as he glanced at Roland for confirmation. Roland just responded with a nod, as he had already contacted Arthur previously and had a chat with him about the issue even before his sibling woke up from sleeping more than a full day. I told you it would be fine. You just have to play the night when we are out in public. Robert relaxed, his rigid posture softening, though a glimmer of relief remained carefully masked in his expression. He nodded to Arthur, acknowledging the Lord's openness. Lucille, catching Roland's reassuring glance, also visibly relaxed. Lucille said, her voice steady with gratitude. Arthur waved a hand dismissively while leaning back in his chair, finding the encounter a bit jarring as he was not really used to being thanked by other nobles. He glanced towards Mary, who had been standing patiently by his side. Mary, would you give our guests a tour of the estate, show them the grounds, perhaps the gardens? Gareth or Morian might be able to show Sir Robert around the barracks and training grounds, and perhaps Lady Lucille would enjoy visiting our rune smithy. She might also want to familiarize herself with Master Brilvia, our resident master runesmith. A master runesmith? I would love to. His future sister-in-law was still the rune enthusiast she had always been. Although she had attended the institute and participated in extensive runic research, she hadn't worked in the field with practical rune smithing. It was clear that she longed to visit real-world locations where true runic craftsmanship took place, rather than the sterile environments of the institute. Excellent, Arthur said, nodding as Mary inclined her head with a soft smile, gesturing for Robert and Lucille to follow her. This way, Sir Robert, Lady Lucille, I'll show you around. Remember, while you're outside in public, don't use your real names. May I know how I should refer to them? Mary asked before entering the room as she had been left out in the dark. Roland nodded and soon after responded. We have decided to go with Durendal for Robert and Cortana for Lucille. I have already arranged new statuses for both of them. We just need to finalize their new identities at the guild. After Robert and Lucille left with Mary, Roland and Arthur remained in the office, the faint sounds of their footsteps fading down the hallway. Arthur's posture shifted subtly, signaling his readiness to discuss matters of strategy and future plans with Roland. With a soft sigh, he steepled his fingers and regarded Roland with a thoughtful expression. Well then, I suppose we should discuss the future of Albrook and our mutual interests. My brothers have been quiet, unusually so. Yet they still send spies into Albrook, nothing overt, but enough to be a nuisance. I wouldn't need much to justify taking action if I wanted, but I'm not sure we are ready yet. Roland nodded. He had access to Albrook's monitoring system and knew the spy problem was ongoing. After many spies had been captured, they switched tactics, contacting the Thieves Guild instead. The guild leader, who was secretly working with Roland's side, was feeding the spies false information. How long they would be fooled was uncertain, but for now they were too afraid to cause trouble in the city. Their only options were questioning residents or attempting bribes. It's too soon for a direct confrontation, but with time, we might be able to stand on equal ground with your brothers. You've mentioned that, but I'm not sure if I fully believe you. While Albrook has been growing, my dear brothers have had quite a head start over me. Roland nodded as he listened. Though he and Arthur had discussed various matters before, they had never seriously considered going on the offensive. It had always seemed unrealistic. But after Roland achieved Tier 3 status and helped Arthur's most trusted guards level up, things began to shift. They even managed to scare off Theodore Valerian's forces as he fled from his failed teleportation attempt. Aldbourne was nearby, and with time, could become their new territory if Arthur even had such ambitions. Their partnership had begun as a simple exchange of mutual assistance, and neither had initially imagined expanding beyond this one city. But now their strength was growing at an impressive pace. They needed to decide on a direction, and for that, Roland had to understand Arthur's ultimate goal. We can probably catch up in time, but first, tell me, do you even want that? Is there a reason for us to fight? We could consider joining one of your brothers. If not Theodore, then perhaps Julius. Roland posed the question thoughtfully. After all, he had already achieved most of what he wanted. Arthur becoming the next Valerian Duke would be a great outcome, but it wasn't essential to Roland's plans. As an established runic craftsman, Roland could likely join any faction he chose. Arthur, however, still had a choice. He could continue building his forces and pursue his legacy as the rightful heir. But was that truly his goal? Was there a reason to push further? That's a good question. Arthur pondered for a while and rose from his seat to move over towards the window. There he could see some soldiers training, sweat falling down their foreheads as they desperately attempted to get stronger. You know, before I came here, I had almost given up all hope. Arthur paused, gazing out the window and looking further out into the city before continuing. Even after I took control of Albrook, there was a part of me that didn't truly believe any of this would work. I wanted to convince myself otherwise, telling myself that all of this effort, all the planning and alliances would lead somewhere. But deep down, I was persuading myself, I suppose, into believing there was a chance. Roland listened intently, arms crossed, his expression softened. While he was a man of a few words, it didn't mean that he had no emotions. Arthur was opening up himself to him so he could at least listen. I never thought I'd see even a glimpse of success. The world doesn't favor people like me, Roland, bastards, pretenders. My brothers, they were the rightful heirs. Even if they had treated me as a family member, there would have been no place for me. Arthur's voice hardened, his fingers drumming against the window ledge. And yet here we are. The city's growing, the people are with us, and for the first time I feel like I might actually have something worth fighting for. He turned to Roland, a glint of steely resolve in his gaze. When you showed up, I don't know, somehow things started going right. You helped everyone grow, strengthened the defenses, and taught us things we never would have learned on our own. I think I've become greedier because of it. I want this, Roland. I want to push forward to see if I can win it all, to prove to them once and for all that I was not just a bastard. Arthur paused for a moment before looking into Roland's eyes. The two had discussed their pasts before, but never really their future goals. But what about you? I might be a greedy bastard, but if you wish to retreat, I'll understand. Roland wondered for a moment as to how to answer this question, and for some reason he felt chatty today. To be honest, I never wanted it to come this far. I thought that if I found a deep enough hole, no one would bother me. So I came here, to Albrook, a little town in the middle of nowhere, with nothing interesting in it. Seemed like the perfect place to fade away into obscurity. He gave out a sigh while shrugging as he recalled the various events that led up to this moment. Something always seemed to go wrong, as if the more I tried to retreat, the more the world found ways to pull me back in. He paused for a moment to gather his thoughts, eyes darting around to find something to look at as he summarized his thoughts. But then, things changed. It was when I started working with people, with you and the others here in Albrook. I realized that as much as I wanted to keep the world at arm's length, there's worth in being part of something. I tried to stay detached, but now I can't imagine a world without them. However, I also understand that power is paramount in this world, and without it, all that I created could be taken away in an instant. Arthur nodded, understanding where Roland was coming from. I suppose that's why I decided to keep going, to keep growing, and I still need to continue. With you, Arthur, I probably have the best shot at it. That's probably the gist of it. Arthur chuckled at Roland's final words, which implied that he was being used for his position. He didn't mind, though, as both of them had a mutual understanding of their positions and now goals. Then how about we move forward together as we did before? Doesn't sound like a bad idea to me. Then, let our bastard union continue until we achieve our goals together. The two nodded at each other and soon after shook hands, sealing their pact with a silent understanding. Their journey, though fraught with challenges and unexpected twists, had forged a bond between them that was more than mere convenience. It was a shared ambition, one that had grown from mere survival into something far greater. Sir Durendal, I like it. It sounds very knightly. Mine isn't bad either. Didn't know your brother was this well versed in names. Well, we never really talked much. Ah, well, I'm sure you two will hit it off. He seems to live in his own world, but he's very kind and capable. Lucille's voice held an unexpected softness as she spoke about Roland. The respect she had developed for him through the whirlwind of events softened any lingering bitterness she might have felt about leaving her old life behind. Robert could hear the admiration in her tone and smiled under his helmet. Yeah, my younger brother is truly remarkable. I wonder if father would have let him become the heir. I don't think any of us could match his achievements. Robert sighed, reflecting on recent events. His brother Roland, who had left home at the age of 10, had risen to the rank of knight commander. He, on the other hand, wasn't even a tier 3 knight yet and was older than Roland. While Robert had always believed his progress was rapid enough to reach this rank before 30, Roland's talent seemed almost inhuman by comparison. To make things even more bewildering, Roland's abilities were enigmatic. He wielded runic machinery with ease, and his magic seemed endless. Robert had only begun to realize his brother's true power during the events at the De Vere estate. Even his father, who misread his identity, showed him some respect, something Robert had been striving to do at the border as a royal soldier. The two had arrived just yesterday and slept through the entire day. When they awoke, Roland had already prepared suits of armor for them and laid out a detailed plan. He gave them a choice. They could either stay in Albrook and work under him and the local lord, or they were free to do as they pleased. That was it. He wanted nothing in return for his help. If they wished, they could leave and go wherever their legs would carry them. He even offered to give them some money and new identities as adventurers. They felt a deep gratitude toward him, and leaving without repaying him was out of the question. They decided instead to stay and work, finding the idea of remaining in this well-developed region appealing. After a tour of the estate, they were free to look around on their own. They used this time to stroll the grounds without the maid Mary, which added some danger to their exploration. Roland had already warned them about a few people they'd be wise not to cross, and Mary was on that list. "I suppose we're truly starting over," Robert finally said. "New names, new lives, it's strange how quickly the past can fall away. Does that bother you?" Lucille asked, glancing at him, but her face remained covered by her current mask. Leaving it all behind, Robert stopped walking and paused for a moment before finally giving his reply. "Part of me feels unsettled, like I've abandoned who I was meant to be, but then I think about Roland and how he made his own way. He seems to have found a purpose without needing to look back, and seeing him thrive makes me wonder if I know if we can do the same." Lucille replied in a soft-spoken tone. "It's funny, there was a time when the thought of leaving my family would have terrified me. But here, with you and even your brother, I feel free, like I can finally choose who I want to be." Robert felt the weight of Lucille's words settle around them like a warm cloak against a chilly night. He had been so accustomed to the expectations of his father's title and family that he hadn't realized how much they constrained him. Now, in this place, it was as if a door had opened, one leading to a life unbound by old duties. He glanced at Lucille, who seemed lost in thought, her gaze drifting over the quiet garden. They walked in sweet silence. The crisp sounds of their footsteps on gravel were the only disturbance to the tranquility of the estate grounds. Their thoughts were interrupted as Lucille broke the silence, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Sir Durendal," she repeated, drawing out the title in a teasing tone. "How does it feel to have a name so knightly it sounds as if it belongs in a legend?" Robert laughed softly, feeling embarrassed for some reason. "It's a bit surreal, but I suppose a fresh start deserves a grand name. Durendal, there's a certain strength to it. It's a good choice. In Cortana that sounds both elegant and sharp, but more fitting for a lady knight than a scholar. Perhaps I'll just have to become one." Sir Wayland seems to have a knack for both. The two laughed, and as their laughter faded, Robert felt his gaze linger on Lucille. They had something genuine, something that had formed in their shared decision to leave behind their former lives. At first, he had questioned if running away had been the right choice, but the more time they spent together, the more he yearned for a future by her side. Though they had not yet wed, he couldn't imagine anyone else in his life, and he sensed that Lucille felt the same. The air shifted as they turned a corner, and the main manor house came into view once more, standing tall and solemn in the soft afternoon light. The Valyrian banners fluttered slightly, their rich hues mirroring the colorful city in the distance. In the quiet that settled between them, they stopped, their hands finding each other, fingers interlocking as they stood face to face. "Lucille, I mean Lady Cortana, why yes, Sir Durendal." Though they both wore helmets, their eyes held a longing that spoke louder than words. But before they could continue, a cough echoed from nearby, breaking the spell. They sprang apart in a panicked motion, their hands slipping away as they quickly composed themselves. Sir Durendal, Lady Cortana, I hope that I'm not intruding on something important." They turned to the voice to see Roland standing nearby. They weren't sure if he had been standing there for long, but both their faces were now flushed. This was the only time they were glad that he had made them wear these face covers, as he caught them in quite an embarrassing moment. "Not at all, Sir Wayland," Robert stammered, clearing his throat awkwardly, his posture stiffening. Lucille straightened her back and gave Roland a small bow, attempting to hide her embarrassment behind a composed exterior. "I see, very well then. I've finished my talk with Lord Arthur, but before we return I want you to meet someone." Roland nodded, maintaining the appearance of being their direct superior. With so many soldiers around, it was best, at least for now, if they believed he was in charge. His plan was to elevate both Robert and Lucille to Tier 3 as soon as possible, with the hope that Robert could take on a role as one of the knight commanders under Arthur. Alongside Sir Gareth and Sir Morian, Robert would complete the trio of knight commanders, which might finally allow Roland to step down and focus fully on his workshop instead. "Meet someone, you say?" Robert asked in a hurried tone, adjusting his posture. Roland was certain he had interrupted their bonding time, but more pressing matters demanded their attention. Bernier was still held captive at the Institute, and Roland needed to settle these two before he left. There was no telling when or if he would return, so he had to ensure they would be fine in his absence. Roland turned, and the two followed close behind. They wound their way around the estate, eventually reaching the rear grounds. The former mayor's residence had been transformed into a literal fortress, though more expansions were still underway. The inner grounds were reserved for high-ranking knights and trusted soldiers, while a new section with a secondary barracks was under construction outside the main fortifications. It was there they would meet the person Roland had in mind. As they entered the training grounds, the sounds of clashing swords and grunts filled the air. The area was alive with soldiers drilling in formation, refining their stances and strikes under the sharp eye of Sir Gareth. Among the mix of seasoned fighters and eager trainees were a few young men who stood out, their enthusiasm setting them apart from the veterans. Now that the money is rolling in, this place really got popular, but they still need a lot more training before they are battle-ready. Roland stopped short of the training grounds, observing the steady influx of newcomers. Many were adventurers, while others were newly awakened battle class holders who had opted out of the adventuring life. Though Roland saw adventuring as the ideal choice, offering freedom and autonomy, he understood it wasn't for everyone. For many, joining a noble's personal troops was more appealing. They'd receive food, clothing, and weapons, and in return, all they had to do was train and occasionally go on expeditions without the uncertainty of roaming through damp dungeons and facing constant monster attacks. For some, this structured life was far preferable to the dangers of a wandering existence. High Commander, one of the instructors, identified Roland instantly and quickly approached him to ask about his reason for being there. At ease, Corporal, bring over Trainee Finn. Trainee Finn, of course, Commander. Please just wait a moment. The entire estate now operated with a formal military structure, complete with defined ranks and a solid command hierarchy. At the top were the Knight Commanders, and Roland held the title of High Knight Commander. If he achieved a secondary Tier 3 class, he could rise to the rank of Grand Knight Commander, but his ultimate goal was to step away from his knightly role entirely. He trusted Robert and the others to maintain order and lead effectively in his stead. After a few moments, a young man stepped forward. His face glistened with traces of sweat from the drills, yet his expression was confident and eager. In his early teens, he had dark hair and a lean, well-balanced build. Despite his youth, he moved with a quiet, solemn demeanor, as though imitating a figure he looked up to. Trainee Finn, reporting, sir, Finn said with a crisp salute, standing at attention before Roland. He was one of the orphans together with Jorg and Marcy to get their classes. He was the only one from the trio to get a warrior battle class. His options were to either become an adventurer or join up with Arthur's soldiers. He could either become a carrier guardsman or perhaps aim higher with Roland's help. Becoming a knight was a far more prestigious path than joining the ranks of ordinary soldiers. While soldier classes weren't as inferior to knight classes as some assumed, the knightly title still carried a certain esteem. Contrary to popular belief, noble blood wasn't required to become a knight. The opportunity to unlock the knight class could be achieved through an ascension ritual, with the first step usually being the acquisition of the squire class, a goal attainable in several ways. One pathway involved having family ties to knights, which helped with the initial class unlock. In Roland's and Robert's cases, their background made it relatively simple. By developing certain skills and leveling them up, they could access the squire class without directly serving a noble. For those without such connections, however, other means were necessary, typically requiring a knight's direct involvement. Working under a knight and receiving personal training could unlock the class through a hidden achievement tied to the squire role. Another, more reliable option was a written vow, something Roland intended for Finn to perform eventually. This magical vow offered a straightforward path to knighthood, avoiding the unpredictable nature of the hidden achievement. A contract sealed by magic was simple enough to arrange, and for Roland's plans it was ideal. There was also a more direct path to gaining the knight class, even for those who had never achieved the squire class. If a noble of at least baron rank granted them an official title, it would unlock a related achievement. With this achievement, they only needed to meet specific skill requirements to reach the Tier 2 knight class. Good. Finn, I'd like you to meet Sir Durendal and Lady Cortana. Roland introduced, gesturing to Robert and Lucille. The young man looked towards the two, and it was clear that his eyes were drawn to Robert's gallant form. Finn, you'll be serving as Sir Durendal's personal squire from now on. Finn's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but he quickly composed himself. He was still a young man who didn't know proper knightly decorum, something that Roland hoped Robert would help him with. For some time, Roland had felt guilty about Finn's situation, having left the boy to train with little supervision while he tended to his own responsibilities. Jorg had Bernier, Marcy had Elodia, and now, with Robert's presence, Finn would also have someone to guide him. It would be an honor, Sir Durendal, he replied, bowing his head while his eyes sparkled with clear anticipation. Robert, on the other hand, didn't seem too sure how to react. He had not anticipated being assigned a squire, let alone one so eager. Robert stammered, glancing at Roland, who seemed to encourage him with a subtle nod. But I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of responsibility yet. I haven't even finished my training. I haven't even reached Tier 3 yet. Are you sure he should be placed with? Robert caught himself before speaking, noticing the strange looks on the faces of those around him, as if they were judging him for doing something improper. After realizing his mistake, he quickly straightened up. Sir, yes, Sir High Commander, it would be a pleasure. Roland had to stifle a chuckle. It was moments like this that reminded him of the advantages of being the leader of the group. With the military structure firmly established, he held the position of second in command here, and no one could refuse his orders. Only Arthur was above him here, and everyone knew it. Robert blinked, momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. He hadn't expected a squire, especially not someone as eager as Finn. As he took in the young man's hopeful gaze, a sense of responsibility settled over him. Finn would be his first squire, and Robert wasn't entirely confident he would be up to the task of guiding him, but his gratitude toward his brother was immense, so he resolved to give it his best effort. If Roland believed he could train this young man into a proper knight, then perhaps Robert should trust his brother's judgment after all. Roland had proven himself a wise decision-maker. Very well, Finn. I look forward to working with you. A grin spread across Finn's face as he gave a sharp salute, clearly pleased with Robert's response. Roland watched the exchange with an approving nod before turning to Lucille. Finn, give Sir Durendal a proper tour through the barracks and training grounds, and remember to follow all his orders. Finn nodded with enthusiasm, already brimming with excitement to show his new mentor around. As he took a step forward, Roland turned to Lucille, his expression softening. Shall we, Lady Cortana? You still require a workshop of your own, I think, he said, gesturing toward the path that led to the tower the smithy he was supposed to occupy was. My own workshop. He couldn't see her face, but he could tell from her tone that his sister-in-law was brimming with excitement. After years spent at the Institute, observing Arian working alongside dwarven smiths, he was certain she would be a valuable addition to their ranks. He hadn't quite known what to do with the smithy Arthur had set up for him in Albrook, but with her here, it wouldn't go to waste. Great, now I'll just need to find them a house to live inside the city and have them settle in. The only thing that remains now is to get Bernir back. Roland thought to himself while walking forward. His assistant was still being held captive at the Institute, and for this whole thing to finally end, he needed to return and get him back. It hasn't been that long. I wonder if Lucian arrived safely back home, but I guess it's not home anymore. It's going to be fine. She knows about me, so not like she won't be able to visit. I suppose that's true, Robert replied to Roland while Lucille patted him on the back. Both were dressed in plain, commoner clothes, nothing too fancy to match their new personas. Durendal was posing as a knight from a foreign country whose family had fallen from grace, a fate not unheard of. Cortana, on the other hand, was simply an adventurer mage who had arrived from within the kingdom. Their identities had been forged, but in a world where nobles were always right, there was little chance anyone would bother with a double check. The two stood before a dark screen hastily prepared out of curtains. In front of them stood a strange device of a tripod that produced a beam of light. Roland was operating it, but it seemed that the trio was done with whatever they were doing here. He stepped back, his hands pulling out a small rune-covered square from within the device on a tripod. I never knew that you could use that spell in such a way. There are so many things left to learn. I'm glad that you are enjoying yourself. Lucille was captivated by the entire workshop, especially the modified runes, which were highly unorthodox. She had only recently become a runic mage. Despite spending years under Arian's tutelage, she'd never had the opportunity to fully study the art of runes and the intricate operating systems that rune mages specialized in. Roland worried that his unconventional approach might complicate her progress later, but perhaps he was overthinking it. She was a bundle of joy whenever she was around runes, and it probably helped take her mind off her issues with her familiar. But I'm afraid we are short on time. I need to take care of an issue at the Institute. It's about your assistant. Are you sure it's wise to leave? Robert asked as Roland fiddled with the small runic cube, his mind preoccupied. He had just told his brother about the headmistress and how she was preventing Bernir from teleporting back. To Robert, it all seemed like a trap, a setup meant to keep him from ever returning. Yet, for some reason, Roland wasn't convinced. There were many ways the headmistress could have come after him, and this one felt surprisingly mild. If she wanted him dead, she could easily have declared him the perpetrator of the incident and exposed his hiding place in Albrook. By now, he assumed she knew the location of his teleportation gate, yet for whatever reason, she had not mentioned it to anyone. It should be fine. I don't think she'll do anything rash, he replied, though he was holding back some of his concerns. While the headmistress seemed relatively calm, Roland knew that didn't mean he'd get off without consequences. It was possible she'd require some form of trade. Perhaps she would demand some of his secrets or request that he craft runic devices for the Institute work that could take months or even years. After all, he'd already helped them set up a monitoring system, and she might just ask him to stay on much longer, so don't worry about it. Once I'm finished at the Institute, I'll make sure to reach out. As Roland wrapped up his preparations, Robert took a deep breath and faced his younger brother. He began, his tone more serious than before. Before you leave, I'd like to perform a vow as a knight, a proper one. If I am to take on a squire and work in your stead, I want to do it right. Roland paused, watching the resolve in his brother's gaze, wondering where this sudden idea had come from. Vows performed by those with the knight class were more than words. They were binding oaths with genuine power and influence, often shaping a knight's future. If Robert took this vow now, it could tie his path to Roland's and potentially prevent him from ever becoming a knight under a true lord. I don't think that's a good idea, really. Is it any worse than coming here? It's not like anyone else would want me as their knight after all that's happened. And while Lord Arthur seems like a great man, I barely know him. With this oath, I'll be able to find you if anything happens to you in the future, so don't refuse it. What kind of oath are you thinking about? Roland asked, wary of the answer but also intrigued by the idea to some degree. One of vassalage. I see. Roland fell silent, considering his brother's words. They both came from a noble family that had served as knights in the past, so they knew well the intricacies of vows, oaths, and pledges. Each type of oath had its own effects, some even providing passive benefits, like the ability to sense a lord's location in times of need. This seemed to be what Robert was seeking, as the vassal oath offered such a connection. Letter 1E5D. In taking this oath, however, Robert would become bound to Roland as a vassal. Should he ever defy a direct order, the vow would break, marking him with the dreaded Oathbreaker status debuff, a powerful affliction that would last a year, reducing all his stats by a third. Yet, a vassal oath could also grant a random enhancement, depending on the strength of the lord to whom the vow was made. Roland wondered what kind of boon his brother might gain. The vassal oath, well, once you reach Tier 3, it'll be cancelled automatically if you switch to a new primary class, so it should be fine. The world system was strict, yet in this case it offered an escape. Any oath would dissolve upon reaching a new class tier, allowing a knight a fresh start. Robert was only a Tier 2 class holder and was on track to reach Tier 3 soon with Roland's guidance. This realization eased Roland's concerns somewhat, and he also grew curious about what advantages the pledge might bring. After a moment's hesitation, he gave a slow nod, deciding that for now, this might not be such a bad idea. Fine, let's just get it over with, but promise me that once you're Tier 3, you'll think twice before doing something like this. Don't worry, I thought it through. Roland wasn't sure where all this confidence was coming from, but it seemed his brother now fully trusted him with his life. Roland had rescued both him and Lucille, helping them build a new life, and apparently that had been enough to earn this deep trust. When Roland finally agreed, Robert's face lit up, his eyes gleaming with relief. For him, this choice was significant, but for Roland it was not much of a risk. There were no downsides of accepting the oath, so he was now ready to go through it. Let's just get this over with then. What was left to do was perform the traditional pledge, and to do that, Robert needed to perform a specific series of words that came from his heart, similar to a mage's chant. I, Robert Arden, son of Wentworth, by the code of our forebears, I offer to you this oath of vassalage. Through it, I pledge my undying loyalty and service to you, Roland Arden, my kin and now my liege. May my strength be yours, my blade serve your cause, and my life be yours to command. In times of peace or peril, I shall stand as your shield and follow your word as law. This I swear, by my honor as a knight and as your brother. It was quite a lengthy process, but as the words left Robert's mouth, a faint shimmering light surrounded him, pulsing with a soft, ethereal glow. It settled over him like a mantle, then faded into his body, leaving only the subtle sense of a bond, an invisible tether that tied him to Roland. Roland felt a strange surge of warmth as the oath solidified, like a steady presence now pulsing in the back of his mind, as though he could sense his brother's spirit nearby. An oath is being offered to you. Will you accept it? A prompt from the system appeared, giving Roland the option to decline. Instead, he just nodded and accepted, then watched as the process completed seamlessly. In his status screen, a new section labeled Vassals appeared, with Robert listed as his first one. Congratulations, Robert Arden has become your vassal. Reminds me of the Tier 3 Ascension scenario. During his last Ascension ritual, he had been granted the position of a lord, taking pledges from puppet knights and lesser lords as he conquered them. This felt remarkably similar, though the bond he now sensed with Robert felt even stronger, more authentic. Well then, it's done. You're now officially bound as my vassal. Did you get any interesting skills from it? Give me a moment. Robert replied, standing up from his kneeling position and skimming through his own status screen. He nodded a few times as he read through it, but his expression shifted to one of mild confusion. That's not something I expected, he murmured, clearly taken aback. As a seasoned knight, Robert knew his way around the different oaths, so if he was surprised, it likely meant he received something rare. While it was possible to gain abilities from one's lord through an oath, this was unusual and often lucky. Did you get? I hope it's nothing problematic. No, it's just not something I think I can use. It's called Rune Mastery. But that's not all. I also received a strange title. A title. Rune Mastery was one of his rune smiting skills, a class ability that gave him insight into the complexities of runes and slightly reduced the mana cost to use them. It was useful, though only marginally so, especially for someone like Robert, who wasn't a runic mage and had limited amounts of mana. This seemed like an odd quirk of the oath system, a kind of misfire, he thought, but the title Robert had mentioned piqued his curiosity. Yes, it's called Rune Vassal. Oh, it seems to give me affinities with runes. That's peculiar. Could you perhaps write it out for me on the blackboard? Roland was intrigued by this notion, and soon Robert took some chalk and started writing on a nearby blackboard. Rune Vassal. Title. Given to knights that form oaths to lords with a high affinity for rune magic. This title lowers the mana cost of using runes and rune-related skills by 20. Why this is, Roland wasn't the only one intrigued by this news, as Lucille was quite shocked. Is it possible for me to perform an oath like that? No, I don't think so, you're not a knight. Lucille read through the title explanation, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Roland could see why this title granted Robert a flat reduction in the mana cost for using rune magic, combined with the rune mastery skill which likely improved his control over rune spells. Robert's reduction would approach 30%, a remarkable advantage that any rune mage, especially Lucille, would envy. Not fair. Lucille sighed, clearly frustrated at the missed opportunity for herself. Robert shrugged, a bit amused, but she wouldn't just give up like that. True, but there have to be magical contracts or oaths out there with similar effects, right? If only I could reach out to someone at the Institute to check their library. Oh, I remember they had a whole section on magical bonds and contracts, I know. I could ask Professor Arian about it, or perhaps Sir Roland could look once he finishes up there. She began to ramble, already plotting her next steps, while Roland tried to tune her out, finding her enthusiasm amusing. However, once his name was mentioned, he decided to shut her down as he didn't want her attempt to perform some strange ritual binding contracts that could potentially cause harm to both of them. I'm not sure that's a great idea anyway, I should probably get going. I might be gone for a while, so take care of things here while I'm away. Will do, High Commander. Robert replied, snapping a salute like a true knight. Despite the humor in his tone, he seemed to mean it. Roland realized that even though he was the younger of the two, Robert had already accepted him as his superior. In a sense, it felt natural. After all, in reality, he was more than 20 years older than Robert, making the role of his lord more manageable. Roland couldn't help but chuckle at Robert's overly formal salute, but he appreciated the sentiment. Their relationship had a rocky start, but now it seemed like it was finally blossoming. Lucille still wore an expression of mild envy, but he could trust the two enough to leave him with keys to his home. All right then, if all goes well, I should be back in a day or two. Take care and don't worry, we'll keep things safe, won't we, Sir Durendal? Robert smiled as his new alias was mentioned, and he nodded. Indeed, I'll make sure no trouble comes through here. Good. Roland nodded and moved over toward the elevator to get to the lower level. There, he was greeted by Sebastian and the face of his wife on the big display. Well, I'll be heading out. Be careful and return in one piece. I will. Roland said his goodbyes a bit earlier, but Elodia still insisted to see him off, even if it was through their home's monitoring system. They talked for a moment while he got ready. His suit of armor had been placed in a separate chamber, and he now approached it. Once in, a burst of flames erupted against the metal, and it seemed that the process had been successful. These spores are hard to get rid of and even harder to detect. After returning home, Roland eventually discovered how the headmistress had been tracking him all along. On both his robe and suit, he found microscopic spores, far too small for an ordinary person to detect. With Sebastian's help and some modern knowledge, he managed to identify them, and it became clear that as soon as he set foot in the Institute again, more of these spores would likely be planted on him. At least they stay mostly dormant when I'm outside the caster's range. These spores weren't harmful, they functioned more like a casting anchor, for the headmistress, a medium she could use to tether her magic to him remotely. This was how she had pinpointed his location during his interrogation by the Tier 4 witch, and how she always seemed aware of his actions. The spores emitted faint mana signals, relaying information back to her. After analyzing the signal pattern, Roland managed to block it. He found that the most effective way to remove the spores entirely was with fire, which would burn them away. But now, even if new spores found their way onto his suit, he had a method to disrupt their signals, keeping his location and activities safely under wraps. She might be mad that I removed them, but she does seem like a person that likes capable people. Roland had thought long and hard about his next move, and every path led back to the headmistress. If he could demonstrate his capability in figuring out Tier 4 magic, like these spores, then perhaps she would be more lenient. He figured that whatever he had done at the De Vere estate likely wasn't of deep concern to a mage of her caliber. He'd invoked her name as a shield, but hadn't overstepped, or at least, that's what he hoped. Typically, in situations like this, if he proved himself useful, past transgressions would be quickly forgiven. The headmistress seemed to have a particular task in mind for him after all. She had appointed him as a deputy professor, a position not given lightly. Perhaps once he arrived, she'd finally reveal her true intentions. Well then, soon, he stood before a shimmering teleportation gate, dressed in his institute professor robes, with his armor concealed beneath. His runic inventions were either stored in his runic space or packed into the suitcase at his hip. While he was prepared to bring his entire arsenal into the Institute, he knew his chances against a mage of her power would be slim. Nevertheless, he'd made his choice, and he would not leave before his assistant was safe and sound. Roland took a deep breath, steeling himself as the teleportation gate sprung to life. The faint shimmer of mana radiated through the portal and cast a pale glow over the cold stone floor. After giving one last sigh of annoyance, he moved forward to step through the gate. He felt the familiar, weightless pull as the world blurred around him. In moments, he found himself standing in the well-lit teleportation chamber of Xandar's Institute. The air was thick with mana, and the faint scent of incense mixed with the distinct metallic undertone of magical equipment filled his senses. The chamber hummed with the sound of the gate closing behind him. The smooth marble floor was embedded with intricate glowing runes that pulsed in sync with energy and amplified the otherworldly atmosphere of the Institute. Everything seems normal. He stood alone in the chamber. The Institute mage responsible for keeping watch seemed uninterested in him, or perhaps even a bit fearful. Roland was, after all, still the deputy professor, a man who had defied a noble's daughter and maintained close ties with the leader of the enforcement department. It was no surprise that the staff viewed him with fearfulness, as he answered only to one person, the headmistress. At least she hasn't told the others anything. For a moment, he had expected a group of mages to be waiting for him, but the chamber was empty. He had leveraged the headmistress's authority during Robert's rescue, likely the very reason for her anger. Perhaps she hadn't ordered his apprehension to avoid embarrassment after all. It would look bad if a newly appointed deputy professor was already abusing his status as soon as he left the grounds. While she was the academy's most powerful mage, this didn't mean she commanded everyone's respect. Some believed Rathos was the one truly in charge, as most decisions passed through him. The headmistress had veto power, but she rarely exercised it as if she didn't care. To some, this indifference was enough to deem her unfit as a leader. Even though she wielded immense power, her lack of presence had allowed rumors to flourish. Some depicted her as an aging woman, long past her prime, unable to leave the tower where she resided. Roland couldn't entirely dismiss this theory as it had some merit. At first glance, she looked merely like an elf with a greenish tint, but her deep connection to the mysterious tree tower was undeniable. The headmistress rarely ventured out, and most students had never seen her in person, only hearing of her through professors and senior mages. Whispers suggested that she had somehow bound herself to the tower in exchange for mystical powers or forbidden knowledge, though the exact nature of this bond remained unknown. While Roland believed she was at least capable of leaving the tower after all, she had threatened to intervene in the witch's affairs. It was also possible that her power had limits she preferred to conserve. Perhaps she was indeed bound to the tower, her mobility restricted, and she avoided expending her energy unnecessarily. This left him wondering, why had she offered her aid to him, and what did she truly hope to gain by holding Bernir hostage? I can still access the monitoring system. Bernir is right there. As he moved forward, he quickly scanned the Institute to assess the situation. To his surprise, not much had changed since he'd left. His assistant was in the Runic department, specifically in the forge with the other dwarves. Bernir's vital signs were stable, showing no signs of distress. The only unusual detail was an elevated alcohol level, leading to a debuff labeled drunk figures. I leave him alone for a few days, and he's already halfway through their entire stockpile. He hasn't really been able to drink as much since he became a father. Roland's lips twitched in a faint smile as he noted the debuff on Bernir's status screen. Bernir was safe, which eased Roland's tension slightly. He just hoped the dwarves hadn't loosened his assistant's tongue too much. Dwarven company often came with ale and hearty tales, and he didn't want Bernir unknowingly spilling any secrets. As he exited the teleportation chamber, Roland cast a quick glance at the walls. At first, they appeared unremarkable, but he now understood something of how the headmistress worked her magic. His visor glowed, and the mini-screen inside his helmet confirmed his suspicions. Tiny spores were everywhere, clinging to the walls. They were the same spores that had attached themselves to his armor and robe without him noticing. This is truly her domain, he thought. Everything here is covered in this stuff. Knowing this made the space feel even more cramped as he moved along, and he began to question why they had even bothered him to install monitoring technology within the Institute. Perhaps he was overestimating the spore's capabilities, or maybe other mages had simply learned to block them out, as he had. The runic cameras he'd crafted captured footage through enhanced golemic eyes that weren't easily deceived. They used new technology that probably would take some time to counter. Roland continued his steady pace through the Institute's winding hallways, his senses on high alert. He wondered about the headmistress's true motivations and the nature of the plants she used. As he passed through the Institute gardens, the path curved toward the gazebo where the entrance to her tower was. The students lowered their heads as they saw him move, and some even left the area out of fright. It seemed that his reputation among the people here was mixed, and perhaps some rumors about his battle with the 3 knights inside the dungeon were already circulating. Arian seems busy with his work, and the girls have returned safely, albeit one is missing. Before arriving, he had taken the time to review everything, including the dorms. One detail stood out. Margaret was absent, leaving only Atasuna and Marline behind. The girl remained an enigma to him, and she seemed to have taken Lucian's absence the hardest. If Margaret was a hidden royal, perhaps her family had taken note of the situation and decided to call her back. A wise decision, he thought. He had gone over the choices in his head countless times and concluded that he couldn't afford to act rashly. The entire institute was, in a way, a monstrous entity that would consume him and his allies if he attempted to escape. There would be no way for him to take over the gate with the strange plants around and far too many powerful mages patrolling the grounds. Diplomacy, he decided, was his best option. Though he had prepared a few contingency plans involving the Runic monitoring system he had previously installed here, he wasn't confident any of them would work. Even the weaker Tier 4 class holder was able to suppress him instantly. So with a heavy heart, he moved forward, entering the beast's belly, the headmistress's tower. As Roland entered the headmistress's tower, he felt the weight of her magic, almost like a living presence pressing against his senses. The air grew thicker with each step, and the faint scent of herbs and damp moss grew stronger. At the end of a long, winding staircase, he arrived at her office where the mana was the strongest. The condensation of magical energies wasn't this strong before. Is she trying to send a message? There were no doors to be open as the stairs led directly into the room that she occupied. Once he arrived there, sunlight shone at him through the many windows. In the middle, like before, sat the headmistress, her skin green and shimmering in the light, as if she was a plant taking in nutrients from the sunlight. Her mossy green hair cascaded down her shoulders, almost blending with the vines and plants growing along the walls. She was surrounded by scrolls and artifacts, carefully laid out in an organized manner across her desk. As Roland stepped into the room, she looked up from her scrolls, her violet eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as she beckoned him closer. "Ah, Deputy Professor Wayland, please take a seat," she greeted, her voice calm. Just like before, a chair made out of plant matter formed itself before him. He didn't want to take it as it could easily turn into a trap, but he could not decline this Tier 4 archmagus. However, just as he was about to take her up on the offer, she continued with her sentence which caught him off guard. "Or should I say Wayland the runesmith, perhaps the adventurer, or maybe you prefer Roland Arden instead?" Roland paused, struggling to mask his reaction, though inside he wanted to scream. He had expected her to have investigated the incident at the De Vere estate, but not to have uncovered his true identity. Even his father, Wentworth, remained unaware of who he truly was, and now she knew. There was some connection between her and his father, a fact he'd confirmed during their previous interaction. If she knew who he was, then perhaps Wentworth had already been informed. His eyes darted around, and he even extended his mana, searching for any hidden presences in the room. But his efforts only prompted the headmistress to chuckle. "Fret not, your father isn't here, nor does he know about your presence here. I'm not sure if I understand, headmistress," Roland replied, still denying his true name. There was a slim chance she was merely probing for answers, but logically that seemed unlikely. His true name should have faded from memory as he'd been missing for over a decade. The headmistress tilted her head, her amusement undiminished by Roland's denial. She folded her hands, fingers entwining as she watched him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Ah, a master of disguise and deception, I see, a trait your father lacks," she remarked, her voice more curious than angry. It seemed that rather than being grilled for his behavior during Robert's rescue, she was more interested in his identity as Wentworth's son. This looked more like just a hunch and perhaps also explained why she was helping him in the first place. Once the idea entered his mind, it was hard to deny. She probably knew it all from the start. "Is this why you gave me this position?" Yavana paused, letting the question hang in the air before she moved the last of her papers to the side. She looked up, her expression unreadable. Giving up already? Roland felt his shoulders tense at her words. He'd hoped to ease into this conversation, to find some careful way to broach the truth, but clearly she wasn't interested in subtlety. She already had known for some time, and he could see it in the calm confidence of her gaze. "There's no point hiding it anymore, headmistress," he replied, trying to keep his voice steady. "But may I ask something first?" Yavana's lips curved into a slight smile, her eyes glinting as if realizing that she found something to play with. "By all means, Roland, ask away." He hesitated, taking a slow breath to steady himself before meeting her gaze. "When did you realize who I was? And did you give me this position just because of my father?" Roland held back from uttering Wentworth Arden's name. He didn't truly consider the man his father, a sentiment Yavana instantly recognized in his hesitation. She paused, observing him carefully, then spoke. "I imagine it all began with the incident involving your sister." She hadn't explained how she'd uncovered his true identity, but it was clear she'd known everything from the beginning. Her connection to his father explained why she'd rescued him from that witch and appointed him as deputy professor. It also explained her lack of anger over the trouble he'd caused at the De Vere estate. Clearly, she was an old friend of Wentworth Arden, protecting him out of loyalty to that bond. Yet there seemed to be parts of the story she wasn't aware of, and this conversation confirmed it. In his interactions with Professor Fortuna, she had uncovered his greatest secret. He wasn't truly Roland Arden, but someone entirely different. To this day, he didn't know how he'd arrived in this world or what it truly was, but one thing was certain. He was not Roland Arden. If she knew this truth, and if her loyalty to his father ran deep, she might not have helped him as much as she had. There was even a possibility she would have turned against him, or studied the mystery of his existence. But your position had nothing to do with a favor towards your father. I gave you it because I need you. You need me. Roland's eyes narrowed as he processed her last words. This enigmatic archmage was in need of his skills, something he didn't expect. She seemed to have everything on lockdown inside this institute, but perhaps he was overestimating her abilities and old legends that permeated these halls. She had been in power here for quite some time, and perhaps old age was catching up to her. Yes, Roland, you are here not because of who you were, but because of what you are and what you can do. She leaned forward, violet eyes glinting with a spark that made Roland feel as if she could see straight through him. Do not fret, your secret is safe with me. I have no intention of exposing your true identity to your father for now, but there are conditions, Roland. She leaned back, her gaze never wavering from him. As long as you serve me, your secret remains yours. Fail to uphold your duties, and I might find myself reevaluating my silence. Roland wasn't sure what to make of this. She had leverage over him and was using it as a form of blackmail. It was clear that she identified that he was unwilling to meet with his father and wanted something in exchange for it. Still, her tone was rather light. It didn't sound forceful, more like a suggestion than an outright order. What exactly do you need from me, headmistress? He asked, wondering what she truly wanted from him. Until now, she had never given him orders or restricted his freedom to wander. Perhaps before, she'd only been protecting him out of loyalty to his father. But now, something had changed. Perhaps she had realized he was more capable than she'd initially thought. It was possible she knew he was the one who had retrieved both Robert and Lucille from the DeVere estate. Someone capable of such a feat would indeed be a valuable pawn, and it seemed she wanted to secure him as her own. There are forces stirring within this institute. Yavana tapped a long, green-tinted finger on the wooden surface of her desk, her gaze growing distant for a moment before settling back on him with heightened intensity. I feel them, like faint threads of darkness, slipping into the heart of my domain, but I lack evidence to act. She leaned forward, lowering her voice to a near whisper. Someone or something has found a way inside. That's why I need you, Roland. I need someone skilled, someone sharp, and most importantly, someone that I can trust. You don't seem to be speaking about the nobles, he asked, and she responded with a smile. I'm not, but I need your help, because I'm uncertain. Take it as a hunch, a hunch. It seemed that Yavana wasn't truly convinced that there was a problem within the institute, but worried enough to ask him for help. While he didn't truly want to go along with it, there was a risk of his identity becoming known to his father if he refused. So you want me to be your eyes and ears? Yes, you will remain in your role as deputy professor and teach as you have been, but you will also report to me anything that seems out of place. Secrets, strange behaviors, rumors of forbidden magic, and those who try to undermine this institute. She looked out one of the windows. There was the whole institute before them. However, worry not. You won't go unrewarded for your troubles. I will grant you access to the knowledge in my private library and, of course, keep your identity away from that rascal. Rascal, she nodded with a chuckle, and he realized she was talking about his father. He began to reassess this exchange, which had initially seemed unfavorable, but the mention of her library changed things. This was knowledge from a Tier 4 class holder, and the possibility that spells, runic spells, were stored there made him reconsider his stance. This all began with the appearance of a strange, temporary knight assigned as his shadow, one that tried to kill him. He had assumed one of his siblings or their mothers was behind it, but he never suspected his father. By this point, he had already risen above his siblings, and their mothers they likely couldn't oppose him, and few assassins would dare take on someone of his status. The greater concern was the awkwardness of explaining everything, and the possibility that his father might try to forcefully reclaim him or even appeal to the Valyrian Duke for assistance. Roland wasn't certain of his father's exact standing within the military hierarchy. As a Lord Marshal, his father commanded a large number of troops, and although he belonged to the Royalist faction, that didn't mean his voice would be dismissed by their opposition. In times of crisis, factions from the same kingdom often found common ground. The Duke, enticed by the prospect of indebting a potential Tier 4 class holder, would likely grant such a favor. Your library, you say? Roland asked, his curiosity piqued despite his reservations. What sort of knowledge does it contain? Yavana's smile widened, a hint of pride gleaming in her violet eyes. It houses ancient texts, rare spell tomes, and research that spans centuries. You'll find information on runic magic, enchantments, and even some forbidden arts that aren't available to the general faculty. It's a treasure trove for any mage seeking deeper understanding. He could tell she was exaggerating to some extent, but he couldn't underestimate the hidden knowledge stored in that library. After all, it was a book from there that had enabled him to finally construct the runic prosthetic. He knew that knowledge was power, and he hadn't even fully explored the Institute's main library yet. Roland wasn't ready to abandon this place, as there was still so much he wanted to accomplish here. The Institute also served as an excellent teleportation hub, and he intended to investigate each of the elemental towers and their tower spirits to strengthen his own. After hearing what he would receive in return, the exchange no longer felt like blackmail, it actually seemed like a good deal. With his teleportation gate, he could visit the Institute in an instant. When thinking of it as a weekend side job, it didn't sound so bad. He could still spend most of the week back in Albrook and even return there each night if he wished. How exactly would my curriculum look, and what do you expect me to do here? Ha, I knew you could not resist my library's lure, Yavana chuckled, her eyes twinkling with satisfaction. You'll continue with your lectures in Runic theory and remain an active member of the Runic department. Fulfill your duties as you were before, without raising suspicion. But more importantly, I need you to keep a close eye on the other departments. I see. Would a report twice a week suffice? Oh, that would be wonderful. Yavana replied, clearly intrigued by his suggestion. This method was common practice in Roland's more modern world. Recording his findings in writing or saving them to a Runic device would be much simpler than meeting with her in person each week. Efficiency was his priority, and Yavana seemed to appreciate his streamlined approach. I could also install a master console in your office or somewhere else in the tower. It would make using the Runic monitoring system much easier. He tapped his chin, his metallic gloves clanking against his helmet as he was already considering ways to streamline the work. If he could automate most of the process, he could minimize the time spent on these investigations. But as he was mulling over these ideas, he noticed the Archmagus watching him with an oddly knowing smile. If you're already contemplating such solutions, she said with a raised eyebrow, does that mean you accept my offer? Roland's gaze flickered toward Yavana, meeting her curious smile. He had weighed his options, but her offer was too compelling to dismiss. Her library would give him access to knowledge he craved, and her offer also protected him against Wentworth. At the time being, he felt like he was not quite fit to face someone at that level. His strength had been tested, and he failed to meet his own expectations. The world was still big, and before he truly faced it, a few things needed to be done. Yes, headmistress, I accept. Roland inclined his head with a hint of formality, signaling the temporary deal between them. He wasn't sure what the specifics of it was, but he didn't need to wait long as Yavana came prepared. Great, then please, sign on the dotted line. Before he could pose any questions, a quill along with a long parchment floated towards him. It was a magical contract, a type that he had signed many times before. This wasn't his first rodeo, so before signing anything, he read through. This contract is very thorough, but could we address a few points? The headmistress raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised that he'd examined it so closely. Oh, are you really trying to renegotiate my contract? How bold of you. She didn't seem annoyed that he was questioning the terms set by an archmagus, just surprised. In truth, she could likely force him to sign anything or present a contract far less favorable. Most people would understand this and simply comply, but Roland had no intention of being pushed around. He was prepared to stand his ground, even if it meant hours of haggling with her here. Yavana's lips curved into a wry smile as she leaned back, folding her arms as if she were about to settle in for a show. Very well, Deputy Professor, let's hear your proposals. Consider it a test of your mettle. Roland nodded and got ready. Making a deal with a mage of a higher caliber was never easy, but he would do his best to get the best deal possible out of this. First, this one clause states, he voiced all his concerns about the contract, and the headmistress seemed both surprised and annoyed by his questions. However, his assertiveness only reinforced her belief that she had chosen the right man for the job, someone unafraid to challenge even an archmagus like herself. After spending a little over an hour reviewing the contract in detail, they finally reached an agreement. Roland would be required to visit the Institute at least once per week. The headmistress reserved the right to summon him for specific missions, and if he completed certain tasks, he could be exempted from his weekly obligations. In return, he was granted access to her personal library for 1 day per week. Although he couldn't take any books with him, he was free to study them at his leisure on site. To earn additional library privileges, he simply needed to extend his time at the Institute or perform exceptionally well on assigned missions, according to a merit system they had agreed upon. He could even use these merit points to waive his weekly attendance requirement, though it would require a large amount of points. Once Roland had secured the final terms, he signed his name on the parchment with a fluid, practiced motion, and the contract shimmered briefly before vanishing into the ether. The headmistress gave him a satisfied nod, her violet eyes gleaming as she accepted their formalized alliance. Excellent, Deputy Professor Wayland. I trust this will be a fruitful arrangement for both of us. Do not disappoint me. Roland inclined his head, acknowledging her words. He already felt the weight of this deal, though this time. The scales were balanced more in his favor than he'd originally anticipated. She had access to his talents, and he, in turn, to her private archives. The knowledge contained within her library could be the key to advancing his understanding of runes, machinations, and perhaps much more. I suppose I'll excuse myself now. Sure, you're free to take your friend with you if he wishes to leave, that is. He seems to be enjoying himself with the forge staff, though. If you'd like, I wouldn't mind if he became part of the Institute. Roland nodded, recognizing that his visit here was coming to an end. According to their agreement, he would have a few days to settle his affairs before he was required to attend some lectures at the Institute. Bernier was free to leave with him, though he could also remain at the forge, as long as he continued to act as the headmistress's eyes, ears, and sword. This position granted Roland an unexpected level of freedom even outside the Institute. He could invoke her name, a protective shield he had never possessed before. As he turned to leave, he felt her gaze upon him, a strange, lingering look. The headmistress rarely exhibited emotion, and if she did, it was often veiled in amusement or curiosity. But now there was something different, something that ran deeper. He exited her chamber with the hope that their future exchanges would be less intense. Once Roland left, the headmistress leaned back in her chair, a shadow of solemnity casting over her features. She waited until the sound of his footsteps had faded before reaching beneath her desk, drawing out an old, worn picture she had kept hidden from him before he arrived. It was worn and faded, edges curled from years of handling, but the figures were still visible. One of them looked like a younger Wentworth, his face slightly softened by still mature. Next to him was an older man wearing Solarian paladin armor, and to his side an elven mage, her ears long and skin green. However, there was someone else within the frame, someone that she looked at with sadness in her eyes. The passage of time is relentless, is it not? Yavana murmured quietly, gently tracing her finger along the edge of the framed painting that exhibited a remarkable resemblance to a modern-day photograph. She allowed her hand to rest upon the image of Wentworth before exhaling a thoughtful sigh. What circumstances may have led to such a profound estrangement between you and your son? Once this matter is resolved, I shall have to give that brat a good scolding. Her fingers trembled for the briefest of moments before she returned the framed picture into its hiding place. She wasn't too happy about keeping this secret, but she would uphold her end of the bargain. Yavana knew the risks that loomed in the Institute. The hidden threads of a larger, more dangerous game at play, and Roland would help her uncover it. Meanwhile, Roland descended the spiraling staircase from Yavana's office, his mind whirling with everything that had transpired. He'd managed to secure a beneficial arrangement, but the terms of his new role and Yavana's expectations still gnawed at him. He'd taken on a job that could lead him into murky conflicts within the Institute, with enemies capable of using unknown magic. One memory from the DeVere incident still lingered in his mind. His father had somehow managed to conceal his troops from Roland's monitoring system and golems. Although they could be seen directly through cameras, they had managed to evade his radar entirely. To address this vulnerability, Roland planned to research concealment techniques beyond just spells. He needed a deeper understanding of this world's systems, and hoped that the knowledge he would gain from the restricted library would be enough to shed light on these mysteries. Soon, he was outside and arrived at the gazebo. However, instead of heading straight to the forge where Bernier was enjoying himself, he paused. He had come here with three main objectives. The first was to speak with the headmistress, the second to bring Bernier home, and the third to address matters concerning both the DeVere estate and the Arden family. Now that I have her permission, this area should be fine for that. Before coming here, he'd been asked for a big favor. Although he had reservations, both his brother and Lucille were insistent. Since their departure to Albrook, their father had been left guessing as to their whereabouts. Now that he was at the Institute, he hoped to gather some information on the matter, though he wasn't sure how his father would respond. Initially, he had assumed that his father would disregard his family obligations and abandon Robert, but after appearing at the duel, it seemed more likely that his father would continue investigating. Perhaps if he could offer some closure to this matter, he could prevent further complications. From his inventory, he retrieved a small cube etched with intricate mini runes. Placing it in the center of his palm, he channeled a large amount of mana into the object. The cube began to glow, its runes shimmering as a wave of greenish magical energy enveloped the metallic form, gradually molding it into the shape of a large swallow, composed entirely of mana similar to the one Roland used for exchanging letters with Arian. I wonder how they will react after they see this. The magic-formed bird took flight, shimmering briefly before transforming into a beam of light. It shot upward, then split into two beams, each veering off in a different direction. Roland watched the spell for a moment before turning away, his next destination the forge, where his assistant was being held back by his enthusiastic peers. He headed toward the forge, his steps growing lighter with the knowledge that he had a few days to tie up affairs in Albrook. For once, things seemed to be aligning in his favor, though he knew better than to trust too deeply in luck. When he reached the forge, Roland found Bernier in a boisterous state, slouched over an anvil, laughing uproariously alongside the dwarves. They were cheering each other with tales of past escapades, tankards raised high, their cheeks red from both the heat of the forge and the strength of their drink. Bernier, caught up in the camaraderie, barely noticed Roland enter until a dwarf elbowed him and nodded in Roland's direction. "Boss, air, PPPP." Bernier called out, stumbling over his words, then letting out an ear-splitting burp, which the other dwarves cheered on. It seemed that the once outcasted half-dwarf had finally found a group that accepted him. These were the same dwarves he had worked with during Robert's duel, and it was clear they had formed a strong bond through the hardships they had faced while assembling the power armor. Roland wasn't sure if he should feel good or bad for the state Bernier was in. He was in high spirits, but he promised someone that he would get him home in one piece, and it was time to leave Bernier, boss. He slurred, his face flushed. "I swear these dwarves. Best company I've had since Albrook." "I'm sure they are, but I'm afraid it's time we head back." Bernier's face fell slightly, but he managed a lopsided grin. I suppose we've a few things to work on, eh? Let's then but before I go, one last toast for the greatest boss ever." Roland carefully maneuvered Bernier into the teleporter chamber. There the gate and the mage responsible for it was already waiting. The room filled with a hum of magical energy, and in an instant they were back in Albrook, emerging from the shimmering portal within Roland's workshop underground. As the teleportation's magical effects faded, Bernier swayed and blinked, looking around with a groggy sense of recognition. Roland steadied him with a firm grip, helping him navigate the few remaining steps to the elevator. "Come on, Bernier. Let's get you back into the house," Roland said, his tone somewhere between amused and resigned. He could just cast a spell at this point, but he wasn't sure if he should. Perhaps letting Bernier have a splitting headache the next day would keep him from drinking as much. Once they reached the top floor and stepped out, two familiar figures greeted them, Elodia and Bernier's wife, Diana. While their child was with Roland's wife, Diana was charging toward them with a decidedly menacing look on her face. "Bernier. Just where in the realms have you been? And why do you smell like an alehouse on festival night? A boss, help me out here." Bernier looked at Roland with pleading eyes, but after seeing Diana's maddened visage, he just retreated. "Sorry you're on your own with this one." Bernier shot Roland a betrayed look as he realized there would be no escape from his wife's wrath. There was no escape. Her sharp gaze was firmly affixed on him and his haggard clothes, and he would probably not hear the end of it for a while. "Unhand me, who do you think you are touching? Please, my lady, calm down. The Lord has ordered you to remain in your chambers. Please calm yourself." In a dimly lit corridor, Francine Arden struggled against the guard's firm grip, her voice sharp and laced with fury. "Release me this instant. Who do you think you are, imprisoning me like some common criminal?" she hissed, her noble stature undiminished even as her wrists strained against their hold. "Mother, please." Lucian's soft voice resounded from the side. She watched as two men pulled her inside of her own room while two others closed the door behind her so that she could not flee. "They're following Father's orders. I'm sure Father is just as concerned about Robert as you are. Please calm yourself and leave it to him and the knights." She spoke gently but firmly, resting a comforting hand on her mother's shoulder. It had been only a few days since her brother had fought and won the duel. Afterward, their father had ordered the knights to bring him back home, where he was to be placed under house arrest. She knew her father had struck a deal with Count Graham de Vere to ensure that her brother, Robert, would never see his lover, Lucille de Vere, again. But something strange had happened shortly afterward. During the journey home, Robert had vanished, taken in the middle of the night by an unknown figure. Her mother had just received the news that had been withheld from her during their journey back home. Both of them had been ordered not to leave the mansion grounds, but her mother was not about to comply. She was prepared to take one of the knight commanders and scour the countryside herself, unaware that her involvement might only hinder the search. Ever since Robert had been captured and tortured by the Count, she had been fearing for his life. Lucian watched her mother closely, worried she might do something drastic. She couldn't bring herself to tell her mother that perhaps Robert was safe. There were a few details that didn't add up. One of them was that all the guards assigned to watch her brother had returned unharmed. Though her father had refused to share the report with her, she'd seen the heavily armored carriage, which had a strangely shaped hole on its top. Whoever had taken her brother had gone to considerable lengths to abduct him. If it had been a simple assassination attempt, it didn't make sense to leave the guards alive or to take Robert with them. There was more to this than met the eye. I wonder, could brother Roland be involved in this? When she thought of who might have been involved in Robert's disappearance, only one person came to mind: her other brother, Roland. He was the only one she knew with both the will and the means to carry out such a daring act. She was well aware of his strength, and the magic he wielded was truly astonishing. Most people would assume Count de Vere was sending a message, but she doubted that. There had to be more to the story, and deep down she believed her brother was safe. "Why don't we let in some fresh air, Mother?" "I don't want fresh air. We need to get Robert back." "Please, my lady," the Baron will. As Lucian pondered her suspicions about Roland's involvement, she made her way over to one of the large windows in her mother's room, hoping that the cool night air might help her mother calm down. She unlatched the heavy glass pane and pushed it open, letting a breeze flow in, carrying the sense of damp earth and morning dew. She leaned against the windowsill, closing her eyes for a moment, drawing comfort from the silence beyond the room's chaos. Her mother wasn't letting up, and it would probably take some time for her to calm down. But as she opened her eyes again, something caught her attention, a faint greenish glow in the distance, steadily approaching the mansion. She squinted, watching as the light took shape, transforming into a bird crafted from pure luminous energy. It shimmered in shades of emerald and jade, leaving a soft trail of magical sparks in its wake. Lucian's breath caught as it flew closer, realizing that this was no ordinary bird. She recognized the magical signature. It was a magical carrier swallow, a spell used by magicians from the institute she studied in. The bird looked much larger than a regular swallow and was flying at twice the usual speed. Their home was protected by a magical barrier, maintained by mages hired by her father. Yet, for some reason, even the Tier 3 mage whose services had come at a steep price did not react to its presence and allowed it to pass. Although Lucian could see the bird with her own eyes, she couldn't sense any mana emanating from it, as if someone had deliberately concealed it to slip through their defenses undisturbed. Her heart skipped as the bird came to an abrupt stop before the window she opened. She recoiled in fear of it being some type of enemy attack, but to her surprise, the bird remained in place, flapping its ethereal wings as if waiting for her. She reached out cautiously, wondering if she should perform the usual spell that would let the swallow identify her mana pattern. Her mother protested the moment she saw the magical bird light up the room, the guards jumping forward to shield both of them from harm. "What are you two idiots doing? Protect my daughter. Why, young lady, please leave this to us." The two guards that were still in the room moved forward, their swords raised. They approached the mysterious bird who was hovering before the window. Lucian hesitated, wary of what the mysterious bird might signify. Yet she realized that there was no malevolent intent behind it. It was just a message, and it was probably sent to her by someone she knew. Her fingers trembled as she extended a hand toward it, and the bird responded, hovering closer until it alighted lightly on her palm. "Lucian, what are you doing? Stay back from that thing," Francine shouted as she saw her daughter reach for the magical bird before the guards could get to her. Lucian glanced back at her mother, giving a reassuring look, though her heart raced with uncertainty. She reached out with her hand and fed a sliver of her mana into the bird. As her energy touched it, the bird's glow intensified, its outline shimmering brighter for a moment before it dissolved into a spiral of green light. Lucian stepped back as a rectangular block floated down, gently landing on the wooden floor, glowing with intricate runes that pulsed softly. The room grew quiet, everyone's eyes fixed on the mysterious object. The guards held their swords up, ready to strike if the device showed any sign of hostility, but Lucian knew better. This was a device surely made by her brother Roland, as she couldn't imagine anyone else having the skill or resources to craft such a peculiar object. The block was now hovering a few inches above the floor, its glowing runes casting a soft light across the room. "Get back, child." Francine wasn't having any of it. She finally managed to pull her daughter away from the glowing device that had activated. The man stationed outside rushed into the room, joining the two other guards to form a protective barricade around the two women. Meanwhile, the rectangular object floated down to the floor and projected a shape above it. At first, the image was hazy, but gradually it shifted into two translucent figures. "Is that Robert?" "I've told you, Mother, it's safe. This is just a magical message artifact. Someone must have sent it here for a reason." Lucian tried to explain to her mother that it was fine, and as the woman witnessed her son's features taking shape, Francine's breathing stopped as the figure became clearer, gradually materializing into an image of Robert standing beside a woman, a beautiful, confident woman whose hand was entwined with his, Lucille de Vere. The projection shimmered slightly as Robert began to speak, his voice awkward but calm. "Mother Lucian," he began, looking straight ahead as if he were addressing them in person but looking directly at one point, or perhaps someone behind it. "If you're watching this, then I'm sure by now you're aware of what has happened. I am safe, and I have no intention of returning home. I know the plans Father has made, but I can no longer abide by them." His gaze softened as he glanced down at Lucille, who was next to him, their hands intertwined as if they were husband and wife. "I am where I belong." Francine gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as Robert's words sank in. The guards exchanged uneasy glances but held their positions, ready to protect if this were some ruse. Yet Lucian's face, illuminated by the soft light of the projection, showed something different, a faint, hopeful smile. It must have been him, it must have been Big Brother Roland. Lucian instantly knew that Roland had something to do with it. Saving Robert from house arrest was one thing, but freeing Lucille as well was an unexpected bonus. She was certain he had made all of this happen, and the rectangular, rune-covered device only confirmed it. Her heart felt light at the revelation finally. She had some closure. She wanted to grab her crystal ball and call him immediately or return to the Institute, where he might be. However, she understood that this secret couldn't be exposed, not to her father, and not even to her mother. If it were discovered that her brother had abducted the Count's daughter, he would become a wanted man. Since no culprit had been mentioned, it likely meant that Roland was still safe, probably hiding at the Institute or in Albrook, a place she knew of, because he had once shared details of his past with her during a heartfelt conversation. We know that there may be consequences for what we've done, but understand, Mother, I had to choose my own path, just as I know you would have chosen yours if given the same chance. He paused, his eyes gaze becoming sharper as he let his thoughts run free. And if that means going against our family's wishes, then so be it. Lucian stopped thinking and focused on the image of her brother. He was directly speaking to their mother and clearly trying to inform them about his situation. Mother, if you see this, please don't worry. I am safe and well. Me and Lucille have decided to elope soon. Robert stopped for a moment, his head moving down as if to hide his blushing face, which was hard to notice in this translucent projection, and become husband and wife, not as nobles but as commoners. As those words echoed in the room, Francine's face turned pale, her lips parted in shock. She staggered backward, catching herself on a nearby chair. Her mind reeled as she struggled to process what she had just heard. Married, eloped. Her son, Robert, had always been dutiful, perhaps too obedient to imagine him defying their family and Wentworth plans in this way was nearly incomprehensible. The guards around her exchanged uncomfortable looks, unsure of how to respond. I know this may seem rash to you, Mother, but please try to understand. I can no longer follow Father's designs for my life. Lucille and I, we want to make our own choices, even if that means walking away from everything I once knew. I only wish that, in time, you'll come to accept us. As Robert's image continued speaking, the projection flickered, casting eerie green shadows across the room. Francine, still stunned, sank into the chair behind her, her gaze fixed on her son's transparent figure. The guards looked to Lucian, uncertain whether to console the lady or remain at the ready. Lucian stepped towards her mother to give her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Don't be sad, Mother. All that matters is that Robert is safe and alive, doesn't it? Francine looked up at her daughter, who was giving her the most radiant smile she had ever seen. At that very moment, Francine seemed to realize that this was indeed the truth. All that mattered was that her child was safe, and surely, someday in the future, they would meet again. She managed to rise from her seat and continued listening to the shimmering recording, tears glistening in her eyes. I don't know what Father will think, and at this point it doesn't matter. I know we have made up our minds and will live our lives as we see fit. I fully expect Father to disown me, but that doesn't matter. Please tell him to leave any inheritance to you and to Lucian. I hope that you both will understand my decision. The magical device began flickering, and Robert glanced toward someone off frame before quickly trying to wrap up his message. I know that our actions will complicate matters between Father and Count de Vere, but we must do what is right for us. Please, don't search for us as we have already fled the kingdom. Perhaps in the future, once all of this has settled, we'll find a way to reunite, but for now, this is goodbye. With that, Robert's image turned toward Lucille, who squeezed his hand and gave a gentle, reassuring smile. The two of them stood side by side, looking like a perfect pair, their expressions resolute. The recording dimmed, and for a final moment, Robert's voice softened. Take care of each other. I'll miss you both and know that wherever I am, you're in my heart. The projection faded, leaving the room shrouded in silence. Only the soft hum of the mana device remained, casting a faint glow that slowly diminished until the runes dimmed completely. The guards shifted uncomfortably, stealing glances at each other, unsure if they should say anything. Lucian, however, felt a strange mixture of emotions, mostly positive ones. The quiet that settled over the room felt surreal, almost too heavy to break. Lucian kept her hand on her mother's shoulder, soothing her as Francine's trembling fingers covered her mouth. For a moment, Francine seemed lost, unable to comprehend what she had witnessed. Her son had defied everything, leaving behind a life of nobility, wealth, and duty. He had chosen a new path, and worse yet, he had left without seeking her permission or aid. Something is happening, stand back. One of the soldiers shouted as a faint sizzle suddenly emanated from the rectangular runic device. They noticed it behaving strangely. Its once glowing runes were now searing into the floorboards, releasing a cloud of thick, acrid smoke. Lucian and her mother were escorted out of the room while the soldiers shielded them from the smoke with their bodies. But just as quickly as the phenomenon began, it ended. The device had melted into a puddle on the floor, which was already beginning to cool. Moments later, a robed man rushed to the scene, a mage with a long, white beard, hired by the lord of the estate. He was the first to examine the remains of the destroyed runic artifact. The Tier 3 mage knelt by the remnants of the device, his brows knitted as he concentrated. He waved his hand over the melted artifact, muttering an incantation, yet no trace of mana responded. His face twisted in confusion as he felt nothing, no faint signature, no lingering arcane energy. This is impossible. I can't feel any mana anywhere in this room. It's as if this device ate it. Lucian heard those words and understood their meaning. Somehow, her brother had managed to dissipate the mana his spell had created, making it untraceable even by special means. She felt a wave of relief, knowing that her brother would not be found and was safe. Her eyes drifted to the melted device, a faint smile crossing her face as she wondered when she might see him again. In her heart, she knew it could take time, but she would wait. Someday, she felt certain, they would all be reunited. A man wearing silvery armor stood in the muted glow of a flickering lantern inside his field tent, surrounded by maps, tactical scrolls, and half-empty water goblets. Outside, dawn was breaking, casting an ashen light across the misty, dew-soaked landscape. The faint, rhythmic clinking of armor and murmurs of the camp beginning to stir reached his ears, but the atmosphere was hushed inside his tent. A rustle at the entrance caught his attention. He turned, eyebrows raised, as one of his knights entered, bowing slightly. It was one of his knight commanders, still in full armor, bearing the signs of urgency. His helmet was tucked under one arm, and beads of sweat glistened on his brow despite the cool morning. "Lord Marshal," the knight said, his voice low and grim. "Urgent news. Count Graham de Vere seeks to speak with you through the crystal." He was insistent. Wentworth Arden's gaze hardened. Count's sudden attempt to contact him could only mean one thing. De Vere had heard of his son's absence. He'd anticipated it might happen, but not so quickly. "Did he say anything further?" Wentworth asked, his voice as cold as iron. "No, my lord. Only that he demanded your presence at once and that the matter concerned Lady Lucille." "Lady Lucille?" "Yes, Lord Marshal." Wentworth made a single, silent nod, digesting the information. He was aware that his son had vanished during his return home. His knights were unhurt, beaten by an unidentified foe that managed to pierce through a magically reinforced carriage. Count Graham was on the list of suspects, as he clearly despised his son for what he did, but they had made a pact of non-aggression. The contract was designed to prevent him from ever harming his son, either directly or indirectly. However, there was always a possibility of finding ways around it. Some nobles had groups willing to do their bidding without requiring explicit orders. The contract only bound those who signed it, not others. Certain loopholes made evasion feasible. A clause in the contract required Graham to disclose or eliminate any groups he knew of that might act on his behalf. To circumvent this, he could have one of his loyal men form a group independently, without an explicit order. If Graham genuinely didn't know whether such a group existed, he couldn't be held accountable. However, establishing a structure like this was exceptionally difficult, and most nobles were reluctant to create covert organizations they couldn't fully control. There was always the risk that the vassal managing such a group might instigate a revolt, leaving them unable to foresee it coming. "Very well. Have the mage prepare the crystal and see that we are not interrupted." The knight bowed, his expression showing understanding. He exited the tent swiftly. A few moments later, a mage returned, carrying a small, intricate wooden box engraved with runes. He placed it carefully on the low table in front of Wentworth, bowing his head respectfully before stepping back. Wentworth's fingers brushed over the box that held the crystal inside before opening it. "Is it ready?" "Yes, Lord Marshal." "Begin the spell then." After the mage was ordered, he proceeded with the spell. He murmured an incantation, his hands moving gracefully as faint, silvery trails of mana sparked and gathered around the crystal inside the box. The orb pulsed with a faint, icy blue glow as the spell activated, and the shape of Count Graham de Vere materialized within, his face immediately contorted with anger. "Wentworth Arden, there you are." Graham's voice seethed through the magical connection, his piercing gaze locking onto Wentworth's steady expression. "I demand an explanation. I received a message from my daughter, stating she has eloped with your son and fled the kingdom. I should have known you'd be involved in this deception." Wentworth's expression remained impassive, but inside he was calculating his thoughts. If what Graham was saying was true, then not only did his son vanish, but so did his lover. To make things even more peculiar, the Count was claiming that the two had eloped and fled the kingdom together, a thing that perhaps only happened in romance novels and not something that he didn't believe. "Count de Vere." He began speaking, his voice stoic as ever. "I assure you I have had no part in Robert's recent actions. In fact, my son disappeared from our own ranks, and I've since been unable to locate him." Wentworth tilted his head slightly as if annoyed at the accusations. "This is as much a surprise to me as it is to you." Graham's face twisted, his suspicion persisting. "So you say, Lord Arden, but the fact remains that your son is nowhere to be found, and my daughter, Wentworth is gone without a trace. What do you intend to do about this? Surely you're not planning to ignore it." Wentworth's jaw clenched at the veiled threat in Graham's words. While the Count was 2 ranks above him as a noble, he was still a marshal, someone very involved in the kingdom's military. "Count de Vere, I would advise you to tread carefully with your accusations. My son's disappearance is no less a blow to my family than your daughter's departure is to yours. And yet, I have not thrown unfounded accusations your way." Wentworth's voice, cold and restrained, carried a warning that made the Count's face harden. The magical projection wavered slightly, but Graham leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he delivered his response. "If I learn that you or any of your family has been involved in this charade, Marshal, you will be held accountable, treaty or no treaty." Your son was seen with Lucille in the past, and I have no doubt he used some underhanded means to take her from me. Wentworth's eyes flashed as he did not appreciate Graham's insinuations, particularly the Count's blatant disregard for his rank. You forget yourself, Count, he said, his tone getting low, turning into a threat. I've tolerated your disrespect long enough. Let me remind you that while I do not carry your title, I command forces that protect this kingdom, including yours. If you're so quick to break our contract over mere suspicion, I will not hold back. The two men locked gazes through the flickering projection. Graham's mouth twisted into a scowl, but before he could respond, one of Wentworth's advisors stepped forward and whispered urgently into his ear. Sir, there's news from the estate. The advisor murmured, keeping his voice low. They've seen a magical message left by your son. He claims he's eloped and wed Count de Vere's daughter. Wentworth's eyes widened briefly before he quickly regained his composure. This news confirmed the information Count Graham had been sharing. Robert had indeed eloped with Lucille, defying his direct orders. This wasn't just reckless, it was potentially disastrous. Yet, amid his anger, a faint glimmer of confusion crept in. There was more to this story than he was being told, and perhaps the Count could fill in the missing pieces. Count Graham, it appears that your words were true, but there is something you are leaving out. How was it possible for your daughter to be abducted directly from your home? Graham was still frowning, but when Wentworth questioned him, his expression darkened further. It was clear that he was hesitating to answer this question, but after a sigh, he finally started talking. Marshal Arden, Graham began, his tone shifting from the previous outrage to a begrudging acknowledgement. Our estate has certain defenses in place, but it seems they were bypassed with alarming ease. An unknown assailant wearing strange green clothing breached the tower where Lucille was held. This person wielded unusual magic our mages couldn't detect until it was too late. Wentworth's gaze narrowed as he tried to piece things together. Strange green clothing and undetectable magic. Yes, he cut through the tower reinforced rocks with magic and used some type of sizzling rod. Cut through, you say, with flame magic. This sounded eerily familiar, much like how Robert had been taken from within the carriage he was being transported in. Whoever had aided Robert's escape, and now Lucille's, possessed powers far beyond those of typical court mages or mercenaries. He didn't know anyone capable of such feats, and as Graham continued explaining how the man had fled on a strange flying artifact, the mystery only deepened. No one he knew fit such a description. Their power would need to be well above that of regular Tier 3 class holders, perhaps even a Tier 4. But who in their right mind would do such a thing? He couldn't imagine any real motive, as his son wasn't anyone particularly important, and neither was his new spouse. He would understand if they wanted to blackmail him and the Count, but instead, they only received some information about them eloping. There were no demands, no ransoms, no ultimatums left behind. Wentworth asked, his voice laced with suspicion. The entire scenario was beginning to feel orchestrated, and perhaps the Count was lying to him. No, Marshal. This mysterious figure breached the estate, freed my daughter without a word, and vanished without leaving any trace or explanation. My men tracked him to a nearby mage tower, but it was futile. He destroyed the gate, and the mages were unable to trace where he had escaped to. And now I hear my daughter has eloped with your son. Do you think I believe this nonsense? Wentworth didn't answer immediately. His mind was racing as he tried to wrap his head around this issue. If this assailant possessed undetectable magic and could breach noble estates as easily as Graham suggested, he would be an unprecedented threat to the kingdom. Yet the elopement story, while improbable, was not impossible. Robert's recent actions, combined with his known involvement with Lucille, suggested that this was no random kidnapping, but rather an escape plan devised by someone with extraordinary resources. My son is no fool, nor is he so naive as to trust strangers with his life. Whoever aided them, they did so with his consent and your daughter's. He concluded that this must have been a coordinated effort, especially since the Count failed to mention any resistance from his daughter. His son must have had outside help, possibly from someone he met during his service at the border, or perhaps an old friend from the Knight Academy. He couldn't discount anyone from Xandar's Institute. Either Lucille had studied there for years and likely knew many powerful mages. The man who had fashioned that strange armor for Robert during the duel was particularly suspicious, and he might need to reach out to his acquaintance at the Institute once this was over. Then where are they now, Wentworth? If you did not help them, who did? And if you don't have answers soon, I'll ensure that your family suffers consequences. Threats will not hasten their return. Wentworth snapped, his patience wearing thin. If I discover the whereabouts of my son and your daughter, I promise to inform you, and I hope you do the same. This situation is as baffling to me as it is to you, Count. The two men's gazes clashed through the shimmering light of the crystal, their mistrust for each other quite real. If I discover that your son coerced or endangered my daughter in any way, I will not rest until your house is brought to its knees. The connection broke, leaving Wentworth staring at the dimming crystal, his jaw clenched. If Robert and Lucille truly had eloped, The consequences could indeed be devastating, setting their families at odds and sparking a rift that could resonate throughout the noble houses. He had done his utmost to avoid an open war with the Count. Yet someone had brazenly undermined his efforts, orchestrating a highly skilled, high-stakes rescue that even he could not trace or understand. Wentworth stood in the silence of his tent, feeling the weight of both anger and frustration settle over him like a heavy cloak. He remained motionless for a moment, his fingers resting on the now dim crystal. Then he turned to his mage, who had been standing silently in the shadows. "Find out all you can about this individual in green," Wentworth commanded in a quiet but steady tone. "No detail is too small, track him down." The mage nodded. "I'll call the information networks immediately, Lord Marshal. There are few with the skill and resources to pull off a feat like this unnoticed. We will find him." "Few indeed," Wentworth muttered, his gaze darkening as he glanced at the crystal ball, "and even fewer with motives to do so." The mage withdrew quietly, leaving Wentworth to grapple with his thoughts. He took a few minutes to gather them, but couldn't shake the feeling that his old acquaintance had something to do with it. Eventually, he reached into his chest to retrieve a mirror he had not used in ages. It was a beautiful, intricate piece with patterns of leaves and vines curling across its surface. With a sigh, he touched the mirror and channeled a bit of his mana to activate it. The mirror's surface rippled, then stilled, revealing the face of headmistress Yavana Arvendis. Her large violet eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement at the unexpected call. Well, what's this? After all these years, the great marshal finally remembers his old friends." Wentworth's forehead bulged as a large vein appeared on it. He was easily able to keep calm when talking to someone like Graham, but this old archmage always managed to get under his skin. "To what do I owe the honor, Wentworth? Or do you prefer my lord or Lord Marshal? Though I always liked Brat, why don't I just go with that?" Yavana teased, her long ears wiggling with glee at the sight of Wentworth's annoyed expression. Wentworth clenched his jaw, forcing himself to maintain control over his frustration. He wasn't in the mood for Yavana's usual teasing, especially not after the chaotic conversation with Count Graham. His fingers tightened around the ornate mirror, which tensed around the pressure. "Enough, Yavana, I'm not here to exchange pleasantries." Yavana's smile faded slightly, sensing the gravity in his tone, but she still remained relaxed. "All right, you've got my attention. What's troubling you, old friend?" His expression remained neutral as he tried to decipher hers. He could never tell what this woman was thinking, and even now she seemed unaware of the reason he had contacted her. "I need information. A man named Roland. He helped my son during the duel against De Vere's knight. And then, there's more. I believe he might be involved in something far more disastrous. You wouldn't happen to know anything about him, would you?" "You mean my deputy professor? Sure, I know him. I sent him off with your daughter. He seemed to have done a great job protecting her. But he returned after that little duel. Was there more to it?" This was not what he was expecting to hear, as it implied that this Wayland had nothing to do with Robert's escape. "So you ordered this man to aid my daughter." "I did so. Shouldn't you be thanking me instead of accusing me of something I haven't done?" Wentworth's grip tightened on the mirror, his frustration mounting. He had to resolve a dispute with the Castellane family, apparently stirred up by Yavana's meddling, with this Wayland serving as nothing more than her pawn. Although it didn't seem like Yavana was directly involved, he still planned to ask her about Graham's account of the events and inform her, in case she knew anything about his son and the Count's daughter eloping. "Oh, something like that happened. That's quite the tale. They have eloped, you say. I hope you aren't expecting any wedding gifts." The vein on his forehead continued to increase in size as the archmage continued to make snarky comments. "Yavana, I came to you for information, not jokes. You may find this entertaining, but for my house and the kingdom this is a matter of security." "Security, you say? Very well. You've piqued my interest, Wentworth. Let's set aside our charming history. I will help if I can, but I'm afraid my professor had nothing to do with your son's business and him choosing love. But if I find something, I'll be sure to inform you about it. How about you visit me for some tea? Oh, that reminds me." Wentworth fought the urge to roll his eyes as Yavana prattled on, her amusement painfully clear. But despite her teasing, he knew that if anyone could help him make sense of this mess, it was her. After all, Yavana was one of the few mages with contacts that ran deep into both magical and noble circles. "Yavana, I appreciate the invitation, but I'm pressed for time. If you can learn anything useful about Robert's whereabouts or this elusive figure in green, I would owe you a debt." "Ah, always so stoic and heroic. You know, some things never change." He held back from saying anything further, simply agreeing with her before offering a polite farewell and ending the call. His son was missing, yet a strange message hinted that he was still alive and apparently married to another noble's daughter, whose father despised him. He didn't know who the man in green was, but if he managed to find him, he would make him pay and make it as painful as possible. The sun had begun to burn away the morning mist, but the camp remained cloaked in an air of stillness. Two soldiers stood outside the Lord Marshal's tent, their breath fogging in the crisp air. Their armor clinked softly as they shifted their weight, both visibly uneasy. "Think we'll get some leave soon?" one asked, his voice barely above a murmur. I hope so, but knowing the Lord Marshal, he'll have us patrolling the border again. He glanced warily at the tent's canvas flaps. Their leader was inside, communicating through magical means. No sound escaped the thick material, as it was under a silencing enchantment. If someone were being murdered in there, they wouldn't hear a thing. Yeah, they shared a brief, grim chuckle, but their amusement quickly faded. The Lord Marshal's sternness was infamous, a subject of both dread and legend. They didn't dare complain too loudly, not while standing so close to his tent. Even in whispered tones, neither was certain their leader wouldn't hear them through the canvas walls. Their uneasy conversation came to an abrupt end when the tent flap rustled, and then without warning, the tent exploded. A powerful force erupted from within, sending the two men flying as a gale of wind blasted outward. Shards of dirt, cloth, and splintered wood flew in all directions, turning the serene camp into chaos. The soldiers scrambled to their feet, coughing as a cloud of dust and debris settled over the campsite. A sudden, oppressive silence fell over the scene, save for the faint crackle of breaking wood. They stared wide-eyed at the remnants of the Lord Marshal's tent, now reduced to a jagged ring of shredded fabric and splintered poles. Their leader, Lord Marshal, Wentworth Arden, emerged from the center of the wreckage. Though smeared with dirt, his silver armor gleamed in the growing sunlight, as if untouched by the explosion. His cape fluttered behind him in a gust of unseen force, his imposing figure framed by a faint, crackling aura of residual aura energy. His gauntleted hands slowly unclenched, and the earth beneath his feet was visibly scorched, as if it had borne the brunt of his fury. His face was a mask of coldness, but his clenched jaw and the flicker of rage in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, neither daring to speak. Wentworth's gaze swept over them briefly, his eyes like steel before he spoke, his voice calm yet filled with authority. "We're leaving, you have 10 minutes. The two soldiers stiffened to attention, unsure whether they should ask questions or simply obey. Before either could respond, Wentworth strode forward, his voice not loud but easily heard by the thousands of soldiers here. "Pack the camp and mobilize the men. We march for the northern border." The soldiers swallowed hard and saluted. At once, Lord Marshal. As the soldiers hurried off to carry out his orders, Wentworth stopped at the edge of the wreckage and gazed toward the horizon. The morning sun blazed through the thinning mist, its golden light glinting off his polished armor. His eyes fixed on the direction of the inner kingdom, his brows furrowed in thought. For a moment he stood still, as though pondering an unseen adversary, the one responsible for his fury. Finally, he turned away. A horse stood ready for him, its dark frame towering and imposing. His troops moved like a well-oiled machine, dismantling and packing up the remaining tents with practiced precision. The camp bustled with activity, soldiers preparing for an unexpected march. Wentworth mounted his steed, a massive warhorse clad in barding as resplendent as its rider's armor. The animal snorted and pawed the ground, as if sensing the seething anger of its master. The Lord Marshal surveyed the camp one last time, his thoughts racing. He needed answers and quickly. Whoever this man in green was, his actions had disrupted a precarious balance, pitting two powerful houses against each other and exposing dangerous vulnerabilities in the kingdom's defenses. Wentworth clenched the reins tightly. Not today, but soon, he would uncover the identity of this man and see justice done. Chuo. Roland sneezed, raising a hand to cover his mouth as dust swirled thickly around him. Grimacing, he activated a mana mantle, its shimmering field enveloping him and blocking out the floating particles. He was not wearing his usual armor, but a lighter set of gear, better suited for maneuvering through the underground tunnels of his workshop, also more suited for the messy work he was engaged in now. Now that his outside obligations had eased, Roland finally had time to deliberate on his future plans. One of his key projects was the expansion of his workshop, a task made possible through magical excavation. He was in the process of pushing some earth away, hoping to create a new facility to aid him and some others. "The soil here's a lot drier than in other places. Maybe I should have worn a full helmet." He dusted off his gloves, the clumps of dirt falling to the ground as his mana mantle let them through. He squinted into the half-finished chamber as he returned to his work. He was wearing a metal harness covered in runes, just spliced together metal to make use of his magic. This shouldn't take long. The ground rumbled slightly as it parted. The process was both methodical and straightforward. He had mastered the art of handling earth magic with the aid of his runes. Instead of being discarded, the displaced earth was compacted into smaller blocks, which could later be used as wall reinforcements or ground panels. These blocks, however, required treatment with specific alchemical concoctions. For now, he simply transported them into a container off to the side, one equipped with a spatial rune. Using a combination of his mage hand spell and a flotation spell, he positioned everything with precision, requiring little external assistance. His spider golems then moved in to secure the structures, melting the hardened blocks together seamlessly. The process felt almost like playing a game. In just a few hours, he had the entire chamber set up, and many more chambers like this one could be created for his future plans. His goal was to turn the area into a leveling ground for himself and others. Should I keep the monsters together or separate them into groups? He pondered as he stepped onto the hardened floor he had constructed. The next phase involved creating corridors leading to holding cells, where he would contain monsters. These monsters wouldn't be used for leveling up, but rather for honing specific skills. His plan was straightforward: capture a few Tier 3 skeletons. They would serve as training targets for people like Robert and Lucille. While practicing on training dummies was effective, striking an actual creature, especially one of a higher level, was exponentially more beneficial. Oh, I should probably test that new theory before deciding anything. Roland murmured to himself and moved toward a special rune-covered container resembling a large iron chest. A skull symbol engraved on its side served as a warning about the dangerous contents within. When he activated the spell, the skull symbol began to glow with a crimson hue, and an eerie sound emanated from inside, howling and the unsettling clatter of bones. Oh, does it want to climb out on its own? But it shouldn't be able to reach outside. With a wave of his hand, he activated another spell. Magical energy surged into the container, forcefully drawing out the being inside. The dimly lit chamber was suddenly illuminated by the creature, a skeleton with a flaming skull. It rattled violently, but was helpless under the effects of Roland's telekinetic-like spell, which held it suspended in midair. Its jaw clattered menacingly as it floated before him, only to be unceremoniously dropped to the ground a few meters away. These undead creatures are incredibly useful. Most beings wouldn't survive in a spatial storage space unless it's reconfigured for them. He had conducted extensive research on spatial storage during his time at the Institute and planned to deepen his understanding using the new library he now had access to. The chest holding the monster contained a perfectly cubic space about 10 meters in diameter, entirely controlled by his runes. The interior lacked air and any planetary atmosphere, resembling the vacuum of outer space. For most living beings, survival in such an environment was impossible, or at least, it would be without specific modifications. There were multiple types of holding boxes, some being able to slow down time inside, while others could even conserve food for infinity. The ones he used created a sort of doorway into another dimension in which he created spatial spaces. In this one he kept this monster inside, but perhaps in the future, he would be able to create constructs that altered time itself. It was an old training method from various works he had read from his own world, and perhaps in the future it would become a possibility. However, for the time being he was constrained by some laws, and he had not come here to test new spatial methods. Here it comes. It does seem to react like a machine. The skeleton's flames erupted as it charged at him. The monster lunged forward, its bony hands reaching out, wreathed in fire. Roland stood his ground, observing its movements closely. The mana mantle around him shimmered faintly as the creature's flames washed against it, unable to penetrate the magical shield. He raised his hand and with a quick motion delivered a smack to the monster's bony head. This monster was quite weak compared to him, and the moment his palm touched it, parts of its jaw flew off. The monster flew to the side and crashed into the far wall with a resounding clatter. Bits of bone splintered upon impact, scattering across the chamber floor. The flames on its skull dimmed momentarily, flickering as though in protest. Roland chuckled lightly, brushing off his hand as if it had gotten dusty. Not exactly durable, did I overdo it? Skeleton lay on the ground, battered but undeterred. Despite its lower half being shattered and its left hand missing, it continued to crawl toward him with relentless determination. The creature lacked fear, survival instincts, or even the basic reasoning of his golems, which were programmed to conserve power and employ tactics. In some ways, it was little more than a mindless automaton. But he wasn't here to fight or repurpose the creature for another of his golem programs. He had greater ambitions. Monster cores from Tier 3 beings offered a far better foundation for his research than this low-level Tier 1 skeleton. After reaching into his tool belt, he retrieved a cube-shaped artifact. Its surface was inscribed with runes different from the usual kind. These markings were darker, more sinister, radiating an aura of occult power. Once his mana was applied to it, a dark greenish aura erupted from this peculiar device. The dark green aura snaked outward from the cube like tendrils of smoke, permeating the air around Roland and the broken skeleton. The effect was immediate. The shards of bone scattered across the chamber floor began to tremble, then shift, as if drawn by an invisible force. Roland's eyes shone with satisfaction as he watched his experiment unfold. The fractured remains of the skeleton clattered and scraped together, assembling like pieces of a grotesque puzzle. The flames in its skull reignited, this time glowing with a sinister green hue. A strange bone-chilling sound echoed through the chamber as necrotic energy pulsed from the cube, imbuing the monster with unnatural vitality. Its form seemed sturdier now, its jagged fractures fusing seamlessly. Even its shattered lower half regenerated, bone knitting itself back together with eerie precision. Interesting. did it get strengthened by the higher-tier necrotic mana. There was an unforeseen side effect to his experiment. His goal had been simple, to test whether he could replicate necromancer spells using his runes, much like he had successfully done with divine mana and healing spells. His primary aim was to restore the skeletal, training dummies he was developing for skill practice. Capturing undead creatures repeatedly was both tedious and dangerous, and he sought a more efficient solution. To that end, he had attempted to emulate necrotic mana, intending to heal the undead and make them reusable. However, the results exceeded his expectations. He discovered that pure concentrated death energy could not only enhance these creatures, but also overwrite their existing programming entirely. Fascinating, it's not trying to attack me. Does it see me as a necromancer or a lick it has to obey now? Roland examined the newly reanimated skeleton, its posture more upright and its movements unnervingly smooth compared to before. The green flames in its eyes flickered with a faint intelligence, though its mind remained bound by the necrotic energies that Roland had infused into it. It stood at attention, awaiting his next command like a soldier awaiting orders. "Let's see, walk forward." The skeleton immediately obeyed, taking a few halting steps. The clatter of its bony feet against the chamber's stone floor echoed faintly. It moved as if he was a true necromancer and had been summoned by his very own hands, yet it still remained a regular monster, something that he could kill to gain experience points. "Stop." The skeleton froze mid-step, its compliance immediate. Roland nodded, intrigued by the apparent responsiveness and also by the fact that it didn't turn into a summoned creature. If it did, then he would have to readjust his spell. For some reason, summoned monsters made worse training partners, giving less experience to skills for hitting them, probably as a way to keep people from cheating just like he was intending to. Perhaps because I'm emulating Lick spells rather than necromancer spells, the system still registers it as a monster minion, but I won't know for sure until someone tests their skills by striking it. This unexpected bonus to his magic was intriguing, but not critical. More tests would be required to understand the full implications. Enhancing these monsters carried some risks. If one of them were to go rogue, especially when he wasn't present at the testing facility he intended to automate, it could become a disaster. Now return to the chest. The monster obeyed, turning silently and crawling back into the spatial box from which it had been summoned. That marked the end of this test. However, one thing stood out to him: the lingering presence of these energies. Even after deactivating the cube, he could still feel the oppressive mana of death permeating the chamber. If the Solarian Inquisition knew what I was doing now, the Solarian Church despised necromancers more than even cultists, and if they ever discovered what he was up to, it would mean a swift execution. Fortunately, he had methods to deal with the necrotic energy in the area, ensuring it didn't escape. With the aid of divine mana, purging it was a simple matter. After reaching for another cube, this one inscribed with divine runes, he activated it. The artifact began to glow, and as though disinfecting a contaminated space, the undead mana was gradually eradicated. Anyone who entered the chamber now would believe they had stepped into a holy sanctum fit for Solaria herself. Now then, once this place is finished, leveling skills up to Tier 3 will be quite simple. This was just one of many projects Roland was working on, but now that most of the tedious tasks were out of the way, there was finally enough time to focus on much more. There were multiple ways for him to gain more strength, and he intended to push himself forward. Only when he reached Tier 4 or close to it would he begin to stop. So what's next? He glanced over at a nearby blackboard where a detailed plan was laid out. Several tasks were listed, each requiring attention. All he needed to do now was choose which one to tackle next. Now then, please look at the table Professor Wayland will demonstrate. A black cat Professor Arian floated to the side while a large man wearing sparkling armor and a robe walked forward. His steps were slow and deliberate. Look, it's the deputy. Do you think if we become rune mages, we'll get to wear such impressive magic armor? I don't know. It looks heavy, wouldn't it be too uncomfortable? Maybe, but I've heard it's possible to inscribe runes on robes too, using special cloth. Get me one of those then. Ha, you think I can afford a fancy robe like that? Quiet down, please. The presentation is about to start. A group of young mages whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on one of the newest members of the Runic department, Deputy Professor Wayland. A rune mage of unprecedented skill, Wayland had quickly made waves, causing many to reevaluate their views on this often overlooked magical discipline. Today, he was giving a presentation featuring 5 metallic spheres, all seemingly identical. Can anyone tell me the known ranks and sub-ranks of runic artifacts? He asked, his voice calm yet somewhat commanding, causing the group of mages to pay close attention. His reputation as a formidable fighter preceded him, and no one dared step out of line against someone who had allegedly stood up to high nobles and emerged unscathed. Rumors swirled that he had been fending off hidden assassins with ease. The mysterious disappearance of Viola Castellane, who had yet to return to the Institute, only added fuel to the already wild speculation. Oh, I know. The question was relatively rudimentary, prompting many students to raise their hands. He selected a bespectacled student who stood up hastily, her rushed tone betraying her nervousness. We divide artifacts into 5 groups: lesser, common, greater, grand, and legendary. The subgroups are categorized as lowest, low, intermediate, high, and highest. Yes, that is correct. You may sit down. He replied with a slight nod, acknowledging her answer. Wayland surveyed the strangely attentive faces of the young mages, his gaze briefly resting on the 5 metallic spheres displayed on the table before him. Each sphere gleamed faintly under the ambient magical lighting of the lecture hall, their surfaces etched with runes that seemed identical at first glance. Today we will explore not only the fundamental properties of runic artifacts, but also how their potency evolves when used in tandem. These spheres' lesser-tier artifacts are inscribed with identical runes. They generate the exact same flame orb spell. Observe. The first orb floated into the air, responding to his mana as he activated it. A small flame, roughly the size of a marble, flickered into existence above it. It burned steadily, its red hue radiating a soft warmth, but with power insufficient to cause significant harm. This one is inscribed with the lowest possible rune. Now notice how the flame orb changes when we activate artifacts inscribed with runes of higher quality. Wayland gestured to the next orb, which hovered beside the first. The runes on this second sphere, though nearly identical to the untrained eye, were slightly more refined, indicative of the low subgroup of lesser-tier artifacts. He activated it, and a larger flame orb formed, radiating stronger energy. You will usually observe a 20% increase in a spell's potency as we ascend from lowest to low, and this trend holds true as we progress through the sub-ranks of artifacts. The demonstration continued as he activated the intermediate, high, and highest tier orbs in succession. Each flame orb grew larger, with the final one twice the size of the first. The progression was methodical, and the students eagerly calculated the changes in size using their mathematical skills. Oh, it really is twice the size of the first one student whispered excitedly. Who would even bother with the lowest runes anyway? Another muttered. Well, do you think you'll have the money to afford the highest-ranked artifacts? A third retorted, rolling their eyes. The murmurs spread through the room as the students processed the implications. They assumed that the presentation was highlighting the clear advantages of high-quality artifacts, as the same mana usage produced a spell with much greater potency. But Wayland wasn't finished. He raised a hand, quieting the whispers. You might assume that this means higher-ranked artifacts will always be superior to lower-ranked ones. However, please observe again. With a wave of his hand, Professor Wayland brought the orb with the smallest flame beside the one producing the largest. To everyone's shock, the flame on the smaller orb began to grow, swelling steadily until it eclipsed the size of the largest flame by a small margin. The room fell silent. The young mage's eyes widened in astonishment as they watched the seemingly impossible. How is that even possible? One of them finally stammered, unable to contain their surprise, and Wayland eventually revealed the secret. The true limiting factor in a runic spell's potency is not the rank of the artifact, but the mage's understanding of the runic elements within. A skilled rune mage can manipulate the internal rune structure that governs the spell system. While a runesmith works on altering the outer components, it is the rune mage who can reshape the internal arrangement. With some practice, adjustments like this become relatively straightforward. However, there are drawbacks, Wayland proclaimed as the show continued. The flame continued to grow in size, and suddenly a sizzling sound filled the room. The small orb that had been amplified beyond its capacity began to crack, fine lines forming on its metallic surface as the strain of the enhanced spell overwhelmed its structure. Within moments, a loud pop echoed through the hall, and the flame extinguished, leaving the orb, or what was left of it, to clatter lifelessly onto the table. As you can see, overloading a lower-tier artifact can lead to instability. It's crucial to respect the limitations of the materials used in its construction, as well as the rank of the runes inscribed. Here, the runes were pushed beyond their design capacity, causing the internal runic structures to collapse. It was an important lesson to teach the kids to think outside the box and challenge preconceived limitations. Even the simplest artifact could become a deadly weapon when wielded by a master. And now, there was one final lesson he decided to demonstrate. 4 remaining orbs floated closer together, their glow intensifying as the spell was activated. However, instead of producing one flame orb each, they combined their energies to form a single orb at their center. This new orb was much larger and burned with a blue flame, radiating an even higher temperature. If you gather multiple artifacts with an identical rune and synchronize their energy output correctly, you can amplify their collective potency exponentially. This is called runic synergy. It's one of the core principles that you must learn if you ever hope to become a rune mage. Suddenly, the large flaming orb began to shift, morphing first into a rectangular shape, then into a triangle, and finally into a star. The children watched in awe, their fascination growing as they realized how easily most people underestimated the potential of rune magic, believing it to be limited by the artifact or the runesmith who created it. With enough knowledge, you can adapt a spell to suit your needs. There will always be some limitations, but they are not as rigid as many would have you believe. While runes provide the structure, it is the mage's understanding of that structure that allows for true mastery. With this, the presentation was over and the flaming start dimmed. The orbs returned to their original positions on the table, their faint glow fading as they powered down. Roland, who was masquerading as Wayland the rune mage, surveyed the silent, awestruck faces of his students and wondered if he perhaps overdid it with the lecture. From the back of the hall, Professor Arian floated forward. His paw flicked lazily as he spoke, his tone filled with admiration and glee. "Another masterpiece, Deputy Wayland. If you keep this up, we'll have to construct a larger hall just to fit all the curious minds you're inspiring." If this trend continued, the department might have to stop accepting new students or implement stricter grading criteria to filter some out. Either way, it was a growing problem Roland didn't want to deal with. "Sure, well, I'm done here, so I'll be on my way." "Ah, of course. And don't worry, our friends are already working on that device that you proposed." Good. The headmistress had tasked him with keeping watch over the institute, and Roland had already devised a plan to make it happen. He had commissioned the dwarves to assemble a runic panel, a device through which she could control and monitor all the cameras across the institute. While she relied on her spores for surveillance, their range had its limits, making his system a more reliable option for the time being. They had already designated a secure location to store all recordings, turning it into an evidence-gathering database. If necessary, he could extract the data and have Sebastian analyze it, combing through for any signs of suspicious behavior. The system was still in its infancy, with limited material to work with, so it would likely take months before they uncovered anything out of the ordinary. "I wonder if she will let me go after I clear this up or not." He was quick to take his belongings and leave the lecture hall even before the students could. The people respected him here, always standing to the sides when he walked through. His deputy position made him feared by both the teachers and the students, and he had become quite infamous. This helped him avoid pointless chatter, but did not help in his investigation as everyone was wary of him. This was his first real day on the job since rescuing his brother. Earlier that morning, he had visited the hidden library, and in the afternoon, he had assisted Arian with a lecture. Now all that remained was a patrol around the area before he could call it a day. He hoped for a quick resolution to the current situation, though deep down, he doubted it would be resolved so easily. At least now it was done, and he had a whole week ahead to focus on other tasks back in Albrook. "I need to get stronger." The thought lingered, insistent, creeping into his mind despite his attempts to ignore it since reaching Tier 3. His body had undergone significant changes during his ascent, but it still wasn't enough. He needed to push forward not just in honing his crafting skills, but also in sharpening his combat abilities. For that purpose, he was constructing the monster facility. There, he planned to imprison infernal skeletons, hoping their presence would allow him to surpass his previous limits and achieve greater strength than ever before. However, first he needed to capture some specimens, and for that he would need to go back into the dungeon that he hasn't visited in a while. After completing his duties at the Institute, he made his way back home. His sister, Lucille, wasn't there, but he was confident she had received his message. To cover his tracks, he had enlisted Robert and Lucille to speak with their parents, hoping to send them on a wild goose chase. He had meticulously altered the mana patterns and trajectory of the letter, creating numerous decoy pathways leading in every direction. There was no chance of it being traced back to him, and even if someone managed to track it, the trail would end at the Institute, where the headmistress would likely protect his identity. "Deputy Professor, the teleporter is ready." The gate opened for him, and in seconds, he was back in his workshop, a journey that would take an ordinary person a month. Roland stepped inside, greeted by the familiar scent of metal and alchemical reagents. This was his sanctum, originally created for his personal use but gradually evolving beyond that over time. Finally, he allowed himself a sigh of relief. First, he removed the Institute robe along with his armor. Using his mana and a few carefully crafted spells, he unclasped the heavy plating. The armor floated toward a wall rack, where it attached itself to magnetic clamps designed to hold it securely. Roland rubbed his neck, feeling the weight of the day lift slightly as he transitioned into the solitude of his workspace. Finally, some peace, he muttered, but before he could relax, a glowing orb floated towards him. "Any problems?" he asked while glancing towards one of the monitors there. "An incident occurred at the shop." "An incident? Why was I not informed?" Roland responded to his AI assistant, who was quick to reply. "It did not fit the specified criteria. It didn't." Replay the incident on the main monitor. He didn't like the sound of it and waited for Sebastian to bring up the recording of what had happened. The monitor flickered into action, and in a few seconds he had the whole incident there. The shop's counter was visible, with his wife standing behind it, her expression calm but somewhat annoyed. A burly customer stood on the other side, his face red with anger. His gestures were erratic, his voice raised. Roland watched the interaction unfold. The customer slammed his fist on the counter, shouting unintelligibly, presumably mad at the quality of one of their wares. Elodia responded calmly. Her expression was unwavering despite the man's aggression. The bodyguard reacted rather quickly, and then a short scuffle unfolded, where the man was unceremoniously thrown outside. There he was apprehended by some soldiers given to him by Arthur. These incidents have been happening more lately. Nothing happened to her, and she was standing behind reinforced glass that even a Tier 3 class holder would have trouble with. However, he couldn't just let this slide, and he quickly ordered, "Sebastian, use your face recognition protocols, access the monitoring system in the city, and find who this man is. Find anyone suspicious that he had interacted with. Don't leave anyone out." "As you wish, master." He would not let this go. The man would be swiftly dealt with for offending the Knight Commander's wife, but this incident also raised larger concerns. Could he have been hired by Arthur's opponents? Perhaps this was an attempt to probe the defenses of the store, a precursor to an abduction attempt on Elodia, something he could never allow. With these troubling thoughts swirling in his mind, he headed upstairs to check on her. More than half the day had passed, yet the store remained open. He stepped into the elevator, riding it up to the entrance of his home. Then he made his way toward the entrance to the store, where he found his wife yawning and looking at someone looking through the display cases. "Oh, you're back already. I'll still be stuck here for another hour." She smiled at him as if everything was fine. For her, someone who had worked at the local adventurers guild, dealing with one rowdy adventurer was nothing out of the ordinary. However, to Roland, things needed to change. Perhaps it was time for a shift, not just for him, but for those around him as well. "Could I have a word with you? It won't take long, I'm sure. Is something wrong? You could say that." The two stepped outside, Elodia following with a slightly puzzled expression. As they walked, Roland mulled over the best course of action. Hiring a new shop clerk was easy enough, and truthfully, his wife didn't need to work at all, but he knew how much she valued staying active and involved. Then it hit him. His mind wandered to the lectures he'd been giving at the institute, and an idea began to take shape. "Elodia, would you be interested in teaching children?" "Teaching me?" Elodia blinked, caught off guard by her husband's unexpected question. "Teaching me?" she repeated, her voice laced with confusion. Roland nodded, his expression serious yet encouraging. "Yes, you've already been running the orphanage so efficiently, guiding and nurturing those children. I've seen how they respect and look up to you. It's not much of a stretch to imagine you teaching them and others in a more structured way." Before becoming Roland's wife, Elodia had already worked for him as a store clerk. She had been perfect for the role, her years of experience as a guild receptionist making her exceptionally qualified. However, that was before Roland had risen to prominence as the Knight Commander. His new position brought heightened dangers to their lives. As his wife, Elodia was inevitably at risk as well. The store itself posed challenges, as it attracted customers who were trained adventurers and potentially Tier 3 class holders. Many individuals in this world didn't require weapons to inflict harm or cause wanton destruction. In the past, Arthur's brother's knights had attacked her in Agni, something that still bothered him to this day. If Roland could transition Elodia into a more controlled environment, such as a teaching institution, ensuring her safety would become significantly easier. He could station sentries throughout the building and conduct background checks on any new children allowed to participate. It was a plan that would protect her while allowing her to use her talents meaningfully. "I don't know. Teaching is quite different from running an orphanage. What exactly are you suggesting?" Elodia's tone was hesitant, but the fact that she hadn't dismissed the idea outright gave Roland hope. Now he just needed to convince her. A school, of course. One where children, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds, can learn practical skills like literacy, mathematics, and maybe even some basic combat training. In this world, free schools didn't exist. Education was a privilege of the wealthy, with nobles hiring private tutors to ensure their children excelled. It wasn't a coincidence that more nobles acquired combat-related classes compared to commoners. Leveling battle skills through training, as Roland himself had been forced to do, dramatically increased one's chances. So did learning essential skills like reading and arithmetic. Even if these children didn't obtain combat-oriented classes, the knowledge could still help them achieve a better station in life than becoming mere villagers or farmers. A school, like one of those academies the nobles use. That sounds ambitious. Where would we even begin, and why are you bringing this up now? Is it because of that one customer? Well, partially, but I have been thinking about this for a while now. Roland admitted with a nod. That one customer had played a role in sparking the idea, but it wasn't the only reason. In truth, Roland believed his wife's talents were being underutilized. She was far more capable than her current roles as a shop clerk and housewife allowed her to show. He thought she would be happier surrounded by children, using her skills in a way that made a lasting impact. A school that taught children to read, write, and defend themselves was just one concept, though. If she didn't like it, there were other paths they could explore. If you don't like that idea, we could think of other things. Now hold on there, Elodia interrupted. I didn't say no. The idea is intriguing. Elodia paused, clearly pondering the proposal. Roland could tell she was weighing the idea seriously. She folded her arms, her brow furrowing in concentration. It sounds noble, but also like a monumental undertaking. Who would fund it, build it, staff it? Well, we would. Roland replied. We. It seems my dear husband hasn't been keeping an eye on the ledger. Elodia raised an eyebrow. Unless you get Lord Arthur to finance this venture, we'd be hard-pressed to cover the costs on our own. Were we really that in the red? Well, a certain someone tends to buy all sorts of exotic materials every day and doesn't restock his own shop too often. They also vanish for weeks or months and don't really bring back anything to show for it. It's a miracle that this shop even functions. Roland turned his head, feeling awkward as he was called out for his overspending. It was true. Despite earning a lot from selling equipment, he hadn't been producing much lately. He'd also wasted a great deal of his gear during Robert's rescue, blowing up all the golems in the process. After that, he had started tinkering with prototypes that couldn't be sold. It seemed that in order to move forward, he'd need to return to his work or perhaps explore other ways to earn money. I thought so. Well, once you take care of that problem, then I'll give it a serious consideration. The idea of starting a school lingered in Roland's mind as he watched Elodia return to the shop. Her reaction was promising, though it came with many concerns that he was aware of. Funding was a valid point one he couldn't ignore. His habit of hoarding rare materials for crafting and neglecting to restock the shop had undoubtedly stretched their resources thin. If this school were to become a reality, he'd need to fix his finances quickly. At first, he pondered whether it would be fine to restructure the dorms into part of the school, but the thought of having more children near his workshop bothered him. The dorms operated as an orphanage, sustained by his work and Elodia's. While the kids would eventually grow up and leave, it didn't mean he could simply repurpose the space into something else. It could remain as a dormitory or an orphanage for other children. Perhaps even some of its old residents could manage it. A better idea began to take shape: a proper institution within Albrook. There were still suitable locations where such a place could be built, and with Arthur's help, securing the rights likely wouldn't be a problem. However, this would be a massive undertaking. He would need to design a large building and ensure it was fully secured for Elodia's use. She would probably be the only teacher at first, but in time, he envisioned her becoming the head mistress, deciding how the institution would operate. Roland planned to be the main sponsor, but for that, he needed to earn a significant amount of money. It always comes down to resources, but what's the best way to go about this? Roland was a busy man with many demands and little aptitude for commerce. He could, in theory, lock himself in his workshop for a few months to earn enough money for the project, but he couldn't afford to waste all that time. His level wasn't advancing quickly enough, and he was keen to address that problem too. I need a more permanent solution. I'll always need more money, now and in the future. That's a truth that never changes. Not much time had passed since he started working with Mithril, but he knew there were far superior materials awaiting him in the future. Creating golems, developing new runic devices, and expanding his workshop all demanded more time and resources. If he relied solely on selling personally crafted items, he would be unable to focus on other projects or improve his combat skills. I wish that time chamber idea was feasible, but that's probably going to take years of research, and even then it could be impossible. I should focus on building a factory instead. Let the golems handle assembly for me. Even if I can't create a rune assembly process, I should be able to minimize my involvement. Roland already had a solid plan for creating his first runic factory. He still had a large amount of unused old farmland where it could be constructed. That would likely become his next major building project, but it wasn't his only priority. He also wanted to delve back into the dungeon to explore the layout of the B-rank portion or confirm if its rank wasn't higher. From what he had gathered, adventurers were struggling to progress beyond a few floors, and no one had discovered a boss chamber yet. If I remember correctly, the guild offers rewards for bringing in new information about the dungeon, and if I manage to be the first to tackle the new boss, I might score some bonus treasure, perhaps something as valuable as Agni's egg. The dungeon still held many secrets waiting to be uncovered. The basic portion of it had already been fully mapped by his golems, giving him a comprehensive view of the area. While he no longer had control over the mining section, he was still earning income through his golem rescue services. The reduction in adventurer deaths had made the dungeon a more popular destination, which in turn put more coins in Arthur's pocket. Even so, Roland couldn't take everything from the dungeon for himself. The city also needed resources, and so did its soldiers. Balancing these demands was crucial. His survival was closely tied to the strength of Arthur's troops. It's hard being a knight commander, but I'll still keep the best stuff for me. Roland nodded to himself and returned to his workshop. Perhaps it was time for the Crimson Adventurer to make a comeback. However, before venturing forth, he needed to take care of a few preparations. First on his list was his tamed wolf, Agni, who he intended to bring along. With so many undead creatures lurking in the dungeon, Agni's divine constitution would be a tremendous advantage. Roland was aware that the Solarian Church might complain about his absence, so he planned to take Agni through the back entrance to avoid any unnecessary encounters. While he had an agreement with the church, if Agni missed a few sermons, they would simply have to accept it. I bet Agni will love going out and playing in the dungeon again. We haven't had much time for exploring lately. He also needed to review the guild's list of monster parts in demand. His current objective wasn't just to gain levels, but also to earn money. Gathering sought-after monster parts was a reliable way to accomplish that. Since market demand for these parts often fluctuated, it was a good idea to update the mental list he had. It was also important to stay informed about areas other adventurers had already explored. While he had sensors placed throughout the dungeon, they didn't cover every corner. That shouldn't be much of a problem. I'll just have one of the soldiers fetch the list and give me a thorough report. In the past, he would have prepared everything himself, but now he was a high knight commander, a position that placed him above most others, and in many people's eyes, even above Arthur in terms of influence. With scribes among their ranks, having one of them gather this information would be a simple task. Now then, I should probably take some spatial containers with me, maybe some mining golems too. He wasn't expecting anything extraordinary from this venture, but it was always better to be over-prepared. If he unearthed another mine filled with mithril or other valuable metals, it would be best to extract as much as possible before informing the Union. While he had a good relationship with the dwarves, they would undoubtedly try to monopolize any new mine for their own crafts. Should I take a glance at the missing people list too? I suppose I should get to it. There was much to do, but with the help of others, he could focus on restoring some of his equipment. With Sebastian's assistance, he contacted a few people within the city to arrange the creation of a report that could be delivered directly to his doorstep. Although the project was not yet complete, he was working on developing something akin to a fax machine, an invention capable of scanning flat papers and transmitting them to distant locations. For now, however, he decided to give his mind a brief respite by indulging in some basic runecrafting. From a large box in the corner of the room, he retrieved a round metal sphere. It was a clean base for one of his most frequently used devices, a runic bomb. With a single strike of his hammer, the pale metal began to shimmer with a vivid blue glow. The light spread across the entire surface, instantly forming a functional spell structure that could be activated on command. I've come a long way, haven't I? It took just one swing of his hammer to craft this high Tier 2 bomb, and only a bit more effort would be required to make it even more powerful. As he recently explained in his lectures, runes could be enhanced beyond their intended limits. For items like runic bombs, this process was particularly advantageous, as overloading the structures wasn't an issue since they were designed for single use. Crafting these devices was straightforward, and they delivered an impressive amount of power. To make them even more versatile, he could imbue the explosion with any elemental attribute of his choice. This ability to adapt to various situations made the runic grenade one of the most effective weapons in his arsenal. Cheap and effective, the best kind of weapon. The night wore on as Roland delved deeper into his work, the rhythmic clang of his hammer ringing through the workshop. The faint blue glow of enchanted runes danced across his tools and materials, bathing the room in a serene light. Roland focused on replenishing his depleted stock of runic devices and gear. He also adjusted his armor and reinforced the enchantments on his gauntlets. His gear had gone through some use during Robert's rescue, but it was still in working order. As the first rays of dawn crept through the windows, Roland found himself enjoying a hearty breakfast with his wife. They had already discussed his upcoming departure. She was accustomed to his frequent expeditions, but he couldn't help wondering if her patience might eventually wear thin. To avoid any potential resentment, he resolved to complete his mission swiftly and perhaps return with a few gifts to soften any lingering annoyance. "You worked through the night again, didn't you?" she asked, pouring him a cup of coffee. "Had to catch up." Roland admitted sheepishly, his eyes flicking toward the window as though searching for a distraction. But more importantly, why does Agni look so down? Outside, his wolf lounged listlessly, his massive head flopped over the edge of the stable-sized doghouse. Oh, he's always like that before the priests come to take him away. Can't blame him, it must be boring to sit through hours of their rituals. I see. Hey Agni, come here for a minute. He had been working late into the night, sharing his plans only with Elodia. By now, he had received the report, packed all his gear, and was nearly ready to depart. In his haste, though, he'd forgotten to inform his loyal companion about their upcoming journey into the dungeon. Agni lifted his head slightly at Roland's call, his ears perking up as if trying to decide whether it was worth moving. Roland sighed, realizing that he had perhaps been ignoring his partner for too long, but his attitude also made him want to tease him more. Well, that's a shame. I suppose I'll have to go to the dungeon alone. I was hoping you'd come with me, but if you'd rather stay here and listen to the priests drone on. Before he could finish the sentence, Agni's ears shot upright at the mention of the dungeon. The massive wolf bolted upright, shaking off his lethargy as his glowing eyes locked onto Roland. With a deep, resonant bark, he bounded toward the house, his tail wagging furiously. There we go. Roland chuckled, reaching out to ruffle the fur behind Agni's ears as the wolf leaned into his touch, almost knocking out the window. I knew that'd get your attention. Elodia smirked, sipping her own coffee as she watched the interaction and the ensuing shaking of the house Agni was leaning up against. Well, have fun you two and come back safely. We will, Worf. Excuse me, but where is the noble son wolf? Oh, sorry, there has been a change of plan. The knight commander and his tamed wolf won't be available for a few days. But the priests, clad in the ceremonial garb of the Solarian Church, exchanged frustrated glances. They had arrived earlier than expected, hoping to take the divine beast with them to perform the usual rituals before their believers. It had become a weekly routine for them, and Agni the Sun Wolf was supposed to be waiting for them outside. However, it seemed they were being turned away for reasons they hadn't anticipated. One of the priests, an elderly man with a long graying beard, approached the knight standing guard. His face was stern but with a touch of exhaustion, as though he had seen more than enough of this kind of interference in his time. I must insist, we have a sacred duty to fulfill. The wolf's divine blessing is of utmost importance. You cannot simply deny us access without explanation. We were not informed of any change in the schedule. The knight at the front, a burly man with a scar running down his cheek, crossed his arms over his chest and stood firm. The High Knight Commander has issued new orders. Agni won't be available for your rituals for the next few days, maybe even until next week. You'll have to make do without him. The lead priest's face tightened, frustration bubbling beneath his composed exterior. This is unacceptable, he snapped, his voice echoing through the courtyard. The faithful await the Sun Wolf's blessing. Do you realize the kind of uproar this will cause among our followers? The scarred knight didn't flinch, his expression stone cold. I follow the orders of my commander, not your schedule. If the faithful have questions, you can take it up with your superiors or the knight commander when he returns. The elder priest huffed, adjusting his ceremonial robes. His companions murmured in agreement, their voices carrying hints of indignation. However, they could see that they weren't getting through, and they were also aware of the magical turrets pointing their way, so they could do nothing more than retreat. The high priest will hear of this. The knights stood unmoved as the priests shuffled away, their ceremonial robes fluttering in the wind. One of the younger priests muttered under his breath, only to be hushed by a sharp glance from the elder. For a while the knights kept their eyes of the Solaria believers, only talking once they had vanished into the forest. Was that really fine? What if they go to the Inquisition? Don't worry, believe in our High Knight Commander. Everything will be fine, we just need to follow orders. Now straighten up, if anything happens to Lady Elodia, our heads will roll. Our heads, sir. Would the High Knight Commander do such a thing? The leader of the guards glanced at the two younger soldiers standing beside him. For some reason, he began looking around nervously before waving them closer. His voice dropped to a whisper. You weren't there when it happened, but the commander annihilated an entire knight troop by himself right here. He was ruthless. He even defeated Knight Commander Emerson with just his fists and showed him no mercy, just his fists. The two men exchanged uneasy glances before looking back at their leader. They had heard rumors about the commander, but they weren't sure how much of it was true. The man rarely appeared, but when he did, chaos followed. They had even seen him flying on a metallic cart, pursued by the forces of an opposing faction, only for Lord Arthur to intervene and save him. Now that you understand, just shut up and keep watch. Yes, sir. The guards dispersed, passing orders to other men to spread out and secure the area. The entire site was now guarded by over 30 soldiers. Large runic turrets were strategically placed throughout, and a few imposing golems stood as silent sentinels. It was a veritable fortress that no ordinary intruder would dare to challenge. To top it off, Tier 3 adventurers were stationed nearby, ready to respond in an instant should anything go awry. With everyone bustling around, the leader froze, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Something felt off. Slowly, he turned his head to the side. There, one of the turrets was pointed directly at him. He could swear it hadn't been aimed his way a moment ago. I think I'm more feared than respected, but maybe that's not such a bad thing. What do you think, Agni? Worf, I guess so. Roland glanced at the display screen before him, where he monitored the soldiers and knights stationed around his home. His advanced surveillance system provided a comprehensive view of the area. For a brief moment, he noticed one of the guards flinch, clearly spooked after realizing the turret had shifted to track him. The man's uneasy expression gave Roland pause. It dawned on him just how intimidating he must appear to these people. If they knew I was watching them day and night, they might think I was some kind of madman. Awo, it's nothing, I'm fine. Let's move. Just remember, before we enter the dungeon, switch to your ruby form. The two companions began their trek through a concealed tunnel leading into the dungeon. The passage had been restored after the Lick incident long ago, its walls widened and reinforced with the help of digging golems. Now, Agni could pass through with ease, even with his larger size. Agni's form as a flaming sun wolf illuminated the passageway, his radiant golden glow lighting their path. But soon his appearance began to shift. Shimmering red rubies emerged from his fur, replacing the fiery brilliance. The golden glow dimmed as he transitioned into his ruby form, a transformation that was far more than cosmetic. This form significantly increased his resistance to physical attacks, hardening his defenses like an impenetrable gemstone. The primary reason for the transformation, however, was subtler. It allowed Agni to move through the dungeon undetected, blending in without alarming the priests who occupied the area. Most of them had no idea of his hybrid nature and would never suspect that the ruby-furred wolf was, in fact, the fabled sun wolf blessed by their goddess. Now then, let's see how things are going inside the dungeon. With his wife safe and his immediate worries set aside, he turned his focus to the dungeon. This place held a wealth of memories, most of them unpleasant, but it was also where he had achieved Tier 3. Returning now, he felt a sense of anticipation. Perhaps during this journey he could discover something to help him with his current leveling problem. Reaching level 100 with Runesmith Overlord was his main goal now, but for that to happen, he needed a proper training ground which would probably not be easy to discover. There probably won't be a Tier 4 monster I can easily kill with divine magic. Would be nice if it was, he mumbled to himself while heading through the hidden entrance. The door opened by sliding to the side, and he was there. Ah, it's rather toasty in here. This chamber was previously a hidden room with some rewards inside of them, but now it was turned into something resembling a boiler room. There were many large pipes going in different directions, part of the geothermal generator system they were establishing inside. Everything's progressing nicely. With all this geothermal energy, we won't need any additional wind generators anytime soon. Roland's gaze swept across the machinery, which had been installed as part of an experimental system to harness its latent heat energy. He had a hard time explaining everything to the Union dwarves, but eventually, they went along with his plans. Now, with this vast reservoir of power at his disposal, Roland could easily run an entire factory while still supplying more than enough energy to power the entire city. The possibilities were limitless, and this system would soon become the backbone of his magical city. If everything goes well, the new housing units will come equipped with rune lights, coolers, and heated water. Once everything was operational, Roland anticipated the favorability of the city's residents to soar. After all, this project promised a new era of magical convenience and innovation, powered by an endless, almost cost-free energy source drawn from the dungeon itself. After glancing around and checking for any potential leaks, he headed out. After Agni squeezed through a few secret corridors, he arrived around the mid-levels of the dungeon. There he was greeted by a well-populated dungeon, with multiple adventure groups fighting lower-level monsters. They were engaged in battling a few skeletons, similar to the ones he had empowered with his necrotic cube. The sight of adventurers fighting undead flaming skeletons gave Roland pause. It reminded him of his past, back when he had been doing the same. He couldn't help but analyze their techniques, which though rough showed some promise. Most of them were equipped with runic gear from his shop. While he did aim to make a profit, his products were typically affordable and durable. I might have to get used to all these prying eyes. I need to install a private elevator to take me straight to the lava area, or maybe I could drill through from the other side and create my own entrance from a different location. The increasing number of people in the dungeon and the time wasted traveling back and forth between levels were becoming problematic. Two options came to mind. The first involved constructing a tunnel and installing an elevator system. The second would make use of one of the hidden chambers and the geothermal generator he had already set up. With his current expertise, crafting a small teleportation gate was also a viable solution. Though it would consume a large amount of mana, it might ultimately prove cheaper and more efficient than boring through layers of dense rock. That's not a bad idea, he thought. I should scout for a suitable spot and see if it's feasible. After passing through the already cleared boss chamber, Roland arrived at the vast, open lava zone. Like the previous 10 levels, this area was more crowded than usual, though the adventurers were spread out due to the increased difficulty of the monsters. Roland's immediate destination was the mining site, where the entrance to the true dungeon lay. However, before proceeding, there was another matter he wanted to investigate, an area that had eluded discovery until now. Roland made his way to the area that had piqued his interest. There a group of volcanic rock golems blocked his path, similar to the one monster he defeated when he picked up Agni. Once these monsters were a real threat to him, but now he didn't even need to move a finger. Agni. Woof. Agni leapt at the first monster and the slaughter began. The golems trudged through pools of lava, but for Agni, resistant to fire, the fiery terrain posed no threat. The volcanic rock golems, formidable in appearance, crumbled like brittle clay under the relentless onslaught of the massive wolf. His ruby-furred form shimmered with each strike, the force of his blows reverberating through the cavern. Roland observed calmly, one hand trailing along the rough surface of the cavern wall as he searched for the anomaly. They tend to appear in areas with strong monsters. This one seems clever, though knows how to stay hidden. Once the battle ended, they pressed deeper into the dungeon, arriving at a seemingly barren cave. Jagged rocks jutted from every surface, creating a space that offered no room to maneuver. The area was desolate, no resources, no monsters, no hints of hidden treasures. Even the rocks were exceptionally hard and devoid of any redeeming qualities. Most adventurers would give up here, deeming it a pointless dead end. That, Roland suspected, was precisely what the creator of this space had intended. Interested in some digging, Agni's ears perked up, but the wolf seemed reluctant to navigate the jagged, sharp rocks ahead. Roland simply shrugged and activated his magic. With a touch of his gauntlet-clad hands, he began pressing against the sharp rocks, softening them into ordinary earth. Though they appeared solid, the rocks were merely clumps of soil reinforced by mana, their structure easily unraveled once the mana was affected by his own. "This area's definitely different," Roland muttered, noting the peculiar composition. It made sense this was where the dungeon's creator had hidden the core. After navigating a narrow corridor, he came to a solid wall. Activating his debugging skill, the hidden runes etched into the surface became visible. Roland's experience with opening concealed chambers served him well, and it took only a minute to decipher and rearrange the puzzle. With a faint rumble, the wall shifted, revealing a hidden path. At the end of the corridor lay the object of his search, a strange, floating orb, its surface pulsating with raw, unbridled power. So this is it, the dungeon's central piece. Roland had read extensively about these magical objects. Theories about their origins varied widely. Some believed them to be divine artifacts, remnants of evil gods who had left them behind as seeds of chaos. Others argued that they were nothing more than evolved monsters, feeding on the energy adventurers provided through their deaths within the dungeon's confines. Despite the disagreements, there was one universally accepted truth. The destruction of a dungeon core meant the annihilation of the entire dungeon and probably anyone still left within it. I wonder if this thing could directly power the entire city. The mana in the area was incredibly dense, the core practically immersed in it. Swirling energy radiated from the orb, casting a surreal, flickering light that danced across the cavern walls. Though the core was right before him, he didn't step into the room. Crossing the threshold would trigger a cascade of problems. The orb itself appeared defenseless, and the chamber was small, but the moment he entered, an avalanche of monsters would likely be unleashed, all of them swarming the area. I wonder what I should do with this thing. He had come more out of curiosity than anything else. There was no real reason for him to take the core, as doing so would make him an enemy to every creature in the dungeon. Escaping would be difficult, and if the orb were damaged in the ensuing flood of monsters, the entire dungeon would collapse. Interesting. After activating his eye skill, Roland was able to discern an intriguing fact: he could copy the magic inscriptions on the core's surface without needing to get any closer. Fortunately, the core was an almost perfect sphere, floating and revealing all of its sides to him. But there was a complication. The runes were extraordinarily complex, far beyond his current understanding. They seemed to belong to a structure that was likely of Tier 4 complexity. His eye twitched with strain from the overwhelming mana radiating from the orb, forcing him to look away. It was a magnificent piece of research material, but further examination would have to wait. The possibilities were staggering, as if he could somehow copy the entire dungeon core. The potential for what he could do was nearly limitless. An endless supply of monsters, perhaps ones that he could tailor to his leveling needs, a personal leveling dungeon of his own making. Do I even need to take this thing out? It should be fine if it stays here. Roland stood before the entrance to the dungeon core chamber. Inside, the core floated in a mostly empty room. At the center stood a round column resembling a pedestal, and above it hovered the object in question. From a distance, it looked like a magical artifact, something meticulously crafted by a master artisan. However, to someone like him, a true master craftsman, it was clear this wasn't the case. Floating orb, the dungeon core, was not an artifact, but it also wasn't perhaps truly alive. Roland tried to examine it, but stepping further into the room would bode bad for his current expedition. The core's surface shimmered, shifting between an opaque sheen and translucent clarity. It pulsed with so much mana that it would probably cause regular mages to be repelled, but his mind was not filled with the beauty of what he was seeing, but how he could use it instead. What if I just left it here? I could perhaps use it. A thought crept into Roland's mind. He didn't fully understand how these dungeon cores operated, but he suspected they might function similarly to artificial tower spirits, something between a living being and a programmed machine. The cores appeared to absorb massive amounts of mana from the environment and the adventurers they defeated, using that energy to gradually expand in size. The process was slow, often taking hundreds of years before any noticeable change occurred. This realization sparked a new question in his mind. What if he could influence that change? What if he could control the core and bend it to his will? If that were possible, would he still need to venture into other dungeons in search of monsters? Or could he simply command the core to spawn whatever creatures he needed? The ground is covered in runes, similar to the ones in the other hidden chambers. With time I should be able to dismantle the defenses. Perhaps if I make it think that I'm part of the monsters in the dungeon, it won't trigger the traps. Roland contemplated ways to gain access to the chamber. Once inside, he could examine the floating dungeon core more closely. His goal wasn't to destroy it, but to harness its power for his own purposes. If he could decipher how to make it spawn specific monsters, that would be enough. Perhaps he could command it to produce powerful boss monsters he could farm for resources, or even bypass the conventional process entirely. Rewards like Agni's Egg might become obtainable, or he could potentially create Tier 3 enemies for training. However, he knew this wouldn't be a task accomplished in a single day. The runes on the core were likely of Tier 4 caliber, far beyond his current mastery. The intense pain he experienced while attempting to transcribe them into runic programming language confirmed as much. Even if he managed to decode the rune he observed, critical portions seemed to be missing. He had a theory about Tier 4 grand runes, but it remained unproven. Still, the reaction of his runic eye skill mirrored what he had encountered with some of the magic in the Headmistress Tower, further supporting his suspicion that he was dealing with Tier 4 magic here as well. Woo. Sorry Agni, I was just thinking. Everything is fine, just don't go inside or you'll trigger a trap. Agni paced behind Roland, his ruby-like form radiating faint heat and casting ambient light that danced across the cavern walls. The glow created shifting shadows that flickered in the dim chamber. Despite his imposing appearance, the Wolven companion seemed unusually alarmed and restless. He moved back and forth, his tail curled tightly, a clear sign of unease. It was almost as if he feared the dungeon core itself, his own creator. Perhaps this reaction was an instinctual safeguard, an inborn trait injected by the dungeon to ensure its creations could never turn against it. Why don't you go out, Agni? Keep people from coming here. Woof. Agni was quick to follow the order, retreating from the vicinity of the dungeon core without hesitation. Once his companion was gone, Roland turned his attention back to the chamber, contemplating his next move. He had come here intending to take a quick look at what he was working with, but the core chamber's unusual setup had caught him off guard. Now, he needed to decide whether to prioritize investigating the core or continue with the spelunking expedition he had planned. I suppose I'll leave a probe here and let Sebastian analyze it later. After some deliberation, he made his choice. With his current technological advancements, he didn't need to handle every task personally. His AI assistant, Sebastian, could manage this part of the investigation. The probe he had in mind was a recording device capable of monitoring the shifting mana patterns around the core and scanning the runes. Once the data was collected, it would be forwarded to Sebastian for detailed analysis. This solution freed Roland to explore other areas of the dungeon, while the core's defensive mechanisms were left to manage themselves. Confident in his decision, he retrieved a few cubes from his spatial storage and embedded them into the nearby walls. These probes, though not identical to runic mapping sensors, shared similar functionalities. They didn't need to be inside the core chamber itself to perform their scans. The high concentration of mana within the core chamber allowed the devices to pick up on fluctuations and analyze the runes remotely. However, the intense mana density would slow the scanning process, likely requiring several days to complete. In the meantime, Roland planned to delve deeper into the dungeon. His gauntlets glowed faintly as square-shaped holes appeared in the walls, where he carefully inserted the probes. Once in place, he sealed them off, taking care to conceal them completely. Though he didn't anticipate adventurers or monsters in this area, he preferred to keep the devices hidden from prying eyes. When everything was set, Roland restored the entrance, ensuring it looked undisturbed and as natural as when he arrived. Should I order this area sealed off for good, or would that just attract too much unwanted attention? The thought lingered in his mind. He briefly considered using his High Knight Commander status to secure the chamber, stationing guards to keep adventurers away. However, such an act could backfire. Drawing attention to the area might prompt others to investigate, potentially revealing the dungeon core's existence. While destroying dungeon cores was illegal, Roland knew that didn't stop everyone. These living artifacts were the subject of intense research, and some archmages would pay exorbitant prices for functioning or even damaged cores. Sealing the chamber could potentially put a bullseye on it, prompting some underworld organizations to act. These cores were quite difficult to detect. Even he needed to place hundreds of runic mapping sensors throughout it all before discovering this location through Sebastian. I suppose no one will discover it unless I point it to them. I'll just reinforce the hidden chamber with some barriers, and it should be fine. He decided to keep it hidden from others by not mentioning it to others. As long as few people knew of it, no one would be able to spread it as a rumor. This whole dungeon was being monitored by Sebastian, and he would be informed about any intrusions or disturbances. For now, discretion was the best policy. Roland reinforced the chamber's entrance, layering it with a mixture of runic defenses and magical illusions to make it appear completely natural. Anyone stumbling upon it would find nothing more than an unremarkable stretch of cavern wall. "Let's go, Agni, race you to the lava lake." Ow! Once that was taken care of, the two took off running. While Roland was of a higher level and had a better stat multiplier, he couldn't quite keep up with his ruby wolf. Agni sped ahead, but Roland managed to keep the gap small enough to maintain sight of his companion. The chase was a welcome distraction from the heavy thoughts lingering about his current woes. Roland's boots clattered against the rocky floor as he pushed himself harder, following Agni's ruby form darting ahead like a streak of red lightning. The path twisted and turned, but eventually they arrived at the lava lake, which had now begun to change. "I see, so the bridge is coming along nicely." Roland approached the lava lake, now greeted by the sight of a partially assembled black marble bridge stretching across the molten expanse. The bridge, a marvel of engineering, had been constructed to provide a safer passage into the heart of the dungeon, where the secret entrance to the mines lay. Despite its sturdy design, the scaffolding and unfinished sections indicated that the project was far from complete. At first, he had been skeptical when the Dwarven Union members mentioned the idea. The lava lake would fill with lava and drain like clockwork, leaving only a narrow window of time to cross. This created great challenges for transporting goods from the center to the shore. However, the dwarves had mastered the timing. Further investigation revealed that the lava lake was much shallower than originally anticipated. With this discovery, they were able to design a bridge that was both stable and relatively easy to assemble. I thought they were crazy for attempting it, but here we are. It was quite a strange sight to see the heavy metallic cables stretched everywhere. The build had started with dwarven craftsmen spreading long, thick cables to the other side of the lava lake. Some of these cables were also attached to the ceiling overhead. At first, the construction resembled a rope bridge made from a special alloy, but over time it was transformed into its current form, a solid structure made from thick slabs of black marble, assembled right on site. Not far from the lake was a camp established by the Union. There, a large group of stonemasons was hard at work creating massive blocks and columns intended to serve as the bridge's main supports. They collaborated with the Alchemist Guild to reinforce the stones they quarried from the dungeon. Although the process was slow, the resulting black marble was fully lava-resistant and capable of withstanding repeated flooding without shifting. The technology employed was simple, relying solely on a pulley system, but progress was steady. This entire construction made Roland realize that he wasn't as all-knowing as he sometimes believed. Even though he came from a modern world, there were still aspects of this one that he didn't fully understand or know. What he might have considered impossible or prohibitively expensive, the dwarves approached with practicality and ingenuity. At the pace they were working, it would only take a few months to reach the middle portion of the lake. Once completed, they could transport goods across the bridge without interruption. I wonder if I got to control the dungeon core, would I be able to shift the mining area into a better location? Or perhaps could I change which metals it produced? His thoughts drifted back to the dungeon core and the possibilities it held. This world was a peculiar blend of game mechanics and reality. If he applied that logic to the dungeon core, perhaps he could manipulate the layout, changing the locations of certain rooms or altering the spawn points of monsters. However, such alterations could potentially render the entire bridge construction effort pointless. Still, without any concrete research to back his theories, this idea remained speculative at best. For now, completing the bridge was the most practical solution. Once finished, mining operations could happen uninterrupted, and adventurers would no longer have to sit around the lake, waiting for it to drain. "Well, Agni, it should be clearing up in a minute, let's go." Some people looked his way, and some perhaps even identified who he was. While Agni's son wolf form was more known to the Inquisitors, the old adventurers still remembered the old ruby form. However, he was not planning to take this entrance today, as it was quite swapped with other adventurers and also miners. The middle of the lava lake had changed as well. Now, it resembled a bunker constructed from the same black marble material as the bridge. This structure served as the entrance to the higher-tier dungeon, designed for easier accessibility. A massive hatch on the top allowed people to enter or exit, and for those unwilling to wait for the lake to part, a temporary bridge made of metallic cords offered an alternative route. Access to the higher-tier dungeon was a large source of income, so the Adventurers Guild and other stakeholders had committed fully to supporting the dwarves' efforts. Roland, however, had started to favor using the back entrance for his excursions. With his current skill set, it allowed him to avoid the crowded, narrow corridors of the main path. He made his way to the spot where he had once fallen with his brother Robert and his now wife, Lucille. Upon arriving, he activated a flotation spell, gliding down gently toward the secondary entrance, which for the time being remained unused. Roland descended slowly, his magical flotation spell ensuring a gentle and controlled landing. The secondary entrance remained sealed off and was considered too troublesome for general use. The worms responsible for his earlier fall still posed a threat, and other monsters occasionally wandered into the area. Additionally, the uneven terrain of the chasm made constructing an elevator system a significant challenge. The Union seemed to favor the main entrance, leaving this one as an alternative for individuals like Roland. A door with a small safety ledge marked the entrance, unguarded by magical locks. Once inside, Roland and Agni were stopped at a secondary safety gate. This checkpoint was manned by dwarves and his own soldiers. While they allowed entry from the other side, they needed to verify the identity of anyone attempting to access the mining area. Monsters still occasionally spawned in the connecting tunnels, and after the Lick incident, the entire site had been fortified with additional defenses. This was necessary to ensure the safety of workers and adventurers alike. "Who goes the O, sir? Please go through." The gate featured a small latch, allowing one of the soldiers to peer through. To avoid unnecessary delays, Roland pulled his hooded robe aside, revealing his face. While not everyone would recognize him immediately, he had already made the necessary arrangements. The soldiers stationed here had been informed of his passage and instructed to let him through without any fuss. The heavy gate creaked open, and Roland stepped inside, greeted by the rhythmic clanging of pickaxes and the faint hum of magical lights echoing from deeper within the mining area. Dwarves and other workers toiled tirelessly, chiseling large stones from the walls and processing them on the spot. Any debris deemed unworthy was left behind, to be reabsorbed by the dungeon itself, recycling spent mana and preserving its ecosystem. Woo, getting sentimental, Agni. "We had our time here, but it's time to move on. I wonder if we'll find another place like this further inside." Woof, Agni wagged his tail excitedly at the mention of exploration. The two had spent a great deal of time in this area, which was now bustling with activity. Besides the dwarven miners and guards, there were also adventurers. The entrance to the higher-tier dungeon had been opened and reinforced with dwarven steel, a measure Roland had suggested without revealing the secret that this section was not part of the same dungeon. "Your cards, please. Is this really necessary?" On his way to the entrance, Roland spotted a group of Tier 3 adventurers halted by two guards. Since the incident with Rastix, he had ordered his men to monitor closely who entered and exited the dungeon. With sensors embedded in the walls, it was possible to identify some of the adventurers and even track their actions within. This allowed them to detect if anyone turned against their compatriots inside. However, some of these Tier 3 class holders were notoriously prideful. They didn't always grasp who truly held authority here, often acting as though their strength exempted them from the rules. "Just step aside. We don't have time for this. Sir, please, we can't let you through without your card." "Do you even know who I am? I've fought monsters that would turn you into paste with a glance." "Now move." Roland paused, observing the scene unfold from the shadows of the cavern wall. The Tier 3 adventurers, a pair clad in sleek armor adorned with glowing enchantments, stood before his guards, their voices raised in defiance. It seemed they might attempt to force their way inside. Before they could escalate further, a strange contraption next to the guards whirred to life. From within a rectangular container, a mechanical arm extended smoothly. At its tip was a gleaming orb, now glowing and swiveling to focus on the troublemakers. The flashing light cast sharp reflections off their enchanted gear, identifying Merkun, Platinum rank adventurer. "Unauthorized entry attempt detected. Please comply with identification protocol or face consequences." The mechanical voice emanating from the orb was cold and unsettling to the adventurers standing nearby. It issued from within the metal box through which the strange mechanical-looking orb's arm protruded. To the onlookers, it resembled a peculiar, lidless eye, and the words it spoke filled the two adventurers with unease. "What is this thing? It knows my name, sir. Please just show us your identification. Don't make it more difficult than it has to. If you resist, you will be reported to the guild and also to the forces of our Lord Arthur Valerian." The guards raised their weapons. Though they were no match for the two high-level adventurers, they stood firm, emboldened by the presence of their lord's name behind them. For a moment, Roland feared he might need to intervene, but it seemed the situation was under control. The construct with the orb was his creation, designed in collaboration with the Dwarven Union. It was a golem with limited functionality, built specifically to scan adventurer cards and verify their legitimacy. While a similar device operated above ground, this secondary checkpoint was established to track the flow of people entering and exiting the newly discovered dungeon. The system recorded not only the number of adventurers, but also their classes, counting those who entered and those who perished. These statistics were not only crucial for assessing the dungeon's danger level and the threats posed by its monstrous inhabitants, but also served another purpose: preventing murders committed by adventurers. Such incidents, like the attempt on his and Rastix's lives, necessitated stricter oversight. Through the golem's scans and the sensors embedded in the walls, it would be possible to track individuals to some extent and confront them later if they attempted to leave the dungeon under suspicious circumstances. I guess we won't have to make a move. Once the noble Valyrian name was invoked, the two adventurers began to backpedal. They were likely unaccustomed to resistance in dungeons, which were typically lawless zones. However, the sight of the magical machine capable of identifying their names and ranks had clearly thrown them off guard. Begrudgingly, one of them fished out a shimmering adventurer's card and handed it over to the guards. The other muttered something under his breath, but eventually followed suit. The orb scanned the cards, emitting a strange mechanical noise before blinking green. Verification complete. Access granted. Please proceed with caution. The mechanical voice stated, retracting into its housing. The guard stepped aside, letting the adventurers pass, though their expressions remained stern. Once the group was out of earshot, the two guards could be seen sighting out in relief. "Oh, I thought we were done for." "Yeah." Luckily, the Valyrian name carried enough weight to scare them off. The guards exchanged nervous glances, clearly relieved the confrontation hadn't escalated. Roland, still observing from the shadows, allowed himself a small, amused smirk. He had also used this tactic in the past, just like these guards. Invoking the Valyrian name was a great shield and helpful in maintaining order. However, he could only hope that the men he chose and that would soon join would not abuse this power. "Let's move, Agni," Roland whispered, stepping into the open with his hood pulled low. The guards snapped to attention as they noticed him. "Halt, identify your." Before one of the guards could finish the sentence, the older one grabbed his shoulder and shook his head. "Sir, we were expecting you. Please go ahead." Roland gave no reply and simply walked through the entrance he himself had designed. The scanning machine, which would typically activate for other adventurers, remained silent. It was then that the guard realized who Roland truly was. The man was perceptive, a valuable trait for a guard to have. "Continue your duties." "Yes, my lord." With that, Roland strode deeper into the dungeon's tunnels. The rhythmic thud of mining and the hum of mana-powered equipment faded behind him as the narrow corridor gave way to a vast, dimly lit expanse. Agni padded silently at his side, his ruby-hued form shimmering as he shifted into his sun form. Flames of divine energy ignited around him, and the undead monsters lurking nearby groaned in discomfort, their decayed forms reacting to his radiant aura. "Well, I'll leave them to you, Agni." "Ow!" Agni charged forward, engaging a hulking infernal skeleton while Roland glanced at the display in his helmet. Two dots marked a hidden chamber ahead his next destination. "There they are. They must be resting." "I should check on those two first," Roland said while stepping past the crumbling remains of fallen monsters. "Then see what's further down." Most expeditions stalled at areas with monsters near level 200. There might be a boss chamber somewhere close. This wasn't a baseless assumption. For some reason, dungeons in this world seemed to favor multiples of 10. Typically, monsters on each floor wouldn't exceed 10 levels, and a boss would appear on every 10th level of a dungeon containing multiple floors. This rule was quite consistent, though there were some notable exceptions. The problem with this particular dungeon, however, was its unique nature, as it didn't have a true entrance that they were aware of, which made counting the floors difficult. While Agni dealt with the remaining mobs, Roland advanced toward an old grinding spot he had introduced to Mary, Armand, and Lobelia. The trio had spent a lot of time here training, using his holy mana bombs to thin out the undead. Now another adventurer was occupying the spot, and Roland was eager to assess their progress. "Finished already?" Roland asked with a chuckle. "Ow!" Agni howled in response. "Haha, I suppose we'll need to find stronger undead on the lower levels for you. But first, let's check on those two." With a nod, Roland set off, weaving through twisting passages and descending deeper into the dungeon. His boots made no sound on the stone floor, and his armor, refined through countless iterations, fit him like a second skin. Soon he reached the hidden chamber. A wave of his hand activated the secret entrance, which slid open silently. Inside, two figures immediately raised their weapons, only to lower them upon seeing the glow of Roland's visor. "Row High Commander." "What brings you here?" one of them asked. "At ease, Sir Durendal. I'm here to check on your progress." "How's it going?" He turned to the second figure in the chamber, Sir Gareth. As his younger brother's chaperone, Gareth was responsible for ensuring Robert's safety against unexpected monster surges. A Tier 3 sword champion armed with powerful runic equipment, Gareth could make short work of the undead fiends. Robert, on the other hand, was relying on runic bombs and scrolls to deal with berserkers that continually respawned. Lucille was absent, her level not yet high enough for this area. Instead, she was working with the Dwarven Union, refining armor and weapons, an endeavor more aligned with her interests in crafting and runic management. Roland had initially planned to assign this task to Armand and Lobelia, but the two had yet to return to Albrook. Though unharmed, they were taking their time wandering the kingdom. It was their first opportunity to explore freely after advancing to Tier 3 class holders, so Roland chose not to press them. He had warned them, however, that Count Graham might send forces after them due to their involvement in the recent incident. Even so, Roland refrained from dictating their actions. They were adults and capable of making their own decisions. He respected that and resolved not to interfere, regardless of their choice. Their substitute ended up being Gareth, someone who had gone through the process himself with the help of Mary. Sir Durendal is a natural. He probably won't need half the time I did to advance further. Roland offered an approving nod as he observed Robert. His level had already increased, and it was only his first day of training here. There was no doubt in Roland's mind that his brother would soon reach the required level to attempt his ascension trial. Once Robert reached that milestone, he would also be able to watch over Lucille when her time came. While rapid level gains were beneficial, Roland was keenly aware of the risks. If too many skills lagged behind, the range of Tier 3 class options would diminish significantly. Balance was essential, and he hoped Robert kept this in mind as he progressed in his training. This concern was also one of the primary reasons Roland was establishing his own monster training ground. Once it was complete, it would provide his sister-in-law with a controlled environment to hone her skills. She could practice casting spells against Tier 3 skeletons, pushing herself until her mana was completely drained, allowing her to develop both her power and endurance efficiently. Great to hear that. If you're in any trouble, don't forget to activate the device I gave you. Robert nodded while looking at a bracelet that was around his wrist. It would envelop him in a strong veil of mana for a few minutes, but also inform Roland of the trouble. I will, but I don't think it will be necessary. Roland smiled at his brother's confidence, though he couldn't entirely shake off his concerns. It was good that Robert was optimistic, but the dungeon was unpredictable. Overconfidence could be fatal. Still, Roland chose to trust in the preparations they had made. I'll leave you to it then, Roland said. Sir Gareth, keep an eye on him and keep each other out of trouble. Even if the monsters here are susceptible to holy energies, that cannot be said for the adventurers. Be cautious. Gareth nodded with a solemn expression. Even though they had the Valyrian crests on them, this would not protect them from everyone. There were still people they needed to watch out for. Theodore probably had some adventurers working for him, and they would be handsomely rewarded for slaying a knight commander inside of a dungeon. People were quite unaware of the monitoring system and would feel emboldened to act. Understood, High Commander. We'll keep our guard up. No adventurer will get the jump on us. Satisfied, Roland turned to leave the chamber. Agni had finished clearing the nearby undead and now sat at the chamber's entrance, his tail wagging. The faint glow of his flames illuminated the dark corridor, creating an otherworldly halo around him. Good work, Agni. Come on, let's head deeper. I promised not to stay more than 5 days down here. With everything sorted out here, he could finally begin his adventure. His goal was to explore areas that others weren't yet prepared to venture into. While the new dungeon had attracted many platinum-ranked adventurers, most of them were still greenhorns in their new rank. The top-tier adventurers remained in the main city, where they had access to the prestigious S-rank dungeon. There was little incentive for them to come here, leaving this dungeon largely populated by those below level 200. These adventurers focused more on grinding levels in safer areas than on delving deeper into unexplored and dangerous zones. In the past, he would have needed a mule golem trailing behind to carry their loot. Now there was no need. With a simple mage hand spell, the monster cores, bones, and weapons were swiftly gathered and deposited into his runic storage space. As before, Agni had to relinquish most of the corrupt undead stones they encountered, their tainted nature rendering them unsuitable for eating. However, the trip wasn't without its rewards. From one of the dungeon's secret hidden chambers, Roland managed to retrieve a black mithril weapon, a heavy, ominous-looking mace adorned with skull motifs along its handle. Holding it was awkward due to the design, and its weight was not something a normal person could handle. Maybe I could give this to Robert once he becomes a Tier 3 class holder, but I guess he is more of a sword user, but there is enough mithril in this one to make a longsword. They continued their journey, retracing their steps to the temple area where he had first encountered Rastix and the adventure party that abandoned him. The altar still stood there, perched atop a flattened pyramid reminiscent of Aztec architecture. This time, however, the area was deserted as there were no people around, nor any items left for him to take. Would this be a good place for some farming? Previously, adventurers had triggered a trap on that altar, causing a swarm of undead monsters to attack. He wondered if he could do the same and farm them for experience. It seemed like a tempting prospect, but with the item that had triggered the trap already missing, he wasn't sure it would work. In the end, he decided against it. His primary goal was to push deeper into the ruins and perhaps uncover a boss chamber. Come on, Agni. The monsters' levels are only going to get higher now, so I'll be taking point. Awo, sure, I trust you, but we can never be too cautious down here. This is where the fun ends. Woof, good, let's see what's waiting for us further down. The pair pressed on, descending another level into the depths of the dungeon. The air grew heavier, infused with the stale scent of earth, sulfur, and even metal. The walls pulsed faintly with mana veins, their glow dim and sporadic but still able to illuminate the long winding corridors. This was now uncharted ground for him, so caution was essential. Roland's visor displayed a detailed minimap, though its effectiveness diminished with every step deeper into the dungeon's lower layers. While parts of the dungeon had been mapped by previous adventurers, they were now venturing into uncharted territory, beyond the reach of even his advanced sensors. Missions had been issued to adventurers to deploy mapping devices in these unexplored areas, but not all of them had succeeded in reaching their designated targets. As a result, Roland now had to handle the task himself, ensuring the devices were placed properly to extend the map's coverage. As they delved deeper, they began encountering higher-level monsters. While the types of enemies remained mostly the same predominantly groups of infernal skeletons, their organization and numbers became more challenging. These undead resembled twisted versions of adventuring parties, with shield bearers forming sturdy frontlines and archers positioned strategically in the back. Eventually, they arrived at a set of stairs, these noticeably different from the ones they had encountered before. The size of the staircase felt off much larger than necessary for a small group of wandering adventurers. It seemed as though it was designed to accommodate a larger force, perhaps hinting at the significance of what lay ahead. Roland's interest was piqued. The monsters they were now encountering had reached levels in the 190s. If this dungeon followed the same patterns as others he had explored, this area might be near the entrance to the boss chamber. Probably best to be careful from now on. Let's see what's down there first. The runes etched into his back began to glow softly as he summoned a small, floating dodecahedron. Its intricate runes illuminated, responding to his command. The device drifted forward, descending the stairs to scout the area below. On 3 of its distinct faces, golemic eyes were active, transmitting detailed visuals of the surroundings back to him. Interesting. What is that chamber? Could it really be the boss chamber? He murmured to himself, intrigued by what he saw. The images displayed were fascinating and expansive, ominous chamber. After his drone completed several scans, confirming the layout and presence of magical energy signatures, Roland decided it was time to proceed and explore the area firsthand. As Roland entered the massive chamber, his boots echoed faintly against the polished stone floor. Agni padded silently beside him, his flames dimmed in response to Roland's cautious demeanor. This floor was vastly different from the winding corridors and smaller rooms he had explored earlier. It was a grand, cavernous expanse quite similar to the open lava area in the old dungeon. His visor began analyzing the surroundings, projecting faint outlines of the room's hidden intricacies. The chamber was divided into distinct sections, with 5 towering structures dominating the space Aztec-like temples resembling those from the earlier floors, but grander and more ornate. Each temple bore a distinct color and glowing symbol at its apex, matching the ones inscribed above the ominous obsidian doors at the far end. Those temples, do the colors matter? Roland murmured while looking at his display. His drone was flying close to the ceiling and scanning the whole area. He could directly see the altars on top of those temples, and each one had a strangely shaped block there. Each one was coated in a different energy pattern that illuminated the top area. The closest structure was the Red Temple, pulsing with fiery energy. Its walls were adorned with intricate carvings of flames and molten rivers, and the symbol above it was shaped like a blazing sun. Even from this distance, Roland could feel the residual heat radiating from it. Not far away on the opposite side stood the Blue Temple. It radiated an aura of tranquility yet undeniable power. Its carvings depicted cascading waterfalls and flowing waves, and the glowing symbol above it resembled a droplet frozen in mid-fall. I see the pattern here. The next one should be green for the wind element and brown for the element of earth. But then there's the last one, black. Does it represent the element of darkness? At the far end stood the Black Temple, ominous and foreboding. Its carvings portrayed shadowy figures and spiraling voids that seemed to draw the eye into their depths. Behind it loomed a large staircase leading to massive, gate-like doors. Using his drone, Roland observed a mechanism embedded in the ground near the doors. I get it. I probably need to gather all the elemental blocks to activate the mechanism and open the door. Classic dungeon design. But it might not be that straightforward. Maybe the order of solving the puzzles matters, or placing the blocks incorrectly could trigger a trap. Roland sighed softly. These kinds of puzzles were a hallmark of dungeon architecture, and the design of the earlier temple on the upper floor hinted at potential dangers. While the mechanisms appeared different, there was a strong possibility that making a mistake could unleash an avalanche of monsters. Perhaps even now more creatures were hidden within the walls, lying in wait for any unfortunate soul who failed this level's challenge. If I manage to solve this and sell the information to the guild, they'll probably reward me. Ow! Roland blinked and glanced to his side. Oh, sorry, Agni, I got lost in thought. Agni, his loyal companion, had plopped down at the entrance to the floor, his tail wagging lazily, but it seemed the wolf was growing bored of waiting. Roland had been releasing more drones into the area, scanning every corner while Agni had nothing to do. You might be a little underleveled for this area. Woof. Roland chuckled as Agni barked in indignation, as if the comment had wounded his pride. However, a glance at some of the creatures crawling through the dungeon and Agni's current stats told Roland his assessment was probably correct. Name: Sunlight Wolf. Divine Form L169, X9 Type. Fire Earth Divine Beast. HP 27,971, 28,971. MP 20,940, 29,944. SB 42,759, 46,759. Strength 250. Agility 344. Dexterity 180. Vitality 287. Endurance 314. Intelligence 286. Willpower 270. Charisma 20. Luck 18. While his wolf companion Agni was leveling up quickly, it would still take some time for him to catch up to Roland's own level, which was nearing 200. The monsters in this area were similarly high-leveled, hovering close to his own range. Even though they were vulnerable to holy mana, there was still room for complications. Infernal Skeleton Champion L195. There are a few of those crawling about. They wouldn't be a problem, but what about those elemental temples? And what about that room? What concerned Roland most were the 5 elemental temples. Each was marked with distinct mana patterns, suggesting the possibility that the monsters within wouldn't solely be skeletal. If they weren't affected by Agni's divine energies, the situation could become far more dangerous. Roland knew he needed to bring Agni closer to his level. The large, foreboding doors beyond the temples hinted at a major challenge waiting for them, a likely boss monster at level 200 or higher. Agni's divine abilities might not be sufficient to protect him if they were unprepared for what lay ahead, but we might be able to use this place to alleviate this problem, can't we? Worf. Agni tilted his head to the side as he had no idea what his master meant. Roland didn't respond, but instead patted him on the head. Well, let's see what's inside that first temple then, but should we go in the easy or hard way? They arrived at the base of the area, and with the aid of his drones, Roland managed to piece together what this floor held in store. The temples were massive, each the size of a castle. They likely contained layers of winding tunnels and devious traps, crawling with monsters. At their summits, a dense layer of elemental mana shimmered ominously, an impassable barrier for most adventurers. The walls themselves radiated with pulsating mana, so dense it could sear through flesh if anyone dared to climb them. However, Roland had options beyond simply climbing. With his trusty glider in tow, he could bypass much of the standard path. This would mean dealing with the mana shield at the top of the temple, which required careful planning. Though his drones detected no creatures guarding the elemental blocks at the apex, the risk of triggering a trap remained high. This gave Roland an idea. The top section is flat. If anything spawns there, it won't have much room to maneuver or defend itself. I suppose that should work. It will just take some time to set up. This might take a while, Agni, Roland said, gesturing toward a group of undead patrolling near the temples. The creatures moved either alone or in small clusters, clearly not the primary threat of this floor. Do you see those undead there? Ow! Agni responded enthusiastically, his ears perking up. Great. I want you to take them down on your own and earn some experience. Can you do that? Woof. Despite the undead being above level 190, Agni's divine flames would allow him to dispatch them with relative ease. For his wolven companion, it was the perfect opportunity to train and level up. While Agni hunted, Roland could put his plan into action. If everything worked as he envisioned, this area might even turn into a prime leveling spot for him in the future. Roland began by retrieving his glider, the same one he had used during Robert's escape. It had since become a tool he couldn't easily show in public, but out here in the dungeon, there was no one to worry about. With practiced ease, he took to the air, soaring upward towards several floating, dodecahedron-shaped golems. These constructs were scanning the rocky ceiling directly above the red, flaming temple precisely where Roland planned to conduct his experiment. The rock seemed sturdy enough, he murmured after inspecting the area. The dungeon's rocky structure was impressively durable, not on par with materials like mithril or dwarven steel, but solid enough to serve as the foundation for his project. Hovering closer, he gave the surface a few experimental knocks with his finger before delivering a solid punch. The result, only a small crack appeared. Satisfied, Roland decided it was safe to proceed. From within his spatial storage, he pulled out a thick iron rod. It wasn't an ordinary rod, though, as it featured a corkscrew pattern, making it look more like a gigantic screw or bolt. At the top was a hexagonal head, similar to those found in modern fasteners. This should be enough. 3 more should be enough for the platform. From below, Agni continued his task with enthusiasm, dispatching the undead patrols with bursts of divine flames. Each strike caused the skeletons to shatter and crumble, their corrupted cores disintegrating under the purity of his attacks. Though he occasionally nibbled on some of the skeletons that weren't torched, Roland decided to let it slide. Well, back to work. If I do this right, it should last even after I leave back above. He retrieved additional rods, spacing them evenly across the area he intended to reinforce. While parts of the rock were destroyed, the dungeon walls proved to be quite unique. After leaving the rods embedded for a while, the walls would begin regenerating, clinging to the metal like a vice. It was a remarkably handy material to work with, so forgiving that even if he made a mistake, the walls would naturally secure the rods on their own. From his storage, Roland retrieved a series of modular parts, a rotating baseplate, a long barrel reinforced with fire-resistant runes, and a central rune battery core to fuel the weapon. Each piece fit together seamlessly, locking into place with satisfying clicks. Once assembled, the turret stood reticrafted from durable dwarven steel and capable of harming Tier 3 creatures. Melodia was right. I really do spend all the money I earn. If this goes well, I'll need to make a lot more of them. He gazed into the distance, where the other temples stood. To complete his project, he would need to deploy a series of turrets over each temple. The costs for such an undertaking would be substantial, but the potential rewards outweighed the investment. This was a dungeon floor that no one else had explored, making it worth an investigation. If his assumptions were correct, this area held great promise. The elemental blocks atop the 5 temples would likely be worth far more than the cost of a few dwarven steel turrets, and this didn't even account for all the monster drops or possible treasures within. Roland pressed on with his plan, methodically assembling more turrets as he glided from one location to another. Below him, Agni continued to maul the monsters, keeping the area secure. However, by the time he began constructing the 3rd turret, Roland noticed his efficiency waning. Maintaining his position in the air consumed more mana than he had anticipated. Thinking quickly, he applied a magnetization spell to the surrounding rocks, allowing his boots to cling to the surface. By reducing his weight with a levitation spell, the strain on his mana reserves dropped significantly. His glider could now hover independently, sparing him the effort of supporting his full weight. The adjustment made him feel like an astronaut walking on the moon as he resumed his work. With this improved method, Roland managed to erect all the turrets he carried in his spatial storage, a total of 8. With all of them there, he was fresh out of any additional batteries and started wondering that he would need to do something about this problem later. If I'm correct in my calculations, then the cord needed would need to be close to several kilometers. That's problematic. At first, he wondered if there was a way to make his project more sustainable. Having to refill his runic batteries each time would be quite draining. It was probably possible to connect to one of the geothermal generators in the other dungeon by drilling through the walls, but that would be a time-consuming endeavor. However, there was a source of heat down here, along with other elemental energies that could be harnessed. It would probably be feasible to create a generator in this place. He would just need to design one that adventurers wouldn't notice. Now then, let's see about that barrier, and I should probably tell Agni to retreat for now. Roland hopped back onto his glider and flew down to where Agni was. His wolf was in the process of trying to devour another corrupt monster crystal, and Roland was fast enough to stop him. After some whimpering, he managed to get Agni to retreat to the dungeon entrance. It had taken him half a day to assemble everything, but he didn't truly know what to expect. If things got rough, it was still best to retreat to the stairs and run up, where the monsters would not be able to follow them. His scans indicated that the entrance didn't have any hidden doors or latches, making their escape route quite secure. What remained was to tackle the shimmering red mana barrier at the summit of the Red Temple. The barrier pulsed like a living entity, each beat resonating with the fiery power emanating from the temple itself. Hovering above in his glider, his turrets pointed downward, and Roland prepared for the critical task ahead. Everything had led to this moment. All he needed to do now was disable the mana shield from the outside. Once that was accomplished, it would be time to confront the temple's defenses. He anticipated some resistance, but there was also a chance that nothing would be triggered, leaving half a day's work wasted. Let's see. This shouldn't take too long. While working, Roland kept a close eye on the shield, aided by his multiple minds trait. He had already devised a method to breach it. By countering the mana's frequency, he could destabilize the barrier and force it to collapse. Now it was just time to see what was in store for him this time. Roland hovered mid-air on his sleek, floating glider. Before him loomed a massive barrier of flames, churning and raging with an almost sentient ferocity. His visor displayed real-time projections, highlighting weak points and areas of concentrated energy within the fiery shield. It was a complex construct, an intricate masterpiece of Tier 3 magic, not something easily countered. Yet, like all magical creations, it had a flaw, a weak point, and that was where Roland would focus. There were several approaches he could take. One was brute force, outputting an overwhelming surge of raw energy to shatter the barrier outright. However, if he concentrated his attack on the identified weak spot, he could achieve the same result with half the mana expenditure, though it would still demand a staggering amount. The shield was immensely powerful, drawing its energy from the vast dungeon itself. Clearly, it hadn't been designed to withstand an assault from this direction. The intended approach was likely through the temple's main entrance, where removing an elemental block would cause the shield to dissipate naturally. The second option, and the one Roland was more inclined to choose, involved disrupting the spell and hijacking it for his own use. For experienced mages who could align themselves to a spell's frequency, this was a viable, albeit advanced, technique. It was notoriously difficult to execute in the chaos of combat, but Roland had the luxury of time to analyze the barrier. With his skill, it would be a cakewalk. Once he took over the spell's structure, disabling it would be as simple as dismissing one of his own creations. There was also a third option, creating a small breach in the barrier and sending a golem through. The golem could retrieve the elemental block from within the structure, which might cause the external shield to collapse entirely. However, there was no certainty that the shield would behave as expected, and Roland disliked uncertainty in critical situations. Another option was to use copious amounts of anti-magic powder, but it was a limited resource. Thus, he chose the second option and began his mana-hacking attempt. The runes on his gloves started glowing as he activated his magic. His whole armor shimmered as he altered some of its runes to fit this task. Roland's gauntlets thrummed with energy as he attuned himself to the fiery barrier's mana frequency. Strange symbols appeared on the glowing shield, a defensive mechanism to counter most external tampering forms. However, Roland's visor provided a constant feed of calculations. His multiple minds trait parsed the spell's intricate layers faster than a conventional mage could ever comprehend. That should do it. The runes on his gloves pulsed rhythmically as he injected a thread of his own mana into the barrier's structure. It resisted at first, the fiery energy rippling outward as though trying to push him away. Roland, unfazed, intensified his focus, amplifying his mana to match the barrier's resonating frequency. The flames began to stabilize, their chaotic movements slowing as Roland's magic seeped into the spell's core. Agni, watching from a safe distance, growled softly, sensing the intense magical energy building in the air. Almost there, I'll give you the signal if something goes wrong. For now, everything was proceeding as planned, but Roland couldn't shake the uncertainty of what lay ahead. His runic magic, powerful as it was, wasn't omnipotent. It couldn't control every variable, a truth he had come to accept after his encounters with the headmistress and the witch who had captured him so effortlessly. These experiences had left a mark, fueling his resolve to improve not just in crafting and combat, but also in the art of problem-solving. This was perhaps a good opportunity to test his ability to assess a situation accurately. As a precaution, he had positioned all his available turrets on the ceiling to serve as a safety measure. After analyzing the readings within the temple, he had concluded they would suffice for what lay ahead. Now, with the flaming barrier rapidly fading, the moment of truth had arrived. It was time to see if his judgment was correct. As the mana shield flickered and dissolved, Roland hovered closer to the apex of the red temple. The oppressive heat surged briefly before subsiding, allowing him a clear view of the elemental block nestled within a cradle of ornate runes. The shape resembled some glyphs that he had witnessed before, but he was mostly unfamiliar with the design. It pulsed with fiery energy, bathing the immediate area in a crimson glow. Roland extended a gauntleted hand and used his mage hand spell to grab it. The instant his mana fingers closed around the elemental block, the entire temple shuddered violently. A deep growling rumble echoed through the chamber, as if the temple itself was alive and resented his intrusion. Roland's visor lit up with warnings as tremors cascaded down the temple, the strange carvings along its walls flaring to life. "Here we go," he muttered, gliding upward to avoid the trembling surface below while taking the glyph-like object away. Suddenly, the stone doors leading to this level began to crack, revealing creatures forged from fire and bone. Flame elementals surged forth, their blazing forms crackling with energy, while skeletal warriors clad in molten armor rose to join them. Their hollow sockets glowed with the same red energy as the elemental block now in Roland's possession. Molten Infernal Skeleton Berserker, L. 194. Greater Fire Elemental L196, a different variant of undead and fire elementals. Roland had anticipated a change in the types of monsters they would face, and he had been right to decide that Agni should sit this one out. The enemies were altered infernal skeletons, their forms drenched in molten lava. While still undead, their strong affinity to fire would likely weaken the impact of Agni's divine flames. Additionally, there were the Greater Flame Elementals, pure manifestations of mana that were completely immune to fire-based attacks. Still, Roland remained calm, confident in the preparations he had made. With a swift command sent through his armor, the turrets positioned along the ceiling sprang to life. Their mechanisms whirred to life, and the first shots rang out, piercing through the air with devastating force. The turrets unleashed a synchronized barrage of runic projectiles, each infused with counter-elemental energy wholly in water. For someone of Roland's skill, combining these two elemental wavelengths was effortless, a testament to his mastery over the intricate nuances of rune magic. The skeletal warriors crumbled under the relentless assault, their molten cores erupting into fiery explosions. The greater flame elementals fared no better, their forms of roaring flames and molten rock disintegrating under the unyielding barrage. Roland remained in the air, watching as his creations did the work for him. While their power was limited, these creatures had massive weaknesses that could be exploited. With the first wave of molten skeletons and greater flame elementals dispatched by his turrets, Roland exhaled in relief. His preparation was paying off, but this was only the beginning. The temple trembled more violently now, cracks spreading along its surface, as though the entire structure was rebelling against his intrusion. The elemental block pulsed with strange energies, as though it were trying to communicate with the entire temple. He could tell that the dungeon had not granted him the authority to wield this artifact, it wanted it back. The first wave of monsters had been dispatched, but more were on their way. His mapping device displayed a cluster of dots converging on one location, likely ascending the stairs to reach him the intruder who had stolen their precious treasure. Roland quickly calculated his options. The temple was awakening, and the creatures within were converging. His turrets were powerful, but he wasn't sure just how much. However, for this test to conclude, he needed to keep observing, even if that meant that his creations were destroyed in the process. A tide of monsters poured out, skeletal warriors drenched in molten lava and massive greater flame elementals, their blazing forms pulsating with raw mana. Roland's visor lit up with an array of data, but he remained motionless, his attention fixed on the unfolding chaos. This was precisely what he had anticipated. Above, the turrets he had painstakingly constructed sprang to life. Each turret activated, their barrels swiveling with precision. All of them were connected through a network system, controlled through the runes in his armor, allowing them to target with deadly accuracy. The first salvo erupted, streaks of glowing projectiles sliced through the air as they homed in on their targets. The molten skeletons were the first to fall. The runic bolts, infused with water and holy elemental energy, tore through their molten cores, shattering their charred bones and extinguishing the lava flowing through them. Each impact sent fiery explosions rippling across the upper floor. Despite their overwhelming numbers, there was only one entrance to the upper area, forcing them to bottleneck as they tried to squeeze through. This choke point allowed his turrets to unleash concentrated mana blasts, creating wide-area splash damage and making the onslaught greatly easier to manage. They are doing well, but the same problems persist as always. He remained in place, calmly observing as the turrets did their work. The temple floor was soon littered with the remains of his adversaries, and the air filled with the acrid stench of molten rock and charred bone. Everything seemed fine, but he knew that there was a problem. His turrets were starting to overheat. While they were made from improved materials, there was still a limit to their operational time. The runes were starting to sizzle, and the longer they operated, the more self-damage they would sustain. To address the issue, Roland adjusted a few settings. He began by lowering the turret's fire rate, which helped conserve power but wasn't sufficient on its own. To improve efficiency, he implemented a 10-second cooldown cycle for some of the turrets, putting them in sequence. Starting with 2, he set them to rotate through the cooldown periods. This change allowed the monsters to advance more easily, and soon they began to swarm the upper level. However, Roland and his turrets were positioned high above, making it difficult for the creatures to reach them directly. The skeletal berserkers were at a loss, unable to climb or effectively close the distance. But among the horde were mage types capable of slinging spells, along with flame elementals that posed a similar threat. Roland ensured his magical cannons prioritized these ranged attackers. Even so, a few long-distance spells managed to slip through, forcing him to finally involve himself in the battle. Persistent, aren't they? The skeletal mages within the horde began to adapt, coordinating their spells to both shield their allies and launch counterattacks. Roland was forced to erect his own shields, intercepting the sizzling fireballs hurled in his direction. Meanwhile, his turrets maintained their relentless barrage, prioritizing the mages who could withstand several water-based projectiles. Fortunately, the holy element infused in the bolts significantly weakened these enemies, exponentially reducing their resilience and hastening their destruction. His visor displayed a stream of data as he synchronized with the turrets, sometimes manually adjusting their aim to counter the mages. The glowing red icons on his HUD dimmed one by one as the skeletal spellcasters were systematically eliminated, their brittle forms collapsing under precision strikes. As the battlefield below cleared of ranged threats, Roland took a moment to assess the situation. The turrets, while effective, were depleting their battery reserves at an alarming rate. They were designed for short bursts of high-intensity combat, not prolonged engagements like this. A glance at his interface confirmed what he already suspected: most of the turrets were on the verge of running dry. One by one, the turrets fell silent, their barrels cooling as their batteries drained completely. Roland's lips pressed into a thin line, but he had been successful. The horde had been halted, and no undead monster remained. The temple was now empty, all of the creatures the relentless assault of his creations. Yet the battle had exposed several shortcomings in his approach. The turrets, while effective against the monster waves, were not sustainable for prolonged engagements. Their overheating issues and limited power reserves were problems he needed to address if he wanted to rely on them in future encounters. I'll probably need to install a shield unit to protect them from the spells and get the energy issue resolved before these can be used, but it's not that bad. Although there had been some issues, the cannons remained intact and could still be used in the future. The dwarven steel had successfully resisted the rune deterioration effect, proving its resilience. Now Roland just needed to find a way to power his creations or recharge their batteries. In time, this place could serve as a valuable source of materials. As the temple fell silent, Roland descended cautiously, his visor scanning for any lingering mana signatures. The magical symbol he had retrieved from the temple continued to pulse faintly, though it no longer attracted defenders. All the monsters had been cleared, and the task had taken just over 10 minutes to complete. The golems hovering nearby activated and moved deeper into the temple's interior, scanning for hidden treasures and concealed compartments. Meanwhile, Roland focused on gathering the leftover materials from the defeated monsters. The greater fire elementals had dropped shimmering crystals infused with fire mana, a highly sought-after material. Both alchemists and craftsmen valued these crystals, as they could serve as cores for forges or smelters. However, in this case, Roland planned to sell them to bolster his funds. He examined the fire crystals with interest, their vibrant crimson hues glowing faintly in his gloved hands. Each crystal radiated intense heat, but the mana veil of his armor protected him from discomfort. Once satisfied with his inspection, he carefully stowed the crystals in one of his runic spatial pockets. Turning his attention to another peculiar find, Roland noticed an unfamiliar drop, something unlike anything he had encountered from other undead monsters. Intrigued, he prepared to investigate further. This is Ignicium. Lord, a rare ore found between volcanic bedrock and magma. Roland vividly recalled the undead monsters being encased in armor made from a magma-like substance. It appeared that the ore Ignicium was present in this area, and now he had the opportunity to collect it. This rare ore could be refined to craft exceptionally heat-resistant alloys, perfect for enhancing some of his creations. By combining Ignicium with red mithril, he could forge an even more advanced suit of flame-resistant armor. However, this was merely the beginning. His thoughts drifted to the other temples scattered across this level. If these undead dropped this ore, could the other temples hold similar treasures? His mind raced with possibilities. He envisioned armaments that were fully immune to elemental magic of specific types. He could see himself crafting multiple sets of armor, each tailored to counter a particular element using mithril alloys blended with ores like Ignicium. The idea was tantalizing, the potential boundless. He methodically gathered every shard of the ore, using his sensors to detect and extract fragments embedded in the floor and walls. Each piece of Ignicium he stored in his spatial pocket felt like another step toward future-proofing his arsenal. While he was busy here, his golems informed him about further treasures hidden inside of the temple. This was truly a treasure trove that would possibly allow him to continue his lavish spending in the future. Weapons, armor, and even gold, and that's only one temple. What will I find in the others? Roland wasn't typically one to salivate over treasures, but with all of this at his disposal, his future looked exceptionally bright. To make matters even better, he already had an effective method for clearing this tower. What remained was tackling the other four. However, one pressing issue lingered: the other adventurers. While their progress was slow, Roland estimated they could reach this area within a few weeks. He needed time to solidify his dominance over this floor. That meant returning to restock on turrets and other supplies. As he brainstormed over his options, a thought struck him. While it might tread into slightly unethical territory, it wouldn't actually harm anyone. He could use an illusion generator to obscure the entrance to this area, buying himself valuable time. Since he was already planning to use illusions to conceal his turrets, deploying it to mislead other adventurers wouldn't be much of a stretch. Woo. A loud howl snapped him out of his scheming. His companion, clearly bored of waiting, was now creating a racket near the entrance. Yeah, Agni, I'm coming. With a solid plan forming in his mind, Roland sprang into action. This place was far too valuable to let slip into anyone else's hands. He had to extract everything worthwhile before others even caught wind of its existence. The group of adventurers huddled together, staring at some jagged rocks. They were looking over a large map that represented this area. One of their members was scribbling on it, filling out the blanks as they went along. There were 5 in total, a balanced party with years of experience exploring dangerous ruins and forgotten realms. Their leader, a burly man in heavy armor, frowned as he ran his gauntleted hand across the rough stone. This is strange, are you sure we made a wrong turn? I could swear that this is where the entrance should be. Behind him, a robed man with sharp eyes and a calculating demeanor stepped forward. The adventurer group stood where the entrance to the next dungeon floor should have been, their expressions ranging from curiosity to frustration. It is strange indeed, leader. I know that already. You don't need to repeat yourself. The man, who looked like a mage, shrugged. Like everyone else, he had expected to find the exit to the next floor by now. Time was running out, with more and more adventuring teams diving into the dungeon. They knew a boss chamber had to be nearby. Securing the first clear would earn them bonus loot, and they were determined to get it before the guild claimed it. Don't you have any magic to check? What if it's hidden by an illusion? Sure, give me a moment. I can check again, but I doubt it'll change anything. Just do it. The robed man, a mage seemingly specializing in sensory and detection spells, sighed and stepped forward. He adjusted his runic staff before casting a spell. His chants were rather quick, making whatever he was saying incomprehensible to anyone here. A wave of shimmering energy radiated outward, washing over the jagged rocks in the surrounding area. The rest of the party waited in silence, but instead of answers, they only could hear the mage sigh. Nothing. No magical signatures, no distortions, no hidden runes. It's just rocks. The leader growled in frustration, his gauntleted fist slamming against the nearby stone wall. Damn it, where could it be? We almost searched through this entire damn floor. We never had problems with the upper ones. Calm down, leader. Let's just go to the areas we haven't checked yet. We'll find that entrance eventually. The mage attempted to calm the adventurer leader. It was true there was something strange about this place. He was almost certain there was a hidden exit somewhere, but he wasn't sure how to uncover it. If this continued, they would have to leave and procure specialized tools for detecting enchantments. It seemed likely that finding the entrance to the next floor would require dispelling some kind of magical barrier. Don't fret over it. Another member of the group called out from the back, an archer who had already scoured the area without discovering any enchantments or hidden entrances. Both the mage and the tracker of the team had found no signs of anything unusual. While they respected their leader's instincts, his sixth sense for these things was often uncanny. They also knew he wasn't infallible. Frustration flickered across the leader's face as he glared at his party members, who didn't seem to be taking him seriously. In a sudden burst of anger, he picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at the rocky wall he suspected might be hiding a secret entrance. The stone arced through the air before colliding with the wall, shattering on impact. A bit of rubble tumbled down, but it revealed nothing, just more hard and unremarkable rock behind it. Fine, let's just go. We'll retrace our steps and check everything again. There has to be an entrance somewhere. The group of 5 finally began walking, their footsteps fading into distant echoes. Behind them, the wall the adventure leader had thrown a rock, it began to shimmer. A figure stepped through, holding the same rock completely intact. The rubble on the ground vanished, revealing itself to have been nothing more than an illusory projection. Well, that was close, luckily. Everything is working as it should. Roland stepped forward, revealing the staircase that led to the floor with the 5 elemental temples. He had just finished exploring the first temple and had set up an illusory wall to deter any intruders. Watching the party arrive and interact with his creation gave him valuable insight into the limitations of his setup. It would be better if I could create hard constructs. While this fools their minds, if someone trips or stumbles, they'll just fall through the wall. However, the illusion wasn't foolproof. The more people examined it, the easier it became to see through. If someone hadn't witnessed the rock appearing to bounce off the wall, their minds wouldn't register the illusion's consistency. And if anyone in a party raised doubts about the wall, the deception could quickly unravel. Fortunately, the device he had hidden inside one of the walls had a wide range of influence. There was also only one spot to view this unsuspecting wall, making it easier to fool larger groups. The chances of someone seeing through the illusion were slim, and for now, that would have to be enough. Woof. Yeah, you can talk now, they are gone. Woo. After giving Agni a quick scratch behind the ears, Roland approached the wall where his hastily assembled device was embedded. From his spatial storage, he retrieved his portable furnace, an item that finally had a chance to shine. One of his skills allowed him to control forge flames, making it particularly useful in situations like this. The device itself was a patchwork of interconnected cubes, tangled wires, and battery units. It was crude but functional. He just needed to attach a few additional batteries to ensure it would last until he returned to this location. He inserted a piece of metal into the portable forge, letting the flames flare to life as they began melting it down. Once the metal had turned to liquid, he used his magic to shape it into an intricate, finely woven net of cables. Carefully, he connected the molten metal to the base runic cubes he had prepared for just such an occasion. Rather than relying on bulky machinery, Roland had designed these cubes as modular building blocks. They could be combined and configured to create almost any device he needed, connected through pathways made of metal. While ethereal pathways were an option, they caused a significantly higher mana drain on his creations. By crafting custom-fit wiring from molten metal, he achieved a more efficient and reliable setup. That should do it, I think. With the generator operational, he stepped back to admire his handiwork. The illusion projected a convincing jagged rock face that seamlessly blended with the surroundings. Coupled with its mana signature dampening effects, it would be nearly impossible for an average Tier 3 adventurer and mage to uncover the concealed entrance without specialized tools or skills. This should hold until I get back, Roland muttered to himself, contemplating his next move. While he had already explored the first temple and set up turrets to clear it repeatedly without his direct involvement, his work was far from finished. His ultimate goal was to transform this place into a personalized material farm. The temples were brimming with hidden treasures, valuable metals, rare resources, and monster parts that could be sold for profit. He wanted to monopolize these riches, not just for himself but also for Albrook. Even when the dungeon was eventually opened to the public, his turrets would remain in place, automatically clearing the newly generated waves of monsters as they appeared. However, ensuring the efficiency of this system posed a challenge. To minimize strain on the turrets, he needed a method to handle the drops before any adventurers could reach them. One option was to station soldiers as guards, but that wasn't practical as there simply weren't enough Tier 3 class holders on his side. At best, he could enlist the Platinum team Arthur had hired to keep watch, but even that felt insufficient for a long-term solution. I suppose I'll have to make more robust golems. There were a few sections that could be used for their storage. In his mind, Roland was already formulating a plan to tackle these challenges. The biggest hurdles, as always, were time and resources. Beyond that, he needed to figure out what lay behind the massive door. It was likely a boss chamber, possibly even the dungeon's endpoint. He hoped this dungeon connected to the super dungeon located at the center of the island, but there was no guarantee. If it didn't, whatever awaited him beyond the door would still likely be strong, close to level 200, perhaps slightly stronger, but nothing beyond his ability to handle. Come on, Agni, we need to return and prepare. Woof. While Roland didn't want to leave without fully exploring the area, he had run out of turrets. He could move through the temples on his own if he wished, but he wasn't in a rush. Even if adventurers managed to make it inside, they would likely be unable to open the sturdy door at the end. He had already taken the loot from the fire temple and hidden the key item required for the puzzle at the end. Even if someone came through and cleared the other 4 temples, they would probably be unable to progress past the point he had reached. Monopolizing the new loot was important, and he knew that if the guild master caught wind of it, he would complain. However, he was still the high commander of this place, and Audhin would not be able to bully him anymore. Now what to do about a power source? Could I use that thing to create some steam? As he made his way back through the dungeon, his mind raced with new plans. He had stashed away the elemental block and concealed its fiery signature. It was well hidden, and he doubted anyone would be able to locate it. He mused over its potential uses. Perhaps it could heat water. The block, composed of materials that heated rapidly and infused with abundant mana, continuously generated flame energy on that floor. This energy could potentially power his turrets. Then there were the other elemental blocks, each with unique properties. One contained wind energy, making it ideal for assembling a wind generator. That task would be relatively simple, but finding an optimal location for it posed a challenge. Water could also serve as a source of energy if he managed to create flow, akin to power plants that harness dams and flowing water. The earth block, however, seemed more difficult to utilize. Perhaps he could harness tremors to vibrate a specific section of earth and produce torque, though he wasn't entirely sure how to achieve this. Nevertheless, with the other 3 blocks, he seemed to have enough energy to supply his turrets. The dark elemental block, on the other hand, intrigued him. Its energies were unfamiliar, and he lacked much experience working with them. This made it an enticing challenge, though he would need to proceed with caution. In theory, the darkness element embodied the absence of light, but in this world it was associated with evil and corrupt energies. The many occult and cursed items he had encountered were imbued with this element, often twisting their users' minds or demanding sacrifices to function. In contrast, the light element was seen as divine, a force wielded by good deities like Celeria. Yet, to his knowledge, photons also existed in this world. Drawing on theories from his own world, he suspected that the light and darkness elements might be better classified through a different lens. Few people studied light in this scientific sense, but it was a field he was eager to explore. Photons, the smallest particles of light, might hold untapped potential. The idea of harnessing them to achieve something extraordinary, like moving at the speed of light, was quite intriguing. As Roland trekked back toward his workshop, his thoughts remained fixated on the possibilities. The elemental blocks represented untapped reservoirs of energy, and the potential to harness them for his machinery was too valuable to ignore. His portable turrets and golems, efficient as they were, would need consistent and reliable power sources if he hoped to automate this dungeon's operations. If done correctly, he would even have a place to store his safety golems there, bringing in another source of revenue. Once back, Roland wasted no time. His first task was reaching out to the Union dwarves. Their expertise in forging and construction was unparalleled, and with the materials he had gathered, he could afford their assistance. They would eagerly trade their assistance for rare minerals such as the ones he found, but would also ask questions about where he had gathered them. Sebastian, could you send a rune letter to the Union requesting their aid? I've forwarded the schematics for the updated turrets into your Runic databank. They should be there. As you wish, master. Sebastian replied, promptly beginning to carry out the instructions. The workshop around him was becoming increasingly modern, incorporating elements reminiscent of the world he had come from. Among his creations was a system akin to a rapid messaging service. As he pondered whether to reuse its old name, he decided instead to adapt it to his new craft, dubbing it Rune Mail or simply R-Mail in place of the email from his previous world. It was a touch silly, but it felt fitting for the persona of the runic craftsman he had become. Only a few people were using this system, as it required either specially crafted boards featuring the letters of the language native to this world or access to a pen. While the script resembled an alphabet, it wasn't quite the same, and creating a keyboard system needed some thought. Instead, he created a simple receptor to written text that would be then copied over onto the display screen, similar to drawing tablets from his own world. It was a much faster solution, and for the time being was enough. Only a limited number of people in the city had access to them, and even then they were used sparingly, primarily for emergencies. Ever since I've started sharing some of the inventions from my old world, the dwarves seem to have taken a liking to me. They stopped questioning me. This world was not one that changed easily. It operated on skills and abilities granted by the world system. While this system made many aspects of life more convenient, it also stifled progress in certain areas. People were less inclined to think outside the box or invent non-obvious tools, such as this communication device. It was something other runesmiths could have created ages ago, but they clung to the old crystal ball technology as though there was no reason to innovate further. Well, it doesn't matter. There were no laws preventing people from copying inventions, so everyone could eventually take what he had made. This might take a while. What should I do until then? Roland pondered while looking at some of the magical ore he retrieved from the dungeon and his lone armor that was on the armor rest. It looked a bit lonely there, and perhaps soon it would have some friends. Wahaha, what is it, my little Thordrin? Are you hungry? Or perhaps is it? A stocky-looking man held a crying baby up with his arms, his fingers thick from years of working in the smithy. His hair was red, and his beard was long and bushy. The child in his hand continued to wail despite his attempts to soothe it. Bernir cradled the baby awkwardly, his large hands trying to be gentle as he rocked his son back and forth. His eyes darted toward the door, half hoping his wife, Diana, would appear to rescue him from this predicament. Wah! By the old dwarven gods, what do you need now, little one? Bernir muttered, while sniffing at the air, wondering if he needed to change his diaper. The baby, Thordrin, was red-faced and inconsolable. Bernir tried humming a lullaby his human mother used to sing, but his deep baritone seemed to startle the child more than calm him. He was just about to try feeding him again when the door creaked open, and Diana stepped in, her expression clearly indicating frustration. Give him here, Bernir, she said, reaching for the baby. You're holding him like he's a sack of ore. The woman was much taller than her half-dwarven husband, with prominent horns protruding from her head. Her bullish features were unmistakable, yet the baby didn't appear to have inherited any of them. Thordrin mostly resembled an ordinary human, sharing his father's hair color. Only time would reveal whether he would develop any beastman or dwarven traits from his parents. He's louder than a forge hammer today. Maybe he's already got a smith's lungs on him. Bernir laughed while handing over his son to his wife, who chuckled as well. Her touch immediately calmed down the infant. She kissed the baby's forehead, her maternal instincts working wonders. He just needed his mama, that's all. You've done well, though. Bernir rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. He didn't consider himself particularly skilled at caring for small children, and his son didn't seem especially fond of his presence either. After his extended stay at the institute, Bernier had been trying to make amends by spending more time with his child, but things weren't going as well as he'd hoped. But I'm glad you're here. I'm not sure how you manage it so effortlessly. It's not effortless, trust me, but you'll get the hang of it. For now, though, there is a message for you on that new magical device. Our favorite runesmith wants something from you. Oh, the boss does. Bernier, I've got some new schematics and materials I'll need your help assembling. Stop by as soon as you can. I wonder what grand invention it is this time. While reflecting on the message, Bernier glanced at his mechanized arm. Even now, after so much time had passed, he still marveled at its craftsmanship. It felt so natural, as though it were truly his own arm, the one he had lost during the cult's attack. What truly set it apart, though, was how it allowed him to channel his blacksmithing skills seamlessly, a feat no other golemic arm could replicate. Time to get back to work. Bernier nodded, his gaze shifting back to the message on the screen. He was one of the few individuals privileged to possess such a device, and he still questioned what he had done to earn this honor. His eyes wandered to his own status screen, revealing plain skills and unremarkable classes. At present, he was simply a weaponsmith, though the speed at which he had reached his current level for someone his age was, at least, a small point of pride. Name: Bernier L. 121. Classes: T2 Weaponsmith L. 21. T2 Armorsmith L. 50. T1 Carpenter L. 25. T1 Blacksmith L. 25. Working on all those Tier 3 inventions really makes the levels go up. This was one of the main reasons craftsmen like him sought the tutelage of high-level masters. Instead of being confined to crafting simple items like iron nails and daggers, Bernier was working on intricate enchanted weaponry and advanced golemic components. The more complex the creation and the rarer the materials, the more experience points he earned. Though there were limits, his progress was double that of his peers, a success he owed entirely to his boss, Roland. All right, let's get moving, but first, Bernier stretched, his mechanical arm buzzing softly with the motion. He tiptoed toward the Runic cold box his boss had helped install and opened it. Inside were several glass containers, some filled with food and others with drinks. His eyes scanned the contents, but his smile quickly faded. His cold brew from the previous night was nowhere to be found. Ah, damn it, he immediately suspected his wife. For reasons he couldn't quite grasp, she had a strict rule against Ale being in the house with the baby. As a part dwarf, this was a frustrating matter, but he was far too intimidated by his missus to argue. Resigned, he pulled out some leftover chicken legs, placing them on a plate. The food was cold, but that was easily remedied with another Runic invention in the house, a cooking furnace designed to heat food quickly. Unlike traditional ovens, it required no fuel, running instead on a specialized socket. It was one of the many new conveniences spreading through Albrook, rapidly transforming the district where Bernier and his family lived. These modern appliances brought warm water, plumbing, and efficient heating systems into every home. The boss said that one day we'll be able to heat things up without flames. What did he mean by that? Bernier muttered to himself as he watched the flame runes glow, steadily warming the chicken leg. Unaware of the concept of microwaves, he could only wonder at his boss's innovative plans. Once the meat was warm, he devoured it quickly and prepared to start his day. The baby's cries had woken him early, giving him the rare chance to greet shopkeepers as they prepared to open their stores. As Bernier strolled through the streets, passers-by nodded and greeted him warmly. "Morning, Mr. Bernier." Baker called out, holding a tray of freshly baked bread rolls. "Here, have some." Bernier hesitated, wishing to refuse the offer, but he knew better. If he declined, the persistent baker would only insist until he relented. Once the roll was in his hand, the baker gave a low bow, as though Bernier were a wealthy merchant or noble. "Off to see the rune, I mean, the High Knight Commander." A guard at the street corner called out, his polished armor gleaming in the morning sun. His tone was polite, but his awkward expression betrayed unease, as though he feared what Bernier might do. "Aye, that I am," Bernier replied, tipping his head. As he walked through the bustling streets, more people greeted him. Their smiles varied, some genuine, others painfully forced. It was something he still hadn't quite grown accustomed to. Ever since his boss, Roland, had risen to the rank of High Knight Commander, everything had changed. People now regarded Bernier with an air of esteem, not out of respect for him personally, but because of his association with Roland. It was clear they believed he had influence and feared that crossing him could lead to trouble. Though unintentional on Bernier's part, the weight of their assumptions often felt like an uncomfortable burden. Should I start acting like the boss? They don't seem to bother him as much. The image of Roland clad in runic armor or draped in a flowing robe surfaced in Bernier's mind. He knew his boss to be a kind-hearted person, someone who would never harm anyone out of malice, but not everyone shared his understanding. Many were too intimidated to approach Roland, their imaginations fueled by far-fetched rumors claiming he kidnapped people to experiment on them if they weren't careful. Bernier knew these stories were baseless, but the fear they generated kept most people at a wary distance. I probably can't pull that off. He couldn't picture himself walking around with Roland's stoic demeanor. It just wasn't who he was. His life now, however, was certainly different. He had become a figure of some importance, to the extent that his boss had assigned him 2 bodyguards after the loss of his arm. Their constant presence as he moved through the city was a daily reminder of how much things had changed. As Bernier strolled through the city streets, alive with the early bustle of people, he found himself reminiscing about his first days here. Back then, it had been a small, unassuming town newly invigorated by the discovery of a dungeon. Opportunities were scarce, and he had struggled to find work as a blacksmith, eventually resigning himself to a grueling gig as a porter. It wasn't a time he remembered fondly. He had barely scraped together enough money for food and had spent many nights sleeping in a stable. Looking at the bustling, vibrant city around him now, it was hard to believe how far he'd come since those difficult days. Everything had changed after his boss arrived, and he knew that as long as he was here, his life would be secured. The city had been transformed. The streets that had once been just dirt paths were now paved with smooth stone, and the buildings had been reinforced or rebuilt using advanced techniques. Mana-fueled street lamps illuminated the thoroughfares at night, casting a warm glow that allowed trade and social gatherings to continue well into the evening. Bernier's wife often remarked how the city no longer resembled the frontier settlement it had once been. It was quickly becoming a hub of innovation and prosperity. His entourage of bodyguards continued to trail him as he made his way out of the city. The growing presence of Solarian worshippers was hard to miss, with the church expanding rapidly. They had even constructed a special altar dedicated to Agni, who had been the subject of considerable buzz recently. Why isn't the sacred beast here? I don't know, that person is being unreasonable. SHHH, lower your voice. As Bernier passed a group of priests, their hushed complaints about Agni's absence caught his attention. From what he understood, Roland had gone into the dungeon for some unknown purpose, possibly having stumbled upon something noteworthy. The mail message Bernier had received hinted at the beginning of a long-term project, leaving him curious about its nature and how it might affect his own work in the days to come. Maintaining a brisk pace, it still took him nearly half an hour from the city gate to reach Roland's workshop. Once he was offered to use a strange contraption with 2 wheels, but after falling down several times, he decided that he would rather just walk. What had once looked like an abandoned farmhouse now resembled the stronghold of an eccentric wizard. High walls obscured the view of the interior, while turrets and the occasional floating golems patrolled the perimeter. These golems, initially simple floating cubes, had evolved into more intricate designs, a clear deterrent to anyone tempted to invade. Though the shop selling their wares enjoyed a fair amount of popularity, it wasn't their primary source of income. Most of their revenue came from Lord Arthur and the auction house, where some of their more intricate devices were sold. One of their most profitable products, however, was surprisingly simple: explosive scrolls encased in cheap metal. These scrolls featured a small activation spot where the user could press with their thumb, triggering a precisely timed 5-second countdown before detonation. It was an uncomplicated yet highly effective weapon, and its practicality had made it immensely popular among adventurers. "Good morning." "Mornin'," Bernier returned the knight's greeting with a nod and proceeded through the ground's heavily enhanced gates. These gates had undergone several iterations since the Lick incident and were now designed to respond to his presence. Roland had explained that multiple scanners worked in tandem to verify his identity. As Bernier approached, the gate slid open seamlessly, revealing a secondary barred section that served as an additional layer of security. Once his identity was confirmed, the inner entrance unlocked, granting him access to the workshop grounds. Inside, he took in the familiar sight of the characteristic windmills and his personal workshop. What had once been little more than a rundown shack now stood as a proper facility. Bernier himself had lived in that shack during harder times, but now he had a home of his own, a real one complete with a proper family. The reality of how far he'd come was something he still struggled to fully grasp. Ow! Before he could do anything, he heard a loud howling noise. Inside his stable-sized doghouse, Agni stood, seemingly resting, his tongue lolling out for everyone to see. In the distance, he heard the sound of children shouting. The young rascals in the orphan dorm were already awake and running around in their own section of the property. From Bernier's perspective, this place was becoming much bigger than Arthur's estate, and perhaps would eventually turn into a self-sustaining fortress if they kept digging downward. It seemed his boss had already created a mage tower of his own, just an inverted one that extended underground, something Bernier hadn't thought was possible. "Ah, there you are, Bernier. Boss, what we doin' today?" There he was, the man who made it all possible. While everyone knew him as Wayland the Runesmith or the Knight Commander, he preferred to call him by his nickname. He knew that Wayland was probably not entirely the person he presented himself to be, but he didn't care. The two had spent multiple years together, and the trust he had in his boss was unshakable. Here, I need you to bring this over to Brilvia. She'll know what to do with it. Ah, sure. It seemed he had an errand to run today, not something he was particularly eager to do, but he understood the necessity. Brilvia, the official Union runesmith, wasn't someone who would entertain just anyone. His boss had tasked him with personally delivering some schematics and delicate papers, as regular delivery services couldn't always be trusted with such sensitive materials. The documents likely contained secret texts and specialized runic magic knowledge that absolutely couldn't be allowed to leak out. I'll get it to M in no time, boss. Leave it to me. Just as he was about to leave, Roland heard the distant sound of a door creaking open. From the doorway emerged a short figure, Rastix the gnome, accompanied by Roland's own protege, Jorg. The boy seemed to be struggling, carrying 3 peculiar black objects stacked on top of one another. Rastix, did you manage to prepare those? Roland asked, halting his departure to his workshop. Indeed, just as you instructed. But what exactly do you need these for? Rastix replied, his curiosity evident. For some reason, Roland turned his gaze toward Bernier. I suppose now is as good a time as any. This project has been waiting for its final piece. Bernier frowned slightly, unsure of what project his boss was referring to. However, Roland's glance toward the workshop hinted that it was something nearby. You might have forgotten about this one. We never did get around to finishing the wheels. Bernier sighed internally. Roland's tendency to drift into monologues wasn't new, but this time, Bernier had an inkling of what he was talking about. He once more recalled the odd 2-wheeled contraption his boss had once used to travel to and from the city with impressive speed. As Roland's skills and capabilities had grown, the device was not needed. They had started building an improved model together once but had never finished it. Together, they walked over to the workshop. There, hidden beneath a grayish cloth, was the old invention. It seemed the peculiar black, rubbery-looking objects would finally complete it. Roland pulled the cloth away, unveiling a 3-wheeled, buggy-like contraption. Its frame was a blend of metal and wood, reinforced with engraved runic symbols that shimmered faintly in the light. At the back was a blocky, rune-powered battery engine, connected to the glistening runic framework within. A lightweight metal casing concealed the inner workings, keeping them hidden from prying eyes. Ah, so we're finally doing something with this old thing, Bernier said, scratching his beard. His gaze settled on the large wheels, or rather what they were missing. Yes, with these we should be able to get it running. It did shake a lot in the past. Roland glanced at the metal wheels attached to his old creation. The concept had originated after he built the first runic bike powered by his own mana. In the past, he had intended to complete it as a means of traveling to and from the city. However, he eventually abandoned the project to focus on his golemic inventions. With Bernier's assistance and Arthur's help, he no longer needed to make frequent trips to the city, and materials were regularly delivered to his workshop. Additionally, using a machine would prevent him from leveling up skills like running or dashing. Even so, whenever he had free time, he found himself tinkering with the design. Now, it was nearly complete. This vehicle featured 2 wheels in the front and 1 in the back. While he could have opted for a 4-wheel design, the 3-wheeled configuration saved space and reduced production costs. Though he wasn't much of a gearhead in his original world, he had learned that the tadpole configuration he chose offered greater stability, better traction, and improved braking over the Delta type, which had other pros. If this project proved successful, he might eventually create the other designs he had in mind, including a proper 4-wheeler. He reached for one of the black, rubber-like objects Rastix had crafted, holding it up to inspect its craftsmanship. The material stretched slightly under his grip, and its surface featured a faint, textured pattern designed for better traction. These tires should cushion the ride and provide better grip, Roland explained to Bernier, who was watching with growing enthusiasm. Carriages existed in this world, but their suspension systems relied on enchantments that absorbed and dispersed shocks, rather than materials like rubber. Cheaper models used large, basic springs, but Roland wanted his creation to be more efficient. By minimizing reliance on enchantments, he could focus all the available power on generating torque to spin the wheels and propel the vehicle forward. Once the basis was in order, he would look into lowering the shaking through magic. Without them, the ride will be quite rough, but this is not really a perfect solution. We'll need to develop a proper suspension system. Suspension system, Bernier asked, puzzled at the name, as he wasn't sure which part of this system was being suspended. Roland didn't reply, as he was not the one who invented the terminology for these things, and instead focused on getting one of the rubber-like tires on the metal wheel. It had taken Rastix weeks of experimentation to produce a material durable enough to handle the strain of travel, yet flexible enough to fit snugly over the wheels. Roland had to give it to the gnome. He was truly a genius. This alchemically created tire didn't need air to keep its shape and function. Instead, he had engineered it with a unique lattice structure within the rubber-like material. While Roland had created the schematics, it was Rastic's ingenuity that made it possible. This caused a few explosions and some poisonous fumes to leak out, but in the end, they made some good progress. With the help of this self-cushioning tire, Roland hoped to finally complete his creation. Perhaps in the future, it would revolutionize transportation in Albrook. However, he was well aware of the world's reluctance to adopt new technologies. People here were deeply attached to their traditions, and it would likely take time for them to warm up to using a vehicle instead of a mount. He could already imagine the resistance from those who bred horses or tamed mounts, accusing him of encroaching on their livelihoods. Well, we'll see how it goes. After a moment of reflection, he nodded and began fitting the tires. Normally, a specialized tool would be needed to stretch the tire over the wheel rim. Fortunately, Roland's superhuman strength made that unnecessary. The rubbery material was flexible enough for him to muscle it into place without much effort. His enhanced Tier 3 strength allowed him to fit all 3 tires with relative ease. "Boss, you make it look easy," Bernier muttered, clearly impressed as he watched. "You should be able to do the same. Your level isn't low," Roland replied, glancing at him as he worked on the final rim. While Bernier didn't have half his strength, he was still a high-level blacksmith. "Have you thought about what class you'll choose?" Bernier was close to a major milestone. He only needed 29 more levels to reach 150, the threshold for entering the realm of Tier 3 elites. With the influx of high-grade materials and the work ahead, Roland was confident his assistant would reach that level soon. Arsadilla letter 1D Fourier, letter FF Fourier, letter 20F, Cyrillicia Asakiet, a master blacksmith, I suppose. Roland could see Bernier scratching his head as if he didn't really give it much thought. "I'm not sure if there will be any other choices, boss. I think you're underestimating your talents." Everyone in this world had multiple possibilities, but a master blacksmith, or one of the other advanced classes, was the usual choice for most. Normally, Bernier would likely have to decide between the master armorsmith or master weaponsmith variants. Both were considered more specialized professions, with the master blacksmith being seen as a more generalist option, competent, but not exceptional in either field. Roland wondered if Bernier was leaning toward this less specialized path. After all, Bernier wasn't crafting weapons or armor that much anymore. Instead, he had begun focusing on modular parts for Roland's magical creations. However, Roland didn't want his best worker to base his future solely on Roland's inventions. Bernier asked, his expression filled with doubt. "Yes, if you see something special in one of those advanced classes, don't hesitate to pursue it, even if you fail the first time." Roland spoke from experience. He too had failed his first Tier 3 ascension trial. Though much of what happened during the trial was hazy in his memory, fragments remained. The crystals required for advancement weren't a problem for Bernier, and it was always worth aiming for a prestigious class. The real issue was Bernier's current classes. They weren't particularly rare, which meant that even if Bernier acquired an exceptional new class, the trial would likely be a difficult ordeal for him. Special, huh? But my arm, as they talked, Bernier's gaze drifted to his runic prosthetic, and he instinctively clutched it. He had lost his arm during the Abyssal Cult incident, an event that had left him permanently altered. I wonder, will he be able to keep that prosthetic arm during the Ascension trial? This was a big question. From what Roland knew, lost limbs wouldn't simply regenerate within the Ascension realm. With only one arm, Bernier might not even be able to pass the simplest of trials. But this wasn't just any prosthetic. It was a marvel of runic craftsmanship connected to his soul. Unlike regrown limbs, this prosthesis was superior to the original flesh and blood. It could perform tasks the old arm never could, and Bernier had become quite adept at using it. If the prosthetic accompanied Bernier into the Ascension realm, it might become a crucial asset. In fact, it could even help him achieve a higher tier class. Roland couldn't help but wonder if, through this unique trial, something entirely new might emerge, a class born from the fusion of runes and man. He won't turn into a cyborg or something, will he? For a moment, a vivid image flashed in Roland's mind. Bernier with glowing red eyes, most of his body replaced by intricate runic prosthetics, having discarded the frailties of his flesh for cold, unyielding runic machinery. Roland shuddered and quickly shook the thought away. That's definitely not something his wife would approve of. The last thing Roland wanted was to become some kind of mad scientist who experimented on people, replacing their body parts with mechanical constructs. The idea was absurd, but he couldn't ignore the fact that some people might be eager to embrace such methods if it granted them power. Once his technology spread further into the world, Roland was certain that copycats would emerge. Some would undoubtedly start experimenting, perhaps even crossing ethical lines he wouldn't dream of approaching. He had to make peace with that inevitability. He couldn't control how others used his inventions, nor could he let their misuse weigh on him. That should do it. Now, how about you give it a spin, Bernier? Me? Bernier asked, pointing to himself in surprise. Who else? Roland replied with a faint smirk. He had no real need for this wheeled vehicle. If he wanted to travel, he could simply fly. While the glider he had used to save Robert was too conspicuous, there were other ways for him to move around. This new creation, however, was better suited for Bernier. His assistant often traveled between the Union workshop and this palace. His assistant didn't particularly enjoy riding mounts, so this vehicle would likely be a perfect substitute. Roland hoped it would make Bernier's trips easier and perhaps serve as free advertisement, as he knew of his loud mouth and boisterous attitude. Bernier rubbed his beard thoughtfully as he studied the three-wheeled buggy. Despite his initial surprise, a hint of excitement crept into his expression. He understood its function in theory, but the prospect of navigating the streets on this peculiar contraption was undeniably fascinating. "All right, boss, I'll give it a shot. It won't blow up, right? I'm not Rastix," Roland replied to the grinning Bernier while rolling his eyes. "Aye, but we've had a few accidents from time to time." "Remember when that golem exploded? That was a long time ago," Roland muttered, shaking his head. After teasing Roland for a moment, Bernier stepped up to the vehicle. His runic prosthetic flexed slightly as he gripped the steering wheel. Though he was no stranger to Roland's inventions, he remained cautious. The potential for something going wrong kept him focused. "Good," Roland said, handing Bernier a small, rune-inscribed metal card. Bernier examined the card, noting its intricate designs. Roland gestured toward a rectangular socket on the vehicle. When Bernier slid the card in, the runes on the card began to glow faintly and the vehicle began to respond. You've probably noticed the two pedals. The one on the left is for braking, and the one on the right is for accelerating. Vehicles in Roland's world often had a third pedal for the clutch and a gearbox for shifting gears. However, this one was far simpler. It accelerated smoothly without the need for manual gear changes. There were no mechanical gears in this design. Pressing the accelerator pedal simply increased mana usage. While Roland was familiar with how combustion engines worked and had the knowledge to recreate them in this world, he deemed it unnecessary for now. A combustion engine might reduce mana consumption, but developing it fully would require time, a resource he had precious little of lately. The buggy was more compact and peculiar than a traditional carriage, featuring only a single seat positioned in the middle. Roland watched as Bernier adjusted himself inside, noting a bit of awkwardness. However, this model had been designed with Bernier's proportions in mind, so his feet reached the pedals and the steering wheel with ease. "This is surprisingly comfortable," Bernier remarked, shifting in the seat. Roland nodded, pleased with the feedback. He had taken care to craft a cushioned seat to ensure comfort during long journeys. With Bernier now settled inside, it was time for a test ride. "Good. Now press the accelerator pedal G." Roland continued to talk with the intention to add, gently. Before he could finish the sentence, Bernier shoved his entire foot down onto the pedal. His eyes widened. Though the buggy had a built-in limit for speed and mana usage, such an aggressive action still resulted in a sudden burst of power. The vehicle jolted forward, and Bernier was pressed back into the cushioned seat as the buggy shot ahead with surprising force. "Whoa," Bernier shouted, gripping the wheel tightly as he fought to steady the buggy's wild movements. However, Roland quickly realized he had overestimated how intuitive steering would be for someone with no prior experience. In Roland's world, people had a basic understanding of cars, whether through first-hand experience or simply observing others. Bernier, on the other hand, had no such reference point. His hands twisted the steering wheel erratically in both directions as he panicked. Despite their earlier discussions about how the wheel should work, the sudden burst of speed had clearly erased all of Bernier's training. His instinct to overcorrect only made the vehicle swerve wildly, veering dangerously close to a bench before narrowly missing it. "Bernier, make small adjustments, don't fight it. Release the acceleration pedal and try using the brakes." Roland shouted, trying to guide Bernier from a safe distance, but it was clear that his assistant's panic had completely taken over. The rune buggy was now on a collision course with the house, and Roland could only brace himself for the inevitable. "Brake, hit the brake," he yelled, his voice trying to break through the buzzing mana engine. At last, Bernier registered the command. He lifted his foot off the accelerator and slammed it down on the brake pedal with all his might. The wheels locked and the buggy screeched to a halt, sliding across the ground as friction finally took hold. "Oof," Bernier grunted as the vehicle came to an abrupt stop, a bit too abrupt. The sudden deceleration launched him forward out of his seat. Roland winced. In his haste to complete the project, he hadn't yet designed a proper seatbelt system, assuming Bernier would be a more cautious driver. Perhaps he should have demonstrated how to drive it first before handing the wheel to his assistant. Fortunately, Roland was quick to act. With a flick of his wrist, he cast his mage hand spell, enveloping Bernier in a glowing layer of mana before he could be flung out of the rune buggy. The magical force gently placed him back in his seat, preventing any harm. "That was close, are you okay?" Bernier was still catching his breath, but rather than fear, there was an unmistakable glint of excitement in his eye. "Ha, that was interesting. Can we do it again? You want to do it again?" Roland blinked in disbelief, but then let out a small chuckle. "All right, but steer it toward the open field this time, somewhere without anything you can crash into." The compound was walled off, with windmills occupying one side, but the other side was mostly open ground. It would be a safer space for Bernier to practice. To Roland's surprise, Bernier seemed to take to the buggy quickly. After a few more jolts back and forth, he was starting to get the hang of it, managing to steer with better precision. Is there a way to go backward? Yes, you see that lever on the side. I pull it down. Bernier followed the instruction, and the buggy responded smoothly, shifting into reverse. A wide grin spread across his face as he maneuvered the vehicle. It seemed Roland's invention was already a hit. Roland watched Bernier with amusement. His assistant, once unsure of the contraption, was now confidently navigating the open field. The Runic buggy, though still rough around the edges, had already proven itself to be a remarkable success. While it wasn't that fast, it would cut down the 30-minute trip to his workshop down to around 10 minutes. With it, Bernier would be able to save up a lot of time. Good, now that you've gotten used to it, I need you to bring these to the Union. Leave it to me. It was funny to see a grown man act like a little kid, but it was clear that Bernier was mesmerized by the moving vehicle. He quickly grabbed the spatial pouch he prepared for the Dwarven Union, and soon he was on his way. There he goes, he won't crash into a tree, will he? Bernier's figure vanished into the forest as he pondered whether this had truly been a good idea. Hey, Agni, come over here for a second, Awu. His trusted wolf was just lazing around the compound anyway, so before Bernier got too far away, he ordered him to trail him. It was better to be safe than sorry. This should be all, Lord Arthur. How grand, it's no wonder some people lose their mind over such things. It's difficult not to. In a well-lit room, a man with silvery white hair leaned over. He picked up a handful of coins and watched them glister in the magical light. He let the coins trickle through his fingers, the clinking sound echoing faintly in the spacious treasure room. The sheer wealth gathered over the past month was staggering. Piles of silver, gold, and rare gemstones sparkled under the light of enchanted mana lights, each piece a testament to his growing influence and the prosperity of the estate. Yet for all the wealth surrounding him, there was unease gnawing on him. Mary, his maid and most trusted confidant, stood quietly beside him, holding a thick folder of documents. Her uniform was pristine, and her demeanor was calm, though her sharp eyes looked at Arthur with some amusement. When he seemed lost in his thoughts, she cleared her throat gently. "My lord, if I may," she said, extending the folder toward him. Arthur blinked, snapping out of his greed-induced trance. "Ah, yes, Mary, my apologies. What is it?" "This is a proposal from Master Roland," she explained while handing the papers over. "It outlines a new project he's begun." However, her expression turned serious as she hesitated, choosing her next words carefully. "The expenses involved are quite considerable." Arthur raised an eyebrow as he took the folder, flipping it open. The contents were dense with diagrams, calculations, and descriptions of various expenses. It appeared that his ally intended to order a substantial number of products from the Dwarven Union, a venture that would require a lot of capital. While his friend had meticulously accounted for the cost of even the simplest rivet, Arthur's eye twitched as he scanned the summary at the bottom of the page. "By the gods," Arthur muttered, skimming the numbers, "this could drain half of our earnings for the quarter. Indeed, and I'm sure Master Roland will come up with another grand project soon after. Roland's creations have brought us success before. The golems within the dungeon have more than paid for themselves, generating steady profits, and the turrets have allowed us to cut back on military expenses while raising the satisfaction of the commoners." The young lord began weighing the pros and cons of Roland's decisions. He was acutely aware that most of the gold in the treasury would eventually be claimed by his father. Despite under-the-table deals with the guild master and the new crime lords in the red light district, their operations were still consuming nearly all the profits they generated. Letter 16B1 A tilde letter 1033D O circumflex beta E hatchek letter 1D634. Yet Arthur harbored ambitions that required greater resources. He wanted to increase the military budget to recruit more soldiers, preparing for the future he envisioned. Those soldiers would need weapons, armor, and enough food to keep them strong and loyal. If he ever hoped to stand against his elder brothers and pursue his newfound goal of becoming the Duke's heir, bolstering the military was non-negotiable. "Lord Arthur, there's still more." As he contemplated, Mary interjected. "Oh." Before Arthur could respond further, another set of documents was handed to him. These detailed the potential financial gains of a new plan, one focused on cultivating a recently discovered dungeon level. The proposal highlighted rare ores such as ignisium and gallite, both imbued with elemental power and highly valuable. "I see," Arthur murmured, his tone shifting as he scanned the pages. So it's more of an investment for the future. It seemed his smart friend wasn't just blankly asking for more funds, but also presenting ways to generate even greater returns. Roland's plan wasn't just about spending, it was a calculated move to expand their resource base, potentially doubling or even tripling their income in the long term. Still, it required faith and a massive upfront cost. Arthur exhaled deeply, running a hand through his silvery hair. He always has a way of tying my hands. I can hardly say no when he dangles prospects like this before me. Mary allowed herself a faint smile, stepping closer. Master Wayland has proven his worth time and again. It's not a question of if this will succeed, but when. Still, the decision lies with you, my lord. Oh, have you finally warmed up to him? Is that nothing but praise that I hear? Arthur chuckled as his maid turned her head away, a faint hint of embarrassment on her face. In the past, she had been openly skeptical about their pact. To her, it had seemed unreasonable to place so much trust in a man who concealed his true identity. They now knew that he was a runaway noble who didn't seem to be a follower but more of an equal. True, his results are hard to deny, but that doesn't mean I agree with his methods or his disregard for hierarchy. It wasn't a secret that Mary disliked the fact that Wayland didn't see Arthur as his superior. The young lord didn't care much as he saw him as more than just a simple vassal. Hierarchy, sometimes breaking the mold is necessary to achieve greatness, and he has yet to disappoint, don't you think? Mary said nothing, instead turning her attention back to one of the papers in her hand. She then presented it to Arthur along with his seal. While they weren't in his office, he could still sign off on this plan that Wayland had presented. If you agree with Master Wayland's budget plan, then please affix your seal here, my lord, Mary said, her voice calm and even. She extended the paper and the seal with a slight bow, her demeanor urging him to make a decision. Arthur hesitated, staring at the intricate budget breakdown before him. Each line represented a small fortune, and the final sum was staggering. He could feel the weight of it pressing down on him. His estate's coffers, while healthy, were not inexhaustible, and this was no small expense. His hand hovered over the seal, shaking a bit. Is there something wrong, Lord Arthur? Wrong, Hano, everything is great. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead as he hesitated further. This was probably one of the costlier projects his friend had organized, and he still had his doubts. This was around half of their earnings, and the rest they would need to send over to the Duke as tax money. Mary just stood there without saying anything more, watching as Arthur slowly lowered his hand and finally gave the document its seal of approval. There, he said, his voice trembling slightly as if he had just sprinted for several minutes. It's done. May the gods favor our endeavors. Mary accepted the sealed document with a slight bow, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Very good, my lord. I will handle this issue personally. Yes, that would be better. I'll be in the training chamber if all fails. I'll just earn it back myself. Mary wasn't sure how to respond to Arthur's joke. It was clear he was heading into the chamber to train against an undead monster. His levels were rising quickly, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to keep him away from the higher-tier dungeon. Bringing monsters to him, one by one, had its limits, but it was far safer than venturing into a dungeon itself. If their enemies ever found out about this method, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to trap him there. But what was that paper about a school? It felt out of place. Arthur left the treasury, heading toward the training grounds while mulling over some of the proposed projects. Among them was one particularly intriguing idea, an initiative to create a schooling system within the city, free for commoners to use. It stood out not just because it lacked a listed price point, but because the concept itself was unusual. Education and schools were typically the domain of nobles, not commoners. Still, there were merits to the idea, neatly outlined in the proposal. Helping children learn to read and write at a young age would increase the likelihood of them gaining more advanced starting classes. We already have enough simple farmers and villagers in this city. Does he just have a thing for helping others, or? Arthur wasn't sure if his friend was simply kind-hearted or if he was looking at the bigger picture. With more educated citizens, the city could thrive. It would be easier to find capable officials and skilled workers. And with the recent influx of residents, they were already facing shortages in various professions, scholars included. Maybe I should start planning for the future when I become Duke. And we also have that thing coming up. We could use the resources from this project, but can I really win? His steps echoed down the corridor as he approached the training area. His pace quickened, driven by the thought that if he didn't keep training, he might fall behind his ally, a man who was clearly always thinking ahead. Oi, Mr. Bernier, what's dat contraption you got air? A burly dwarf called out, his arms crossed as he observed a peculiar machine. Bernier, a worker from the human runesmith, had just arrived. The contraption looked unusual, a blend of machinery and a carriage. However, there was nothing pulling it forward, and instead of 4 wheels, it had 3. The dwarven craftsman also noticed a few scratches on the chassis, along with some branches stuck here and there. It's just a new invention the boss made, Bernier said with a grin as he stepped out of the buggy. The pride in his voice was unmistakable. The dwarves gathered around, their curiosity piqued, to inspect the vehicle. Questions and comments flew back and forth, but Bernier waved them off, eager to deliver the parcel Roland had tasked him with. A contraption what moves on its own, like dwarven trains, is it? One of the older dwarves, his beard streaked with gray, squinted at the glowing runes etched into the vehicle that became more apparent as the outer layer seemed to have been slightly damaged during the trip through the forest. Aye, something like this, but I need to deliver something to Master Brilvia. Just get in, she'd be into forge, as always. The gray-bearded dwarf replied dismissively, waving him away. It was clear that these older men were far more interested in the runic vehicle than in whatever Bernir was bringing. His boss hadn't mentioned needing to keep the rune buggy hidden from anyone, so Bernir felt no qualms about showing it off. Without the key card he carried, they wouldn't be able to start it anyway. Besides, the runic battery technology was something they already understood, so there was no need for secrecy. Bernir figured his boss was likely planning to sell the buggy to others eventually, and letting craftsmen get a glimpse of it was excellent advertising. They always loved to chatter endlessly, especially when drunk. Then, I'll see myself in. The dwarven compound bustled with activity. Sparks flew from forges, the rhythmic pounding of hammers echoed through the air, and the tang of molten metal mingled with the earthy scent of stone. He approached the heavy iron door and knocked firmly. A sharp, commanding voice responded almost immediately. Who dares interrupt my work? Speak quickly or go away. It's Bernir, Master Brilvia. I've brought the schematics and some materials the boss wanted you to have. The door creaked open, revealing a stout dwarven woman. She was clad in a heavy leather apron, her hands stained with soot and oil. Despite her small stature, her presence was imposing. Ah, Wayland's subordinate, just hand it over, she said with a smirk, though there was no malice in her tone. Come in then and let's see what this genius, yours has cooked up this time. Bernir stepped inside, carefully placing the spatial pouch on a stone table in the center of the room. She didn't wait and just opened it and quickly went through the contents. The schematics were neatly rolled and bound, while the ignisium gleamed with an otherworldly crimson hue, faint wisps of flame licking the edges of the ore. Brilvia's eyes widened at the sight of the rare metal. By ye old god's beard, he wasn't jesting. D-Hat's ignisium, right. I'll need a team to refine some O-D-Highs, Brilvia said, looking up from the parchment. A lot more ignisium if we are to max the projects a reality. Tell your boss I'm in, but he'd better be ready to negotiate if he wants priority over my other projects. Bernir nodded. I'll let him know. And don't worry, he's already got a plan for more materials. Always does. Brilvia laughed, a deep, hearty sound. Aye, that he does. Nu, get out o' ma forge, lad. I've get work to do. As Bernir turned to leave, he couldn't help but glance back at the workshop. It was a place filled with dwarven craftsmen, a place he had always dreamed of working in. However, now that he was older, he couldn't imagine a life where he didn't work for his boss. His methods were vastly different from those of the dwarves, yet he somehow managed to outcraft them when it came to runic inventions. If he continued on this trajectory, his name would soon be known throughout the entire kingdom. It seemed nothing could stop him. Now then, everything should be in order. That just leaves me with more work and not enough time. Through the monitoring system in the city, he had already confirmed that Bernir arrived at the Dwarven Union. He seemed to have driven into some bushes along the way, but managed to get there unscathed. Mary had also confirmed the budget, and now he just needed to turn it into a reality. Roland's current project involved outfitting the dungeon level with some of his turrets and a hidden chamber. The chamber would likely be costly to construct, as it would include a gate unit. His plan was to use that level as a warp point, allowing him to bypass the journey entirely. The gate would also enable him to transport rare minerals more quickly, without relying as much on the guild. That guildmaster will probably want a cut of the spoils, but it's still cheaper than dealing with the whole guild. In his report to Arthur, he noted that they would likely have to bribe the bald man. This individual had ties to the Thieves' Guild, and while their activities weren't entirely legal, the same could be said for all the Valyrian siblings. They were merely playing the game. Without concrete evidence, they remained safe. If their involvement were discovered, the guild master would bear the blame, not Arthur, who could plausibly claim ignorance of the entire predicament. In addition to the renewable rare resources, there was a large gate at the end of the level. Though he hadn't confirmed it yet, Roland intended to clear the entire floor the next time he entered the dungeon. The door likely led to one of two possibilities: another section of the dungeon, similar to the Molten Zone past the 10th level of the Albrook dungeon, or a boss chamber, or perhaps both. Roland still held out hope that this new dungeon was simply a branch of the super dungeon located at the island's center. Even now, that vast labyrinth remained largely unexplored, its underground passages rumored to stretch in multiple directions. Well, I should get to it. A sigh escaped from his mouth as he picked up a hammer. While he outsourced a lot of projects to the Dwarven Union, there were still a lot of things that he needed to tend to himself. Professor Wayland, could you please explain? No. Professor Arian will answer all your questions. Please excuse me. A group of students in uniform were left speechless as they watched their professor sprint out of the lecture hall the moment the session ended. They had so many questions about runes, and their applications. It felt as if a new world had just been revealed to them. Yet the man responsible for this revelation had no interest in answering their queries or offering advice on rune implementation. Before anyone could stop him, he was already around the corner and out of sight. Professor Wayland seems busy. I wonder if he's conducting research. Probably. Maybe he's already preparing a new lecture. What do you think it'll be about next? Oh, I just can't wait. The group chuckled, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, the man in question was striding purposefully toward one of the mage towers. His daily obligations were complete, and he only wanted to return home. The lessons he delivered were cobbled together just hours before each class, an afterthought amidst the demands of his work in Albrook. Fortunately, his teaching duties only consumed a few hours, leaving him enough time to borrow books from the headmistress's study to expand his knowledge across various fields. I think I'll cut my research short. There is just too much work to do. I need to get back into the dungeon and clear those 4 temples. Roland made his way toward the teleportation gate within the fire tower, just as he always did. His associates were still working on fabricating the components for the turret system and the generator room, and it would take some time before everything was ready. In the meantime, he was focused on creating a safe area for people to use the teleportation gate, hoping to involve the Adventurers Guild in the process. The guild master had already agreed in principle, and now they just needed to finalize the contracts. Plans to establish a teleportation gate within the city were also underway. Fortunately, there was no need to construct a separate mage tower or develop a new tower spirit. For this purpose, Sebastian was already in place. The tower spirit's computing power was more than sufficient to manage both Roland's personal gate and the 2 nearby ones. Additionally, creating a gate with a fixed waypoint was far simpler and consumed less power than a gate requiring constant adjustments from a tower spirit. With these thoughts in mind, Roland continued on his way. However, just as he was about to enter the mage tower to return home, his helmet started beeping. Curious about the unexpected alert, he quickly glanced at the message. To his surprise, it reported the reappearance of 2 individuals who had been missing for some time. Those 2, he thought. I thought they said they'd take the ship back. Did they change their minds? Through one of the Runic cameras, he spotted the pair 2 of his associates, who also happened to be siblings of his wife, Elodia, causing a commotion at the Institute. He had provided them with a temporary emblem to grant access to the facility in case they ever needed it, but he hadn't expected them to actually use it. The 2 proclaimed their intent to travel across the kingdom as platinum-ranked adventurers, leaving Roland to assume they'd be gone for some time, even up to a year. He couldn't help but shake his head as he observed the scene. Armen was up to his usual antics, gesturing animatedly, while Lobelia stood nearby, rolling her eyes in exasperation. However, Roland noticed the dark circles under their eyes. Clearly, their journey hadn't gone as smoothly as they might have hoped. Did things not go as they expected? They look a bit thinner. Roland had to stop himself from entering the mage tower to head back home. Instead, he turned on his heel and began walking toward the Institute's central plaza, where Armen and Lobelia were causing a stir. Whatever had brought them back so abruptly, it was bound to be annoying. It was probably in his best interest to defuse this situation before people started asking more questions. The Institute grounds were as bustling as ever. Students moved in clusters, animatedly discussing theories and strategizing for their upcoming assignments. A few staff members nodded respectfully as Roland passed, though most avoided direct eye contact. His reputation as the enigmatic deputy professor with a notoriously short temper had made him both a figure of awe and apprehension. As he neared his destination, Armen's booming voice cut through the ambient chatter. And then I punched that drake right in the jaw, and it popped right off. A collective gasp followed. Oh, and what happened next? Listen up, this is the fun part. When Roland arrived, he found a small crowd gathered around Armen and Lobelia. The Institute, populated primarily by the sheltered children of nobles and merchants, rarely hosted rowdy adventurers, making the siblings an irresistible spectacle. Armen, with his natural charisma and rugged demeanor, had captivated the young mage ladies, who hung on his every word. His disheveled appearance and a notable lack of proper attire only seemed to enhance his appeal. Lobelia, in contrast, had drawn a circle of wide-eyed young men. As a young half-elf, she was strikingly beautiful in her own right. Combined with her status as a powerful Tier 3 class holder, she exuded a certain allure that stirred something primal in the gathered youths. They were clearly eager to secure her services, or perhaps just her attention, before the opportunity slipped away. Our retroflex letter FF41 Eng letter 20F letter 162 E circumflex execute. You're a platinum adventurer, right? How much to hire you as my personal bodyguard? One of them asked eagerly. Hey, Edward, back off. I saw her first. Another interjected, his tone dripping with indignation. As if, the first retorted, glaring at his rival. The escalating competition was as transparent as it was comical, and Lobelia seemed to take it all in stride, her lips curving into a faintly amused smile. Roland approached the scene with a purposeful stride, his eyes narrowing as he took in the crowd that had gathered around Armand and Lobelia. He could hear the students' exaggerated excitement and chatter, but what stood out to him was the disheveled appearance of his wife's siblings. They looked worse for wear, their clothes torn and dirty, and the exhaustion visible in their faces. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. This wasn't exactly the reception he had planned for them, but it was typical of Armand to get into the spotlight in the most inconvenient of ways. Without missing a beat, Roland walked directly up to the group, his presence cutting through the clamor like a sharp blade. The students paused, some snapping to attention at the sight of their professor. Roland's reputation preceded him, and it was no surprise that the crowd quickly began to disperse or at least move to the side. I'm really seen as a villain, but not quite. While many of the young mages backed away, they didn't stray too far. Instead, they lingered, as if expecting something to unfold. Perhaps they were hoping for a spectacle watching their infamous full mithril professor confront the two platinum adventurers. Maybe, just maybe, they were hoping for a battle to erupt so they could enjoy a thrilling show. However, as Roland drew near, both Armand and Lobelia instantly recognized him. Wayland, Lobelia was the first to call out to him, her voice laced with annoyance. She quickly slipped away from the group as the teenage boys spread out, positioning herself at his side. It was clear she was happy to see him. He wasn't sure what the two had been through, but this wasn't the place to discuss it. Now that they were here, he could take them back home, which was probably the main reason they had come. Wayland, my friend, you found us. Just wait until you hear this. You won't believe what happened to us. Armand, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy the attention of these young ladies. It was as if he wanted to tell him all about his recent adventures while all of these people were listening. Roland wasted no time. His hand shot out and grabbed both Armand and Lobelia by their arms, firmly but not harshly. You two just come with me, don't talk. Roland yanked Armand and Lobelia out of the crowd, ignoring the murmurs and whispers from the students. The buzz of excitement quickly turned into quiet murmuring as the full mithril professor led the siblings away. Wait, Armand protested as he was yanked along. Even though he was larger than Roland, his body was being yanked as if he was a young boy being punished by his father. Not here. Whatever nonsense you've gotten yourselves into, we'll talk about it somewhere private. Come, I'll get you back to Albrook. You shouldn't stay here too long. Roland glanced around. A few curious eyes were still watching them, and he knew this was far from ideal. While his involvement in Robert's case was widely known, he didn't want anyone digging into Armand and Lobelia as it would inevitably lead them to Albrook. He wasn't sure what these two had been up to, but there was always the risk that the Count would uncover the truth about what had happened after the trial. He's always this grumpy, Shut up, Armand. Lobelia hissed back, elbowing him in the ribs. Ow, what was that for? Can you read the room already? Armand seemed to have finally realized something and gave Roland a wink. Lobelia, on the other hand, had known from the start to stay silent. She simply nodded as the two followed Roland, who guided them toward the teleportation gate chamber. In situations like this, Roland's newly gained status proved invaluable. No one questioned him, and no one dared to inquire about his two companions. The mages in charge of the teleportation gate quietly stepped aside, allowing him to activate it without interference. Moments later, the three of them walked through the gate, arriving at their destination inside his workshop. What is this place? And what's with this strange white light? Armand asked as he was the first to break the silence. This is inside my workshop. I suppose it has changed slightly since the last time you were here. Roland responded as he noticed Armand glancing curiously around the lower workshop. There was more equipment now compared to when they last used the teleportation gate, and the chamber was well lit. Previously, they had moved quickly from the elevator area to the gate without being given much time to look around. While he trusted the two, he had already scanned them for any potential parasites or shape-shifting abilities. They appeared clean, but it was always better to be cautious. Master, initializing scan. No outside influences have been detected in the Runic workshop. A calm, mechanical voice announced and prompted Armand to raise an eyebrow. Oh, what's that thing? A talking orb of light. Sebastian, his artificial tower spirit, floated forward, emitting a soft, steady glow. It's something mages like to call an artificial tower spirit, but it's slightly different from those. Roland replied while knowing that Armand probably had no idea what he was talking about. Oh, is it like a summoned spirit? Does it follow orders? Can it answer some questions? I suppose so, but let's not change the subject. What happened to the two of you? I thought you wanted to tour through the kingdom for some more. Roland finally posed the question, bringing up the issue that had been on his mind. The two before him looked as though they were on the run and hadn't slept in days. Given that they were still Tier 3 class holders, there were only a few plausible scenarios that could have led to such a state. While Roland often encountered people above his level, this didn't mean such individuals were common in the wider world. The kingdom was vast, and each city typically housed only a handful of such elites. Could the Count have sent his people to capture them, or did they encounter the cult again? It was a grand adventure. We visited new cities, fought new monsters, and drank new liquor. Truly the best time I've had in ages, isn't that right, Lobelia? Yeah, sure, until someone had to ruin it all. I told you to keep your hands to yourself. And what did you go and do? Well, it's not my fault the ladies can't get enough of me. You can't blame me for what happened. It was just a moment of passion. Roland narrowed his eyes when looking at Armand, who flicked his hair. Moment of passion. I don't understand, Lobelia groaned and buried her face in her hands, clearly exasperated. This idiot had an affair with the daughter of a nobleman. Roland flinched as he heard Lobelia speak. Nobles were meticulous about their engagements and social arrangements. If the young lady in question was already promised to another nobleman or waiting for a formal arrangement, this situation could spell disaster. If rumors spread that she had been involved with a rowdy adventurer like Armand, her reputation and life could be irreparably damaged. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Whatever noble family they had encountered would likely go to great lengths to punish the man who had seduced their daughter. The real concern was the status of this noble, as higher-ranking houses would pose far greater threats. Does this noble or noble house have a name? Roland asked, his tone steady. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it was a baron, Armand replied with a shrug. A wave of relief washed over Roland at the mention of a baron. While his own father held the same rank, few barons could compare to his family's resources and influence. A lesser noble house would likely have limited means, fewer Tier 3 elites, for instance, to send on a prolonged chase to this island. He exhaled, pinching the bridge of his nose as he processed the situation. So, let me get this straight. You had a fling with a baron's daughter during your travels, and now they've sent people after you. Armand shrugged, his grin as carefree as ever. That's one way of putting it. But hey, it's not my fault her dad doesn't approve of her taste in men like me. Lobelia groaned, her patience wearing thin as she watched her brother grin smugly, acting as though he hadn't done anything wrong. With an exasperated sigh, she instinctively swatted him on the arm before speaking. Armand, for once in your life, could you stop treating everything like a joke? This isn't just some tavern brawl you can charm your way out of. She's right. If a noble house has decided to target you, this could escalate quickly. Even a baron can pull strings to send bounty hunters or hire mercenaries. You're lucky you made it back to Albrook in one piece. Armand raised his hands in mock surrender, the grin still plastered across his face. Relax, Wayland. We're still alive and fine. We just had to run for a bit, but everything is fine now. Roland frowned as Armand started laughing but nodded slightly. For now, it was best for them to lay low in Albrook. Even if the noble managed to track them down here, there wouldn't be much they could do, as both Armand and Lobelia were under the employ of Arthur, a duke's son. A bit, Lobelia snapped, crossing her arms and glaring at her brother. You mean running from town to town for a week, barely sleeping, and fending off hired thugs counts as a bit to you? She raised her voice, her frustration mounting, while Roland instinctively took a step back. A fling with a noble's daughter was bad enough, but at least they were in Albrook, now a city where people on the run seemed to inevitably converge. Roland sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose as Armand and Lobelia continued to bicker. He didn't have the energy for this. After a full day of lectures, runic schematics, and managing student antics, his mind was already overtaxed. The last thing he needed was yet another problem involving nobles. Well, at least they are back here now. That's one less thing to worry about. Though they bickered, for some reason a smile crept on his face. While time was tight, it felt like such things were not bad from time to time. Inside a silent chamber lit by torches, a man stood still. Sweat was visible on his toned body, but his wrinkled face betrayed his true age. The man stood before the imposing slab of mithril, his stance relaxed yet purposeful. Torches lining the walls flickered, their light glinting off the gleaming surface of the nearly indestructible metal. A silence hung heavy in the chamber, broken only by the soft rustle of his clothing as he shifted his footing. The sword in his hand was no ordinary weapon. Its slender, shining blade bore intricate magic symbols that pulsed faintly, their light dancing like the embers of a dying fire. He raised it in a single, fluid motion, his focus narrowing until the entire world seemed to consist of him and the slab before him. Taking a measured breath, he slid his foot forward, his body coiling like a spring. The next moment, he unleashed a strange thrust of motion that seemed almost effortless, yet carried an overwhelming force. The blade pierced the mithril with a sharp and resonant sound, the vibrations rippling through the chamber. A moment later, the result of his strike became clear. A clean, gaping hole punched straight through the mithril slab, the edges smooth and polished as if crafted by a master artisan. The man's arm remained extended for a moment, the blade of his fencing sword shimmering faintly as residual energy dissipated into the air. He stepped back, lowering his sword and exhaling deeply, his sharp eyes inspecting his handiwork. The old man exhaled, lowering the blade. The weight of the strike was absent from his posture, his form as balanced and composed as it had been before the attack. His eyes, sharp and unyielding, studied the slab. Satisfied, he took a step back, allowing himself a small smile. That makes 6. Maybe I should switch to adamantium. He murmured, glancing toward a row of identical mithril slabs, each marked by a similar head-sized hole. Most of them were broken and crumbled, weakened by the multiple punctures they had endured. Just then the chamber door creaked open, and a butler entered, dressed impeccably in black and white. The man turned to face him, his silvery white hair catching the flickering torchlight, his upper lip adorned with a gentlemanly mustache. "Your Grace," the butler intoned, bowing deeply. "A message has arrived from the Adventurers Guild. I see, is it that time again?" The butler nodded silently and presented a letter to his master. The man didn't bother to dress instead. He simply grabbed the neatly prepared letter, which had been offered to him on a plate of silvery metal. The envelope was peculiar, embellished with the depiction of a crowned stag. After cutting it open with the provided letter opener, the mustached man began to read. The butler remained there, his head lowered while the man played around with his mustache. After a minute, he placed the letter down and nodded. "Good, make the preparations and send out the invitations. We still have some time." "Yes, Your Grace." It was clear that the butler knew what his master wished. He gave a slight bow, his hands neatly clasped as he retreated from the chamber. His polished shoes tapped softly against the stone floor, the sound fading as he exited through the heavy oaken door. The old man remained behind, his gaze lingering on the mithril slabs. With a sigh, he sheathed the slender fencing sword into its ornate scabbard and turned toward the chamber's single, narrow window. Stepping closer, he pulled aside the thick velvet drapes, allowing the pale moonlight to illuminate his face. His expression was unreadable, his sharp eyes narrowing as they focused on the distant horizon. Beyond the sprawling grounds of the castle, with its meticulously manicured gardens and towering battlements, loomed a shadowed, ominous peak. A volcano. Its jagged form dominated the landscape, black smoke curling lazily from its summit, while a faint orange glow illuminated the edges. The sight was both majestic and foreboding, the volcano's sheer scale dwarfing the massive city below. The old man's lips pressed into a thin line as he studied it, his fingers drumming against the window frame. His gaze lingered on the strange grayish fog beginning to envelop it. "Now that I have the full scans, this area will probably be the best spot for the teleportation chamber. The rocks aren't too hard, and there's enough foliage to hide the entrance from the monsters. These will work nicely to help power the teleportation gate, though it won't be enough to sustain all of the turrets. Lucky to find a small mana crystal pocket." His plan to bring his automatons here to farm the temples was still hampered by the problem of power consumption. However, if he could establish the gate, he could link it temporarily to his workshop and allow him to travel back and forth with no delay. For now, he was focused on expanding the area and he wasn't working alone. "Snoof, Agni, your nose is covered in dirt." Woof. Agni was a great help when it came to digging. His ruby crystal woven form had sharp claws that tore through the hard rock as if it were butter. With Agni's assistance, Roland could concentrate on reinforcement. Just like with the door leading into this dungeon, encasing everything in metal would prevent the walls from fully fusing back together. As Agni dug, Roland systematically took out the metal plates he had prepared earlier. Each plate was fitted with clasps, designed to lock securely onto the others. A simple rectangular is usually the best. It didn't look impressive, but it worked. Soon, Roland had carved out a space roughly 10 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 2.5 meters high, just enough to fit a small teleportation gate. A faint light radiated from the metal plates, which, once carefully positioned, locked into place with surprising force. Each panel was inscribed with runes, their intricate designs serving to stabilize the structure and channel mana into the teleportation gate. "Good work, Agni. That should be wide enough. Stand guard and take care of any undead that wander over here." Woof. Agni shifted into his flaming form, his fiery aura casting flickering light onto the dungeon walls as he stood guard. Meanwhile, Roland continued working, his thoughts branching out beyond the immediate task. With Armand and Lobelia back, the two could focus on leveling up and gaining more power. Arthur also seemed receptive to the school project Roland had proposed, and even Elodia appeared to be considering it. Funding everything was a concern, but once this endeavor was complete, he felt confident he'd have access to enough resources to ease those worries for a long time. "I suppose I'll fill this out later, and now I should focus on clearing this level." Roland nodded in satisfaction as the space had been drilled out and reinforced with his metal plates, forming a sturdy, box-like structure. He hadn't brought a fully functional teleportation gate with him, but once he finished his preparations, he would assemble it on site. Once the gate was operational, he could transport the turret materials through it and install them on the dungeon ceiling. The turrets he had previously installed were still intact, but remained depowered due to the lack of batteries. This new setup would address that issue and allow him to secure the area more effectively. Once everything was completed, Roland placed a large rock at the entrance. He had designed the room so that the dungeon would naturally close itself around it, sealing the space inside. The rock was a temporary measure later. He would construct a proper entrance after clearing the floor. "Well then, Agni, which one do you want to tackle first, the wind temple or the water temple?" "Ow, not a fan of water, huh?" Roland watched as Agni snorted, his ruby-hued muzzle wrinkling in clear disapproval. "All right then, the wind temple it is. Let's see what surprises this one has for us." He activated his glider once more, soaring toward the green temple while Agni padded along below, navigating a path that led there. The closer Roland got to the green temple, the more intense the air currents became. The winds whipped violently around the structure, carrying with them a faint, eerie howl that reverberated through the cavern. The carvings on the temple walls depicted fierce storms, twisting tornadoes, and figures cloaked in flowing robes that seemed to merge with the winds. The symbol at the apex was a spiraling vortex that emitted a soft, greenish glow, pulsating with elemental energy. As Roland approached the temple, his visor lit up with warnings about the intensifying mana currents. Looks like the winds get stronger the closer you get to the top. This could be a problem for anyone trying to scale it the conventional way. His glider buckled under the wind pressure, but he managed to stabilize it by surrounding himself with a shield. He had two options: either enter from the top, as he had done with the Flame Temple, or go through the bottom the proper way. With the turrets disabled and their rune batteries no longer powering them, he would have to rely on his own mana while maneuvering mid-flight. Based on his calculations, this was feasible, but he wanted to experience at least one entry the normal way to gauge how well he could manage it. Thus, he decided to land at the bottom and waited for Agni to catch up. Once there, they were greeted by a few undead monsters. The undead patrolling the Green Temple's entrance were unlike the fiery skeletons from the Red Temple. These creatures appeared to be animated by wind energy, their forms semi-ethereal and cloaked in swirling, greenish mist. Their skeletal figures were thin and elongated, giving them a spectral, unsettling appearance. Stormborn Infernal Skeleton Axeman L193, that's certainly a new type, but a skeleton is still a skeleton, Agni. Woof. His wolven partner jumped forward, his body surrounded by radiant flame energy, the bane of any undead. Even though these monsters had elemental affinities and resistances, all undead were weak against holy mana, which he and his wolf could generate. From Agni's mouth, a ray of holy fire energy erupted. The ray of holy fire engulfed the nearest Stormborn undead, the greenish mist swirling around its form, briefly resisting before being overpowered. The skeleton crumbled with a haunting wail, the corrupted energy animating it dispersing into the ether. Agni's prowess was clear as he moved gracefully, dispatching the undead with precise strikes, his flames leaving nothing behind but faint scorch marks on the ground. Once the creatures were defeated, they were rewarded accordingly. Just as the molten infernal skeletons had dropped ignisum ore, these monsters dropped a wind elemental variant. While the armor surrounding them initially appeared to be composed of wind energy, once the monsters were defeated, it began shifting into a solid form, one that was green in color and somewhat brittle. This gallite isn't good on its own, but if fused with a harder metal, after pocketing the spoils, Roland took this time to evaluate the entrance. The Green Temple's gates loomed tall, carved with intricate depictions of whirlwinds and storms. Faint green light pulsed from the cracks in the stone, almost as if the temple itself were alive and breathing. Roland approached cautiously, his visor highlighting the presence of runic symbols embedded in the gates. This looked simple enough, but he was sure that he could affect these runes with his abilities, but there was an opening on the side. It seemed to be a perfect fit for the elemental block he retrieved from the other temple, and was clearly meant to be socketed here to enter it. It was clear the dungeon wanted adventurers to explore all the temples to gain access to their counterparts. However, he wasn't one to follow a dungeon's design willingly. I could brute force this, but that might trigger the traps. Not ideal. After placing his hand over the socket, he scanned it for potential problems. His visor flickered, displaying information about the device in front of him. He immediately noticed a critical detail. Slotting the wrong block into the socket would trigger a trap, summoning several monsters from within the temple. After deciding to proceed cautiously, he retrieved the elemental block from his storage space. It regains its qualities once it's out in the open. This rectangular artifact, taken from the Flame Temple, had lost all its properties as soon as it was placed in his spatial storage rune. However, once reconnected to the dungeon floor, Roland could see it drawing mana from the surroundings, gradually regaining its fiery power. Best to take it slow and not waste too much energy on traps. I'll do it by the book. He nodded and inserted the block into the Wind Temple, which reacted instantly. The runes began to shimmer, and the passage forward slowly started to open. Roland used this time to analyze the process in the future. It might be possible to create other ways to enter this space without him needing to be there. Now then, let's go, Agni. Woof. The two moved forward and entered the temple. Inside, they encountered winding corridors with a sparse amount of monsters, some undead, others of the elemental variety, just like in the previous temple. The fights were uneventful, and with the help of his armor, Roland was able to scan the passages for potential traps and hidden chambers. Just like with the fire elementals, the wind elementals' swirling vortexes with green orbs within provided them with a new resource, high-quality wind crystals. They use these to generate high winds for airships, but I wonder if I could use them for something else. These green crystals emitted a humming sound along with a cool breeze. While it was probably not enough to power a windmill, there were ways to enhance wind spells using these crystals. Like the flame ones, they could be sold to alchemists for a lot of gold. This was why he was here to earn more money and help facilitate his future endeavors, which were starting to cost too much. The sound of rushing wind grew louder as Roland and Agni moved within the wind temple, the gusts becoming more violent with each step. The wind energy inside blew at them with ever-increasing intensity which the elemental monsters within were immune to. It seemed as if the very air itself was alive, shifting and swirling around them, as though the temple were breathing. Nevertheless, they continued with their journey, slaying monsters, disabling traps, and finding hidden treasure in hidden chambers which added up nicely. Once they reached the top, the temperature dropped, and the faintest hints of storm clouds began to gather in the temple's high, vaulted ceilings. Previously, when it came to the Flame Temple, he had broken through the upper barrier and ignored all the monsters inside. But now, after taking the more conventional path, he triggered a defensive reaction and found himself facing what appeared to be a mini-boss. This hadn't happened when he was at the Flame Temple, and he suspected that taking the more straightforward approach might actually be simpler than cutting through from the top. High Elemental Storm Eagle L-197. The monster guarding the wind elemental block materialized before them. The Storm Eagle's massive wings spread wide, its feathers shimmering with crackling energy. Its talons gleamed like steel, and its sharp, predatory eyes locked onto Roland and Agni with a piercing, elemental rage. The very air around it seemed to ripple with the force of its presence, the wind spiraling into chaotic gusts, swirling in impossible directions. Agni, you might want to hang out in the back for this one. Agni seemed disappointed but understood the unfavorable matchup. His divine flames would be useless against this elemental bird, as it was not an undead monster. Roland, on the other hand, stepped forward, a large hammer materializing in his hand. He had decided to test his lesser-used skills. Typically, he relied on runic spells and the power of his golems, but the creature before him seemed like an ideal sparring partner for his current abilities, a rare opportunity to practice real combat techniques. Roland took a deep breath as the Storm Eagle screeched, the piercing sound causing the very air around him to vibrate. He steadied his stance, his hammer glowing faintly as it drew upon his mana. The weapon had been designed not only to channel his mana for spellcasting, but also to function as a conventional weapon, something he had neglected to use it as. This was one of his weaknesses, his heavy reliance on his creations and the magical damage they could inflict. But what if he found himself unable to use them? Would he still be able to survive? Let's see how well I do without my gear. His voice was barely audible over the roaring winds as he approached the monster, holding a heavy tower shield in his left hand and his hammer staff in his right. The creature was close to level 200, not much of a threat compared to the Tier 3 class holders he had faced before. Even the weakest knight commander he had defeated would have been stronger. His goal was to grow stronger, and relying solely on his runic equipment could sometimes put his life at risk. While his mana pool was vast, it wasn't infinite. He could already envision himself faltering in a prolonged battle. The more powerful his creations became, the more mana they consumed, and he needed to prepare for the possibility of encountering an enemy capable of nullifying his magical tools or draining his energy. While dispelling anti-magical dust was feasible, he needed to plan for opponents employing entirely different methods. His level wasn't that high, so battling these types of enemies would allow him to level up his previously ignored battle skills more easily. Thus he raised his shield and got ready as the bird monster was getting ready to pounce. I barely managed to defend myself. He hadn't activated any buffing spells or overlords might to enhance his power. This was his base physical strength, bolstered only by his Tier 3 multiplier, which allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with the boss monster. Still, he felt the strain in his wrist and knew that staying rooted in place would be a mistake. The creature's talons slashed downward, crackling with lightning-like energy. The surge rippled through Roland's frame, but was mostly absorbed by his armor. However, he noticed a glaring weakness: the red mithril, while excellent at mitigating fire-based attacks, was far less effective against wind and lightning. A sharp pain shot through his body, but he gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Seizing the moment as the creature overcommitted to its attack on his shield, Roland swung his hammer at its exposed side, the weapon increasing in speed as he activated one of his attacking skills. The hammer crackled with raw energy as it connected with the Storm Eagle's flank, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. The creature let out a deafening screech, the impact throwing it off balance. Roland capitalized on the opening, stepping forward and striking again, this time aiming for the creature's wing joint. Congratulations, Mighty Bash has reached level 6. Congratulations, Mighty Bash has reached level 7. Instantly, his system chimed with a notification. One of his previously unused skills had leveled up. It was a Tier 2 skill he had acquired long ago but rarely trained. The system had boosted it by 2 levels almost immediately, rewarding him for engaging in true combat with a monster near his level, which seemed to exceed training on immobilized undead. He made a mental note of this before turning his attention back to the airborne beast. The eagle recoiled, one wing folding awkwardly as it struggled to stay aloft. Green wind energy erupted from its body, forming miniature tornadoes that spiraled across the chamber. The swirling winds threatened to throw Roland off his feet, but he crouched low, driving his shield into the stone floor to anchor himself against the relentless gale. It changed tactics. Roland observed the monster carefully. After taking a few solid hits, it had disengaged, flying higher to gain distance and a better vantage point. The strategy was simple yet effective, securing the high ground to regain control of the battle. Normally, he would use his own range spells to counter this issue, but this was a test of his physical skills, so he needed to adapt in other ways. Roland took a moment to analyze the Storm Eagle's movement, observing how it used its massive wings to channel mana into its surroundings, creating those chaotic tornadoes. The air was thick with raw elemental power, and the gusts made it hard to focus. He could feel his body straining under the constant pressure, but he wasn't about to back down now. Something is coming. Though he wasn't actively using his runic skills, Roland relied on his mana sense to monitor the situation. A massive amount of energy was converging in the monster's abdomen, gathering for something big. The energy surged upward through the creature's neck as it reared its head back, clearly preparing to unleash an attack. He assessed his options: use his shield to block the impending strike, attempt to dodge, or go on the offensive and attack before the monster could complete its move. The decision was made in an instant. His hammer clicked as a sharp spear-like head emerged from the top, turning it into something that resembled a pole axe. He gripped the transformed weapon tightly, his muscles coiling as he prepared to throw. The Storm Eagle's throat glowed with green and yellow light as the gathered mana surged upward, a telltale sign of an imminent breath attack. Roland had seen enough dragons and elemental monsters to know how devastating such an attack could be, especially in an enclosed space like this. With a deep exhale, he hurled the poleaxe with all his might, activating another stamina-based skill. The weapon streaked through the air like a lightning bolt, slicing through the chaotic winds as if it were nothing. The Storm Eagle didn't even have time to react. The poleaxe embedded itself deeply into its stomach, just as the creature opened its beak to release its attack. The impact was immediate and catastrophic. The sudden disruption to the mana flow caused the gathered energy to explode prematurely. A deafening boom shook the entire temple as a violent surge of wind and lightning energy erupted from the Storm Eagle's body. The blast obliterated parts of the temple's interior and sent cracks racing across the dungeon's ceiling above. Chunks of stone tumbled down, some narrowly missing Roland as he scrambled for cover. Agni, positioned at the chamber's entrance, howled in alarm but held his ground. His fiery aura flared brighter, deflecting smaller debris. Roland crouched behind his shield and took cover as the monster's energies ran wild. When the dust settled, the once majestic Storm Eagle lay crumpled on the ground, its body twitching as residual sparks of lightning danced across its feathers. The creature let out a weak, rasping cry before its form disintegrated into motes of green and yellow light, leaving behind a cluster of high-quality wind crystals, along with an orb that was its core. Congratulations, mighty throw has reached level 4. High Elemental Storm Eagle has been slain. Another of his skills leveled up when he had acquired alongside the previous but had rarely used. With the mini-boss defeated, Roland strode over to retrieve his weapon from where it lay on the ground. The battle had gone exceptionally well, but the victory was owed entirely to his calculated tactics and the versatility of his multi-purpose weapon, which misled his opponent into thinking he lacked ranged capabilities. Still, he couldn't ignore the risks he had taken. A misjudgment of even a millisecond or a millimeter could have resulted in a missed strike, leaving him without a weapon to continue the fight. Even though he had emerged victorious, fatigue began to set in. Using only his physical stats was something he wasn't accustomed to, but if he wanted to address his weaknesses, it was an aspect of himself that needed strengthening. With the battle over, Roland reactivated his runic spells, summoning his hammer back into the palm of his hand. His gaze then shifted to the spoils left behind by the monster. More wind crystals like those from the wind elementals, some strange feathers, and a core at first glance. The monster appeared to be a genuine bird, but upon closer inspection, it was more of a magical golem, created from condensed mana and elemental energy. Once its core had been damaged by his hammer, the stored mana within had gone berserk, leading to its destruction. He knew that understanding an enemy's weaknesses was half the battle. Targeting the core directly had been a calculated gamble, and it had paid off. The dropped feathers caught his attention. They pulsed faintly with wind mana, their surface shimmering in shades of green and silver. Despite their delicate, almost ethereal appearance, the feathers were surprisingly resilient. After picking one up, Roland examined it closely. The feathers seemed to both absorb and emit wind mana along with electricity, similar to the wind crystals he had collected earlier, but in a far more concentrated form. He turned it over in his hand and considered its potential uses. Though his runesmithing skills were advanced, he wasn't certain he could create anything practical from these materials. This particular drop might serve Rastic's better or fetch a good price at the auction house. While his knowledge was extensive, he didn't know every alchemical recipe or the myriad uses of monster parts scattered across this world. "Hey, what are you doing? Spit that out." Agni froze mid-chew, his fiery maw clamped around the high-quality wind core. His eyes darted guiltily to Roland, ears flattening as if he knew he'd been caught. The monster's core still glowed faintly, pulsating with energy, though now slightly covered in Agni's fiery drool. "Agni, we talked about this. You can't just go chomping on everything we find." A woo, he marched toward his flaming companion, who had the decency to whimper softly, letting the core drop to the ground with a muted thud. The wolf's flames flickered lower, a clear sign of his remorse, but Roland wasn't letting this slide. He crouched to inspect the core, carefully wiping it off with a cloth from his satchel. "You're lucky this didn't crack, but just for this you're not getting any mana crystals for a whole week." Agni let out a pitiful whimper, his fiery tail drooping low as he pawed at the ground in protest. Roland, however, remained firm, his expression unyielding as he tucked the cleaned core into his storage. "No, Agni, don't give me those puppy eyes. You need to learn to control yourself. I think all that worship from the Solarian believers is getting to your head now that I think about it. You do look heavier. Have they been feeding you extra treats?" Agni turned his head to the side, the very picture of a guilty child caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Roland sighed, knowing full well the worshippers were likely spoiling the holy beast with offerings. Narrowing his eyes, he watched as the wolf let out an exaggerated sigh of his own and collapsed onto the stone floor in an overly dramatic heap. His fiery mane dimmed to a faint glow, the very image of resignation. Roland's lips turned into a smirk at his partner's antics, though he kept his stern expression intact. "Maybe I should start rationing your snacks too." Roland chuckled aloud, earning another whine from Agni, whose ears flattened even further. "You'll survive. Now get up. We still have 3 more temples to get through." After shaking his head, Roland turned his attention back to the now cleared temple chamber. There were no hidden passages, only the elemental block remained, ready for him to pick up. It was the same shape as the one he had retrieved from the flame temple, but the magic it radiated belonged to the wind element. He slipped the block into his storage, the artifact instantly dimming as it entered the spatial space. As expected, the temple began to rumble, the dungeon's mechanisms resetting in preparation for future challengers. The magical winds that had once howled within the temple quieted, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Roland and Agni continued their quest, venturing further towards the other elemental temples in search of the remaining blocks. After securing the wind elemental block from the green temple, they proceeded to the water temple, where new challenges awaited them. The water temple stood serene yet ominous, its architecture mirroring the fluid and ever-changing nature of its element. Roland cautiously approached the entrance, scanning for traps and hidden runes through the lenses of his visor. As he had expected, the gate required the wind elemental block to proceed. With precision, he slotted it into place. The gates shimmered briefly before parting, granting them entry. Inside, the temple's atmosphere shifted immediately. The air grew damp and cool, and the sound of trickling water echoed softly through the narrow, winding corridors. Roland and Agni soon encountered elemental monsters once again. Skeletal forms, infused with shimmering water energy, rose to bar their path. Upon being defeated, these creatures dropped resources similar to those found in other temples. This time, Roland was rewarded with tide metal, a fluid-like metal that gleamed with a brilliant blue under light. Its properties resembled mercury, making it more challenging to collect than the solid materials he had encountered before. The serpentine water elementals yielded high-quality water element crystals upon defeat. As they pressed on, Roland and Agni discovered several hidden treasure rooms, their persistence rewarded with rare finds, including a Tier 3 trident made with the previously mentioned tide metal. While the enemies were no stronger than those encountered in the flame and wind temples, navigating the water temple presented far greater challenges. Many of the tunnels were submerged, and Roland and Agni had to contend with multiple flooded chambers dominated by colossal water serpents. Agni's flames, typically an asset, proved to be more of a hindrance here. The intense heat generated large amounts of steam, making the air thick and difficult to breathe. Worse still, the flames were largely ineffective against the water elementals. Only the skeletons seemed vulnerable, their defeat aided by the divine energies imbued in Agni's fire. The frustration led Roland to briefly wonder if it might be wiser to leave Agni outside entirely. However, just as Roland was striving to overcome his own weaknesses, he felt it was important for Agni to face his as well. The wolf needed to learn how to handle his vulnerability to the water element and contend with enemies that wielded its power. Roland knew he wouldn't always be there to protect him. Resolute in this belief, they pressed on with their adventure, eventually climbing their way to the lair of the temple's next mini-boss, a massive, menacing toothy fish. The upper portion of the temple was saturated with water elemental mana particles, so thick that they formed an ethereal environment where the creature swam with ease. The sight was both fascinating and humbling, serving as a stark reminder to Roland that he was still relatively inexperienced as an adventurer. He could count the number of dungeons he had explored on one hand, and each seemed to present a unique and unexpected challenge. Defeating the creature proved to be a grueling task. Its erratic movement patterns were difficult to predict, and the relentless waves of water it summoned only added to the chaos. Roland found himself being pushed, not quite to his limit, but he was getting there. Perhaps I should do this some other time, Roland grumbled under his breath as yet another wave of water crashed into him, drenching his armor completely. Without the use of his mana to form a thin protective barrier, much of the water seeped inside, leaving him with an uncomfortable, damp sensation. It was a new challenge fighting without his magic, with the relentless water pushing against him, making his attacks weaker and harder to land. "Come here, you damn fish." With a groan, he took off running. This stupid fish wouldn't get the best of him even without his magic. He would persevere. "High Spirit Carp has been slain." "Owo, I'm fine, Agni, just give me a minute." "Agni," Roland shouted, holding up a hand to shield himself. "Do you have to do that?" Agni cocked his head innocently, his ears twitching. "Owo," Roland sighed. "I swear you're doing this on purpose. I'll remember this next time you're hungry." Agni responded by plopping onto the wet ground with an audible splat, his fiery fur sizzling as it met the damp floor. The wolf gave Roland a half-lidded look, his tail lazily swishing through the puddles. Roland groaned as he trudged through the waterlogged chamber, gathering the spoils left by the high spirit carp. Among them was a glossy blue orb that pulsed faintly with water mana and a pile of shimmering scale-like fragments. He eyed the orb warily. "Let me guess, you want to eat this one too?" Agni perked up instantly, his tail wagging. Roland waved a finger. "How about no?" Agni gave an indignant huff, clearly displeased at being refused the chance to eat the mana-rich crystals dropped by the creatures. Roland, on the other hand, wasn't sure what everything was useful for, so it seemed wiser to assess their worth after consulting Rastix and others like Brilvia. For all he knew, some of these items could be components for advanced weaponry or golemic creations. "Stop being a drama queen, Agni. Let's go, we still have 2 more temples to conquer, and then there's that last door." With the loot secured, Roland and Agni pressed on toward the Earth Temple. Along with the one aligned to the darkness element, it was one of the 2 remaining. Once he secured all 5 elemental blocks, Roland assumed he would be able to unlock the closed door. He had previously let his golems analyze the door, revealing its considerable magical defenses. While it was possible to attempt forcing his way through, he was certain that such an approach would trigger traps. It seemed far better to assemble more defensive turrets and set up a generator before attempting to test the door's defenses. Soon the 2 made their way towards the Earth Temple. Their progress was steady as it only took them 4 hours to clear the previous 2 temples. Roland paused before the sealed door, noting the faint indentation that matched the water elemental block in his possession. The magic symbols around the entrance shimmered briefly before the heavy stone doors groaned open, revealing a dimly lit passageway that stretched into the depths of rocky temple. Stone sentinels that resemble rock golems, but were in truth earth elementals, blocked their path. This temple was similar to the other 3 he already cleared, so going through it proved simple. The monsters here were on the same levels as the other elementals, and he also noticed undead with rocky armors lumbering about. Once defeated, he was given earth elemental crystals from the rocky monsters and terranite, a solid, earthy ore, quite dense and resistant. These things are hard. He had reached the final chamber where the next elemental block awaited. His hand trembled slightly, a testament to the strain he had endured. He had been relentlessly training his physical skills, smashing monsters with his hammer. Though the weapon was effective at breaking through their defenses, the resulting vibrations had taken a toll on his hands. He was also out of breath, unlike casting runic spells, which didn't rely on stamina. His regular battle skills demanded it. Stamina, as he pondered this issue, his thoughts veered in another direction. His primary goal was to strengthen himself for moments when mana wasn't an option, or when he lacked access to runes. Stamina, like mana, was another vital resource in this world, influenced by general stats and bolstered by passive skills or traits. There were likely methods to increase his stamina, but a question lingered in his mind. Was it possible to use stamina in conjunction with runes? Height Obsidian Golem L, 190. The golem was far larger than the previous monsters Roland had faced and also much slower. It resembled a colossal stone giant, towering close to 7 meters high. Its body was a fusion of jagged rocks with glowing veins of energy coursing through its chest and limbs. Its eyes burned with a fiery amber light, and each of its thunderous steps sent tremors rippling across the temple floor. Through his visor, Roland carefully studied the colossus, analyzing its movements and attack patterns. The creature wielded no weapon, but its massive arms were lined with sharp, spiked protrusions, each as long as a dagger. One solid hit from those arms would undoubtedly send him flying against the temple walls or worse, tumbling off the structure entirely. Agni, keep your distance and focus on its joints. Try to slow it down. Roland issued a command to his wolf partner. Agni's task was simple, to pester the golem with light fire attacks while Roland moved in for the offensive. It was a straightforward tactic that worked well against mindless monsters like this one. However, an issue quickly arose. As expected, the golem reacted to Agni's flames, immediately shifting its focus to the wolf. Agni, with his superior agility, had no trouble keeping out of the creature's reach. This distraction gave Roland the perfect opening to strike. He aimed for the monster's joints, swinging his hammer with precision and channeling one of his skills to enhance the impact. The hammer collided with the golem's obsidian surface, but instead of bringing the massive creature down to its knees, the strike only managed to chip the stone slightly. "He's tougher than I thought," Roland muttered under his breath. Before he could formulate his next move, the golem turned toward him, its glowing amber eyes locking onto him once more. Reacting quickly, Roland leaped back, narrowly avoiding a devastating counterattack. As before, Agni immediately resumed pestering the creature, drawing its attention away and giving Roland another opening. These types of monsters had been studied extensively by adventurers over the years. Their weaknesses were well documented. Targeting the leg joints was key. Once a leg was damaged enough, the monster would collapse under its own weight, exposing its core. Striking the core would deliver the finishing blow. In theory, it sounded straightforward. In practice, it was anything but. The core's location was a challenge, as it was encased deep within the monster's dense obsidian body. Reaching it required delivering a devastatingly precise blow, all while avoiding the creature's powerful counterattacks. Though Roland knew the core's exact location, his physical skills, which had yet to reach Tier 3, were insufficient to deal the necessary damage. Perhaps runes are the only option here, he thought to himself, considering a shift back to mana-based attacks. Then, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Wait, there's that type of energy. What if I simulated it instead? A bright idea sparked to life. It was a concept he had pondered before, something he had come across in the literature during his time at the Institute. If he could replicate this energy, it might offer the solution he needed. In his time, Roland had successfully replicated obscure energies like those used by priests and necromancers. The energy he had in mind now, however, didn't originate from magic, but that wouldn't stop him. In theory, it shouldn't be that difficult to recreate. This new type of energy was different from what he was accustomed to, and he had never seen much reason to replicate it before, as magic had always been the superior option. However, if he wanted to focus on stamina-based attacks, this would be the natural upgrade. The energy he was thinking of was spirit, and its direct upgrade, aura. Aura was used by the more prestigious fighter classes and required vast amounts of stamina to wield, alongside its own unique resource. Well, no reason not to try it. He muttered the incantation before holding out his hammer. The weapon shimmered, and the runes etched onto it began to shift as he activated his runesmithing skill. Even without striking the hammer against the weapon, Roland could alter its structure. It just required a copious amount of mana. With his level of expertise, it didn't take long, and soon he had adjusted the settings to align with his goal. As before, Agni kept the golem distracted, darting around and evading the monster's slow, telegraphed attacks. Roland seized this opportunity to strike. Dropping his shield, he gripped his hammer with both hands and sprinted forward. His weapon pulsed with crimson energy, and as he swung it down onto the golem's back, the resulting impact generated a massive explosion. The shockwave reverberated through the upper temple, sending tremors that rattled the very stone beneath his feet. The force of the strike cracked the obsidian plating along the golem's back, sending shards of dark stone flying in all directions. The golem let out an inhuman roar as it staggered forward, its movement stopping almost instantly. After the dust had settled, it became clear that Roland had created a massive gaping hole in the golem, blasting all the way through. The obsidian giant wavered for a moment, its massive form swaying precariously. Roland's hammer clattered to the ground as he dropped to his knees, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. His breaths came in ragged gasps, his stamina almost fully drained just from one attack. The golem let out a final, echoing groan, its fiery amber eyes dimming. Its enormous frame began to crumble, chunks of obsidian falling away to reveal a cracked core. The core pulsed once, twice, and then shattered in a burst of light. The temple fell silent, the tremors that were echoing during the fight now gone. Owo, I'm fine, just tired. Agni quickly ran toward Roland, who had dropped to one knee after performing his attack. He had attempted to simulate an aura attack using rune magic and had been partially successful, but not entirely. The technique had drained him of almost all his stamina and required some mana to activate. After all, it was still a rune, and mana was a necessary component. It's not quite a failure. I still managed to reduce the mana requirements by a large amount. I could potentially use this in a mana-thin environment. I just need a sliver of mana to activate it. The main limiting factor was aura itself, which was a resource of its own. While Roland could emulate the energy using his mana, he didn't have true aura within his body. Fighters cultivated aura through years of training or unlocked it through special means, making it an exclusive and difficult power to wield. There was a structured approach to acquiring this sought-after resource, which primarily came down to training, perseverance, and a bit of luck. Arthur had managed to unlock it, but he was a fencer, not a runesmith. Roland, on the other hand, was a runesmith, and while he lacked true aura, he could still emulate some of its power. Judging by the damage he had caused, this rune was undeniably powerful. However, its major drawback was that it consumed most of his stamina, leaving him vulnerable after use. I suppose it could be useful under certain circumstances. He stood up, nodding to himself. While this technique wasn't ideal for direct combat, it was another tool in his arsenal. Spell nullifying techniques typically focused on disrupting spells during their formation, rather than the mana that mages had already gathered. Even if his standard runic spells were countered, he could still likely activate this aura rune. Some additional testing would be necessary, but this experiment appeared to be a success. Good, let's get the block and move on to the next one. After gathering up the obsidian parts from the defeated golem and its core, the two left the dormant earth temple. 4 of the 5 elemental blocks were now in his possession, and only the darkness temple remained. Though the trials weren't that difficult, he still exhausted himself by limiting his use of mana. The path to the darkness temple was cloaked in an unsettling stillness. Dead trees with skeletal branches stretched out like gnarled fingers, casting eerie shadows over the desolate trail. A chill wind swept through the barren landscape, carrying an unnatural silence that seemed to consume all sound. Even Agni, normally brimming with playful energy, stayed close to Roland. His fiery mane, usually a vibrant blaze, dimmed as they approached the temple's imposing silhouette. The temple bore an aesthetic reminiscent of Aztec architecture, yet it stood apart with its own distinct features. Its structure was composed of pure black stone, jagged and forbidding, absorbing all light in the area and making it difficult to see clearly. Tendrils of shadow coiled and writhed around its base as if alive, exuding an aura of malevolence that even made Roland feel uneasy. Stay close, Agni. I have a bad feeling about this one. The earth block activated the entrance, and as they stepped inside, the temperature dropped further. The air was heavy, suffused with a dark, oppressive energy. Unlike the previous temples, which had been alive with elemental activity, this one felt empty, or rather, it felt as though something was watching, waiting. The first chamber was vast and cloaked in near total darkness. Roland activated his runic visor, revealing faint outlines of jagged pillars and broken statues. As he moved cautiously forward, shadowy figures began to materialize around him. They were formless at first, but as they approached, they took on humanoid shapes, their bodies composed entirely of swirling darkness. Pale, glowing eyes locked onto Roland and Agni. Infernal Shade Entity 201. Roland swung his hammer as the first creature lunged at him, the weapon passing harmlessly through its body. The shade reformed instantly, hissing as it struck back with an unnervingly sharp claw that almost raked across Roland's armor. Though the blow didn't connect, the chill it left behind somehow started seeping away his strength. Physical attacks don't work, these are shade creatures. Agni let out a low growl and leaped forward, his flames roaring to life as he sank his teeth into one of the shades. The creature recoiled, part of its shadowy form consumed by the searing divine fire. Roland observed the effect and quickly realized that his training session would have to end sooner than planned. These creatures were immune to conventional attacks. Magic was the only means of survival against them. Well, I had a good run, but I'm also working on a schedule. Suddenly, as if unleashed by an unseen force, a massive surge of light erupted from Roland's body. The runes shifted, transforming his crimson armor into a radiant, luminescent display of gold. The glowing energy pulsed, and Roland could feel his mana flowing through the runes, filling him with power. The golden light illuminated the entire area, revealing several more shade creatures hiding in the shadows. Let's speed this up, Agni. I'm starting to get hungry. After this one, let's take a break and have a bite. Woof, yeah, sure. If you do well, I'll give you some crystals to munch on. Woof. Agni, clearly reinvigorated, perked up with his tail wagging and flames erupting around his body. The temple walls and the shades fought to absorb the overwhelming light, but there was simply too much of it for them to handle. The dark entities recoiled in the face of his newfound aura. The light pulsed brighter and brighter, filling the entire room with a radiance so powerful it almost erased the monsters instantly. With his mana amplifying his runes, the fight turned into a cakewalk. The monsters didn't stand a chance, and even when they drew near, they were repelled by a mana shield of their opposite element light. That about does it for this one. Within moments, all the shades had been destroyed, and the light surrounding Roland began to fade. Umbrium this time, his reward was a shadowy crystal that radiated the essence of darkness, another addition to his growing elemental collection. With that taken care of, all that remained was to retrieve the final elemental block and move on to whatever lay hidden behind the massive door. A screech erupted from the top of the dark temple. A massive monster, composed of writhing dark energy, convulsed in agony at the sight of light. Standing before it was Roland, his hammer glistening with holy radiance. Beside him, Agni stood proudly, snorting in amusement at the thrashing creature. It would be hard for a regular adventurer to face this thing, Roland remarked, his gaze fixed on the monstrous shade. This abomination had 3 sets of shadowy talons for arms and a head that was nothing but jagged teeth. Now he stood at the top of the temple, having scaled it with impressive speed, as his runic magic aided him in dispatching the shadowy monsters lurking within. The dark magic saturating this place was highly vulnerable to light and holy radiance, making it nearly impossible for anyone to claim this area without the aid of a high-level priest. However, for Roland, who could emulate various elemental energies, it posed no such challenge. Roland adjusted his grip on the hammer, his armor radiating an aura of golden serenity that contrasted starkly with the chaos surrounding him. The monstrous shade reared back, its formless body recoiling in response to the intense light emanating from his runes. Its unearthly screech echoed across the darkened temple, shaking loose chunks of obsidian from the temple walls. Agni, flank it and keep your range. Even if it's weakened, it still is dangerous. Agni obeyed instantly, darting around the creature in a fiery blur. The wolf's flames intensified as he opened his muzzle to produce a breathing attack consisting of holy flames. The holy flames seared through the darkness, forcing the monstrous shade back as it let out another deafening screech. Roland seized the moment, surging forward with his hammer glowing brighter than ever. Each step echoed like a thunderclap across the temple's summit, as his body was surrounded by radiant energy and surged through it. The monstrous shade, now cornered, unleashed a volley of dark projectiles. They streaked toward Roland with terrifying speed, leaving trails of shadow in their wake. Yet he didn't falter. Instead, he continued charging forward, his radiant mana mantle repelling the shadowy attacks with ease. The monster's projectiles were powerless against the barrier of light. Roland was done holding back his mana, and the overwhelming difference in power had become evident. Earlier, he had struggled against the fish like Mini-Boss and even the Winged Eagle, but this, the strongest of them all, couldn't lay a scratch on him once he fully activated his runes. The sheer power he could wield was staggering. The shade's fate was sealed when Roland's hammer met its shadowy form. The impact created a massive explosion of light, so blinding and powerful that it seemed as though a Solarian paladin himself had struck the final blow. High Shade terror has been slain. When the blinding radiance subsided, Roland stood amidst the crumbling remains of the monstrous shade. Its form disintegrated into wisps of shadow, leaving behind a single artifact, a jagged obsidian shard that pulsed faintly with dark energy. Roland picked it up, feeling a peculiar weight in the shard, as though it held a fragment of the shade's essence. Dark core fragment, he muttered, reading the name that appeared on his system window after using his high analyze skill. This might be useful, or dangerous, should I try some curse magic or not. He secured the fragment within his spatial rune, his mind wandering to the possibilities of expanding his mastery of magic. Necrotic energies were already within his repertoire, so delving into occult magic and dark rituals was a plausible path. However, such practices were considered even more malevolent than necromancy. They often demanded live human sacrifices or could be substituted by leaders of blood and other vile acts. Worse still, these rituals sometimes carried a psychological toll, warping the caster's mind and making them increasingly cruel. Still, perhaps I could implement some dark debuffing runes. Those should be safe at least to some extent. While he could use buffing runes to make himself stronger, he would gain even more of an advantage if he could reduce his enemy's stats. Even if they would just decrease bite 5 or 10%, that could be enough to achieve victory. Even the most trained fighter would probably have a hard time adjusting to a decrease in their agility, giving him a small window to retaliate. Let's see, name. Roland Arden L. 199. Classes. T3 Runesmith Overlord L24, Primary, T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Tertiary, T2 Runic Engineer L50, Secondary, T1 Mage L25, X, T1 Runic Monoscribe L25, X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25, X, HP 47,855, 47,855. MP 72,147, 90, 1,771. SB 52,114, 65,804. Strength 320. Agility 262. Dexterity 354. Vitality 333. Endurance 367. Intelligence 418. Willpower 404. Charisma 21. Luck 12. It seems that I'll need more than 200 stat points to upgrade those traits. Roland looked at his status screen and noticed that he had 2 stats over 400. Previously, when he reached 200 in each stat, he was given a trait like swiftness or dexterous. Now, on the other hand, he wasn't given anything further. These traits had numbers to them, so he probably needed to gain more to get them, probably either 500 points or more. No new skills for now. Perhaps when I get to 200 I'll get something good. Well then, let's get that elemental block out of here and see what's behind that door, Agni. Woof. After securing the ominous dark elemental block, the pair began their descent from the temple. The oppressive darkness that had permeated the structure dissipated almost instantly once Roland stored the artifact in his inventory. Initially, he considered using his glider to fly toward the final area of this level, but an issue presented itself, a large wolf issue. Agni's considerable weight would make holding him steady during flight a real challenge. Maybe I should design some sort of harness to carry him around. Agni tilted his head to the side, his expression curious, as Roland's mind conjured a mental image of a stranded orca being carried by a helicopter or hoisted by a crane. The absurdity of the thought made him chuckle, though he was certain his wolven companion wouldn't appreciate such an undignified ride. Ultimately, Roland decided against flying and chose, instead, to retrace their steps through the area they had already explored. With the boss defeated, the temple's traps had been deactivated, making the journey back uneventful and far less dangerous. What remained was to approach the large gate-like door and discover what lay beyond it. Soon the pair arrived at the area, which was eerily devoid of any monsters. Before them stood the double doors, adorned with skull motifs designs they had seen earlier in the surroundings. However, these doors were different. They were encased in obsidian, a dark, smooth, and incredibly durable stone. The runes etched into the doors pulsed with a faint red glow, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. All right, Agni, this is it. They were now before the Runic doors, and he decided to take out the 5 blocks from his spatial space. Once they were out in the open, they regained their properties and started glowing from the excess mana radiation. There was a slight difference now as each of the 5 elemental blocks began to flicker as if they were resonating with this door. This seems easy enough. At the base, there were slots into which he could insert the blocks. He had previously scanned the area using his golems, and once more with his own armor and abilities. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple puzzle. Just insert the blocks in the same order he had cleared the temples, and that would solve it. However, there was more to this than met the eye. I suppose any regular person would try to place them in the same order or reverse it, and then they'd probably die. For someone with extensive knowledge of mana patterns, this puzzle wasn't overly difficult. The blocks, positioned before the gate, emitted a faint hum. To the untrained eye, it might not seem like much, but to someone with mana sensing skills, there was more beneath the surface. One of the blocks, the one representing darkness, was resonating first. He also sensed that beneath him lay a large runic formation. Though it was hidden and buried under the rocky ground, he could faintly feel the magical energy pulsing beneath his feet. He deduced that placing the blocks incorrectly would likely trigger the trap, incinerating anyone nearby. To ensure safety, he instructed Agni to retreat. He followed suit, distancing himself from the immediate area, using his Mage Hand spell. He carefully inserted the blocks in the correct order, beginning with the one representing darkness. Once it was inserted, the runes started shifting, changing pattern and color to represent the color of the elemental block, which was black. Interesting, I suppose it starts with darkness, and then will fire represent the sun. The next element that needed to be placed represented fire. He used his spell once again, carefully guiding the block into its slot. As it clicked into place, a fiery red light surged through the runes, illuminating the obsidian door with intricate patterns that danced like flames. The resonance continued to build, each element layering over the last, creating a cascading interplay of energy. Fire next is the earth element after that. Perhaps it represents the planet we live on, Roland muttered, his gaze shifting to the brownish block. After confirming the resonating mana, he inserted it into another slot. The fiery glow of the previous block dimmed, transforming into an earthy brown. Next, he added the block representing water, its azure hue perhaps symbolizing the origin of all life. Finally, he placed the wind block. As it slid into its slot, the azure glow of the water block shifted to a vibrant green. It was done. With all 5 blocks in place, the door began to react. The obsidian doors trembled as the runes etched upon them flared to life, pulsating in sync with the elemental blocks. The whole area resonated, building in intensity as the mana energy cascaded through the intricate web of runes. The blocks emitted an otherworldly glow, the colors of the elements blending into a swirling aurora that danced along the stone surface. Oh, they are burning out. As the door began to open, Roland's attention shifted to the slots where he had placed the blocks. They were sizzling, shrinking, as though the door was siphoning their energy to power its mechanism. It was clear this dungeon wasn't designed for convenience. Gaining access to this room would likely require adventurers to repeatedly clear all 5 temples to obtain new blocks for each attempt. I can already see the adventurers fighting over these blocks. Adventurers often formed parties, but that didn't mean they truly cooperated with others. Roland could easily imagine groups clearing out temples and hoarding the blocks for themselves. They might even resort to blackmail, demanding payment from those who wanted to progress further. While these blocks couldn't be used outside the dungeon, they could be concealed in spatial artifacts, hidden away, or even carried to higher levels. Whether the blocks would eventually regenerate remained unclear. Given the potential for conflict, Roland concluded it would be better if his people monopolized this area. Controlling access would reduce friction among platinum adventurers and prevent unnecessary disputes. Doesn't hurt that the resources are worth it. Here we go. Stay close to me, Agni. We don't know what's through there. Agni barked softly, his fiery mane flaring in anticipation. With a deafening groan, the massive doors began to part. Streams of dark mist seeped from the widening gap, and an oppressive wave of energy washed over them. The air grew colder, denser, and every instinct in Roland's body screamed caution. Whatever lay beyond was no ordinary challenge. It's hard to see, better to be safe than sorry later. As the doors fully opened, they revealed a vast cavernous space shrouded in dim light. From his current position, it was difficult to make out any details due to the thick fog that obscured most of the view. Fortunately, Roland had methods of detecting potential dangers. One of his floating golems arrived, and he sent it inside first to scout for traps and signs of lurking monsters. It was possible that whatever lay within the cavern could exceed his capabilities, and once inside, leaving might become difficult. He had already examined the exterior of the structure and found no alternative entry points besides perhaps drilling through the hardened rock. If monsters of many levels above him lurked there, then he would have to postpone his journey further. His life was still more important, and he had already secured resources to help him progress further. The golem's magical sensors flared to life as it glided into the cavern, its glowing eye scanning the space and transmitting a real-time feed to Roland's visor. Through the golem's perspective, he began to uncover the concealed grandeur of the chamber. The first thing Roland noticed was the sheer size of the room. It was enormous, easily the size of several football fields. The ceiling stretched so high that it disappeared into the shadows. The floor was a flawless obsidian, polished to a mirror-like shine that reflected the glow of the golem's runes. This obsidian ore, I wonder if we could mine it too. This dungeon was quite sturdy, and if he was going to create a safe region here with a teleportation gate, then he wanted to farm it for all it was worth. The dungeon would regenerate itself eventually, and these walls seemed to be able to easily resist Tier 3 might. However, there were other things that required his attention as the golem continued to floor forward without being attacked by anything. Rows upon rows of human-shaped statues lined the walls, their numbers easily in the hundreds. Each statue was unique, depicting warriors, mages, and creatures frozen in lifelike poses. Their craftsmanship was unparalleled. Every detail, from the folds in their garments to the expressions on their faces, had been rendered with eerie precision. They were unnervingly lifelike, as if at any moment they might step forward and attack. Soon Roland adjusted the golem's angle to focus on the statue's eyes, which seemed to follow the golem's movements. It was clear that these weren't just normal rock carvings, but probably monsters or golems waiting for unsuspecting adventurers to step forward. Creepy, and the numbers are problematic, he muttered, and was sure that if he stepped forward he would be ambushed. As the golem ventured further, Roland's unease grew. At the far end of the chamber stood a colossal throne, carved directly from the black stone. Sitting upon it was a massive statue, far larger than the others. It was humanoid, but its proportions were unnatural, towering, broad-shouldered, and impossibly imposing. This figure wore a crown adorned with jagged spikes, and its hands rested on the armrests of the throne, clawed fingers curled as though ready to grip an unseen weapon. Unlike the other statues, this one radiated power, marking it as likely the main foe he would face if he stepped forward. The doors that had previously opened were starting to creak shut again. They were closing, and he had to make a decision. He could either step forward and face the danger inside or take a more strategic approach by leaving his golemic creation inside to perform more scans. There doesn't seem to be any other pathway leading out of that chamber. He glanced at the readings his golem was transmitting, then looked back at Agni. His wolf perked up its ears, as if trying to signal that he wanted to go inside. For a moment he deliberated, Eventually, Roland nodded and stepped forward. It was time to uncover the other secrets hidden within this strange dungeon. As Roland stepped through the colossal doors, Agni padded close behind, his fiery aura illuminating their path. The obsidian floor echoed softly under their boots and paws, amplifying the eerie silence that filled the massive chamber. The oppressive energy within seemed to press against Roland's chest, a silent warning that their presence was unwelcome. Stop, Agni. Worf, any normal adventurer would have probably made a mistake by now and already been attacked. His visor flashed as he scanned the area, revealing the hidden runic pathways. The intricate web of runes stretched across the floor, walls, and ceiling. Touching even one would likely trigger a cascading reaction, causing the small army of obsidian statues to attack. Fortunately, he had sent his floating golem ahead. The construct hovered through the chamber without disturbing the traps, confirming his suspicions. Near the entrance was a small, safe zone free of runes or traps. The guardians would stay dormant if they remained there and refrained from attacking. Agni, take a few steps back and wait by the entrance door for now. Agni, his wolf companion, let out a low growl of displeasure, clearly eager for a fight. Despite his frustration, the wolf obeyed, retreating to the door and settling his large frame beside it with a huff. With that taken care of, Roland turned his attention to the chamber before him. There were exactly 200 statues in the area, with a towering giant at the far end rounding out the number. I suppose once they're triggered, I'll have to fight through a few waves before the big one gets involved. He was in luck this entire chamber was laced with his specialty, runic symbols and magic. While the design here was far more intricate than the simpler Albrook dungeon he had previously explored, Roland was confident in his ability to decipher it. The statues weren't ordinary constructs. His keen eye detected the faint glow of hidden runes etched across their surfaces. They were runic golems, crafted from various types of stone, including the ominous obsidian ones. Those runes were likely the key to defeating them. The biggest problem will be that giant one, he muttered, his visor flashing as he studied the massive figure in the distance. Its rune structure is a lot more complex than the smaller ones. I don't think I'll be able to crack its code before it attacks me, which leaves me with a few options. Roland possessed the ability to control runic constructs and golems. In theory, he should be able to wrestle control of these golems from the dungeon's grasp. However, their sheer number presented a massive challenge. To make matters worse, they didn't follow a uniform runic sequence, further complicating the task. Roland quickly realized that trying to dominate all of them simultaneously would demand an immense amount of mana and razor-sharp precision. Even for him, the risk of overloading his senses was great, as he had never attempted a hostile takeover on such a scale before. 50 of them is probably my limit. If I add my own golems, it should suffice. He wondered as a plan took shape in his mind. The massive statue wasn't the only problem. The real obstacle lay in the throne it was seated upon. From his analysis, this was the control console for the entire golem army. Unfortunately, it was out of his reach for the moment. Even if he managed to gain access, taking over the giant statue might prove impossible. For now, his best option was to clear the area and study the throne further. Perhaps in the future, this chamber could be farmed for valuable resources. As Roland examined the enemies more closely, he identified the smaller golems as Tier 3 adjacent entities, their bodies far tougher than anything a typical Tier 2 class holder could handle. The materials they were constructed from obsidian and high-density stone made them durable and dangerous. Only the massive statue at the back was a true Tier 3 threat, far stronger than the monsters he had faced in the temple. Obsidian Golem Guard L-149. High Stone Golem Guard L-149. These lesser golems, while classified as guards, were formidable due to their construction. Their high durability elevated them to pseudo-Tier 3 status, though they lacked the power of a true Tier 3. The leader, however, was an entirely different beast. Obsidian Golem High Lord L-230. Its glowing eyes locked onto Roland, an unmistakable sign of its awareness. The High Lord sat motionless on its throne, radiating an aura of power that dwarfed its subordinates. For now, it remained idle, but Roland knew that once he made his move, the entire chamber would spring to life. Good, Agni. Woof, I have a plan, let's do this. Ow. Agni perked up as Roland finally decided to make his move. After a brief moment of calculation, he activated his spatial runes, summoning his small contingent of golem troops. First came the floating golems, some shaped like cubes and others more octagonal. They hovered silently above his head, ensuring they didn't touch any of the intricate runes on the chamber floor. Next came the spider golems, which skittered out from the spatial runes. Due to the limited space near the entrance, they crowded against Agni, much to the wolf's displeasure. Agni growled softly, shifting uncomfortably as the metal constructs bumped into his body, but Roland paid it no mind. Roland's gaze flicked toward the nearest guard golems. Each was equipped with a shield and spear. choosing which ones to dominate required little deliberation. The obsidian golems were clearly the most durable and imposing of the group. Roland began channeling his runic magic, his armor pulsing with power as he activated the intricate circuits smithed into its surface. His visor flared with data, displaying the complex structures of the obsidian golems nearest to him. With a deep breath, Roland extended his hand, using rune authority to take over the golemic constructs. The skill struck the first golem, its obsidian body trembling as the dungeon's control system clashed against Roland's will. Sparks of mana erupted from its joints, but the conflict was brief. Moments later, the glowing runes on its body dimmed, replaced by the soft blue hue of Roland's magic. One by one, Roland repeated the process, each success boosting his confidence. By the time he finished, 5 obsidian golems stood at attention, their glowing eyes now under Roland's control. Though the process strained his mana reserves, the payoff was undeniable. The obsidian golem's shield shimmered briefly with runic traces before the glow subsided, signifying the completion of his takeover. Encouraged, Roland pressed on, his runic program spreading like a virus through the dormant ranks. Another 5 golems fell under his command, their rigid postures shifting as they aligned themselves with their new master. Each additional golem drained his MP further, the cost weighing heavily on his reserves. He knew the strain would persist until he relinquished control, but the tactical advantage was worth the sacrifice. Agni, get ready, they're coming. Agni's ears perked up, and the wolf lowered his body into a defensive stance, a low growl rumbling in his throat. By the time Roland had infiltrated the systems of around 20 golems, the dungeon retaliated. A faint tremor ran through the chamber as the remaining rocky soldiers began to stir. Their once dormant forms came to life, the runes carved into their bodies flaring to life with a crimson glow. One by one, their eyes locked onto Roland, their movements growing as the dungeon's defensive mechanisms fully engaged. The chamber erupted in a grating sound of grinding stone and hissing mana as the enemy golems fully activated. Their eyes, blazing crimson, locked onto Roland and his allies. The dungeon's defenses roared to life, an overwhelming tide of runic magic animating the statues into deadly warriors. Roland wasted no time. With a single command, his 20 dominated obsidian golems moved into formation, their massive shields locking together in unison. The result was an impenetrable defensive wall that braced against the advancing horde. Behind them, the floating golems took their positions, hovering above the shield wall. Their rune-etched forms began to glow as they charged up mana projectiles, ready to unleash a volley at Roland's signal. Spider golems spread out, laid down suppression fire. The spider golems sprang into action, their articulated legs tapping against the obsidian floor as they skittered to the edges of the chamber. Some began scaling the walls, using their limbs to secure their positions by digging in. Once in place, they aimed their cannons at the advancing rocky golems. A salvo of magical projectiles erupted from the spider golems, streaking through the chamber and colliding with the dungeon's constructs. The impact didn't destroy the enemy golems outright, but visible cracks began to spread across their hardened surfaces. Despite their resilience, the sustained bombardment from the spider golems was wearing them down, slowly tipping the balance in Roland's favor. Agni remained behind the defending line of golems, but shifted into his tankier red ruby form. His flames subdued, and his fur was replaced by shimmering crimson crystals. With a deep growl, he opened his mouth, releasing a surge of fiery energy. The blast seared through the advancing army, melting their bodies and destroying several in the process. This would be easier if I could just eradicate all the runes at once, Roland thought, his mind racing as he assessed the situation. He had considered it before, but there were simply too many runes, and the dungeon was actively resisting his magic. It was as if the very essence of the place was fighting back, preventing him from spreading his influence as freely as he would have liked. In theory, if he could disrupt the runes on these monsters, they would revert to nothing more than lifeless statues. But with so many golems activating at once, it was impossible to control or affect them all at once. For now, his only option was to continue taking over the golems one by one. However, he soon realized that his initial estimate of 50 was far too high. After successfully controlling 44 of the golems, Roland felt his mana reserves dangerously depleting. He needed to stop before pushing any further as it risked overwhelming him. Agni, use the golems as cover and try to keep your distance. If you get too close, you might get overwhelmed. Roland drew his hammer and shield, deciding to conserve the rest of his magical energy. Controlling so many golems at once had taken a heavy toll on his mana, reducing it by more than half. As long as the connection remained active alongside his rune authority, he wouldn't be able to regain mana, even with a potion. The battlefield soon erupted in magical explosions, and the sound of shattering rock as the golems collided with one another. Roland swung his hammer with precision, aiming for the legs of the advancing rocky guards. Each strike sent a ripple through their sturdy forms, breaking them apart. Agni, standing beside him, unleashed a mix of long-range flame attacks and close-quarter strikes with his ruby tail, which like a whip caused massive damage. The fight raged on for several minutes, each moment a careful balancing act of offense and defense. Then from the distance, a deep rumble shook the chamber. Roland's eyes shifted toward the source. The massive, towering golem statue was beginning to stir. The ground beneath Roland's feet trembled as the massive golem statue slowly began to move. The colossal figure, which had been sitting immobile on its obsidian throne, shifted with terrifying slowness, its enormous stone limbs creaking with each motion. The stone surrounding its feet cracked as it stood, its glowing eyes flaring to life with an ominous red hue. Roland's pulse quickened as he surveyed the battlefield. The other golems were still locked in fierce combat, and only half of the enemy forces had been defeated. He had known the large golem would eventually be triggered, but he had hoped to clear the area before it came to life. Now he faced the towering behemoth with only half of his mana remaining and part of his golem army damaged. "Agni, I'll leave the small fry to you and the golems." "Ow!" Agni responded eagerly, his tail flicking as he darted behind the defensive line of golems, staying low to the ground. Roland, however, stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the advancing giant. The colossal golem moved slowly but with purpose. Rising from its throne, it grasped a massive scepter made of black rock, its spiked crown giving it a regal, almost intimidating appearance. The scepter and crown marked it as the golem's true leader, a king among the stone warriors. Now that the towering golem stood before him, Roland was able to properly gauge its true height, nearly 9 meters. This was truly a colossal foe, the largest monster he had ever encountered in his life. However, despite its size and power, the golem had a clear weakness: its agility. The creature's movements were slow and awkward, making its actions easy to predict. When the golem swung its massive scepter, it did so with a wide, telegraphed motion, one that Roland could easily react to. The impact of the swing generated a violent gust of wind, sending shards of rock flying in all directions. Roland quickly raised a well-placed mana shield, deflecting the debris and bracing for the next strike. Behind him, he saw some of the sharp rocks collide with a few golem guards, tearing through them like Swiss cheese. Upon witnessing this, he had a bright idea. Instead of targeting the monster's joints, as adventurers often did when battling other large golems, he slammed his tower shield to draw the monster's attention. The large creature focused on him but remained stationary, just as he had hoped. Predictably, it unleashed the same cone-shaped attack in his direction. Systematically, he would block the shards while placing himself in front of the other living statues. As Roland maintained his strategic position, he continued to bait the massive golem into launching its destructive cone-shaped attacks. Each swing of its colossal scepter sent a rain of sharp debris in his direction, but Roland's tower shield absorbed all of the impacts while hitting the enemies with friendly fire. The enemy numbers were rapidly dwindling, and he continued to defend himself like a turtle, steadfast and unyielding. The battlefield was a storm of calculated chaos. The obsidian golems under Roland's control held their ground, forming an impenetrable wall of shields and spears. Behind them, floating golems unleashed concentrated mana bolts, each strike illuminating the chaos with brief flashes of blue light. Meanwhile, spider golems continued their relentless flanking maneuvers, their cannons chipping away at the weakened foes. With the large boss golem's assistance, the tide of battle turned swiftly, and soon, their enemies were no more, leaving the massive golem lord standing alone before them. "Agni, target its lower body while I draw it away." The cost of victory had been steep. His troop of rock golems had been reduced to just 10 out of the 40 he'd started with. The spider golems had also taken heavy damage, their shattered metal parts littered the ground. Only the floating golems, too small to be targeted effectively, remained mostly intact. They hovered in the air, relentlessly attacking the golem lord, which swatted at them like they were nothing more than bothersome mosquitoes. The tide of battle seemed to be turning in his favor, and Roland decided it was time to act. After downing a mana potion, his power surged, and his body became enveloped in a haze of crimson energy. Like an arrow loosed from a crossbow, he shot forward, his hammer striking the monster's ankle with immense force. Bolstered by his overlord's might skill, the thick stone leg began to crack and before long shattered entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Roland lunged forward again, this time aiming directly for the monster's hidden core, which for some reason was located beneath its armpit. With one good hit from his hammer, the sound of shattering stone echoed through the chamber as Roland's hammer struck true. A pulse of energy rippled outward from the golem's armpit, a sign that the impact had destabilized its core. The towering figure froze mid-motion, its crimson eyes dimming to a lifeless black. For a brief moment, silence reigned in the chamber, and it seemed that the battle was over, but then, out of nowhere, the throne began to glow. Roland watched as the throne's glow intensified, arcane energy crackling across the chamber. From the shattered remains of defeated golems, a new adversary began to emerge. The fragments coalesced into a pile of jagged rocks around the fallen lord, pulsating with a strange energy that mimicked a heartbeat. This doesn't look good. That's a lot of magic. Agni, stay behind me. This might be dangerous. Woof. The pile of shattered golem fragments writhed as though alive, and the entire chamber began to tremble. Roland braced himself, tightening his grip on his hammer. The glowing fragments spiraled upward, drawn into a vortex forming above the remains of the defeated golem lord. Crimson energy seeped from the cracks in the obsidian floor, converging into a semi-humanoid shape that pulsed with raw power. He considered interrupting the process, but had no idea how. Reaching out with his runic spells proved futile. The concentration of energy was far too extreme for him to disrupt. Is this new opponent really this strong, or is the dungeon preventing me from interfering? He wondered, uncertain but wary. He couldn't influence the transformation as the magical power that was being displayed was far above his. Without delay, he pulled a high-grade mana potion from his pouch and downed it, restoring his reserves. I didn't think this thing would have a second phase, especially with all these monsters still around. Roland steadied himself for the next round, his muscles tense and his mind racing. For a fleeting moment, doubt crept in. Was this going to be more than he could handle? If all the energy from the defeated golems in the chamber had truly combined, then the creature forming before him would be something extraordinary, perhaps even 100 levels beyond his own. Yet as the energy began to settle, he noticed something odd. The surge in power wasn't as overwhelming as he had anticipated. It's strong, but not impossible. The monster continued to take shape, but Roland didn't simply stand idle. He ordered his floating golems to pull back and form a defensive perimeter around him. As he activated his rapid machine reassembly skill, the shattered remains of his spider golems responded instantly. Metallic fragments clicked and snapped into place, reconstructing themselves into fully functional units. His reinforcements were back in action, ready to fight. However, the golems he had commandeered from the dungeon were gone, their remnants absorbed as fuel for the monstrosity still forming in the chamber. The loss was frustrating, but Roland knew it was out of his hands now. Instead, he focused on taking out a few items from within his inventory, runic spheres and even cards. After tossing them out in various directions, he was finally confronted by his next enemy, the true boss of this area. Lord of Fury L240, never heard of such a monster before. Throughout his life, Roland had pored over countless books detailing monsters' records of their strengths, weaknesses, and how best to confront them. He had always believed preparation was the key to survival, yet the entity forming before him was something entirely foreign. There were no descriptions, no recorded strategies, nothing to indicate what he was about to face. It must be a unique dungeon boss. The thought was both unsettling and exhilarating. On one hand, it meant he had no insight into its weaknesses or behavior. He'd be fighting blind. On the other hand, being the first to defeat a dungeon's undiscovered boss carried the promise of extraordinary rewards. Rare loot, powerful artifacts, or unique skill books often awaited those who cleared uncharted chambers, but the danger was quite real. This anomaly, a second phase triggered after the defeat of the Golem army, would likely have spelled doom for many adventurers. Most would have entered the chamber prepared only for the small army of golems, and then probably perished due to being underprepared. Luckily, he was a one-man army, able to restore defeated golems multiple times, and with several potions and elixirs to restore his health. Soon the monster stood before him, a towering creature encased in obsidian armor, radiating a strange crimson glow. Its lower body resembled that of an armored warhorse, massive and imposing, while its upper half was shaped like a knight clad in heavy, dark plate. Crimson smoke coiled and seeped from within its armor, wafting ominously through the air and spilling from the gaps in its jagged visor. In its hands, the beast wielded two long, menacing sabers. The blades, forged from the same dark material as its armor, shimmered with glowing runes that pulsed faintly with power. Its level is only 10 above the Golem Lord, but it's much stronger than that. Roland's instincts screamed that the numbers didn't tell the full story. While he couldn't directly read the creature's stats, the overwhelming magic aura it radiated told him everything he needed to know. This was no ordinary level increase. The oppressive energy surrounding it was enormous, a clear sign that the creature had some sort of enhanced stat multiplier. Just like my Overlord class, this creature was a step above the Lord he had faced earlier, but not so far ahead that he couldn't handle it. While its stat multiplier was clearly higher, Roland estimated it was closer to Agni's level of enhancement rather than his own Overlord class amplification. Even so, he knew better than to underestimate it. It's probably stronger than any of the knight commanders I've faced before, but... The monster was finally there, its glowing visor forming a strange, singular eye that fixed its gaze in his direction. Roland's sharp eye had already picked out some flaws in the creature. One of them was its horse-like body. While this form offered certain advantages, it also came with some weakness. If its legs sustained enough damage, the monster could potentially collapse under its own massive weight. Then there was the more glaring vulnerability, the runes etched across its body. These radiated a faint, ominous glow, and Roland realized they might be exploitable if he had enough time to study their structure. Rune Authority doesn't seem to be working well on these things. He had already tried to take control of the creature's runes, as he had with the lesser golems, but to no avail. Something was interfering with his ability to manipulate them. Perhaps it was the dungeon itself, or maybe the monster possessed its own innate control over the runes. After all, they weren't external tools wielded by an adventurer, they were an intrinsic part of the creature's form. As the Lord of Fury fully emerged, the chamber seemed to darken, the faint glow of its runes casting ominous red light onto the shattered remains of the previous battle. Roland steadied himself, the weight of his hammer reassuring in his grip. The Obsidian Knight raised its sabers in a cross-like stance, a low, menacing sound emanating from within its armor, whether a roar or taunt, Roland couldn't tell. Then suddenly the monster charged at an astonishing speed, a blur of crimson left behind as it galloped. While this monster was only 3 meters tall and smaller than the Golem Lord, he could not underestimate its power. The Lord of Fury's sudden burst of speed was unexpected for a creature of its size. Its crimson sabers glowed ominously as it closed the distance in an instant, bringing both weapons down in a deadly arc. Roland rolled to the side just in time, avoiding the twin strikes as they smashed into the obsidian floor, sending cracks radiating outward. "It's fast and bulky, great," Roland muttered under his breath, steadying himself as the monster turned to face him once more. It paused briefly before turning around and moving in a semicircle. Then it charged at him again with the same explosive speed as before. Though its horse-like body was cumbersome for tight maneuvers, its linear bursts of speed were nearly impossible to counter. If he tried to block with his shield, he risked being trampled even if he reinforced it with spells. The size of the boss arena only added to the challenge, offering the massive creature plenty of room to maneuver despite its lack of lateral agility. He had no intention of letting this monster charge at him unopposed. The creature resembled a runic machine, seemingly powered by the dungeon itself. Roland could sense a connection to the throne behind him, and it was clear the monster had access to more mana than even he could muster. Acting swiftly, he commanded the golems flanking him to barrage the beast with mana projectiles, hoping to at least divert its attention away from him. The battlefield erupted in chaos once again as the floating and spider golems responded to Roland's command. A storm of mana projectiles rained down on the Lord of Fury, streaking through the air in glowing arcs. The Obsidian Knight twisted its armored body to deflect the onslaught with its sabers, each blade moving with impossible precision to swat away the incoming attacks. However, even the monstrous knight couldn't avoid every strike. Some projectiles collided with its armor, sending sparks rippling across its dark surface. No apparent damage could be seen, but even a few points of HP damage would amount to something eventually. The creature slowed momentarily, its sabers spinning defensively in a blur of crimson light, but the sheer volume of projectiles forced it to turn and focus on the smaller enemies. It charged forth with astonishing speed, the sabers producing strange half-moon energy blasts that traveled in the direction of the floating golems, and the spider ones stuck to the walls. The floating golems, nimble and evasive, darted to avoid the onslaught, but several were caught in the crossfire. One by one, they shattered into glowing shards of metal and magic, their remnants clattering to the ground. The spider golems clinging to the walls fared no better. The energy blades from the sabers carved through the obsidian walls, causing chunks of rock to fall and several spider golems to lose their grip. They tumbled to the ground, some reduced to broken fragments, while others scrambled to reassemble themselves using Roland's rapid machine reassembly skill. Roland took advantage of the chaos, analyzing the Lord of Fury's movements. Its attacks were formidable, but each strike came with a predictable wind-up. The crimson glow on its sabers intensified just before it unleashed an energy wave, and its charges were always telegraphed by the heavy clattering of its horse-like hooves. "Agni, aim for the legs, but keep your distance and keep moving. It's fast, but has trouble turning. Ow." Agni was there too, and his ranged attacks packed more power than the golems. The wolf opened his muzzle and unleashed a beam of concentrated heat that struck one of the monster's hind legs while it focused on the golems. In retaliation, the creature shot out energy blades in Agni's direction. Reacting swiftly, Agni leapt into the air, conjuring platforms beneath him to evade the attack at the last moment. Although his agility was impressive, his level still left much to be desired. Roland knew that even a single hit from those crimson, crescent-shaped projectiles would likely be fatal for his companion. Driven by fear for Agni's safety, Roland used his own magic and sacrificed golems to intercept some of the deadly blades, ensuring the wolf wouldn't suffer during the intense confrontation. The Lord of Fury's relentless assault left no moment to catch a breath. Each swing of its sabers, each thunderous charge, sent tremors through the battlefield. Roland's mind raced, calculating possibilities while ensuring that Agni and the remaining golems could continue their offensive. As the monster turned its attention toward Agni, Roland saw an opportunity. His body started glowing, a blue haze surrounding it as the world turned into mana around him. Previously, he had already used up his overlord's might to destroy the first phase, and this would have to be enough for the second one. The monster's movements had now become clear to him, and with the help of the mana phantom, he knew that he could deliver a devastating blow. It's going to be there in a few moments. He knew exactly where to aim. The runes on his armor began to glow intensely as the chest section expanded outward. A high-pitched whine filled the air, rising in pitch as Roland's chest plate unfolded, revealing an octagonal device radiating a pulsating, brilliant blue light. This was the improved beam device, a prototype he had painstakingly crafted. The previous model had served him well, and he was confident this upgraded version would not fail him now. The octagonal core extended slightly, while portions of his armor fanned out to the sides, revealing intricate runes etched into the plates. At the center of the device, a single crystal glimmered, drawing in an immense amount of energy. Power surged around it, coalescing into a dense, glowing sphere. This was his enhanced beam weapon, designed using advanced techniques he had recently learned at the Institute. It had been built specifically to face a potential boss monster. Now he would see if it lived up to the legacy of the old model that had saved his life countless times before. A mana circle appeared before the beam, a magic enhancement spell that would give it the penetrative power that he needed. Soon he made the calculations, and as the monster focused on Agni and the golems, he aimed for the area it would be in the next second. The Lord of Fury barreled forward, its sabers raised high as it closed in on Agni, oblivious to the silent power being harnessed behind it. Roland steadied his aim, his enhanced beam device locked onto the monster's broad, equine midsection, the largest and most vulnerable part of its body. In that split second, he unleashed the stored energy. The chamber was bathed in brilliant blue light as the beam shot forth, ripping through the air with a deafening roar. Initially, it was no thicker than a teacup, but as it passed through the magical enhancement circle, it expanded dramatically in size and intensity. The circle amplified the beam's speed, power, and penetrative force to extraordinary levels. The beam struck true, slamming into the Lord of Fury's midsection just as it raised its sabers to strike at Agni, who was darting through the air with incredible agility. The Lord of Fury let out a deafening roar as the beam tore through its midsection, obliterating the rear parts of its body and sending it crashing into the nearby wall due to the momentum. Crimson energy erupted violently, spewing from the gaping wound left by the beam. The force of the attack sent shockwaves rippling through the chamber, shattering remnants of walls and scattering debris across the battlefield. Roland held his ground as the light from the beam dissipated, his armor smoking from the residual heat of the attack. In the past, the crystal within his chest would have cracked by now, but this time around, it persisted. The battlefield fell eerily silent for a moment, the oppressive crimson light dimming slightly as the aftermath of the devastating beam attack settled. Dust and debris floated through the air, illuminated by the faint glow of the chamber's remaining runes. Roland steadied his breath, his eyes locked on the motionless form of the Lord of Fury. Its midsection was utterly obliterated, its once massive equine body reduced to jagged shards of obsidian that scattered across the chamber. Weak sparks of red energy flickered around the ruined remnants of its lower body. For a moment, it seemed as though the battle might be over, but Roland's instincts screamed otherwise. Agni growled low, ears pinned back, as the shattered remains of the monster began to stir once more. Grrrrrrrr, it's getting back up. Though severed in half, the knight's upper body remained connected to the forelegs. Those limbs began to twist unnaturally, bending at impossible angles. New joints formed and locked into place, transforming them into legs powerful enough to lift the upper half of the creature upright. Its grotesque new form resembled that of a minotaur. The runes on its twin sabers flared to life, glowing with ominous energy. With a roar, the creature charged forward once more, undeterred by its wounds and seemingly determined to take him out. This day is full of surprises. While it remained standing, its speed had dramatically decreased. It could no longer zip toward him with its previous ferocity. Finally, Roland raised his shield to meet its attack. One of the swords connected with the shield, producing a burst of magical energy that cracked the very ground beneath his feet. Yet he didn't retreat. Though the attack was powerful, Roland held firm. His shield absorbed the brunt of the blow, but vibrations rattled through his body. He gritted his teeth as his reinforced armor groaned under the strain. With a powerful shove, he deflected the blade to the side, throwing the Lord of Fury off balance for a split second. The monster staggered back a few steps before surging forward again, the runes on its blades glowing brightly, ready to unleash crimson half-moon energy. However, as it swung down, something strange happened. Its weapon failed to produce the expected effect, as though an unseen force was blocking its power. Finally, that should make it a lot easier. Roland grinned. Rune Authority had finally started to work. Though it had taken some time, he had begun to unravel the monster's intricate rune structures mid-battle. The process had been slow, as the Lord of Fury's runes were deeply entrenched and fiercely protected by the dungeon's magical network. But now, after the devastating beam strike and the loss of its original form, the creature's defenses had weakened, allowing Roland's skill to disrupt the flow of power within the runes. The monster hesitated, its movements momentarily erratic. Crimson energy flickered unpredictably across its weapons and armor, and the glow of its runes dimmed. The knight's once menacing aura felt unstable, as if its power was beginning to falter. It was clear that the monster was not expecting this turn of events, and that perhaps its inner programming was not prepared for such an occasion. This is my chance. With its saber runes deactivated, the Lord of Fury's attacks lost much of their lethality. Though it swung its blades with unrelenting ferocity, the absence of the rune enhancements left its strikes no more potent than those of ordinary weapons. Roland dodged nimbly, sidestepping the creature's heavy telegraph swings and countering with precise blows aimed at its now exposed joints. As with any other creature, the mana phantoms allowed him to anticipate its movements before they were carried out. What had begun as a chaotic battle had shifted into a more controlled exchange of physical blows, one that Roland was starting to dominate. His status window kept updating, notifying him of level-ups to both his passive fighting skills and active abilities almost instantly. A foe 40 levels above him was indeed a formidable challenge, but in its current diminished form, the Lord of Fury had become merely troublesome. His golems once reformed again and aided him by blasting the monster from multiple angles, creating constant distractions and breaking its focus. Each mana projectile found its mark, striking the creature's cracked armor and further destabilizing its form. Agni capitalized on the chaos, darting in and out of range, his fiery attacks burning through weakened plates and exposing raw, less hardened rocky flesh. The monster was fascinating. Externally, it was heavily armored, but internally it seemed to be composed of some form of living mineral. Roland was eager to study this creature, along with the other rocky golems he had encountered. Its power was undeniable, and he realized that without his army of golems and a generous supply of mana-restoring potions, the battle would have been far more challenging. If the creature hadn't shifted its focus to other targets, he likely wouldn't have been able to execute his beam attack so effectively. The battlefield now belonged to Roland. With each passing moment, the creature's movement slowed, its power fading as the crimson runes sputtered out one by one. Roland could see the cracks widening along its remaining limbs, faint pulses of crimson energy leaking out like blood. It was unraveling. Let's end this. Although he was winning, Roland had already restored his golems multiple times, and their quality had dropped by 2 grades. His mana reserves were dwindling, and consuming more potions would only raise the toxicity levels in his body. While this world operated with a game-like system, he couldn't endlessly refill his MP and HP with potions. There was always a limit. Fortunately, the monster before him was beginning to crumble, and the time had come to deliver the final blow. The runes on his hammer flared to life, glowing as arcs of blue lightning crackled along its surface. With a powerful leap, he launched himself forward, targeting the monster's head as it staggered backward, hindered by Agni's teeth tearing into its hind leg. With a devastating strike, his hammer connected, and the monster's head exploded in a spray of debris. From within, a crimson orb emerged the monster's core, its only true weak point. Roland extended his hand, his gauntlet glowing with magical energy as he prepared to destroy the core with a spell. But at the last second, he hesitated. Instead of unleashing a torrent of magic, he cast a mage hand spell, catching the core in midair and drawing it closer. Encasing it in a protective layer of mana, he successfully disabled it, preserving it for further study. This was a golem core, similar to the ones he had worked on in the past. While its grade went above the simple volcanic golem cores he learned to wipe, the basics were the same. He knew what to disable to defeat the monster. He just needed a few moments to sever the signals it was sending to the body parts to prevent it from reforming. Soon, the monster parts that were burning with crimson energy started to dim, and he had won this battle of attrition. Lord of Fury has been slain. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Multiple system messages erupted before him as the monster crumbled to the ground. His level shot past 200, and along with the milestone came a new skill. Overlord's Regal Resilience. Passive skill L1. Increases the Overlord's mental fortitude, making them resistant to various forms of magical and non-magical effects aimed at control. At first glance, the new skill didn't seem particularly impressive, but it subtly enhanced his already formidable mental fortitude. Roland wondered if it would be enough to counter something as potent as an abyssal cult's illusion relic, as the description seemed to suggest. The mention of non-magical effects likely extended to intimidation-based abilities used by both monsters and certain classes. For instance, something like Intimidating, shout, a common skill known for rooting its target in place for several seconds, could render even seasoned warriors defenseless, leaving them open to attack. If Regal Resilience provided resistance to such debilitating effects, it could prove invaluable in future battles where his armor was damaged. Roland stood amidst the shattered remains of the battlefield, his breathing steady but heavy. The Lord of Fury's disintegrated form was scattered across the chamber, its once imposing presence reduced to rubble and faintly glowing fragments. In his hand, he held the ultimate prize, a fully intact core containing the monster's magic program. With this core, he had the potential to recreate the Lord of Fury as his own golem. Replicating the runic magic it utilized wouldn't be overly challenging, and such a construct could prove to be a powerful future asset. However, the Lord of Fury was a high-level Tier 3 monster with exceptional stats. Reconstructing it would demand costly materials to maintain its original performance. Using lesser resources might render the recreated golem weaker, incapable of matching its previous might in battle. I wonder if we could use something like this to bolster Albrook's forces. He wondered, turning his gaze to the remains of the other rocky golems. Several fragmented cores peeked out from the rubble. Though most were shattered, Roland believed he could salvage enough pieces to reconstruct their operating systems. These humanoid golems were far less advanced than the Lord of Fury, but they were still functional. Better yet, they could be assembled with Tier 2 materials resources he could mine directly from this cave. Compared to hiring more soldiers, these golems were cost-effective. They even retained the ability to maintain basic formations, making them a viable option for bolstering Albrook's defenses. With enough effort, Roland envisioned assembling an entire troop of these golems, a force under his complete command. This was all just speculation for now. Roland wasn't sure how effectively he could process the obsidian rock scattered throughout the area, nor how much of it was actually stored here. Being in the boss chamber made mining a risky endeavor if the boss respawned suddenly, and the door sealed behind the workers. It could prove disastrous. Before anything else, he needed to secure the floor and assemble a teleportation gate to bring workers safely into the area. However, the materials the golems were made of were still present. Each time the boss respawned, it would provide him and Albrook with a wealth of parts to recreate these golems, assuming he figured out how to replicate their bodies. So far, he had only worked with metals, not rocks. If he went through with this plan, it would be his first time creating a mineral-based golem rather than one resembling a mechanical construct. Woof. While he was contemplating on the use of all these monster drops, Agni started to bark. "What is it, boy?" He turned to his companion, following the wolf's gaze to the large throne where the boss's first form had been seated. Though still intact, the runes on its surface were beginning to glow, making his heart sink. A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Was the boss not truly defeated? Could there be yet another third phase awaiting him? Wait, this is different. Letting out a sigh of relief, he focused on the throne, which was now trembling. It wasn't a magical reaction, but a mechanical one. The throne itself was beginning to move. He braced himself, suspecting that the dungeon had more in store for him, and this was not the last level. His intuition proved correct as a new path revealed itself. At the same time, the large door through which he had entered began to open, much like any other cleared boss chamber would. The throne continued to move slowly until he heard it grind to a halt. Behind it there was a hole now with dark stairs leading down somewhere. Roland slowly moved closer to check the newly revealed path. Agni padded beside him, ears pricked and tail low, clearly sensing the tension in the air. The dark staircase descended sharply into the unknown, its edges worn smooth as though countless feet had traversed it over the centuries. Faint, flickering runes adorned the walls, their light casting eerie shadows that danced in rhythmic patterns. Does it lead to a lower floor, or is it something else? Roland held himself back, carefully analyzing the boss chamber. Something was bothering him. Even after defeating the guardian of this room, no reward had been granted. When he had defeated the golem in the Albrook dungeon, he had been rewarded with a chest containing Agni's egg. Here, however, there was nothing of the sort. It was uncharacteristic for a dungeon not to provide a reward upon clearing a boss, though he knew there were rare exceptions. Tusk, he clicked his tongue, unwilling to believe this might be one of those exceptions. Before moving forward, he sent out another wave of mana to restore the broken golems to a semi-functional state. Then he retrieved his foldable briefcase and set it on the ground. The chamber was littered with valuable materials, and he directed the golems to collect them and deposit them into his spatial storage while he prepared to investigate the level below. "Let's go, Agni." Roland sounded a bit irritated as he stepped onto the staircase. The air was heavy, charged with mana particles that clung to the walls. Agni moved silently at his side, his glowing eyes flickering. The faint clink of collected materials echoed from behind, where the golems diligently salvaged the remains of the battlefield. The descent was steep and disorienting, the faint light of the runes the only guide through the encroaching darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the stairs ended abruptly, opening into a vast, circular chamber. It was unlike anything Roland had seen before. The room was filled with treasures beyond imagination, golden artifacts, sparkling gemstones, intricately crafted weapons, and armors that radiated a faint magical aura. The chamber glimmered as though the walls themselves were alive, reflecting the treasure's brilliance in an endless loop of light. Yet instead of elation, Roland felt only disappointment. His chest tightened as he surveyed the room, searching in vain for a path leading further in. There was none. This appeared to be the end of the dungeon, a treasure room meant to mark its conclusion. According to the records of this world, such chambers served as the final reward for defeating the dungeon's guardian. His gaze swept over the magical artifacts scattered throughout the room. Most were unremarkable in quality, primarily high Tier 2 items with a sparse handful of Tier 3 among them. The centerpiece was a large axe displayed prominently on the wall, forged from a gleaming golden material that radiated a potent magical energy. Is this really it? While these items would fetch a hefty price and temporarily ease his monetary troubles, Roland had been expecting something more, a path to a greater dungeon. As it stood, the monsters on this floor offered little value in terms of experience. Most of them hadn't even reached level 200, a threshold he had now surpassed. The only creature that could potentially aid his progression had been the boss he'd just defeated. However, he knew all too well that it would likely take at least a week for the boss to respawn. If he used it to level, it would take him forever, and eventually, he would not be able to progress any further. He glanced at his current level, which had shot up quickly after clearing out all those monsters. Name: Roland Arden L. 204. Classes: T3 Runesmith Overlord L29, Primary, T2 Runesmith Lord L50, Tertiary, T2 Runic Engineer L50, Secondary, T1 Mage L25X, T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X, T1 Runic Blacksmith L25X. One of the problems was also boss quality. He was sure that the next time he attempted, the next monster would be weaker, perhaps just the first phase and nothing more. While this wasn't bad, he still wished for something more. However, he hadn't just given up. His life already showed him that these dungeons aren't that simple and anomalies sometimes arise. Thus he started searching, going through the chamber and examining the walls for any potential pathways. Perhaps just like the throne's movement had unveiled a hidden path, there could be more concealed mechanisms within the treasure room. Roland moved systematically, running his fingers along the cold, rune-inscribed walls. His mana sense extended to detect any fluctuations. The faint static sound permeated the room, but he didn't seem to be able to find anything out of place. Agni prowled beside him, sniffing the air and occasionally pawing at the ground as if sensing something amiss. Roland glanced at his companion, who was acting more alert than usual. "You sense something, boy?" Roland asked, crouching to examine the floor near where Agni had paused. The runes on the wall seemed ordinary and mostly decorative, rather than functional, but the mana flow in the room felt off, as though it wasn't simply dispersing but flowing from elsewhere. What if an idea clicked into place? Roland turned his attention to the mana currents. Using his runic skills and mana detection, he focused on the subtle movements of energy in the room. The treasure piles glittered enticingly, but he ignored them, concentrating on the faintest traces of mana. He noticed a patterned streams of energy converging at a point halfway up the wall on the far side of the chamber. He approached the wall, inspecting it closely. To the naked eye, there was nothing unusual about it, just more smooth stone adorned with decorative runes. But when Roland channeled mana into the wall, the runes began to glow faintly, revealing a hidden connection. The source of magic is flowing out of this spot. There has to be something behind this wall, but there doesn't seem to be an opening mechanism anywhere. He wasn't sure what was behind this wall, but he was inclined to believe that it was worth checking out. It was certainly not something that the dungeon wanted him to discover, as it lacked a runic opening mechanism as in the Albrook dungeon. Instead, he would need to force his way in and create a path of his own. "Step back, Agni, we're going through." Owl. Agni watched intently as Roland pulled a large drill device from his spatial storage, a tool similar to the one he had used to create the tunnel connecting his house to the dungeon. Channeling his mana into the machine, the drill's end began to spin quickly. With confidence, he pressed it against the wall and started pushing, but to his surprise, the wall wasn't budging. What is this thing made of? Despite multiple attempts, the drill began to overheat, smoke curling from its mechanisms. The wall remained largely intact, with only a fist-sized hole left behind for all his efforts. The drill itself was on the verge of breaking apart, its durability pushed to its limits. Whatever lay on the other side, it would take more than a simple drill to unearth, or just one made from better materials. Roland frowned, stepping back to examine the stubborn wall that had resisted even his high-grade runic drill. The composition of the stone was unusual while it appeared smooth and rune inscribed like the rest of the dungeon. Its durability far exceeded anything he had encountered before. Even the Lord of Fury's body armor hadn't been this resilient. Looks like this might take some time. While brute force didn't seem to be working, there wasn't really an alternative. He had examined the runes on the walls and searched the entire corridor, but there were no hidden passages he could detect. Destroying the walls was the only option left. However, he had no way of knowing if something worthwhile was on the other side or how far he would have to go to reach it. Could it be the dungeon core, or perhaps something else? Roland was still hoping to find a link to a higher-ranked super dungeon within the island. The monsters here were strong, but at his current level, they wouldn't help him advance as quickly as he wanted. Installing the turrets would provide some initial experience, but once he progressed further, he would be forced to stop. I might have to go with Plan B. He did have an alternative plan to address his leveling problem, one that didn't rely on this dungeon leading further in. The area already provided a wealth of rare materials. High-level monsters didn't always yield high returns, some didn't drop anything valuable, but the elemental metals and crystals he had gathered could be forged into weaponry fit for knight commanders and beyond. It was enough for the next stage of Albrook's evolution. Well then, Agni. Woof, why don't we get some help this time around? Roland looked at Agni, who was wagging his tail. He had already spent a few days inside this dungeon. Normally, he would take out his entire toolbox and assemble a better drill on the spot to push into the potential new area. He had done it before grinding to reach Tier 3 and tackling countless challenges alone. But now that he was older and had more allies, handling everything by himself was no longer the best option. There were two paths he could take. He could keep the existence of the potential pathway a secret and claim all the benefits for himself, or he could involve others and speed up the process. The first option would likely yield greater rewards, but it would be far slower than enlisting professional dwarven miners to dig the tunnel for him. Dungeons tended to close in on themselves over time, so reinforcing the walls was essential. Doing it all alone would be tedious, and he had to go back to the Institute to perform another lecture soon. Awu, so we agree, let's just grab the loot then and go back. After making his decision, Roland turned away from the stubborn wall and headed back into the treasure room. He needed to transport the treasure back to Albrook. The wealth of magical artifacts, combined with the rare materials from the fallen golems, would help fund his next projects. More importantly, the Lord of Fury's core was safely secured in his spatial storage, ready for further research. It likely contained a high-quality Program 1 that he could potentially implement in his own golems. His constructs were patrolling outside, scanning the vast boss chamber, so he decided to handle the packing himself. Using his spells, he guided weapons, suits of armor, and other valuables into a neat pile before storing them away. However, only one item caught his eye: a large, ornate golden-tinted axe. Elder Gold two-handed axe, high unique, high divine smite, aura of golden glory, and Elder Gold weapon. I'm sure the church would pay handsomely for this one, or should I just keep it? This type of weapon was favored by paladins, but it was useless to regular warriors since it required faith to activate. It boasted two powerful enchantments: Divine Smite, one of the most effective spells against unholy beings, and Aura of Golden Glory, which created a zone where necrotic energies couldn't survive while also boosting the strength of nearby allies. While it was useless in the hands of most people, Roland was different. He lifted the axe and, after a few adjustments, channeled his emulated holy mana into its hilt. Almost instantly, an aura of divinity spread through the room. The Elder Gold axe pulsed in waves, illuminating the treasure chamber with a warm, golden glow. Agni's ears perked up, and he let out a curious whine, stepping cautiously into the aura's embrace. As expected, the holy energy bolstered the wolf's vitality, making his fur shimmer faintly. This would be a great weapon against a necromancer, and useful for clearing this dungeon too. He considered what to do with it. If it had been a sword, he would have given it to his brother, Robert, who needed a good weapon for his journey through the dungeon floors. While Roland lacked the faith of priests or paladins, he could design a mechanism using runes to alter someone else's mana, just as he had done for himself. However, without his specialized skills to reduce mana costs, others would likely only be able to use it once or twice before exhausting themselves. The weapon was still made from a material undead monsters were weak against, and the spells were just an icing on the cake. Elder Gold is rarer than Mithril, maybe I'll just keep it for now. With the rare materials he had already gathered, his monetary worries were essentially over. Selling the axe wasn't necessary. It had other uses, some political, others practical. He could always melt it down and experiment with the metal, testing its properties. Perhaps Rastix would even know of some alchemical recipes involving Elder Gold. Soon he placed the axe back into the spatial space, and it was time to return. Roland took a moment to survey the treasure room one last time before heading back up the stairs. He had collected a wealth of items, but the nagging feeling of a hidden secret behind the impenetrable wall continued to claw at him. He knew it was something important, but for now, the time for discovery had to be put on hold. He had completed the dungeon dive, and his resources and time were too valuable to waste. Agni followed closely behind, his fur still shimmering faintly with the residual holy energy from the Elder Gold axe. Roland could tell the wolf was feeling stronger, as if the brief exposure to the aura had rejuvenated him. The dungeon had certainly offered its rewards, but it was clear that Roland needed to move forward with his plans for Albrook. With the materials he'd gathered, he could accelerate his progress in improving the defenses and infrastructure of the city. Once at the top, he noticed that the golems had finished salvaging the remaining materials. Their mechanical bodies clanked as they moved, their systems still functional but clearly worn from the intense battle with the Lord of Fury. Once everything was done, he retrieved his golems and let them settle back in his spatial storage with the rest of everything. For a moment, he thought that none of this would have been possible if he hadn't decided to visit the Institute. Before, he had struggled with storage, forced to create bulky golems with enough girth to hold his items. Now, however, he could simply widen the opening with magic, allowing objects that once seemed far too large to fit inside. He turned to Agni and gave the wolf a reassuring pat on the head. "We've got a lot of work ahead, but I think we've earned a break. Let's go back home, boy," Roland said, though his voice carried a trace of uncertainty. There was still so much to do, so many variables to consider, and new obligations constantly arising. The choice to seek help hadn't been entirely his own, he simply didn't have enough time to do everything himself. Perhaps once he created golems with enough intelligence, he would have other means of handling things, but for now he had to rely on others. Agni sneezed in response, as if to say he was eager to leave this dark cavern and get back outside. Before departing, Roland took a final look around. He placed various sensors and left a few of his floating golems behind to continue recording data. He needed to determine how long it would take for the boss to respawn, and if possible, to gauge the true extent of that mysterious wall. "Lord Arthur, a letter has arrived. It's from His Grace." "That's certainly unexpected," Arthur replied with a forced smile as he accepted the letter. The seal of the Valyrian household was unmistakable, an emblem that couldn't be forged and could only be opened through a specific procedure. "I think this is only the second one he's ever sent me." Arthur recalled receiving a similar letter when he was ordered to go to Albrook. At the time, he had assumed he was being cast away, banished to the rural outskirts of their territory, a place so insignificant that he would fade into obscurity, reduced to nothing more than a forgotten mayor. Yet fate had taken an unexpected turn. His luck had only grown since then, and now he could even stand in opposition to his brothers, at least to some extent. "I never liked this part." Carefully, he withdrew a small, ornate needle from a carved wooden box on his desk. After a brief hesitation, he pricked his finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall upon the seal. In that instant, the wax shimmered and softened beneath the touch of his heritage, acknowledging him as a Valyrian. Arthur slowly broke the seal and unfolded the parchment, his eyes scanning the carefully scripted words. Mary stood in silence as Arthur read. His fingers tightened around the parchment as he absorbed the contents of his father's letter. The Duke's words, as always, were precise, weighted with the authority of a man who commanded entire legions and shaped the course of noble affairs with the mere stroke of his quill. "Is everything all right, Lord Arthur?" Mary finally broke the silence. Arthur had remained quiet for a full minute after finishing the letter, his brows furrowing deeper with every line he had read. At last, he placed the parchment down on the desk, lost in thought. She hesitated to interrupt, yet curiosity gnawed at her. Was this good news or bad? "Ah, yes, everything is fine. I just wasn't expecting this to happen so early." Mary tilted her head slightly as Arthur spoke, his gaze still fixed on the letter. Though curiosity tugged at her, she knew her place as a maid. Unless he chose to share its contents, she had no right to ask. Instead of pressing further, she studied his expression. The usual smirk that often played on his lips had vanished, replaced by something far more serious and contemplative. "It seems an opportunity has presented itself," Arthur murmured while tapping the desk with his finger. "But I'm not sure we have enough time to gather the necessary forces. This is indeed troubling time." Mary replied, wondering what they needed more time for. "Yes, we must prepare." He exhaled, then looked up at her, his expression quite serious. "Summon the High Knight Commander. I need his counsel. I really need to get that gate in there. This is far too inefficient." "Woof," Agni responded as the two made their way through the upper levels of the dungeon, now nearing the exit. Roland moved swiftly through the winding corridors, his thoughts still lingering on the mysterious wall and the hidden mana flow behind it. Though he had decided to retreat for now, he couldn't shake the feeling that something big lay concealed beyond. However, with no immediate way to break through, he had no choice but to bide his time. The dungeon exit was close. Upon reaching it, he slipped into his own tunnel, beginning the journey back to his workshop. The entire trip between traveling, diving through the dungeon, and returning had taken a little over 5 days, a time frame he was determined to shorten next time. Unbeknownst to him, his pace quickened, his feet moving faster and faster as his mouth began to water. Days of eating cold rations in the dungeon had only deepened his appreciation for his wife's freshly made meals. He had grown quite attached to them, perhaps a little too much. More than that, he was beginning to realize just how much he missed her, and the peace of home whenever he was away. Maybe he really was turning into an old fart. Is there a problem? Just before reaching home, a flashing icon on his helmet's display caught his attention. Arthur was trying to contact him. Though the two had grown closer, the young lord rarely reached out unless it was something important. Roland had planned to report his findings from the dungeon soon and request manpower for an expedition in a week's time. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to bring it up. Arthur, it finally connected. Roland, my friend, is there trouble? He asked, opening the entrance to his workshop. His multiple minds were already scanning the area, checking for any nearby enemy forces. Sebastian had mentioned a messenger arriving earlier at Arthur's estate, and Roland wondered if this had something to do with it. Trouble, not exactly, but it's best discussed in private. It's an important matter that can't wait, I see. Give me a moment, I'll be there in an hour. Splendid, Arthur replied, his tone implying that it was truly something urgent. Roland ended the communication with a sigh. Whatever Arthur had to discuss, it was serious enough that he couldn't afford to delay it. Still, he needed a moment to clean up and at least grab a bite before heading out. Agni, looks like our break is going to be cut short, or at least mine. While his wolf could stay here, he needed to head back into the city. Although he had grown accustomed to being around the soldiers and residents, he still didn't like wandering through the streets where everyone recognized him. His gaze fell on the teleportation chamber and the gate within it. He made a mental note to install a small gate in Arthur's hidden underground training chamber, allowing him to avoid walking through the city as much as possible. Even though it would be a waste of materials and mana, he deemed it worthwhile as Arthur needed an escape route that could teleport him to a safe location if something went wrong. I really have been slacking when it comes to these gates. I need to create a pocketed version. They don't need to be as large as the ones at the Mage Towers. With that in mind, he headed into his workshop. Once there, he called up Bernier to let him handle the sorting of items. Bernier arrived promptly, wiping his stained hands on a worn leather apron as he stepped into the largest chamber of the workshop. The half-dwarven craftsman had been hard at work on the latest turret schematics, but Roland's sudden return meant that his priorities had to shift. Well, boss, I see you made it back in one piece. Bernier grinned, glancing at Roland's armor, and could tell that it had been strained in the dungeon dive. Judging by the look of you, I take it the dungeon wasn't a walk in the park. Roland exhaled as he began unloading his spatial storage, a veritable treasure trove of magical artifacts, raw materials, and salvaged constructs spilling out onto the reinforced workbenches, but also the floor. There was just not enough space to hold everything. The chamber was now lined with weapons, cracked golem cores, and various elemental ores. It was manageable. Roland replied, waving a hand as another set of neatly stacked elemental crystals appeared, but time-consuming. I've marked a possible hidden passage in the lower levels, though it'll take more manpower to excavate. Maybe you'll want to tackle it. Could use someone I can trust down there. Me. In that dungeon, Bernier chuckled sheepishly as he had long since left his dungeon diving days behind. Working as a porter was just something he did to survive, but his true passion lay in crafting. But boss, what is all of this? Bernier let out a low whistle as his eyes landed on the glimmering elder gold axe, its divine aura still faintly pulsing. By the old gods, you didn't happen to rob a church. No, but just place this in the vault for now. I'll leave these to you. Lord Arthur needs something from me, but it shouldn't take long. I leave it to me, boss. Bernier eagerly began sorting the items, his eyes gleaming with delight as he examined the dungeon weapons and materials. Roland, on the other hand, prepared to leave. He needed to see what Arthur wanted, but for some reason, he had a feeling it wouldn't be that simple. Roland's workshop doors closed behind him with a resonant thud as he set off for Arthur's estate. The journey was brisk, and his mind was already whirring with the implications of Arthur's summons. Clad in his runic armor and cape, he strode through the familiar city streets until he arrived at the vine-draped gates of Arthur's estate, a new feature which apparently the young lord liked. A pair of vigilant guards at the entrance immediately recognized him. One of them stepped forward and offered a crisp salute. Normally, he would have already been surrounded by guards, but he had managed to order them to stop following him constantly as it still annoyed him to no end. High Knight Commander Wayland, welcome back to the Lord's estate. The guard's voice rang out loud and clear, almost as if he intended to alert everyone of his arrival. Sure enough, a group of soldiers, maids, and a few butlers quickly gathered to escort him inside. Ever since he had received his newly elevated title, and with the estate now wealthy enough to hire more staff, he had become quite a prominent figure. As Arthur's right-hand man and the undisputed powerhouse of the operation, he was revered by some and resented by others. At ease, he spoke shortly and strode forward. The staff knew he was a man of few words and wisely kept their interactions brief. As he walked, he took a moment to survey the estate. The villa's expansion was well underway. steadily transforming it into something grander, closer to what a noble's mansion should be. It was even beginning to remind him of his old home. Arthur will probably need to host a few parties to gain allies. Nobles do love their gatherings. I really hope this isn't about that. With their operation expanding and Arthur's influence growing, other nobles were beginning to take notice. While many lesser nobles, barons, and knights had already pledged their loyalty to Arthur's siblings, not everyone had been claimed. Some were still waiting for an opportunity to prove themselves to more influential figures. It wouldn't be surprising if their affairs soon took on a more diplomatic nature. Securing new contracts with merchants and craftsmen could also be highly profitable after all. Not everything had to rely on the dungeon's resources. One of Roland's biggest concerns, however, was noble gatherings. Attending such events would require Arthur to leave Albrook, and Roland wasn't entirely confident in the abilities of his two knights. They were still relatively new Tier 3 class holders, which meant the danger was very real. If Arthur's brothers decided to mobilize their forces while he was traveling, Roland feared that the two knights along with Mary might not be strong enough to protect him alone. That left only one solution. If Arthur began traveling, Roland himself might have to serve as his main bodyguard. It was a role he would rather avoid as he already had enough of his own problems to deal with. One way to alleviate this issue was to establish more teleportation gates, allowing Arthur to travel directly between cities. The problem, however, was that such gates were rare and typically housed within mage towers. Roland had a plan to address this limitation, but it still required someone to travel physicologist, not Arthur himself. Something like a golem drone could work, he mused. Lost in thought, he finally arrived at the entrance. His boots echoed against the polished marble floor as he strode through the grand hall of Arthur's estate. Afternoon sunlight filtered through the tall glass windows, casting warm patterns across the floor. The estate buzzed with quiet activity. Servants moved gracefully between rooms, soldiers stood at attention, and attendants exchanged hushed remarks. As soon as the guards recognized him, a chorus of respectful salutations rang out. High Knight Commander Wayland, welcome back. One of the guards, his voice brimming with pride, shouted the greeting with particular enthusiasm. His eyes gleamed with admiration, something Roland still found difficult to stomach. His goal was to train these men, strengthen them, and eventually step down from his command. More than anything, he longed for a simple life, but with recent events unfolding, that dream felt further away than ever. At this rate, he wouldn't find peace until he reached Tier 4 and had enough power to force it. Roland inclined his head in acknowledgement and moved on. Soon, he entered a quieter wing of the estate, where the formal greetings faded into respectful silence. The corridor led him to a heavy oak door, intricately carved with the Valyrian emblem Arthur's study. Two guards were stationed outside, having taken over for Gareth and Morian, who were occupied elsewhere. Mary, the strongest among Arthur's inner circle aside from Roland himself, was undoubtedly inside. Upon seeing him, the guards stepped aside without hesitation. "The Lord is expecting you, High Commander." Taking a steady breath, Roland pushed open the door and stepped inside, already familiar with the room. To his surprise, Arthur wasn't seated behind his desk. Instead, he stood by the window, gazing outside while Mary quietly prepared tea. He seemed rather consumed with some thoughts and didn't notice he was there until the door was closed. Roland paused in the doorway, his gaze settling on Arthur's reflective profile as he surveyed the barracks in the distance. The soft clink of porcelain accompanied Mary's careful preparation of tea at a side table, a quiet counterpoint to the urgency simmering beneath the surface. "Arthur," Roland began after making sure that all sounds were blocked from getting out. He did not see himself as a follower but as an equal to Arthur. "You wanted to see me." Arthur slowly turned, the weight of his thoughts evident in the crease of his brow. His eyes indicated that he had not slept for a while. "Yes, Roland, my friend, come and sit down. We need to talk about something." Arthur gestured toward a pair of high-backed chairs near the window. As Roland moved to join him, the quiet murmur of the estate outside seemed to fade, replaced by the weight of the moment. He eased himself into one of the chairs, accepting a cup of tea from Mary, who remained silent. A few moments passed before Arthur finally spoke. "Have you ever heard of monster culling?" "Monster culling?" "Yes, but isn't that due in a few years?" Roland nodded, finding nothing unusual in the question. The culling was a scheduled eradication of monsters whenever their populations grew too large. It took place in various regions of the kingdom, primarily targeting invasive species like goblins, which reproduced at an alarming rate. The process was especially urgent when a goblin king emerged, as such elite monsters posed a serious threat. Dragny's Island, however, was unique. Its culling was tied to a different source, the Super Dungeon. This ancient dungeon had never been fully cleared, and its final boss remained undefeated. Some even speculated that if the dungeon's guardian, the dragon, were ever slain, the entire volcano would collapse. Uncleared dungeons carried a greater risk of dungeon breaks, violent outbursts where monsters spilled out in overwhelming numbers. On Dragny's Island, this occurred like clockwork every 15 years. A wave of creatures would flood down from the volcanic region, forcing a large-scale defensive effort. Roland had been aware of this before coming to the island. In fact, when he arrived, only a year or two had passed since the last culling. By all accounts, there should still have been several years before the next one. Yet, if Arthur was bringing it up now, something must have gone wrong. My father, the Duke, sent me a letter. The Duke. Yes, my father, Duke Alexander Valerian. Roland noticed Arthur pause for a moment after uttering his father's full title. It was a fleeting hesitation, but it spoke volumes. The young lord's relationship with the Duke seemed troubled and was perhaps not unlike Roland's own strained history with his father, Wentworth Arden. The Duke sent me a letter this morning, a call to arms to be exact. The culling is coming sooner than anyone anticipated, and we're being forced to participate. It's that bad. This was unexpected news. Normally, the monster surge wouldn't reach as far as Albrook. Only cities closer to the volcanic core of the island were usually affected, with the main city where the Duke resided bearing the brunt of the assault. That was where the dungeon's entrance lay, and where the main Valyrian forces, supported by hired adventurers, would make their stand. During these waves, some monsters would inevitably stray from the central conflict, attacking outlying settlements in smaller skirmishes. To counter this, other nobles were tasked with mobilizing their private armies to defend their territories. However, if Albrook itself was being called to arms, it could only mean one thing this time. The monster surge was far worse than expected. Good, then this will be easier to explain. Arthur's gaze shifted toward his teacup. After taking a slow sip, he continued, "You probably don't know this, but the nobles like to play a game during the culling one that we've been invited to take part in." A game. Roland asked, frowning. He had studied many aspects of noble politics, but this was unfamiliar territory. However, Arthur seemed almost energized by the topic, which was a rare sight. Yes, it's an old Valyrian tradition. Once the culling is over, everyone tallies up the monster cores they've collected. The noble with the most is declared the winner. Oh, so it's a competition between noble armies. Exactly. And like any competition, there's a prize. Roland was beginning to see where this was going and why Arthur had called him here. So you mean, yes, my friend. Arthur's eyes gleamed with excitement and perhaps some hope. This is my chance to prove myself to my father, to show him that I am no lesser than my brothers. This is more than a mere contest of monster cores, Roland. It's my chance to prove that I can lead even when the odds are stacked against me. My father's expectations, my brother's superiority, they've all driven me to this moment. Roland listened without interrupting. There was no need for questions, as he had already agreed to help Arthur in his quest to prove himself. Over time, the young lord had grown more ambitious, and this seemed like his first real opportunity to gain momentum. Until now, they had always been on the defensive, reacting to threats rather than taking initiative. But if they could achieve results no one expected, this might be the first true step towards solidifying Arthur's place. I see, and you believe that winning this competition will secure your position among your siblings. Arthur offered a tight, determined smile. Not only will it silence the doubts of others or the council, but it will also show our people that the Valyrian legacy is strong within me. But for that to happen, I need your help. This was a troubling development. Roland was already swamped with work, and this only promised to bring more complications. As High Knight Commander, he would almost certainly be responsible for leading the forces. Delegating to Gareth or Morian wasn't an option, as they were both beneath him in rank. I knew something like this would happen. I need more information. He resisted the urge to sigh and walk away, as he had already promised to help the young lord. Arthur's eyes gleamed with expectation, silently pleading for a strategy, something that could lead them to victory. Roland wasn't sure if outright winning was even possible with their current forces. However, victory might not be necessary. If Arthur could match or surpass at least one of his brothers in the monster core collection, it would be enough to put him in the race. First, how much time do we have? A good question. Truthfully, I don't know. My father didn't mention it in his letter. But fear not, as I've already reached out to our allies in both guilds for information, and Mary has dispatched some trusted individuals to investigate. I see any estimates. It could be anywhere from half a year to a year or more. We should still have some time, but what do you think? Arthur had given him as much information as possible, but the situation was still troubling. If they had to mobilize immediately, they wouldn't be fully prepared. Their forces were growing, and they had managed to equip their soldiers with high-quality enchanted weapons, yet they still lagged behind the other Valyrian brothers in sheer numbers and experience. Then there was the issue of their location. Albrook was on the outskirts, meaning they would likely be tasked with defending the nearby regions. If no monsters reached their borders, they'd be left with nothing to fight, no monster cores to collect, no way to prove themselves. On the other hand, if Albrook remained untouched, the Valyrian generals might order their forces to reinforce more dangerous areas instead. That presented its own risks, as leaving their territory exposed could lead to potential threats sneaking in while they were away. I could use those guys as city guards if we can mass produce them, that is. Fortunately, Roland had just returned from the dungeon, where he had faced a spear formation of golems. He had already gathered their remains, and once their cores were analyzed, he could use his runes to recreate their fighting power. While golems weren't as intelligent as real soldiers, they didn't require training. Their skill floor was naturally high, and with near Tier 3 durability, they would serve as perfect shields for his forces, ideal for guarding Albrook in their absence. There might be a way. Arthur's eyes lit up after Roland muttered these words. I knew you'd come up with something. Arthur nodded as if it was only natural for Roland to have some kind of plan. Don't be too excited. This will cost you a lot, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to do everything in just a few months. But there might be a chance, haha. Well then, what did you have in mind, my friend? I'm all ears. Arthur leaned forward and Roland started talking. He described his encounter in the boss chamber and how he thought he could use the rocks their bodies were composed of to restore them. We'll need the cooperation of the Union, of course, and some miners for that level. This will cost a lot, but I think we should easily earn back the costs with what's down there. This was, of course, all theoretical. There were plenty of rare materials down there, but before anything could be done, they needed to establish a proper supply route. Without one, nothing would work. Roland noticed Arthur twitch at the mention of money. Clearly, the young lord wasn't accustomed to Roland's spending habits. If this project were to succeed, a visit to the local bank for a loan might be inevitable. I see. Well, we'll sort out the price later. Tell me more about that dungeon and your idea. Roland nodded and began recounting his experience, how he had fought through the dungeon, defeated the boss, and uncovered additional resources along with a mysterious wall that hinted at something hidden beyond. To breach that barrier, they would need to assemble a team of professional miners. Moreover, he proposed constructing a main city teleportation gate, as he was determined to keep outsiders from accessing his underground workshop where his personal gate was housed. Roland paused mid-explanation, narrowing his eyes. Is something wrong? No, I'm fine, Arthur replied, though his face had noticeably paled. Roland sighed. It wasn't hard to figure out why everything he was proposing, from assembling a team of professional miners to constructing a pseudo-mage tower to house the main teleportation gate, would cost an enormous amount of gold, probably more than they currently had. Selling some of the monster drops and rare ores would help, but it wouldn't be enough to cover everything. If they wanted to complete this project before the culling began, they would almost certainly need to take on debt and hope that their investment would work out in the end. Roland observed Arthur closely, already certain of the outcome. Despite the young lord's initial hesitation, he would agree he had to. In the grand scheme of things, the money they spent now would be insignificant compared to what they stood to gain. Arthur's pale expression, momentarily clouded with doubt, gradually shifted. Determination flickered in his eyes. With a sharp breath, he set his tea down with a loud thud, the porcelain rattling against the saucer, teetering on the verge of cracking. Fine, let's do it. My lord, your steed is ready. Ah, how time flies. Arthur paused, his gaze settling on Gareth, one of his most trusted knights. Gareth stood patiently, holding the reins of a snow-white horse, Arthur's personal steed. For a moment, Arthur simply stared at its silvery mane, unmoving, as if his legs refused to carry him forward. My lord, perhaps someone else could. No, I have to be the one to do this. I need to know the exact numbers. Mary was there as well, accompanied by an entourage of lesser knights and soldiers, all prepared to escort their lord to the city's bank. Established not long ago, the bank had grown rapidly since the discovery of the second dungeon. Now Arthur was setting out to secure the necessary funds for the expedition and to strengthen his army. The culling of the monsters could begin at any moment, and they needed money. Let's depart. The soldiers saluted and stood at attention, waiting for Arthur to mount his horse. He glanced around, his expression unreadable, though inwardly he was still adjusting to this newfound authority. Not long ago, he had commanded almost no one, as his only loyal retainers were the three who had accompanied him from the start. Respect had been scarce, given only by those few, but now things had changed. He could see devotion in the eyes of his soldiers and, in some, even fear. It was a strange, empowering feeling, yet he reminded himself that this was only the beginning. There was still much work to be done if he was to succeed in his ambitions and perhaps, one day, claim the Duke's title as his own. It's just a temporary loss. We'll make the money back in a few months or perhaps a year. Roland always seems to have a plan, but he is also a gaping void when it comes to spending. While riding through the streets, Arthur's mind remained preoccupied with the weight of his decision. He knew the risk involved in taking such a large loan, but the potential rewards far outweighed the dangers. With the right investments, they could potentially win the upcoming culling competition, but also solidify Albrook as a true stronghold in the region. As they approached the National Bank of Caldris branch, Arthur took a moment to appreciate the transformation that had taken place since its creation. While it had never been too modest, the size and outlook had been enhanced to accommodate more customers. The stark white stone structure stood in sharp contrast to the medieval surroundings of Albrook, its pristine facade exuding an air of exclusivity and power. Towering Greek-style columns lined the entrance, each adorned with intricate gold filigree depicting the royal crest and arcane runes of protection. The NBC was more than just a bank, it was a showcase of noble prestige. The moment Arthur reached the main steps, a group of elite guards in immaculate plate armor stepped forward, their spears forming a crossed barrier to prevent entry. Their faces were expressionless, their posture rigid, uncompromising professionals who served the wealthiest and most powerful of the kingdom. Not even Arthur, who was a duke's son, could impose on these people as they served the crown. Present your identification. Arthur reached into his coat and retrieved his obsidian bank card, embossed with his family crest. The moment he held it up, the guards examined it closely, their eyes flickering with the faint glow of magical detection spells. After a brief pause, they nodded and stepped aside. "Welcome to the National Bank of Caldris, Lord Valerian. You may proceed." With a subtle gesture, Arthur signaled his entourage to remain outside. Only Mary followed him in, her ever-watchful eyes scanning the area for any potential threats. The interior of the NBC was a marvel of craftsmanship and magic. The marble floors gleamed under the light of floating crystal chandeliers, their soft glow providing a refined yet efficient illumination. Tall, arched ceilings stretched overhead, enchanted murals depicted moments of great financial history. Standing at key positions throughout the grand hall were multiple massive golems, their dark metallic bodies adorned with golden insignias of the bank. Their eyes, burning with a steady blue glow, tracked every movement within the building. These sentinels were not mere decorations, as they were the final line of defense against any would-be thieves or assailants. Arthur knew that Roland would love to study their enchantments, but any attempts would be seen as a hostile attack. Lord Valerian, welcome, an elegantly dressed banker greeted them with a low bow. His fine silk robes bore the sigil of the bank, and his demeanor radiated the kind of cool confidence only those accustomed to dealing with nobility possessed. "I am Alastair Grendholm, Senior Financial Overseer. How may we assist you today?" Arthur met the man's gaze and immediately knew this would not be an easy opponent. He had come here not only to borrow money, but also to negotiate favorable incentives. These could rise to over 50% if he failed to secure a good deal. Everything depended on his reputation and his ability to sell himself. The man before him was a professional lender, someone who would not part with a single coin unless he was convinced of Arthur's ability to repay. Arthur did have a few assets he could use as collateral, the most significant being his recently expanded luxury mansion. However, the auction house was off limits, as it belonged to the Valerian family and remained under his father's control. Arthur took a slow breath, steadying himself as he met Alastair Grendholm's cool gaze. The banker's shrewd eyes glimmered with amusement, as if he already anticipated a long and arduous negotiation. "I seek a loan, a substantial one." Alastair arched a brow, his fingers steepled together as he leaned forward slightly. "A bold opening, Lord Valerian. I admire directness." "Might I inquire as to the sum?" Arthur glanced at Mary, who gave a barely perceptible nod. His hands shivered slightly as he pulled out a piece of parchment he had marked the amount of gold coins he wished to borrow. The sum was quite high, and the man raised an eyebrow before speaking out in an amused yet respectful tone. "Ah, a young noble with ambition. This is quite the sum, my lord, but may I ask what collateral you intend to offer?" "My personal estate in Albrook. Additionally, I have secured a large stake in the dungeon's resources. Once our operations are fully underway, we anticipate substantial returns from rare materials and monster cores." The banker tapped his fingers against the polished oak desk. "The dungeon does intrigue me. However, valuing an as yet untapped resource is difficult." He paused, studying Arthur's face for a reaction. When none came, he pressed on. "The estate is valuable, but for a loan of this magnitude, we require firmer assurances." Arthur frowned. He had expected resistance, but it was clear that without additional leverage, the bank would either reduce the sum or increase the interest to an unacceptable level. He needed something more compelling. Before he could speak, the man proposed something himself. Alastair leaned back slightly in his chair, his fingers still steepled as if weighing Arthur's words with practiced calm. His gaze flicked over to Mary, who was standing further in the back. When dealing with a loan of this size, one must consider all the potential risks. The dungeon's resources may be valuable, but they are not guaranteed. And while your estate in Albrook is well regarded, it alone may not be enough to cover such a large sum. "So may I propose something?" the man asked, and Arthur nodded to allow him to speak. Even if Arthur was the one trying to get money, his status was still above this man, who was nothing more than an employee of a bank. Perhaps the High Knight Commander himself could offer some assurances. Arthur blinked, confused. "Sir Wayland." The banker's smile was small, but it was there. "If I may be so bold," Alastair said, leaning forward just a fraction more. "Given the High Knight Commander's illustrious reputation, his involvement in this venture would certainly bolster your position." bank could consider his services as collateral. For a brief moment, the room was silent. Roland wasn't there for Arthur to ask if he was fine with it, but Arthur already knew the answer to that question. His friend had been the one pushing for this small loan of thousands of gold coins and had told him to secure a good deal for them. Legally, Arthur was Roland's superior and could lend out his services to others. He wasn't sure what the bank would ask of him, so he needed to probe for answers. He would not lend himself out if they were planning to have him kill people on their behalf. Could you elaborate? What do you mean by services? Arthur asked, his voice steady. Of course, Lord Valerian. What I mean is, the High Knight Commander's reputation in rune smithing precedes him. Rune smithing. Arthur was a bit confused. He thought they wished to hire him as a mercenary, but this was about Roland's crafting skills. Yes, we are aware of Knight Commander Wayland's skills. We would just require the earnings from his creations to be redistributed towards the loan. I see, this didn't seem as bad as he thought. Roland was still producing runic weapons, armor, and even golems at his workshop. Some were being sold directly at his shop, but others at the Valerian auction house. If that's what you want, I suppose I could agree to a compromise. However, I propose that the bank receives earnings only from the commissions at the auction house, not from Sir Wayland's personal store or projects. Alistair's polite expression did not change, but Arthur could tell the man was reassessing the deal. The auction house was where Roland's highest quality runic equipment was sold to the elite nobles, knights, and wealthy merchants willing to pay a premium. The bank would certainly earn a hefty sum from those commissions, but Roland's personal store, though profitable, catered to a broader audience at more accessible prices and sold more in bulk. Arthur didn't care much about the revenue he would lose, so he just wished to tie this deal to his own profits. A reasonable adjustment, Alistair admitted, nodding slightly. The auction house does see most of the traffic from affluent buyers. He started tapping the desk again, clearly trying to calculate the potential profits. Normally, they would be unable to get money from the auction house, as it belonged to the Valerian Duke. However, Roland's earnings were tied to Arthur, as he was his personal knight, so they could take those for themselves. If we are to forego direct earnings from the High Knight Commander's private business, I will need to adjust the interest rate to be slightly higher. Arthur resisted the urge to scowl. The bank was not about to let him walk away without squeezing as much out of the deal as they could. He had anticipated this. Luckily, this was still within his acceptable range. If the interest rate was only marginally higher but the loan amount remained intact, it would be worth it. Arthur was willing to even go over the limit as Roland presented him with an earning amount that would easily pay off this sum within a year or two. Adjustments. Are you sure you won't reconsider? Even though everything was within his calculations, that didn't mean he would just agree to it outright. If he could shave off even a fraction of a percentage from the loan, he would. Soon, the two men were engaged in an animated conversation about the city's earning potential and how easily Arthur would be able to pay off the loan. He knew that as long as the bank was assured they would get their money back, they would gladly work with them. Mary stood in the corner without moving, her gaze fixed on the golems that posed a potential threat to her lord. Time passed, and after about half an hour, the two men seemed to reach an agreement. Eventually, Alistair snapped his fingers, and one of the other employees carried over a parchment with a prepared contract. Please look through it, Lord Valerian. Arthur nodded, surprised by the swift arrival of the document. It meant that someone had been listening to their conversation and preparing it as they spoke. He took his time reading through it, which took another half an hour. After ensuring that there were no hidden pitfalls within the contract, Arthur exhaled softly and reached for the quill offered by Alistair. With a smooth, practiced motion, he signed his name at the bottom of the parchment and completed it with a Valerian stamp, sealing the agreement. Excellent. Alistair said with a pleased nod, rolling up the parchment and affixing the bank's official seal upon it. The funds will be transferred to your designated accounts within the next 3 days. Should you require any further financial assistance, the National Bank of Caldris is always at your service. I appreciate your cooperation, Overseer Grendholm. I trust this will be a mutually beneficial arrangement. That is always our intent, Lord Valerian. May fortune favor your endeavors. With that, Arthur rose to his feet, signaling Mary to follow. The weight of the deal settled on his shoulders, but rather than burden him, it only strengthened his resolve. He had secured the funds, and now he would ensure they were used wisely. As he stepped out of the grand banking hall, the afternoon sun cast its golden glow upon the polished stone steps. His escort was waiting, their disciplined ranks standing at attention. Gareth, his ever-loyal knight, held the reins of his steed, ready for departure. After mounting his horse, Arthur considered giving an order to inform Roland about the deal, but quickly decided it was unnecessary. In the distance, his gaze caught one of the golemic turrets, its eye fixed in their direction, and he knew his friend was likely aware of his every move. He still wasn't sure how he felt about this level of oversight from his ally, but at the moment, he had little choice. Turning away from the monitoring device, he signaled his men to escort him back to the estate. Once the money arrived, he would have to sign a mountain of paperwork to put it to use. Not a single coin would go to waste. His future depended on it. Arthur seems to be keeping his part of the bargain. Now it's up to me to do the rest. Roland sat in his workshop, looking at the larger display screen as Arthur and his men returned from the bank. He knew that he didn't have to worry about getting the funds, but he was still interested in the bank, along with the golems within along with the cards they had. While normally Arthur would just be able to use the card, the sum they needed was much bigger than a few handful of gold coins. They needed enough to finance the dungeon project, along with many buildings in the ever-expanding city. One problem Roland had with the bank was his inability to peek inside. Both the bank and the church denied him access to their establishments. All of his turrets and cameras were positioned outside, but they refused to allow any inside. They also rejected the installation of Runic appliances, which were spreading through the city like wildfire. Many people were already enjoying hot baths and refrigerators, but the bank knew better than to allow foreign Runic equipment within its walls. I still have no idea how to access those cards, and getting one for myself isn't possible. Although he wasn't a noble, he technically met the minimum requirements to obtain one of those elusive black cards. The problem was that acquiring one would require him to fully expose his status. There was no way around it, and that was the main reason he chose to avoid it. Asking Arthur to let him examine his card was an option, but if something went wrong, he had no idea how the bank would react. He had heard stories of mages and runesmiths attempting to crack the cards. None of those stories ended well. I'll have to give up on that notion, but I wonder if my debugging skill will work on it or not. It has not been able to evolve. Debugger L9. Passive skill. Allows the user to find and resolve defects. Bonus to intelligence +5. This skill of his that had dictated much of his life had reached its limit and had not leveled up in a while. He was not sure if it ever would, as it was something he took from his old life. Well, I have other things to worry about. He eventually turned to the screen and stood up from his chair. It was time to establish his metal farm within the dungeon and see what was behind that wall. What do you mean the dungeon is closed? There should have been a notice at the guild. Have you not heard? No, I haven't heard anything about this. Now step aside. I'm not listening to your made-up bullshit. I know what you're trying to do. But I wasn't born yesterday. Shouting erupted at the entrance to the deeper dungeon, a name that had recently come into use. A party of 5 adventurers was arguing with the guards stationed there, unable to enter for reasons unknown. Their leader was shouting loudly at one of the guards, thinking the soldiers were trying to get money from them. Sir, please step back. If you attempt to force your way in, we will report you to the guild. Ha, I'd love to see you try. Do you even know who we are? The guards raised their shields and leveled their spears, but they knew the truth. If the adventurers charged, they wouldn't stand a chance. They were merely Tier 2 class holders, while this was a platinum-ranked party that had been delving into the dungeon for months. Tension crackled in the air as the adventurers stood their ground, eyes burning with frustration. We've paid our dues. We've been diving into this dungeon since it was discovered, and now you tell us it's closed. On whose authority? Under my authority. A voice boomed from the distance before this could get out of hand. The loud adventurers felt their knees buckling under pressure as a strange aura washed over them. The soldiers they were shouting at didn't seem affected by it. The adventurers turned sharply towards the source of the voice, their expressions shifting from anger to caution. A figure approached with measured steps, clad in dark runic armor. We greet the High Knight Commander. The soldiers snapped to attention as they instantly recognized the man's magical armor. Beside him stood a massive wolf, its mane flickering with flames as it yawned, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Behind them, a large group of dwarves, along with other adventurers, slowly emerged, all making their way toward the entrance of the deep dungeon. Wait, is that? One of the adventurers muttered under his breath, recognizing the man instantly. Roland, High Knight Commander, a name spoken in both reverence and fear among those who operated in the city of Albrook. His reputation preceded him, not just as a man of title, but as one who commanded respect through sheer presence and power. Everyone knew of his unparalleled battle strength, and even a platinum-ranked adventurer was no match for him. The adventurers tensed, their bravado faltering in the presence of the infamous High Knight Commander. The leader of the group clamped his mouth shut, unwilling to utter another word as the pressure in the chamber grew heavier. Who's making all that fuss? Is that the guy? Want me to shut him up? Roland. From behind the armored knight commander, a man stepped forward. He was tall and muscular, wearing a strange harness that left his chest exposed. However, before he could act, Roland raised a hand, silently ordering him to stand down. The man clicked his tongue, shook his head, and retreated without another word. Just be quiet, you big oaf, and stop making trouble. A woman with longer ears and wearing a bow shouted at the muscular man before he settled down. Silence settled over the chamber as more figures emerged from a nearby tunnel. A large group of dwarves, clad in mining gear, stepped forward. While no heavy machinery was visible, spatial bags carried by hired porters hinted at the equipment hidden within. Among them were soldiers, adventurers, and several strange floating golems dodecahedron-shaped constructs with orbs for eyes that hovered eerily in the air. What was that? After the last of them had disappeared into the dungeon, one of the adventurers finally spoke. It was a warning. Let's take a break and check that guild notice. The leader kicked a loose rock in frustration and then turned away. He knew better than to meddle in noble affairs, and whatever was happening in the dungeon, it was best to steer clear for now. If they insisted on entering, they'd be risking more than just failure. Weren't those the same adventurers? Roland led the expedition, Agni walking beside him, deep in thought. The group they had just encountered was the same one he had tricked when setting up the illusion device on the dungeon's lowest floor. It seemed they had returned, possibly equipped with tools to detect illusory magic this time. I guess I got lucky. Best if no rumors about the lowest floor spread before were finished with it. It had been around 2 weeks since his battle with the dungeon boss at the lower level of the dungeon. After a short period of recovery and preparation, he had finally put together a team to begin full-scale operations. Now, with the funding secured through Arthur, he could take the next step toward unlocking the dungeon's hidden potential. Armand had come along for the ride, and Lobelia was also present. Neither of them was close to reaching level 200, the threshold for the final level, but that didn't matter. With all their combined manpower, the monsters in these levels wouldn't be able to stop them, especially with him and Agni generating enough radiant aura to weaken the undead. Roland had hoped to bring his brother along to help him gain experience, but Robert had yet to reach his first Tier 3 class. However, he was close once he finished assembling the teleportation gate. Roland expected Robert to complete his first advancement. Roland wondered what kind of class his brother would unlock. Since Robert didn't possess any spirit or aura warrior classes, Roland suspected he might gain a champion variant focused on swordsmanship. He wished he could have done this sooner, but gathering all the necessary craftsmen and materials had proven challenging. They had to negotiate a new agreement with the Union Dwarves regarding the distribution of wealth in the lower dungeon region. Certain mineral pockets were present there, and the boss chamber contained large quantities of obsidian rock, a potent material for golem creation. To Roland's annoyance, their progress was slow. With so many people on this journey and the dungeon's tight corridors, moving downward was a tedious process. The dwarves, with their shorter legs and lack of adventuring experience, frequently insisted on taking breaks and drinking alcohol, along the way making the descent even slower. It took them several days to reach the bottom, forcing them to set up camp along the way. I'm glad this is the first and last time we're doing it like this. Roland exhaled as they finally reached the lower depths of the dungeon. The only thought that kept him going was that once he assembled the teleportation gate, he would be able to go home. His illusory barrier was still intact, confusing the party as they arrived. Is this a dead end? Did our great leader take a wrong turn? Armen wasn't afraid to mock him, much to the disappointment of the soldiers, who by now held Roland in high regard. The dwarves, however, burst into laughter, though their amusement quickly faded when Roland waved his hand, revealing a path forward. No, we're in the right place, just try not to get yourselves killed. The monsters down there are close to level 200. He's not you, blockhead. Lobelia was quick to tease Armen for being wrong again, and soon the group continued to the level with the 5 elemental temples. Since his last visit, all the monsters had respawned, complicating things to some extent. This place is something else. Is that tower, or is it some type of temple? On fire, Lobelia asked, gazing into the distance from the entrance they had just stepped through. The rest of the group quickly stopped to take in the vast chamber and the 5 towering structures. As expected, they had all been fully restored and would need to be cleared again before the group could advance, which was exactly why they were here. Don't wander off. It's too dangerous for you two to go in there alone. Stick to the plan and don't waste any more time. Okay, big boss, the half-elven girl replied in a playful tone, stretching her arms above her head. The plan was straightforward. Reach this level, excavate a large enough chamber to the side, and build a reinforced metallic cage around it. Once that was in place, they would assemble the pre-prepared teleportation gate and link it to Sebastian. Once the gate was active, more people and materials could be transported in, allowing them to clear the temples and set up automated runic turrets to handle the monsters for them. For the final phase of the plan, they would re-clear the boss chamber, something Roland would likely handle alone. Once the boss was defeated, he would lead a group of dwarven miners through the tunnel leading to the treasure chamber and have them break through the wall. His golems had spent considerable time gathering measurements, so he now had precise data on how quickly the boss would respawn. This would allow him to remove the miners before any trouble arose, but we could always use one of the oldest tricks in the book to stop the boss from respawning in the first place, so it should be fine. There was a well-known method to prevent the boss chamber from resetting, blocking the doors from closing. If left unattended for too long, the doors would automatically shut, and the boss would respawn even if people were still inside. However, past experiments had proven that keeping the doors open prevented the monster from reappearing. No one knew exactly why, but the leading theory was that the dungeon didn't want its boss monster wandering freely or escaping through the entrance. Everyone listen up, stay close, and do not wander. Before long, they resumed their journey, and Roland led the group to the temporary chamber he had created during his last visit. It still needed further excavation, which was why he had brought the miners along. As soon as they arrived, the dwarves wasted no time. Pickaxes struck stone with practiced precision, while others began unpacking supplies. Before long, metallic tubes and other components for the automatic golem turrets came into view. Roland observed as the dwarves worked with remarkable efficiency, their movements honed by years of craftsmanship. The rhythmic clang of pickaxes echoed through the chamber like a song of progress, each swing carving away at the stone to expand the space that would soon serve as the heart of their operations. Nearby, golems assisted in clearing debris. These weren't his own creations, but ones provided by the Union, transported here via their spatial technology. For once, he didn't have to get his hands dirty. Instead, his main role was ensuring the safety of the workers, along with his soldiers, as the noise inevitably attracted wandering undead. Agni, take care of them. Awo, his command was barely necessary. Agni was more than capable of handling the undead, and with Armand, Lobelia, and a handful of other platinum-ranked adventurers providing backup, there was little reason for concern. Roland himself was more of a trump card only to be used if something unexpected happened. So far, though, everything was proceeding smoothly. Maybe I should sketch some new schematics to pass the time, Roland sighed, settling into a chair provided by his soldiers. He briefly considered tackling one of the temples alone, but the thought of leaving the workers unattended made him hesitate. If something went wrong in his absence, he'd regret it. For now, he had no choice but to remain here, stuck in place with little to do except plan for the future. A lone man stared at the chipped steel blade in his hands, then at the undead monster before him. The skeleton had lost both its legs and arms, reduced to nothing more than a torso and a head. Even so, it remained tightly bound in a metallic harness, unable to move. Gripping the blade with both hands, he raised it high and brought it down, striking the monster's sternum dead center just as he had done dozens of times before. Each swing sent more fragments of metal breaking off his worn weapon, yet the undead's body remained unscathed. He struck again and again, his blows relentless, until finally, the world system's voice echoed in his mind, signaling that he was done. Congratulations, swordsmanship has gained a level. I did it, and this fast. The man stepped away from the monster, his blade now too damaged to be of any further use. It was dull, chipped, and barely holding together. But that was expected. This weapon had been made to be destroyed and discarded. This place was nothing more than a training ground, one he had been granted access to weeks ago. He had spent that time training relentlessly, preparing for his next ascension ritual. That just leaves one more. His training wasn't over yet. There was still one more skill he needed to refine before he could be satisfied. After ignoring the thrashing remains of the defeated monster, he turned his attention to another skeleton nearby. Like the first, this one had been stripped of its limbs except for a single arm, which ended at the wrist, devoid of fingers. Though locked in place, it could still move what remained of its limb. From the side, he grabbed a massive shield, a thick slab of metal fitted with sturdy straps. With steady steps, he approached the creature, watching as it grew agitated the moment he drew near. The skeleton let out a hollow screech, its one remaining arm flailing in the air. The man didn't flinch. His grip on the shield tightened, and with a single swift motion, he slammed the heavy metal into the monster's remaining arm, sending a loud crack echoing through the chamber. The skeleton's rattling grew louder as it attempted to strike him with its severed limb. The man didn't move as he rooted his legs firmly in place, bracing himself to take the monster's attack head-on. Despite being bound and lacking claws, the skeleton's strength still pushed him back, even though he held the shield firmly with both hands. His muscles strained as he fought to resist the immense force the monster could exert. After a few heavy blows, however, he was forced to retreat. His hands throbbed with pain, but he knew this was the only way to level up this skill, letting the monster relentlessly strike the shield while he held it in place. Brows furrowed, but he quickly went back to it, and his skill training continued. The man's arms were beginning to burn with each impact. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his focus never wavered. This was the final trial, the one that would push him to the next step. The monster's relentless attacks, though painful, were becoming predictable. It was the last bit of refinement he needed for his shield proficiency. Each strike that came crashing down on the shield became a rhythm he could almost anticipate. The bones rattled with every hit, and the air was filled with the sound of metal on metal. His shield, a behemoth of steel, absorbed each blow but soon became nothing but bent metal. Just like with the cheap blades, he needed to replace it with others like it to continue this training, and finally, after several hours and recovery potions, he heard it. Congratulations, shield proficiency has gained a level. The man nodded and took a step away from the monster. His hands were bruised, but his resolve was stronger than ever. He wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at the shattered shield and the pile of broken blades scattered around the chamber. Despite the exhaustion settling into his bones, a satisfied grin tugged at the corner of his lips. He had done it. He had completed the last of his preparations. With this, I can also reach that level. Name: Robert Arden L. 150. Classes: Type 2 Noble Blade L50. Type 2 Sword Knight L50. T2 Squire L25. T1 Warrior L25. I'm not going to be a burden to anyone anymore. Robert glanced at his status screen for a moment before stepping out of the training chamber. He had reached the max level some time ago, but he had taken his brother's advice to heart. He spent many days here, pushing himself to perfect his skills. All the sword techniques and shield masteries he could learn were now maxed out. Now he was finally ready to take the next step to reach the fabled Tier 3 class he had dreamed of his entire life. Confirmed identity, codename Durandal. Please present your identity card. I'll never get used to this. What did he call it? Two-factor authentication. Robert leaned back after pressing his hand against the flat glass surface. As always, it lit up, and a second later, a soft beep confirmed the scan. The process wasn't over, yet he still had to slide a special card halfway into the side slot. Without it, he wouldn't be able to open the chamber or even enter the workshop unless his brother was present. He claimed this thing could also detect if someone was under a spell's influence. The chamber door slid aside, revealing a smooth tunnel. Thick metallic conduits lined the walls, pulsating with runes and flowing magical energy. The sight still felt surreal to him, as he was still adjusting to his new life in Albrook. His new identity placed him under his younger brother's direct command. Years ago, that would have been unthinkable and unbearable humiliation, to serve beneath the very brother he once despised. But now, after everything, it no longer mattered. He owed his life to him, and the truth was undeniable. Roland was the most talented of the four siblings. Not even the two older ones could compare. It is a shame, really. If he cared enough, he could surely become the next Baron Arden. Father would probably forgive him if he explained everything, but I suppose it's not too bad here. His gaze shifted forward as he stepped into another chamber, this one packed with even more runic contraptions he didn't understand. At one of the workbenches sat someone dear to his heart, Lucille, or Cortana, as she was called now. Both of them had cast aside their last names to become part of Roland's operation, a choice Robert still believed was far better than what would have happened if Roland hadn't saved him. "Oh, are you finished with your training?" Lucille's azure locks bounced as she turned toward him, her voice light with curiosity. Even now, Robert was struck by her beauty, but even that paled in comparison to her intellect. Since arriving here, she had thrown herself into her work, determined to catch up to Roland, an almost impossible feat in his opinion. He noticed the faint shadows under her eyes and, as always, felt a hint of concern. She was pushing herself too hard again, and as always, he would try to convince her to rest. Robert approached Lucille with a small frown, crossing his arms as he leaned against the workbench. "You've been at this all night, haven't you?" Lucille sighed but didn't look up from the glowing runes she was studying on a small metallic plate. She was now a rune mage, specializing in rune magic control. While she couldn't inscribe runes onto metal herself, her ability to manipulate them far surpassed that of an ordinary runesmith. Robert's understanding of runes was minimal at best. Even though he had acquired the rune vassal title and the rune mastery skill along with it, his knowledge remained rudimentary. The passive skill merely allowed him to channel mana through runic structures more efficiently. While it slightly improved his natural affinity with runes, it did nothing to help him alter or customize spells in any meaningful way. "Don't start with that, Robert. I'm nearly done fine-tuning this golem rune. It's so fascinating. Did you know that if I change this little component here, I'll be able to increase the mana flow by 13? Ah, sure, Robert exhaled, shaking his head as Lucille became absorbed in her work again. She was brilliant, no doubt, but he wondered if she even realized how much she neglected herself in the process. He supposed it was a trait that she and Roland shared, a relentless pursuit of their goals, no matter the cost. Perhaps this was something that came with being a rune maniac. I'll leave you to it, then. Robert said, standing straight again. "I just wanted to let you know I've finished my training." That got Lucille's attention. She finally looked up, her piercing eyes widening slightly in recognition of his words. "You mean?" Robert nodded. "Yeah, I'm ready for my advancement." Lucille's face lit up with a mix of excitement, and she finally put the runic plate away. "That's wonderful. You've really put in the work, Robert. Have you decided what class you're going for?" He didn't deny it, as the past few weeks had been hellish, to say the least. First, he was sent into the dungeon to grind levels, forced to hurl strange bombs at monsters that could kill him with a single swipe of their bony fingers. That was the easy part. What came next was far worse: Roland's grueling regimen to level his most important skills. It depends on what I'm able to choose. Robert wasn't expecting anything too exceptional. His current class, Noble Blade, specialized in swordsmanship, but he wasn't sure if he could advance beyond Sword Champion. Truth be told, he had no idea what Tier 3 classes were even available. That knowledge was usually kept secret, and with his father absent, there was no one he could ask for guidance. I'm sure you'll get a lovely skill. You should look through the notes Sir Roland provided. I already did. Before Robert left for the dungeon expedition, Roland had given him a stack of papers detailing possible class choices. His brother had gathered an impressive collection of books on class progression, some acquired during his travels, others sourced from the Magical Institute. The documents outlined the best options for someone like Robert, but they also came with a clear warning: don't aim too high. He was well aware of the Tier 3 stopgap. If he set his sights on an advanced class beyond his reach, he could end up stuck without a class for a long time, unable to progress. It was a risk he couldn't afford to take, but I won't know until I get there. He glanced to the side, where a misplaced dresser with shelves stood. Inside were numerous ascension ritual crystals. Roland had told him to use them and not to be afraid of abandoning the ascension ritual if he thought the class he chose was a poor fit. It was a decision that would shape his entire life. It was better to take the time restriction penalty than to be stuck with a weak Tier 3 class. My brother sure likes to over-prepare, doesn't he? I think that's a fine trait. You can never be too prepared. Lucille responded as Robert took a crystal from one of the shelves. For nobles like them, seeing this many wasn't too surprising, but they still cost a fortune. Does he think I'll need this many just to progress? Don't be silly. You're not the only one who needs to undergo ascension rituals. He probably prepared them for the children as well. I think some of them are coming of age soon. She replied with a smile, but her mouth twitched the moment she heard his reply. I think there's someone else who should take her training more seriously instead of spending all day in the workshop or with drunken dwarves. I'm just focusing on my skills for now. Lucille avoided Robert's gaze. He knew she hadn't been making use of all the available facilities. She could train her magical abilities against skeletal monsters, just as he honed his physical ones. Using runic equipment on them would also speed up her runic skill progression, yet she preferred studying books and visiting dwarven craftsmen instead. She was falling behind in levels, but Robert had promised himself that once he reached Tier 3, he would personally take her into the dungeon and help her reach level 150 so she could advance as well. Despite her exhaustion, Lucille looked content with her current situation. It seemed that escaping here had been the right decision, as she was finally able to focus on what she loved most, her runes. In a way, Robert felt a hint of jealousy. Unlike him, Lucille was truly enjoying her time here. He knew how much she loved runes and magic. Working under a master like his brother was probably a dream come true for her. Even in the past, she would constantly talk about how fascinating the magical language of runes was, claiming it far surpassed conventional magic. Now she finally had the opportunity to prove it by assisting Roland, someone who seemed capable of elevating the craft to an entirely new level. But what about him? Did he have any such dreams? In the past, he just wished to become a knight just like his father. He wanted to prove himself worthy of the Arden name, to live up to the expectations placed upon him as a noble. But now things had changed. His father was no longer his goal, and the weight of nobility no longer shackled him. He was free to carve his own path, yet a lingering question remained. What was his path? He exhaled, gripping the ascension crystal tightly. Whatever it was, he would find it after he achieved Tier 3. This was the last step before he truly became his own person. All right, no more hesitating. He turned to Lucille. I'll start the ritual now. She gave him an encouraging nod, her earlier teasing gone. However, before he could continue with the activation, another being entered the room. Robert turned toward the source of the disturbance. Sebastian, no longer a mere ball of floating light, he now possessed a physical form, a rather sleek white humanoid frame that moved with eerie grace. His body was smooth, almost porcelain-like, with subtle lines tracing his joints and torso, indicating the intricate mechanisms beneath. His limbs were long and rather lanky. He was no crude iron golem, but something far more refined, a construct shaped by careful craftsmanship and cutting-edge rune engineering. But it was his face that stood out the most. Unlike the featureless visages of ordinary golems, Sebastian's face bore an unsettlingly human-like quality. His eyes, if they could be called that, were two faintly glowing slits, radiating a soft azure light that pulsed gently as he moved. The contours of his face were smooth, almost sculpted, yet devoid of unnecessary detail. There was a simple mouth, a nose, and eyebrows, all elements that contributed to a human expression. Yet at this moment, none of them seemed to be functioning. Ah, Sebastian, how do you like your new body? I haven't finished working on this expression module yet, so you'll have to wait a bit more. Lucille clapped her hands together, her earlier exhaustion momentarily forgotten. She quickly moved closer, eyes gleaming with excitement as she circled around the golem, inspecting every detail of his newly constructed body. I do not understand your query, Lady Cortana, replied Sebastian, his voice a lot less robotic than before but his lips not moving as he spoke. to an artificial spirit, who was something similar to an artificial intelligence machine. The notion of liking something was difficult to grasp. Yet despite his monotone response, there was something undeniably impressive about how fluidly he moved. He turned his head toward Robert, tilting it slightly, almost mimicking human curiosity. "So this is what you have been working on all this time, indeed," Lucille responded, unable to contain her enthusiasm. "Roland helped me design the outer shell and construct the runes, but it was me and the dwarves at the main forge that constructed his new body." Robert didn't know what to think of this. Golems usually lacked facial features and were used either for construction or warfare. This one here looked strange and somewhat uncanny. However, this was one of Lucille's projects that she was proud of, so he wouldn't mention it. "If this succeeds, we are planning to put more models into the city to help the residents with work." "I see him. You don't look too impressed." Robert crossed his arms, glancing at the humanoid construct with mild skepticism. "I suppose I just don't see the point of making them so human-like. Can those small hands even hold a sword or a mace?" Lucille huffed, hands on her hips. "Not all golems have to be used for combat. There are many other ways they can help us." This was the moment Robert realized that he should have probably not opened his mouth, as Lucille started going on quite the monologue. "Rune engineering is advancing beyond just war and manual labor. Imagine a city where constructs like Sebastian assist with daily life, guiding visitors, assisting merchants, and even aiding in healing wards. With the right modifications, golems could become more than just servants. They could be companions, protectors, symbols of progress." Robert struggled to find the right words as Lucille's enthusiasm burned brightly in her eyes. He had no doubt that she believed in what she was saying, but the idea of constructs taking on such a role felt strange. The world he grew up in had always been centered around noble duties, honor, and strength in battle. But then again, hadn't his whole world already been turned upside down? Perhaps this was just another part of the changes he had to accept. Sebastian, for his part, remained eerily still, only the soft sound of his internal runes betraying the life within his frame. "Well, I should probably start my ascension trial now." Lucille chuckles while covering her mouth. She realized that Robert had found himself unable to respond to her runic babble. I got carried away a bit. How about you take a seat here and I'll watch over you until you return?" Robert nodded and settled into a chair next to Lucille. The crystal was in his hand, he just needed to activate it, but he was still hesitating. He stared at it for a moment before feeling a small hand rest on his shoulder. Turning to her, he found she said nothing, merely offering a smile. He nodded in return and finally activated the crystal, which would transport him to the Ascension ritual area when he had already visited 4 times before. The world stood still as he felt being pulled somewhere. When he opened his eyes, he was back at the place that had started it all. Robert stood still for a moment, blinking as the familiar surroundings of the Arden Estates training area materialized before his eyes. It was the same old place, the stone floor, the high ceiling, and the faint scent of sweat and iron that clung to the air. The echoes of his past reverberated here, where he faced goblins while desperately trying to prove his worth as an Arden. It was a place where he had spent countless hours pushing his limits, fighting against monsters, and refining his swordsmanship, all in the hopes of gaining strength and respect. He had fought here as a young man, eager to prove himself. Somehow, this place had become his ritual for ascension, where he would be brought whenever he sought to attain his next class. As before, the process remained unchanged. There were several doors leading out of the chamber, each one offering a potential new class. The only clue as to which class he might receive was a symbol above each door, accompanied by a weapon and some armor placed beside it. This time was no different except for one thing. To his surprise, one of the doors seemed a bit more unique than the others. In a dimly lit training chamber, a lone man stood. Around him stretched a shadowed space, encircled by multiple doors, each leading to a different path that would shape his destiny. Above each door hung a unique symbol, often depicting a weapon, a piece of armor, or sometimes a shield. The doors themselves varied as well. Some were made of wood, others of hardened steel, and a few gleamed with polished gold. The right path is usually obvious, but this time, Robert had circled the training chamber, inspecting the doors that led to new classes. Ascension spaces were said to take the shape of places deeply ingrained in a person's soul, and for him, it was this very underground training hall where he had spent years of his youth. The first time he was here, only a single door had stood before him. His initial ascension ritual had offered no trials. He had simply been granted the warrior class. It was a basic path, common and unremarkable, yet it had shaped the course of his life. Not long after, he had chosen to advance as a knight, stepping through the door that led to the path of a squire. That time, he had faced a grueling trial, battling a series of monsters while clad in progressively heavier armor. Even so, he had prevailed on his first attempt. Soon after, he continued his training at the Knight Academy. He took his time honing his skills to their peak, but his focus remained on mastering the blade. To ascend as a sword knight, he was given a new trial this time. He had to defeat multiple armored knights in a jousting tournament. These trials felt real, almost indistinguishable from reality, and even featured actual people, some bearing striking resemblances to those he had encountered in his life. For some reason, his final opponent in the tournament had looked eerily similar to one of the young men who had tormented him during his time at the academy. Even now, he could still vividly recall the satisfaction of beating him bloody. At that point, he had reached a new milestone, becoming a Tier 2 class holder, an achievement he took great pride in. Around this time, he reunited with his brother, and after their encounter, he promised to catch up. Determined, he set out toward the border, battling the kingdom's enemies while also being utilized by the army to cull some of the monster tribes in the north. Eventually, he attained his next class, one far rarer than the others, the Noble Blade, a specialization focused on mastering the sword while donning heavy armor. During his ascension trial, he was once again forced to face numerous enemies, all while wielding a sword of lower quality than his multiple opponents. The class focused more on reinforcing his strikes and honing in on his opponent's weak points rather than relying on brute force. This was also the first time he had failed an ascension trial, requiring 2 attempts to overcome it, something that he was ashamed of, as his elder brothers didn't seem to have failed even once until their Tier 3 ascension attempts. Upon reaching level 100, his progress slowed to a snail's pace. Yet his unwavering determination to prove himself to his father and make his mother proud kept him going. He threw himself into battle time and time again, fighting fiercely and carving through countless foes in the name of the Arden family. But no matter how hard he pushed himself, he felt like he was chasing a ghost. The more he struggled, the more it seemed as if he was falling behind. All the strength he had gained paled in comparison to his father and many of the other powerful knights he encountered. The absence of any aura skills was undeniable, and deep down, he knew the truth: he would never be able to catch up to those who had been more blessed. Robert exhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping over the array of doors before him. Some looked familiar, doors of steel and gold, with weapons and armor set beside them, signifying the paths of warriors and knights. Others were more refined, representing noble combatants, swordmasters, and defensive guardians. Each door was a path, a possible future, a decision that could shape his fate. But then there were the strange doors, the ones that defied expectation. Unlike the others, these doors shimmered faintly with an ethereal glow. Ancient runic symbols were etched into their surfaces, pulsating with arcane power. Weapons and armor beside these doors were adorned with intricate engravings, imbued with magic beyond the scope of simple craftsmanship. They looked like something his younger brother would craft. Could this be because of that title? Recently, he had obtained the Rune Vassal title along with the Rune Mastery skill. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, as it merely allowed him to use runic equipment more efficiently. However, now faced with multiple rune-inscribed doors, he had to conclude that this ability was the key. Just like before, some doors appeared superior to others. Some were made of ordinary steel, while others gleamed with polished mithril and enhanced weaponry. Robert approached the shimmering runic doors, his fingers tracing the glowing symbols. Unlike the others, these doors pulsed with latent energy, as if aware of his presence. The weapons beside them were different from what he was used to. They weren't simple swords or shields, but intricate constructs infused with runic magic. One bore a longsword lined with glowing blue veins, its edge humming softly, while another displayed a suit of armor with strange magic crystals. Now this is a problem. I didn't expect to have this many choices. After circling the area a few times, he identified several potential paths forward. The first was a massive mithril door, behind which lay a sword and an armor set suited for something akin to a sword champion class. This was more or less what he had expected to receive, at least, until he considered the other options. One of the other doors held a similar setup, but the armor and sword were covered in intricate runes, suggesting a class like Rune Champion. Given that he was now working under his brother, a powerful runesmith, so this might have been the better choice. He lacked aura skills, meaning the prestigious aura-based classes were beyond his reach. However, he had seen firsthand what his brother could achieve with runic armor. What if he could do the same? This was likely his only chance to catch up to those monsters, a new path forward. What about this one? Why does it lack any weapons or armor? Robert had nearly decided on the door leading to the potential Rune Champion class when he suddenly hesitated before a different path. Like the others, this door was crafted from gleaming mithril, but the runic glow emanating from it was even stronger. However, unlike the others, it displayed no weapons or armor, leaving him uncertain about what lay beyond. Normally, he would equip his gear before entering a trial, making this anomaly all the more confusing. It was the only door of its kind in the chamber, yet the sheer intensity of its magical energy far surpassed that of the Rune Champion door. That alone made him pause. Should I just try it? If it's bad, I'll just fail the trial and try again. Roland had advised him to take his time and not rush the decision. If he failed, he would be barred from retaking the test for a while, but the first attempt was always the safest way to test the waters. His mind drifted briefly to Lucille. She would have probably torn the whole place apart trying to figure out the door's secrets by now. Maybe I should just do it. The soft crackle of runic energy pulsed louder as he grasped the door's handle, twisting it. The door creaked open with an eerie but welcoming sound. With a deep breath, Robert stepped inside. A corridor stretched ahead of him, endless, it seemed. The air was thick with ancient power, and the stone walls were lined with more runes than he could count. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the door behind him slammed shut, leaving him no choice but to move forward. As he walked deeper into the corridor, he felt a strange pull, not a danger but a beckoning, a subtle force that tugged at him, leading him down the endless path. Time seemed to stretch and warp here. The stone underfoot remained the same, and yet the passage felt different, as though the very space around him was alive, breathing, watching him. Eventually, he reached the end of the corridor, where a grand set of doors awaited, twin obsidian gates inscribed with runes he didn't recognize. At that moment, he wished he had listened to Lucille when she had tried to teach him the basics of runes. While people like him couldn't directly read them, their shapes and colors usually hinted at their purpose. After taking a deep breath and steeling himself for whatever lay ahead, he pushed the heavy doors open. A bright light greeted him as he stepped forward, and in the next instant he found himself in a new location. The ground beneath him felt like stone, reminiscent of a castle, as did the towering walls around him. A long, crimson carpet stretched out before him, leading toward another set of closed doors. The scene reminded him of the throne rooms depicted in paintings or the grand chambers reserved for powerful nobles at least of ducal rank. I don't see any runic symbol. Robert glanced around, trying to make sense of his situation. He soon realized that his clothing had changed. Instead of his previous attire, he now wore what resembled the underarmor of a knight, a blue gambeson, linen leggings, and thick leather boots. He seemed woefully under-equipped for battle, but before he could dwell on the thought, the sound of footsteps echoed from one of the side entrances. From the doorway emerged a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Arden estate's head butler. Robert nodded and allowed the butler to guide him forward. While the situation might seem strange, it was consistent with the other Ascension trials. In these illusory spaces, the people he encountered often took on the appearances of those he knew in real life. He had seen his brothers in the previous trial, so the presence of the Arden estate's butler here wasn't particularly surprising. After what felt like several minutes of walking, they arrived at a massive set of ornate double doors. The butler stepped forward, pushing them open with surprising ease for their weight. As the doors parted, Robert was greeted by a sight that made his eyes widen. A grand throne room stretched before him, its scale beyond anything he had ever seen. The ceiling rose high, illuminated by chandeliers lined with floating crystals. A deep crimson carpet led to an elevated platform, upon which sat a throne forged from blackened steel, adorned with glowing runic etchings that pulsed with an otherworldly light. On that throne sat a man clad in a suit of runic armor, its design eerily similar to the one worn by Roland, his younger brother. The figure's presence was overwhelming. The runes on his armor shimmered and shifted as if alive, responding to his very breath. The helm, though obscuring his face, exuded an aura of authority. When he finally spoke, his voice caused his body to tremble as if he was speaking to some type of superior being. "You have come at last, my champion." The voice was deep, powerful, and resonated throughout the hall. Robert stiffened at the words, his mind struggling to catch up. However, the armored man's eyes continued to glow and he resumed. "The tournament is soon to begin and you have been chosen. Prove your worth and you shall take your rightful place at my table. Fail and you shall be forgotten." Robert swallowed, his instincts telling him that this trial was unlike anything he had faced before. The previous trials had tested his skills in battle, his endurance, his tactics. But this felt different. It carried an air of something grander, something more meaningful. You shall be given the tools necessary for your battles, the right weapon and armor to face your first opponent. Head to the fitting chambers, speak with the runesmith, and prepare thyself. The butler beside Robert gave a polite nod. "Come, Sir Robert, the runesmith awaits." Robert followed the butler through the grand corridors of the castle, his mind racing with thoughts of the trial ahead. The weight of the mysterious figure's words still lingered in his mind. Prove your worth, or be forgotten. It felt as though the armored figure was telling him that this was the only way to progress in his life or fail in his attempt to catch up to his brothers. The castle's architecture was breathtaking, walls lined with intricate carvings, archways stretching high above, and banners bearing unfamiliar symbols fluttering from the ceilings. Everything exuded an air of regality, but at the same time there was something almost surreal about it. For a moment, Robert stopped to gaze out through one of the windows. From there, he had a clear view of the castle grounds and a nearby jousting arena. It was likely the place where he would soon face his opponent, one of many. He had no idea how many challengers awaited him, but he needed to determine whether this class was the right fit. Perhaps only after meeting the runesmith and engaging in battle would he understand how this class could benefit him and if it was compatible with his fighting style. Beyond the arena, a vast landscape stretched in all directions, an expanse of trees and fields of golden wheat. Yet there were no farmers tending the crops, no soldiers patrolling the area. As always, this illusory space provided only the bare minimum required for the test. After turning away and resuming his walk, they arrived at another set of double doors, albeit much simpler than the ones leading to the throne room. The butler stepped forward, pushing them open to reveal a massive forge room. The air inside was thick with the scent of burning coal and molten metal, and the rhythmic clang of hammer against steel echoed throughout the chamber. Robert stepped inside, his gaze immediately falling upon the lone figure working at the anvil. The man was of sturdy build, his muscular arms moving with practiced precision as he shaped a glowing ingot with his hammer. Sweat glistened on his brow, and his leather apron bore countless scorch marks from years of toil. But what caught Robert off guard was the striking resemblance this man bore to Bernier, Roland's trusted assistant. "Ah, so you must be the one," the runesmith spoke without looking up, his voice deep and steady. "About time. The tournament waits for no man." Robert stepped closer, his eyes flicking to the many weapons and armor pieces neatly arranged around the forge. Each piece radiated magic, the unmistakable mark of rune-forged craftsmanship. Even as a warrior who had spent most of his life relying on physical strength and refined swordplay, he could not deny the allure of these enchanted tools. "Now, what do you wish to use?" "What do I wish to use? I can't craft the proper weapon and armor if you don't tell me what runic enchantments you favor, now can I?" The blacksmith turned to face him, his gaze intense. This was something new for Robert. He had never had the luxury of choosing his own equipment, always making do with whatever enchantments he could get his hands on. Even when Roland entered the picture, he had provided weapons for him ones Robert used until they broke down before he reached his second-tier class. Now, this blacksmith who looked so much like Bernier was asking him to decide, to tell him exactly what enchantments he preferred. Robert hesitated for a moment before finally asking a question. "What sort of enchantments can you make, runesmith?" "Ha, I can make all of them. Now quickly tell me what you need before the first bout begins. We don't have all day." Well, this might be a problem. Robert rubbed his head in contemplation. Before him lay swords of all shapes and sizes, armor light, medium, heavy of varying designs. But the choice was his, and for once he was expected to dictate the terms. A troublesome predicament indeed. Robert inhaled deeply, his eyes scanning the arsenal laid before him. The weapons gleamed under the forge's fiery glow, their runic inscriptions not yet active. He was used to adapting to whatever weapon was handed to him, never once considering what he truly wanted. Now, given the freedom to choose, he found himself at a loss. The runesmith, arms crossed, observed him with an impatient smirk. "Come now, lad, you look like a man who's swung a blade his whole life. Surely you have a preference." Robert exhaled, letting his mind settle as he approached the weapon racks. His hands hovered over several swords, feeling their weight without lifting them. Each blade was expertly crafted, though not quite something a Tier 3 class holder would use. Nevertheless, they were at the pinnacle of Tier 2 his current rank. Some of the runes shimmered softly, but they seemed unfinished, waiting to be completed by a runesmith's hand. He was beginning to understand what this ascension trial was all about, and he wasn't sure if he was prepared for it. He had trained with various weapons, always using whatever was handed to him. While he had settled on swords, there wasn't a particular type he couldn't wield. Before him lay blades of all shapes and sizes, long, short, curved, and even massive, super heavy ones. In the corner, he spotted something that looked more like a sharpened slab of metal, too big to be called a sword, but not entirely useless. Swords had their pros and cons. They were often seen as finesse weapons, which weren't particularly effective against heavily armored opponents. In the past, he had found himself using a longsword against heavily armored monsters. The blade was ineffective at cutting through their armored shells or thick hides. The only way forward was to use the tip and attempt to thrust at a weakened area like the underbelly or eyes. However, once he grew stronger and was able to wield heavier and enchanted swords, the possibilities broadened. With a sword that had enough mass, it was possible to use it as a bashing weapon. While it still failed to produce the small area damage of an axe, with enough weight and the right timing, he could mitigate its weaknesses. Even so, everything depended on his opponent. At this moment, it seemed he would be facing another knight in combat, but this did not mean he would not encounter monsters. These ascension trials were often unpredictable, and without any knowledge of his next opponent, he needed to choose something universal. A weapon that was neither too long nor too short, neither too light nor too heavy. This one should do. "Do you have any shields?" After walking around, Robert finally selected one of the heavier longswords. It provided enough reach, and the increased weight would help him against heavily armored enemies. With his strength, he could wield it easily, likely the heaviest weapon he could manage with one hand while carrying a shield. Though he was a sword expert, he was still a knight and could not forget what made him strong. Shields and heavy armor were staples of a knight's arsenal, so he needed to balance his new weapon with proper defensive measures. I've got shields of all shapes and sizes. Just pick one and choose the enchantment. Robert glanced to the side where the Bernier look-alike pointed to. There he saw an assortment of shields and armor, all that he had to pick out to fit him personally. Luckily, the armor seemed to be tailor-made for his body, which would save him a lot of time. Robert took a steady breath and reached out to select a shield from the assortment laid before him. The shield carried its own set of runic inscriptions, which also seemed to be dormant. This one. A great choice, a heater shield. It has a great balance between defense and mobility. As for the armor, we'll go with the full plate armor. That one looks promising. The runesmith grinned, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his hand before nodding approvingly at Robert's selections. The chosen heater shield was medium-sized, practical, and adorned with delicate runic etchings along its rim, while the full plate armor gleamed under the forge's warm glow, its polished surface hinting at superior craftsmanship. It was made from some heavy slabs of metal, but still wasn't the heaviest from the assortment here. Fine choices, the runesmith said, already moving to his workbench. Now, the real question, Sir Knight, what enchantments do you desire? Robert hesitated for a moment, the weight of the decision settling upon him. He tried to recall the names of various enchantments he had used in his life. Usually he chose something practical, like an enchantment that kept the blade sharp. Even if it chipped, he could activate it to deliver a devastating slashing attack. For the shield, he typically relied on a standard mana shield, which synergized well with knightly blocking techniques. There were also elemental runic effects that could imbue a weapon with fire or even lightning magic. Should I go with lightning runes? They should be effective against knights in heavy armor, but will my opponent also use rune magic? Should I ask the runesmith to add elemental protection to my shield? He continued to ponder the possibilities and realized he should gather more information. The runesmith here seemed fairly standard, not like his brother, who could cram multiple enchantments into a single piece of equipment. Typically, the limit was 1 or 2 enchantments. He was working with Tier 2 gear, and he knew that if the enchantment was too powerful, it would burn into the weapon, eventually destroying it with prolonged use. Runesmith, how many runes can you fit onto each piece? How many? Well, that depends. I could probably manage up to 4 lesser runic enchantments on a single piece, but it also depends on the size. For a sword and shield, I'd say 2 common runes each, and at most 1 greater rune on the entire armor, but that comes at a cost. At a cost, the metal won't last long, and it won't be able to store more than 2, perhaps 3 charges before the runes stop working. All right, he nodded at the dwarven man and continued to contemplate. He was familiar with the charge system used in runic equipment, but he wasn't sure if it was something he needed to worry about. Charges allowed him to conserve mana, which he could then use in other ways. While most of his skills relied on stamina, some required mana, so it was likely better to use charges and preserve his resources. Nevertheless, time was ticking, and he needed to make a decision. After considering his options, he chose to stick with the enchantments he was most familiar with, the ones that had carried him through his life. For now, they would have to do. For the sword, I want it to cut through armor efficiently while still retaining durability. I don't want something fragile that will break mid-battle. The runesmith nodded, reaching for pen and paper to jot down Robert's request. A rune that enhances sharpness and durability should do the trick. I'll use the strongest ones you can fit. I see, I'll get right to it. Is something wrong? The runesmith glanced at his notes, his body language betraying a hint of hesitation. Something about Robert's choices, or perhaps his descriptions, didn't sit well with him. Robert wasn't a rune expert, so he simply described the enchantments he recalled using and the names they went by without diving too deeply into specifics. Oh, don't worry, Sir Knight. I'll provide the runes that best match your needs. Just give me some time. Robert nodded, stepping back as the runesmith turned to his forge. The rhythmic clang of hammer against metal resumed, filling the chamber with a steady cadence. Sparks flew as the runesmith worked with practiced precision, rune-crafting runes into the steel with a combination of hard hammer blows and infusions of raw magic. The weapons and armor before Robert slowly transformed, taking on a glow of enchanted power. Suddenly, the world blurred before him, and he felt like he was rooted in place. The runesmith's motions became faster and faster until he turned into a blur. He could see the sparks frozen midair, the glow of the forge stretching into streaks of light like falling stars. Then everything snapped back into focus, and Robert found himself standing in front of the completed gear, his heart pounding as though only a second had passed. The runesmith stood before him, arms crossed, a smirk tugging at his lips. All done. How did for a moment he wanted to ask, but then he remembered that all of this was part of the ascension trial, nothing more than an illusion. It seemed that after placing the order, time had flown by, bringing him to the moment when the gear was assembled. Robert hesitated before reaching out. The sword felt perfectly balanced in his grip, its weight familiar yet enhanced by the runic energy within the blade. The runes along its length flickered softly, confirming that the enchantments were active but stable. He turned to the shield next, running his fingers over the runic etchings on its surface, feeling the magic woven into the metal. Yet, while it was a finely crafted weapon, he noticed it was not quite up to par with what he had in mind. Something was missing. "Now then, you have your equipment, Sir Knight. I wish you luck." The runesmith spoke, and before Robert could respond, he heard someone call out from behind him. "Sir Robert, it's time. We need to get ready." It was a young man, someone who fit the description of a squire. Like the others in this illusion, he resembled someone from Robert's past, an old servant from the Arden estate who had once helped him don his armor and had also been his squire in the previous ascension ritual. Robert took a final glance at his newly acquired equipment, nodding slightly to himself before turning to face the squire. The young man's expression was urgent, and it seemed that this was the true beginning of the trial, the duels. "Lead the way," Robert said, adjusting his grip on the sword as he followed the squire, who took the rest of the equipment out of the forge room. The squire guided him outside, and they walked toward the jousting arena he had previously seen from within the castle. Now that he was here, he could fully appreciate the grandeur of the architecture. It was truly a grand castle, the kind a duke might call home. Around him, people gathered, many cheering as if he were the champion destined for victory. Soon he arrived at the arena, a vast coliseum-like structure lined with banners and emblems he did not recognize. Yet, despite their unfamiliarity, they all shared a clear runic theme. Before stepping onto the field, he was guided to a separate room, where his squire assisted him in donning his new plate mail armor. In front, he had a mirror showcasing his current appearance. The plate mail shone with a brilliance, and his sword, now alive with steady runic light, lay ready at his side. In that moment, he saw someone that he could become, a great knight. But is this truly the best choice? For a moment, he hesitated before stepping out. He still wasn't sure if this was the right class for him, or if he should take his chances with the other runic door by failing this trial. His opponents would need to prove their skill before he could decide. After all, if the enemies were difficult to defeat, then the class was worth keeping. His squire followed him until they reached the final corridor. Stopping just before the exit, the young man wished him luck. With a final breath, Robert stepped forward, emerging into the arena to the deafening cheer of the onlookers. "Sir Robert, it's the champion. Long live the champion." He was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming applause of the illusionary crowd. This was the first time he could recall receiving so much positive attention. The armored man who was his lord was seated above everyone else, looking down on everyone as if he were a king. The lord-like figure rose from his elevated seat. His voice carried clearly over the roar of the crowd as he addressed the assembled warriors. "Champions, today you stand on the threshold of destiny. Sir Robert, your courage and perseverance have led you to this moment. Let your skill and honor shine forth as you face the challenges ahead." His words carried a strange aura, leaving little doubt that this trial was of utmost importance. Almost immediately, a hush fell over the arena. From the side entrance, a distinguished figure emerged. His silvered hair and kind yet stern eyes recalled memories of long-ago lessons at the Knight Academy Robert attended. The man moved with long, calm strides, and he had an air of strength and experience. Soon, the man who resembled his old sword instructor stood before him. He inclined his head respectfully toward Robert and spoke in a measured tone. "Sir Robert, I have watched your progress with great interest. Today, I offer you the first test of your resolve." Robert felt his pulse quicken as he tightened his grip on his enchanted sword. The weight of the moment pressed upon him, and every eye in the arena watched with anticipation. The lord-like figure stood still, his expression hidden beneath the heavy armor he wore, unreadable. The air vibrated with the promise of an honorable contest, but Robert knew better than to expect such a thing. This was an ascension trial. The opponents he faced were not real, and he had to be prepared for anything, given for so-called honorable knights to fight dirty. The other man closed his visor and lowered his stance. Robert's eyes narrowed as he took in the details of his opponent's gear. The silvered helmet and heavy breastplate were etched with intricate symbols that glowed in a deep, unfamiliar red hue. He noted that the runes on the man's shield and sword pulsed, revealing symbols. Their designs were somewhat familiar, but he didn't have enough experience to pinpoint the exact enchantment he was going against. The more he stayed here, the more he realized that this test might be more about the runes than his skills as a knight, or perhaps a combination of both. The two knights circled each other in the center of the arena, each testing the other with measured movements. The opponent struck first, lunging forward with a swift thrust that Robert met by deflecting the blow with his shield. Metal rang out as the clash echoed across the Colosseum. Robert felt a distinct surge of energy with every hit the other man delivered. The runes on his adversary's sword shimmered with every movement, sending ripples of magical force into the air. Robert countered with a series of calculated strikes. His blade met the enchanted steel of his opponent's weapon, and the impact resonated through his arms. He tried to gauge the unpredictable nature of the runic magic each blow from the enemy, carried a mysterious weight that made Robert uncertain of his victory. Their swords exchanged blows in a rhythmic dance, the sound of clashing metal and crackling energy rising above the murmurs of the watching crowd. He is anything but weak, and this is just the first opponent. As the duel continued, Robert focused on every detail. The stranger's technique was fluid and precise, and the enchantment seemed to enhance his fighting style. It became clear that with each activation of the enchantment, his opponent was becoming faster, focusing on making his speed his strength. Robert, on the other hand, had decided to go with an all-rounder approach and was holding a more defensive stance, a part of his tactic to let the man use up his enchantment charges before going for a counterattack. He shifted his stance, adopting a more defensive approach. His opponent pressed forward, hammering down with relentless strikes, each one testing the limits of Robert's enchanted shield. The runes on his sword flickered slightly as he finally saw a chance to fight back. With a sharp exhale, Robert deflected another heavy strike and twisted his blade to catch his opponent off guard. He sidestepped, shifting his weight to the left, then delivered a powerful riposte aimed at the exposed side of his enemy's torso. His opponent, reacting with remarkable agility, managed to raise his shield just in time, but Robert had anticipated this. Using the momentum of his attack, he slammed his shield forward, forcing his enemy to stumble backward. For a brief moment, Robert caught a glimpse of the runes etched into his opponent's armor. They flared brightly, absorbing the impact and dispersing the force before the knight could fully lose his balance. Robert's eyes narrowed at the enchantment he did not fully understand. It seemed that this fight would take a lot longer than he had expected. The duel reached a turning point as Robert fought with every ounce of strength. His eyes narrowed when he noticed his opponent overextending during a powerful attack. In that split second, his mind raced and he calculated his next move precisely. Though his body trembled from fatigue and his enchanted sword flickered with weakened runic energy, he seized the moment. He shifted his weight and redirected his momentum into a cunning counter. With a swift, deliberate thrust, his blade found a gap in the enemy's defense. His opponent staggered, his guard collapsing under the force of Robert's calculated strike. "I yield." Robert slowly lowered his sword as his opponent sank to his knees in surrender. The arena erupted in thunderous applause that reverberated off the stone walls. His calculated strikes had drained the magic from his enchanted blade, and he could sense the runic charges diminishing to nearly half their original strength. His breathing came in heavy bursts, and his limbs ached with exhaustion. Yet he still managed to secure a victory over this very powerful knight, something he was proud of. In the sudden quiet that followed the enemy's capitulation, Robert allowed himself a brief moment to gather his wits. The cheering of the crowd filled the vast Colosseum, yet the harsh reality of the Ascension trial pressed upon him. This was not his only opponent. The Lord raised his hand, and everything went quiet as he spoke. "You did well with your first opponent, my champion, but this is just the beginning." He took a moment to regain his stamina as his previous opponent bowed before the Lord and slowly walked out. His squire appeared before him, guiding him to a shaded part of the arena and offering him a chair. "Congratulations, Sir Robert." "Yes, squire. How long do I have before my next opponent arrives?" "Oh, around 10 minutes. I see. He glanced down at the shimmering runes along his sword and shield, their gentle glow now a fainter. The battle had been taxing, and the toll on his body was apparent. His arms ached from the repeated clashes, and his legs burned from the constant movement. In total, he had expended nearly half of his runic charges, and the next fight loomed closer with each passing second. The squire stood beside him, eyes wide with admiration. "Sir Robert, do you require anything? Water, perhaps? Or should I inspect your armor? You don't happen to have any recovery potions on you?" "Ah, yes, here." The squire took out 3 potions sewn red, another blue, and an orange one. Robert knew what the colors meant, but before drinking he asked, "Are there any more, or is this all?" "This is all that the Lord has provided us with, Sir Robert. Put them away for now. I should be able to recover without them." Though exhausted, his stamina and mana were recovering rapidly. He had gained passive skills to aid him in such situations, and it was clear these potions were meant for critical injuries, not the start of battle. He also didn't know how many opponents he would face or whether the competition would last a single day or multiple. There was a chance that unused potions would be added to a future supply, so he couldn't afford to use them carelessly. He got around 10 minutes to rest before the doors on the opposite side of the arena opened to reveal his next opponent. His body ached, but he knew that he needed to conserve the recovery potions. Robert rose to his feet as his next opponent entered the arena. This warrior was different from the last, taller, broader, with an aura of raw menace. His armor was thicker, covered in crude but effective runes that pulsed with a dull red glow. A jagged greatsword rested on his shoulder, its runes crackling with barely contained energy. The moment the battle began, Robert was on the defensive. His opponent was relentless, each strike shaking his shield and testing his endurance. The runes on the greatsword enhanced its weight and cutting power, forcing Robert to maneuver carefully. He countered where he could, but every move drained his remaining runic charges. Minutes passed in a brutal exchange of blows. Robert fought while waiting for the moment to strike. Finally, his opponent overextended, swinging the greatsword too wide. Seizing the opportunity, Robert ducked low and drove his sword into the warrior's exposed side. The runes on both his blade and armor flared as he pushed forward, forcing his enemy to his knees. The warrior grunted, gripping his side before finally lowering his weapon in defeat. The arena roared in approval. Robert exhaled sharply, feeling the last traces of his runic charges flicker and fade. He had won, but at great cost. As the next break was called, Robert slumped onto the chair. His squire approached, concern etched on his face. "Sir Robert, you're wounded." Robert looked down. Blood seeped through the cracks in his armor. His left arm was sluggish, the pain dull but constant. The shield he used had been bent from the repeated heavy attacks, and his arm also suffered. He could probably endure the pain, but with more battles ahead, this injury would probably cost him this trial. "Hand me the red potion." The squire hesitated before passing it over. Robert uncorked it and downed the bitter liquid in one go. Warmth spread through his body, his wounds closing and strength returning. He flexed his fingers, not perfect, but much better. The respite was short-lived. Another opponent entered the arena, this one wielding twin blades enchanted with speed and precision. Robert barely had time to regain his footing before the next battle began. The fighting blurred into a desperate struggle. He won his third duel, but only barely. By the fourth, exhaustion weighed on him like iron shackles. His movements slowed, his instincts dulled. His opponents grew fiercer, their attacks more unpredictable. His shield cracked under a devastating blow, his sword heavy in his hands. Then his final challenger arrived. A towering knight clad in black armor strode forward, wielding a massive two-handed greatsword, similar to the one he saw back at the rune forge. The air around him trembled with dark energy, and the runes on his weapon burned with an ominous glow. The crowd fell silent. This was perhaps the final test. Robert gritted his teeth, raising his sword in defiance as he charged forward, but then, Robert jerked awake, his body sprawled on cold stone as reality pressed in. His eyes fluttered open to the soft glow of runic light and the gentle murmur of a familiar voice. Lucille knelt beside him, her eyes full of concern.